From a Stronghold NPC to the final boss chapter 560 to chapter 586. Subsequently, Xianxia looked at his own life source. When he was at Heavenly Pattern Island, he only had about 300 million life source left after upgrading his 9 tribulations immortal body. Now, after more than 2 months, his life source had returned to 2 billion. On average, there was about 1 billion life source entering his account in a month. This was the benefit of recruiting a large number of disciples. If there were no new 210,000 disciples to supplement, Xianxia calculated that it would take at least 2 years to reach this level. 1 billion a month. 1 year was 12 billion. That would be 120 billion in 10 years. This was under the condition that all the disciples did not increase their strength. If the disciples could still increase their strength, Xianxia estimated that the amount of life source entering his account would continue to increase by a lot. 120 billion life sources. Xianxia estimated that it was probably enough for 1 upgrade. After all, he was now at the 5th level of the Heaven-Human realm, not the 1st level of the Heaven-Human realm. The increase in his life source would definitely be very different. But no matter what, with the current situation of the life source entering his account, even if he just lay down and slept, he would be able to accumulate enough life source to break through to the 10th level of the Heaven-Human realm. However, the total of 230,000 disciples is still too little. If there are 3 million, wouldn't there be 120 billion life source entering my account in a year? Xianxia's finger tapped lightly as thoughts surged in his mind. Recruit more disciples. This was indeed a good idea. But the more disciples he recruited, the more resources he would need to spend. With the current foundation of Yuan sect, he could not digest so many people. Unless wait for this batch of disciples to fully mature. Otherwise, it would be impossible in a short period of time. Moreover, Xianxia was also a little worried. Now that the demon clan had left, the beasts had become rootless duckweed. If the people of Yuan sect were too ruthless, would it be possible to kill all the beasts here? Thinking of the beasts, Xianxia thought of the sea area. Compared to the beasts, there were more beasts in the sea area. Unfortunately, the sea area was too dangerous. If he really pulled 200,000 disciples into the sea, probably only the players would be able to come out alive. No, it should be resurrected. Any natural disaster of the Heaven-Human realm. Yet, he was able to beat up 200,000 disciples and make them call him daddy. Forget it, let's not think about it for now. Based on the current situation, there are still quite a lot of demon beasts in the Endless Mountain range. In addition, it won't be long before we can open up the 3 continents. There should be places in the 3 continents that need to be harvested. Speaking of which, the players seem to have quieted down quite a bit recently. For some reason, Xianxia thought of the players. During this period of time, very few news from players would reach him. Until now. It was only then that Xianxia realized that he had forgotten about the players at some point in time. Or rather, it was not forgotten, but simply ignored. This was because the growth of players was too slow. Compared to him, they were on a completely different level. At this moment, the players at the top were still wandering about in the domain spirit god realm. But now, Xianxia could already suppress a celestial with his bare hands. They were both big shots with cheats. It was obvious that Xianxia's cheats were much greater than the players' cheats. Seeing Xianxia's silence, Godslayer had a bad premonition in his heart. He said, "What I said just now was not a random threat. Everyone knows the importance of a strong foundation. However, any genius will involuntarily choose to break through after suppressing their foundation to a certain extent. Because they understand that if they continue to accumulate, it will not do them any good. So what if their real combat power is unparalleled? So what if they can kill immortals at the 1st level of the celestial realm? Such a 1st level of the celestial realm will be at the 1st level of the celestial realm for the rest of their lives and will turn into ashes after 5,000 years. On the contrary, immortals can continue to live freely in the world. This is neglecting the essentials. I understand what Senior is saying. Xianxia said with a smile. Godslayer was speechless. Did the other party understand? He definitely understood. But for some reason, Godslayer always felt that Qin Shujian had not given up on some bad plan. For this, Godslayer sighed in his heart. He realized that in the future, he still could not speak carelessly. If he destroyed the Emperor's seeds, it would be a great sin. On the same day, the news of Qin Shujian's construction of Cold Mountain City spread like the wind. After more than a month, this forging attracted the attention of the world. The moment the Dao artifact was forged, there was a natural phenomenon, and a terrifying aura suppressed eternity, showing the power of this Dao artifact. A 6-seal Dao artifact, in the sects of the Eastern continent, the strongest Dao artifact on the surface was only a 4-seal Dao artifact. Now that Qin Shujian had successfully forged a 6-seal Dao artifact, those people were speechless. At the same time, during the forging process, the Long River of Laws was summoned and also spread. As for the Long River of Laws, 99% of the people did not know it. However, there was still 1% of people who knew about the existence of the Long River of Laws and understood what it meant. Therefore, after this news spread out, an even bigger piece of news came out. Qin Shujian was not an ordinary first-tier celestial being, but at least a 4th-tier celestial being. The first 3 tiers of the celestial being were extraordinary, and the middle 3 tiers were celestial beings. On the surface, no celestial being had appeared in the cultivation world. Now that Qin Shujian had exposed his cultivation, he directly confirmed the title of the strongest person in the cultivation world. Celestial being. Banqing did not know how to express his current expression. He had long known that his strength was inferior to Qin Shujian's. But now, it seemed that it was more than inferior. One was a first-tier celestial being, and the other was at least a 4th-tier celestial being, crossing a gap of several small realms. Although Banqing had not stepped into the celestial being realm, he also knew that the gap between a 4th-tier celestial being and a 3rd-tier celestial being was actually very big. However, compared to the shock of others, after a short period of shock, Banqing quickly calmed down. So what if he was a celestial being? He could not beat him in the first place, and now he could not beat him. When an opponent was so powerful that it was unattainable, the other person would no longer have the heart to fight. It was not the time to have the heart to fight. Banqing also saw the benefits to the Traceless sect after Qin Shujian's strength was exposed. Now that our sect is in an alliance with the Sky Origin sect, the stronger Qin Shujian is, the more stable this alliance will be. With the Sky Origin sect in the Baiyun Mansion, at least there will not be any turmoil in the cultivation world. As for our sect's resources, it doesn't matter if we have fewer resources. Anyway, our target is the other 3 continents. After all, the Baiyun Mansion is just a small place, so we don't have to keep an eye on it. In the main hall. Hearing this, Jing Bianyun was silent for a moment, and then said, "Is the gap between a celestial being and a celestial being really that big? It's huge, isn't it? Last time, Qin Shujian defeated me with a single word. If we really fought, it would be difficult for me to contend with him." Banqing shook his head. There was no need to hide this matter. Others might not know the reason why they did not attack the giant spirit sect, but Jing Bianyun had to know. Jing Bianyun thought for a moment and said, "Will the Sky Origin sect attack our Traceless sect?" What he was worried about now was, he did not have any plans for the Sky Origin sect, but the Sky Origin sect had plans for his sect. Banqing said, "It's impossible. If Qin Shujian really wanted to attack our Traceless sect, he would have found a way long ago. What force in the cultivation world of the Baiyun Mansion can stop the Sky Origin sect? And if that's the case, Qin Shujian will not give me a chance to break through to the celestial being realm. His target is the 3 continents, so our target should also be the 3 continents, not just look at what's in front of us." At this time Banqing had seen through a lot of things. Then Jing Bianyun asked, "Grand Elder, do you know what kind of divine weapon the long saber phantom that appeared at the end was?" "I don't know, but it should be a high-grade Dao artifact." Banqing replied with uncertainty. Ancestral armaments were not things that others could know about. After all, those who really knew about Zhu Bing's existence were few and far between. The Traceless sect's inheritance was not weak. But even if it was not weak, it had only been around for thousands of years. However, after the end of the ancient times, Zubing in the world had become rare to a certain extent. Only those who were truly at the top would know about the existence of such a divine weapon. Hearing this, Jing Bianyun did not say anything else. Compared to the calmness of the Traceless sect, the other sects and forces were greatly shaken. Especially those who had a grudge against the Sky Origin sect. At this moment, they felt a huge pressure. Baiyong Mansion. In the main hall of the Yinyang sect, the two sects met again. Yinyang frowned at this time and looked at the Crimson Heaven sect master Lu Yan, who also had an ugly expression on his face. He said in a deep voice, "Qin Shujian is a saint. Neither of us expected this. If the Sky Origin sect wants to attack us, the Nine Palace sect may not be able to withstand this pressure." Lu Yan was also badly battered and said irritably, "Do we still need to wait for the Sky Origin sect to make a move? The cultivators of the Yuan Pavilion have already caused a lot of losses to our two sections. If this continues, the foundation of our two sects will not be severed, but there is no chance for us to develop and grow." At the mention of this matter, both of them became irritated. No one expected that the Sky Origin sect would really be so stubborn. Since the sects could not make a move, they would use the Yuan Pavilion to disgust them. However, the strength of the Yuan Pavilion was still very strong. The rogue cultivators registered in it, as well as the people of some sects, were also very strong. So far, the Yuan Pavilion did not seem to have any heavenly beings registered, but there were a lot of God Martial Realm cultivators. Originally, the two sects had joined forces. In front of the Yuan Pavilion, they could withstand it. But now that the news of Qin Shujian being a saint expert had spread, the two sects immediately sensed that things were not good. With the stinginess of the Sky Origin sect, they would definitely not let it go so easily. In the past, the Nine Palace sect had blocked in front of them. Now, the Nine Palace sect might not be able to withstand a saint expert. So, Yinyang and Lu Yan both understood that they should think of a way to retreat. After a while, Lu Yan said, "If there is no other way, we will go to the Nine Palace sect and find a way to get them to mediate the grievances between us and the Sky Origin sect. Anyway, the Sky Origin sect only cares about benefits and can ignore everything else. Destroying our two sects will not benefit the Sky Origin sect. After all, a rabbit will bite when cornered. If we are willing to give an apology, the Sky Origin sect should give in." Yinyang also nodded in agreement. As for whether it was the Sky Origin sect or them who gave in, there was nothing to say. At this time, a powerful aura came, and then they saw that the mountain gate array that had not been activated yet was shattered. The Yinyang sect experts were all alarmed. "I am Chifei of the Nine Palace sect. I am here on the orders of the sect master." A cold voice spread, causing the Yinyang sect experts who were about to attack to stop. Then, they saw a middle-aged man step into the main hall. In the main hall, Yinyang and Lu Yan also stood up. The unforeseen event just now had also alarmed them. At this moment, seeing Chifei enter as if there was no one around, the two of them were not angry. Instead, a bad premonition surged in their hearts. No matter what the Yinyang sect said, it was also a large sect in the Whiteyong prefecture. The Nine Palace sect had always been very polite to these sections. It was rare for them to break the mountain gate array and barge in like this. Thoughts surged in Yinyang's mind, but his expression did not change. He cupped his hands and said, "Elder Qi, welcome. I apologize for not going out to meet you. I don't dare to let Sect Master Shi welcome me." Chifei sneered. Yinyang frowned and looked puzzled. "I don't know what Elder Qi means. I don't think I have offended Elder Qi or the Nine Palace sect." "Humph. If you have offended me and the Nine Palace sect, then it's fine. But your Yinyang sect has offended someone you can't afford to offend." Chifei's expression was cold. He then looked at Lu Yan and said, "Since Sect Master Lu is also here, I will not beat around the bush. I have only one thing to do today, and that is to convey the order of my sect master. Yinyang sect, Crimson Heaven sect, please accept the order." Hearing this, their hearts sank once more. However, they did not hesitate. They cupped their hands and said, "Sure, Yin Lu Yan accepts the order. Your two sects have offended the Sky Origin sect and brought disaster to my White Yong prefecture. You must find a way to appease the Sky Origin sect's anger. If the Sky Origin sect attacks the White Yong prefecture, then my Nine Palace sect will destroy your two sects to appease the Sky Origin sect's anger." Shi Fei conveyed Qin Yuanbai's words. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Yinyang and Lu Yan were shocked. They had wanted to go to the Nine Palace sect to ask if there was a solution, but before they could even make a move, the Nine Palace sect had come to condemn them first. Both of them knew Qin Shujian was a saint expert and would definitely put pressure on the Nine Palace sect. But no one had expected this. The dignified White Yong prefecture's top sect would kneel so quickly. They had already kneeled before it even began. Shi Yinyang opened his mouth and said, "Elder Qi, there's no need to say more. Sect Master has given you 3 months to resolve this matter. If you don't resolve it by then, the Nine Palace sect will personally destroy your two sects to apologize to the Sky Origin sect. Now that things have come to this, take care of yourselves." Shi Fei waved his hand, ignored the two, and turned to leave. In his opinion, if the two sects couldn't appease the Sky Origin sect's anger, then there was no need for them to exist. Shi Fei had come and left without hesitation. In the main hall, only the two of them had gloomy expressions. Impudent. He's just a small Nine Palace sect elder. How dare he be so arrogant? Lu Yan was furious. Shi Fei's attitude as if no one else was present had angered him. However, Lu Yan only dared to vent some of his anger after the other party had left. He still had to give the other party face. Shi Yinyang's expression was ugly as he said coldly, "Our sects pay tribute to the Nine Palace sect every year in vain. Now that something has happened, the Nine Palace sect is trying to shirk responsibility. Qin Yuanbai is a disgrace to the White Yong prefecture. Even if they had to kneel, they should have at least resisted. But now, the Sky Origin sect hadn't said a word and the Nine Palace sect had already knelt. This made Shi Yinyang feel cold all over. Shi Fei's words weren't false. The Nine Palace sect had obviously given up on their two sections. Without the protection of the Nine Palace sect, the two sects would be destroyed by the Sky Origin sect in minutes. Thinking of this, Shi Yinyang let out a long sigh. The aura on his body suddenly weakened as he sighed. "Well, Brother Lu, let's contact the Sky Origin sect and see how this matter can be resolved. That's the only way." Lu Yan also sat back in his seat, closed his eyes and sighed. The Nine Palace sect's decision had caught them off guard. The Nine Palace sect had also supported them from behind when they had stopped Yin Bancheng from breaking through. Otherwise, how could Lu Yan have obtained the Sky Origin decree? Unfortunately, now the Nine Palace sect wanted to pull them out and push them out to take the blame. In the face of such a thing, whether it was the Yin Yang sect or the Crimson Heaven sect, they could only grit their teeth and endure. They couldn't afford to offend the Sky Origin sect, nor could they afford to offend the Nine Palace sect. At this moment, the two of them suddenly understood. The so-called large sects were actually not worth mentioning in front of the top sections. Those who weren't at the Sky Origin sect were just ants in the end. Even if they broke through to the Sky Origin sect, in front of some more powerful experts, they didn't seem to have any right to speak. Just by looking at how quickly Qin Yuanbai had knelt in front of Qin Shujian, it could be seen. The cultivation world was shocked. The imperial court was also shocked. The news that Su Zhan and Fang Yilan sent back also made the human emperor, a top expert who suppressed the human clan, slightly change his expression. Zhu Bing. In the back garden of the imperial palace, the human emperor was sitting in a pavilion, but a eunuch was beside him. Although the human emperor looked calm now, however, his heart was also greatly shaken. He also didn't expect that Qin Shujian would have Zhu Bing on him. When I first met him, he didn't have the aura of Zhu Bing on him. In this case, he should have obtained the Zhu Bing on him recently. The human emperor thought to himself. As the top expert of the human clan, even the Marquis of Baiyun who had Zhu Bing on him couldn't hide from his perception, let alone Qin Shujian. The human emperor was sure. In the past, Qin Shujian didn't have Zhu Bing on him. In other words, the other party had obtained Zhu Bing in the past few months. In the past few months, the only time Qin Shujian made a move was when he left the Great Zhao and went to the sea area. In an instant, the human emperor figured out the key point. In this case, Qin Shujian should have obtained an opportunity in the sea area of death, so his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and he also obtained a Zhu Bing. However, in the ancient war, most of the Zhu Bing was destroyed. How could there be a Zhu Bing left in the sea area of death? Could it be related to the deepest part of the sea area? The human emperor wasn't sure. He paid more attention to the sea area of death than anyone else. Others didn't know how terrifying it was in the sea area, but the human emperor knew it very well. In ancient times, the Emperor of Heaven and the other emperors entered the sea area, but they didn't gain any advantage and had to retreat from it. The danger inside was not what ordinary people could imagine. Even if an immortal went deep into the sea area, there was only a dead end. When the human emperor first received information about the sea area, he was also shocked. However, he was relieved that the things in the depths of the sea area wouldn't come out. In other words, as long as they didn't go in, there wouldn't be a big problem. That's right. The sea area has been mysterious since ancient times. In the ancient war, maybe some races really escaped to the sea area and finally preserved their inheritance. If that's the case, the Zhu Bing in Qin Shujian's hands should be a Zhu Bing of a foreign race. I wonder if the human race also left their inheritance in the sea area. The human emperor held the teacup and took a sip. Immediately, a mysterious light flashed in his deep eyes. Although he was shocked by the Zhu Bing in Qin Shujian's hands. But the divine weapon chose its master. Since Zhu Bing had chosen the other party, it wasn't something that others could interfere with. What the human emperor really cared about was whether there were any inheritances left in the sea area. Thinking of this, the human emperor also had the idea of exploring the sea area. But, thinking of the dangers in the sea area, he temporarily suppressed this impulse. It wasn't that the human emperor was afraid of death. It was that the current situation of the human race didn't allow him to do such a thing. In a few hundred years, the demon abyss would definitely come. Right now, the most important thing was to open up the 3 major continents and strengthen the eastern continent. The other 3 continents were definitely not weak. If the human race didn't have him, they might not be able to resist. Therefore, the human emperor didn't have the impulse to take the risk. But now, he remembered this matter. Then the human emperor smiled again and thought to himself, it's good that the human race has another Zhu Bing. He'll have a better chance of winning in the future. Grow up. Becoming a saint is too weak. Diviners are too weak. If you want to be useful to the human race, you have to at least become an immortal, or even grow to the level of the Emperor of Heaven. He wasn't afraid that the human race would produce experts that would threaten the rule of the Great Zhao. He was only worried that the human race's experts wouldn't grow fast enough. At this time, the human emperor seemed to reappear in his mind, the glory of the 10,000 races in ancient times. The heavenly court. After the human emperor muttered to himself, he stopped thinking about this matter. Compared to the human emperor, Marquis Baiyun was shocked. To be honest, he didn't expect that Qin Shujian would have Zhu Bing. But when the Godslayer emitted his aura, the stone spear in his sea of consciousness had already told him the answer. In the inner hall, Marquis Baiyun said in a deep voice, "You said that you felt Zhu Bing's aura. Then do you know what kind of Zhu Bing that is?" "It's hard to say. The distance is too far. If he hadn't emitted his aura, I wouldn't have been able to feel it." The stone spear paused and then continued. "But I'm sure that I know Zhu Bing because his aura is too familiar. If I can observe him closer, I'll definitely recognize him." Marquis Baiyun nodded slightly. Then, he shook his head and laughed. Becoming a saint. Qin Shujian really has a great opportunity. At this moment, a powerful aura rose from the Marquis Baiyun's mansion. In the sky, a strange phenomenon appeared. Marquis Baiyun immediately walked out and looked outside. The smile on his face became even more obvious. It's begun. P.S. Support the original version, Jidian Chinese networks. I'm really decent. After cultivating in seclusion for so long, it was finally time for Xiaohong to break through. In order to help him break through successfully, the Marquis Mansion spent a lot of effort. At this moment, strange phenomena appeared in the sky. Marquis Bayun stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the scene above. Then, his divine will incarnation appeared in the sky and said, "Today, someone in the Marquis Mansion is breaking through. I don't want anyone to disturb or investigate." After saying this simple sentence, the divine will incarnation dissipated. In Xianxia City, some cultivators who had some thoughts because of the strange phenomena extinguished all their thoughts when they saw the divine will incarnation. Marquis Bayun, the only almighty expert in the Bayun Mansion. If Xianxia was the most powerful expert in the cultivation world, then Marquis Bayun was the most powerful expert in the Bayun Mansion. Now, Xianxia was so powerful that no one dared to provoke him. And no one dared to provoke Marquis Bayun. For so many years, Marquis Bayun's methods were gentle. But in fact, if they really angered him, they would not have a good ending. Even if they angered Xianxia, at least they would know how they died. If they angered Marquis Bayun, they might not even know how they died. Seeing the strange phenomena in the sky, many people sighed secretly. In the past, there was not a single heavenly being in the Bayun Mansion for thousands of years. Now, in just a few years, 4 people have broken through. Frequent breakthroughs. It meant that the strength of the Bayun Mansion was gradually increasing. But at the same time, the frequent breakthroughs gave these people a bad premonition. But they couldn't tell what kind of premonition it was. Xianxia City. 3 days had not passed, and the city gate was not opened. Many people from the sects and forces were now gathered in the Yuan sect to discuss relevant matters. But those blacksmiths who heard the news gathered near Xianxia City to observe the city that could be called the #1 city in the world. The technique is so natural. There are no traces of smelting at all. It's really wonderful. The Taoist rhymes are circulating. This city is clearly the manifestation of the great Tao of forging. If I can settle down here, I might be able to break through my original realm. It's really wonderful. All the blacksmiths who were observing the city were full of praises. At that moment, the city had just been completed and the Tao runes within it had yet to be completely concealed. When some of the blacksmiths touched the wall with their hands, they gained a certain level of understanding. There were even some who stuck their entire bodies to the wall as they wanted to become one with it. In the face of such an ugly situation, no one blamed him for anything. Even disgust and displeasure did not appear. Because they all knew. What exactly did this city represent? It was the pinnacle of the human race's forging path, an insurmountable peak. An old blacksmith looked at the city and sighed. The #1 blacksmith in the world is worthy of his name. Grandmaster Qin is the #1 blacksmith in the human race for the past 10,000 years. It's not just 10,000 years. In the past tens of thousands of years, there might not even be a Grandmaster blacksmith who can compare to Grandmaster Qin. That's right, the title of #1 in the world is well deserved. If I could sit down and listen to Grandmaster Qin's lecture, I would definitely have a chance to become a Grandmaster in the future. It's a pity that Grandmaster Qin is unwilling to accept disciples. It's really a pity. The other cultivators also voiced their opinions. It was hard to say the words #1 in the world. However, as long as it was acknowledged by everyone, it would have great credibility. Ever since Qin Shujian built Xianxia City in the world, there were no longer any Grandmaster blacksmiths who dared to compete with him. There was already one in the first place. The others did not have the intention to compete for the second place. Because everyone would only remember the second place and not who the second place was. In fact, this was the case. A cultivator looked at the 2 words Xianxia on the city gate and suddenly felt something. He could not help but fly closer and reach out to touch it. In the end, before his palm touched the 2 words Xianxia, he encountered a terrifying backlash. Ah! That cultivator let out a miserable scream and fell from the sky. Then, he fell to the ground. For a moment, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The old blacksmith shook his head and said mockingly, "A Tao artifact has a spirit. How can anyone touch it? You don't know the rules and crossed it without permission. You deserve such an outcome." The others. They all looked at the scene in front of them indifferently. No one did anything. The two words Liangshan. It was formed by the Dao seal of Liangshan City. That was the core of the city. Whoever dared to touch it would definitely encounter a powerful backlash. That person who touched the core of the city must have bad intentions. No one would sympathize with such an outcome. At this moment, thunder exploded in the sky. Although there was no lightning, dark clouds were densely covering the sky. Everyone was awakened by this fluctuation. Then, they looked in a certain direction. There, they saw Xianxia holding a sledgehammer and sweating profusely as he forged. This aura, a spirit artifact. It's not an ordinary spirit artifact. It's a superior grade spirit artifact. The surrounding cultivators all focused their attention on Xianxia. Those who could forge superior grade spirit artifacts were all grandmasters. Soon, someone recognized Xianxia's identity. That's Xianxia, the head of the Yuan sect's blacksmith hall. Rumor has it that he's a remnant disciple of the destroyed Pill Cauldron clan. Looking at him, he should be breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. He wanted to say that he was a remnant disciple of the Pill Cauldron clan. But considering Xianxuqing's identity, he immediately changed his words. A blacksmith sighed and said, he can become a Grandmaster at such a young age. His Sun sect might have another Grandmaster. Hearing that, the others also fell silent. Xianxia was at most 30 years old. A 30-year-old Grandmaster blacksmith. He could be ranked among the top in the entire Great Zhao. To put it arrogantly, he could even be ranked first. Such a young Grandmaster had a high chance of breaking through to become a Grandmaster blacksmith in the future. In addition, with the guidance of a Grandmaster like Qin Shujian, the chances of him breaking through were even higher. I heard that Xianxia was only an intermediate grade blacksmith before he joined the Sun sect. It's only been a few years and he's about to break through to become a Grandmaster blacksmith. Apart from his talent, I'm afraid he can't do without Grandmaster Qin's guidance in the future. Sigh, if I can get Grandmaster Qin's guidance, it might not be impossible for me to break through to become a Grandmaster in 3 to 5 years. The person who spoke was an old cultivator. Hearing that, someone laughed and said, you'll be buried in 10 years. I'm afraid you won't be able to wait until the time to break through. As soon as he said that, many people immediately laughed. The old cultivator was not angry. He shook his head and said, if I hear the Tao in the morning, I can die in the evening. In response, no one refuted him. The lightning in the sky was condensing. After a while, it still didn't strike. At this moment, Xianxuqing's whole body and mind were focused on the long sword in front of him. He was forging it in an orderly manner. He forged while forging. He recalled the extent of Qin Shujian's hammering when he was forging Liangshan City. Gradually, Xianxuqing's speed slowed down. Every time the hammer fell, there seemed to be some kind of indescribable feeling. The blacksmiths who were just watching at first. At this moment, they also quieted down and watched Xianxuqing forge the sword without blinking. The people who were able to come here were all cultivators who had touched the Tao of forging. Although not everyone was a Grandmaster, many of them had reached the middle grade or superior grade. In their eyes, Xianxuqing's forging was as smooth as flowing water, as if it was a natural process. The crisp and pleasant sound of the hammer could penetrate deep into one's soul. This was the process of a superior grade blacksmith transforming into a Grandmaster blacksmith. But obviously, the hammering technique that Xianxuqing was forging now was not purely his own, but an imitation. He was imitating Qin Shujian's methods and then absorbing them step by step. No one knew when. Su Zhan had already appeared in the crowd. Looking at Xianxuqing's concentrated look, there was a look of appreciation in his eyes. He's a good seedling. If he wasn't a member of Yuan's own, I might have taken him in as a disciple to inherit my mantle. In Su Zhan's opinion, although Xianxuqing was imitating. But how could Qin Shujian's forging methods be so simple? To be able to imitate it was already extraordinary. Moreover, the other party was so young and could break through to the Grandmaster level. As long as he sculpted well in the future, it would not be difficult for him to become a Grandmaster. To personally cultivate a Grandmaster blacksmith. This was a great achievement for anyone. Every Grandmaster blacksmith did not have the confidence to let their descendants break through to the same level as them. Because it was not easy to become a Grandmaster. It was not that one could definitely break through if there was a way. There were many things that required comprehension. Only with enough comprehension could there be hope to break through to a higher level. Now in Su Zhan's eyes, Xianxia had this talent. However, he had no intention of snatching him away from Yuanzong, and even if he did, Xianxia would not go with him. With the guidance of the best Grandmaster blacksmith in the world, who would want another Grandmaster blacksmith, how to choose? As long as one was a normal person, they would know. Liang Mountain, Yuanzong. Qin Shujian was discussing the future plans of the sect with the other elders in the sect. After all, Yuanzong was now very large. More than 200,000 disciples. A lot of work was needed. Although Qin Shujian wanted to be a hands-off boss, it was impossible for him to really ignore everything. At the very least, he had to talk about some general things to let the other elders understand. When the thunderclouds appeared in Liang Mountain City, Niufeng looked surprised and said strangely, "What's going on? Why did the thunder tribulation appear? It seems that our sect will have another Grandmaster blacksmith." Qin Shujian smiled slightly, obviously in a good mood. Hearing this, Zhongfang looked at Qin Shujian and said, "Sect master, do you mean that Elder Yuqing is breaking through?" Shen Yuhua on the side. She also looked at Qin Shujian, wanting to know the answer. Qin Shujian said with a smile, "That's right. Elder Yuqing has already learned something after watching me forge it." The thunder tribulation appeared this time because Elder Yuqing forged a high-grade spiritual weapon. Then, he also stood up and said, "This matter will end here. Elders, you should also supervise the various branches to improve the strength of the disciples as soon as possible. The war should not be far away. I have already agreed to the request of the Imperial Astronomer and will lead the sect for a few months and a few days. If there is something that can't be solved, let Jiang Feng kill it. If even Jiang Feng can't solve it, First Elder can enter the secret realm and ask Mu Yang to help." Who was Mu Yang, now in the main sect, the core elders knew very well. He was the Eldar expert who had broken through to the celestial being realm some time ago. Zhongfang nodded and said, "I understand." Now, Yuanzong had a total of 3 celestial beings, including Qin Shujian. Even if Qin Shujian left, there would still be 2 celestial beings in the sect. This kind of strength was already much stronger than ordinary top sections. Before the 3 major continents were connected, there would not be any big changes in the Great Zhao, so Qin Shujian was not too worried. If there were 2 celestial beings in charge, if it could still cause chaos in the sect, then the entire Baiyun Manor and even the entire Great Zhao would definitely be in chaos. A spiritual sword soared into the sky. The thunder tribulation fell from the sky. The spiritual sword endured the thunder tribulation. No matter how the thunder tribulation struck, the sword only trembled and showed no signs of breaking. The thunder tribulation lasted for half a day. Finally, the thunder tribulation dissipated. The long sword entered the sky and let out a crisp sound. Finally, Shen Yuqing stretched out his hand and the long sword flew directly to him as if it had sensed something. Holding the sword hilt, a feeling of telepathy surged in his heart. Instantly, a gratified smile appeared on Shen Yuqing's face. A master blacksmith. When he was able to forge a high-grade spirit weapon, he would be officially promoted from a high-grade blacksmith to a master blacksmith. Congratulations on becoming a master. Congratulations. The others all cupped their hands and congratulated him. No matter what the other party's background was, to be able to become a master meant that he had reached the point of perfection in this Tao. His status was not weaker than a great cultivator of the god martial realm. In fact, a master blacksmith's status was even higher than a great cultivator of the god martial realm. Therefore, the others would not be stingy with their congratulatory words. If they could get familiar with him, it would be good for the future. Moreover, Shen Yuqing was not an ordinary master blacksmith. He was the master of the Yuan sect's blacksmith hall and had a noble status. Moreover, there was a high chance that he would break through to the master stage in the future. It would definitely be beneficial to have a good relationship with such an expert in advance. Shen Yuqing was also in a good mood. He put away the long sword, then cupped his hands and smiled. Everyone, congratulations. At this moment, Qin Shujian flew over and landed in front of Shen Yuqing. Seeing his appearance, Shen Yuqing immediately bowed. Greetings, sect master. As for the others, their expressions changed drastically and they did not dare to be rude. Greetings, sect master Qin. Greetings, master Qin. Qin Shujian looked at the others and said with a faint smile, everyone, please dispense with the formalities. Then, his gaze fell on Shen Yuqing again and said, Elder Yuqing has become a master today, which is also a great joy for the sect. I'll give this to you. A small jade box appeared and was then handed to Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing took it with a puzzled expression, but his expression soon changed and he thanked him with a look of surprise. Thank you, sect master. It's nothing. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly, then looked at Su Zhan and Fang Yilan in the crowd and said, since the two elders are here, let's go together. Elders, what elders? Just when the others were puzzled, Qin Shujian had disappeared in front of them. Fang Yilan and Su Zhan in the crowd disappeared with him. On the other side, Shen Yuqing cupped his hands to the crowd and then left. This time, his harvest was not small. After breaking through to the master realm, he obtained a high-grade long sword, which was refined by himself. It was innately connected with his mind and could exert a stronger power when used. Besides that was what Qin Shujian gave him. The 9th level elixir, Pure Yang elixir. As a disciple of the alchemy sect, how could Shen Yuqing not know the importance of the Pure Yang elixir? But what he did not expect was that Qin Shujian would have a Pure Yang elixir and give it to him. In Shen Yuqing's view, he only needed to spend a few years to polish his realm and finally rely on the Pure Yang elixir to have a chance to break through to the God Martial realm. The God Martial realm. In the past, the strongest person in the alchemy sect had not reached this realm. On the other side, Qin Shujian, Su Zhan and the others had left the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain and were rushing to the Endless Mountains. Now the Imperial Court had built a portal in the Endless Mountains. However, the three of them did not intend to take the portal. When one's cultivation reached their level, unless the journey was really long, or else, using the portal might not be much faster than traveling on their own. None of them spoke and continued on their way in silence. They ran into some monsters along the way. However, with the strength of those demonic beasts, it was impossible for them to detect the three of them. That was all. In less than half a day, a majestic city was already in sight. When the three of them arrived, Feng Jiao, who had been supervising the construction of the city, went up to them. Greetings, Grand Secretary Feng and Grand Secretary Su. After that, he gave Qin Shujian a puzzled look. Someone who could stand with Su Zhan and Fang Yilan couldn't be a nobody. Unfortunately, Feng Jiao was sure that he had never met Qin Shujian before. Seeing the puzzled look in Feng Jiao's eyes, Qin Shujian cupped his hands and smiled. I'm Qin Shujian. Nice to meet you, Master Feng. So, it's sect leader Qin. Forgive my rudeness. Feng Jiao was astonished and hurriedly cupped his hands in return. He knew very well who Qin Shujian was. Especially during this period of time, Qin Shujian was in the limelight. The most powerful cultivator in the cultivation world. The best forger in the world. Feng Jiao couldn't afford to offend any of them. Although he had the support of the imperial court, no one was worthy of his attention unless they were on the same level as him. Su Zhan said calmly, Master Feng, sect leader Qin is here for the construction of the city. You can go about your business. You don't have to stay here for the time being. If that's the case, I'll be on my way. Please let me know if you need anything. Feng Jiao said respectfully. Then, he nodded politely to Qin Shujian and left. He could take over the construction of the gateway to the eastern continent. Feng Jiao had a high status in the imperial court, or he wouldn't have been qualified to take over such a task. However, he was in the presence of the imperial astronomer. Only the lords of the various prefectures had the right to speak to him as an equal. The elders in the imperial astronomer didn't have official positions, but they had a high status. The only person who could give orders to the imperial astronomer was the human emperor. Even when Xiyang was on the throne, he couldn't give orders to the imperial astronomer. Feng Jiao left. Su Zhan said, "Sect leader Qin, this is the gateway to the eastern continent that His Majesty ordered to be built. There are 4 cities in total, forming an absolute defense. It will be the means to defend against the 3 major continents in the future." Hearing Su Zhan's words, Qin Shujian looked at the city in front of him. The city walls were hundreds of meters tall and spanned thousands of kilometers. It was no different from the Cold Mountain City he had built. In order to build Cold Mountain City, the Sky Origin sect had spent more than half of its resources and had taken many 9th-grade materials from various sects in advance to finally succeed in building it. Now that the imperial court was building 4 cities in one go, it was needless to say how much it would cost. Only such a large family and business could afford such a consumption. Qin Shujian said, "How much resources does the imperial court plan to use?" "You can use the national treasury's resources as you wish." Su Zhan immediately replied. The gateway to the eastern continent was extremely important, so it didn't matter how much materials they used. It didn't matter even if they emptied the national treasury. This was because the imperial court's next plan was to use war to support war. The army would enter the 3 major continents and plunder enough resources to strengthen the Great Zhou Empire. Qin Shujian rose into the air and had a panoramic view of the entire city. This was not all. Even the other 3 cities were in his eyes. The 2 of them didn't stop Qin Shujian's actions. Feng Yi sent a message with divine sense and said, "How confident do you think he is? There shouldn't be a problem." Su Zhan thought for a while and replied. If it was before Cold Mountain City was built, he wouldn't dare to answer like this. But after this, Su Zhan didn't have any doubts about Qin Shujian's ability in the Tao of forging. If Qin Shujian were to make a move, he would definitely succeed. If even he failed, then no one in the entire Great Zhou Empire would succeed. After a long time, Qin Shujian landed on the ground. Su Zhan hurriedly asked, "How is it? Does Sect Master Qin find any problems?" "There aren't any problems. This time, the imperial court has put in a lot of effort. From what I see, the materials used to build the city are all at the 5th or 6th level and mixed in with other top-level materials. Sect Master Qin's eyes are as sharp as torches." Su Zhan was now an experienced bootlicker. No matter what Qin Shujian said, he would nod and agree. Then, he would flatter him without leaving a trace. Feng Yilan watched from the side and rolled her eyes. Before inviting Qin Shujian over, Su Zhan's words were full of disdain. Now that he had invited him over, his attitude had changed. To this, Feng Yilan was also full of disdain. However, although she thought so, she didn't say it out loud. Instead, she silently watched the 2 of them talk. When it came to Tao of forging, Feng Yilan didn't understand at all. The matters of the experts were naturally left to the experts. This time, Su Zhan was the main person in charge. Strictly speaking, she was just an assistant. Qin Shujian pondered for a moment and said, "I have a question that I would like to ask." "Please speak, Sect Master Qin. To what extent does the imperial court intend to build the 4 cities? You must know that there are also different types of spirit weapons. Although top spirit weapons can't suppress fate, they aren't any weaker than ordinary Tao weapons." Qin Shujian said calmly. The top spirit weapons that he mentioned had already surpassed the category of upper spirit weapons. However, due to the limitations of the Khanate embryo, they couldn't be upgraded to Tao weapons. P.S. I'm still writing the rest. Support the original, Jidian Chinese networks. I'm really decent. It was not easy to forge a top-notch spiritual weapon. The cities of the 5 branches of the Yuan sect were all top-notch spiritual weapons, but they were not comparable to Tao weapons. At least, their quality had not reached this level. Although they were both spiritual weapons, the cities had the advantage of size. Even a top-notch spiritual weapon could exert the power of a Tao weapon. However, once it fought with a real Tao weapon, it would still be damaged. If it was a top-notch spiritual weapon that surpassed the top-notch spiritual weapon, it would be completely different. Even if it was a Tao weapon, this level of spiritual weapon was not weak at all. Strictly speaking, A spiritual weapon of this level was actually a Tao weapon. The difference was, a spiritual weapon could not gather and suppress luck, but a Tao weapon could. Speaking of which, Xianxia had only forged a top-notch spiritual weapon once, and that was when he forged Cold Mountain City. Before the innate embryo was integrated, it had reached the level of a top-notch spiritual weapon. Su Zhan obviously understood what Xianxia meant. After hearing his words, he was silent for a moment and said, "How confident are you in forging a top-notch spiritual weapon, Sect Master Qin? You should know that there is not much time, and the door of the Eastern continent cannot be lost. As long as there are enough materials, there will be no failure," Xianxia said confidently. "Sect Master Qin, are you serious?" "Elder Su, if you don't believe me, I have nothing to say." Xianxia looked a little unhappy. He invited him over and said so much. If it were not for the sake of the imperial astronomer and the imperial court, he would have turned around and left. Hearing this, Su Zhan looked a little embarrassed. "Sect Master Qin, don't misunderstand. I don't mean to doubt you. It's just that this is a serious matter, so I asked." Now, he no longer had the arrogance of an elder of the imperial astronomer. In front of Xianxia, Su Zhan felt as if he had returned to the beginning, when he had just learned about forging and faced a grandmaster forging. Even he himself did not notice this feeling. The scene of Xianxia forging Cold Mountain City had completely convinced Su Zhan. Xianxia wasn't really angry. After all, the other party was still an elder of the Board of Astronomy, so he still had to give him some face. If you want to forge a top-notch spirit artifact, you must use materials of the 9th level as the main ingredient. Moreover, if you want to strengthen the power of the artifact, it's best to supplement it with the blood essence of a powerhouse. Xianxia had his hands clasped behind his back as he stared at the majestic city before him. It was as though he could see the scenes of bloody battles in the future. After a pause. "The 4 cities are the gateway to the Eastern continent. Sooner or later, this place will be useful. The more we invest now, the fewer casualties we will have in the future. Once the city is successfully built and supplemented with powerful formations, even celestials won't be able to cross this place." Xianxia clasped his hands behind his back. His words were filled with an iron-blooded killing intent. Actually, no one knew what was in the 3 continents. However, once the 3 continents were opened, war was inevitable. It was the same even if the other 3 continents were ruled by the human race. This was because the human race did not need too many voices. Just like in ancient times, all the races only had one voice, the Emperor of Heaven. This was the only way. Only then could they maximize their power. This was also the only way to integrate all the resources and nurture enough experts to deal with the upcoming calamity. Therefore, unless the 3 continents obediently surrendered, the Great Zhao would definitely go to war. However, think about it from another perspective. If he was a person from the 3 continents, he would not submit to an unfamiliar force for no reason. If he wanted to subdue the 3 continents, he had to use iron-blooded methods. Without killing, how could he deter the world? Actually, everyone understood this principle. Xianxia was aware of the tragedy of the ancient times. He was even more aware of the terror of the demon abyss. With the current strength of the human race, if they encountered the demon abyss, it would be a dead end. There would not be any chance of survival. Therefore, the human race, or rather the Eastern continent's only chance of survival, was in the other 3 continents. Otherwise, the human emperor would be the strongest in the human race. A Nirvana realm expert was very strong. However, no matter how strong a Nirvana realm expert was, what use could they have? There were many immortals in the demon abyss, let alone a Nirvana realm expert. The Azura demon god that was born a few years ago. He was just the weakest among all the demon gods. According to the information that Xianxia received, demons could be resurrected after death. However, every time they were resurrected, they would lose a level like the players. If he guessed correctly, the Azura demon god should have been very strong in the past. However, because he died too many times, he fell to the 7th level of the heaven-human realm. In the demon abyss, who knew how many demons were stronger than the Azura demon god? Therefore, If the human race wanted to fight for a chance of survival, they had to regain the strength of the ancient times. They had to be stronger than the ancient times. Otherwise, they would not have any chance. Qin Shujian did not know how the ancient times survived that great calamity. However, he knew very well. Such a thing had happened once. It was very difficult to replicate it a second time. Regarding this, Fang Yilan and Su Zhan did not answer easily. After a while, Fang Yilan took out a communication jade talisman and sent the news back. If they really wanted to forge a top-notch spirit artifact, they would need to consume a lot of resources. Because this was not one city, but 4 cities. In terms of majesty, a prefecture city could not be compared to it. Not long after, Fang Yilan's communication jade talisman rang. His Majesty has agreed to Sect Master Qin's proposal. I wonder how many materials Sect Master Qin needs. Give me the corresponding amount and the Imperial Treasury will immediately send it over. Qin Shujian did not hesitate. He estimated the situation of the 4 cities and gave a rough number. Then, he continued, in addition, I need 100 spirit stones as consumption. Fang Yilan did not refuse and conveyed all of Qin Shujian's requests to him. She also knew the use of 100 spirit stones. When Qin Shujian was forging Cold Mountain City, he had a situation where his vital essence could not continue. However, later on, he took something to replenish his vital essence and did not fail. Now that he was forging a single city, the consumption would be less than that of Cold Mountain City. However, if the 4 cities were added together, the consumption would be far more than that. Subsequently, Qin Shujian said, now you can order all the people who are successfully building to stop. There is no need to waste any more time. Okay. Su Zhan nodded. Originally, the imperial court wanted to build the city, then use the city as a foundation and use the forging method to upgrade it to the level of a spirit weapon. Such a method. It was exactly the same as when Qin Shujian first forged Cold Mountain City. There were good and bad ways to do this. The good was that the difficulty was much lower and the consumption was much lower. However, the bad was also very obvious. It was difficult to reach a high level of forging in this way. Moreover, the city also had many flaws. If one wanted to create a perfect city, they would have to use conventional casting methods. Su Zhan had seen Qin Shujian's forging, so he understood his thoughts. Not long after, Su Zhan found Feng Jiao, who was supervising the work. Lord Feng. Elder Su, what are your orders? Pass the order to all the craftsmen to stop building the city. Then, everyone will withdraw and return to the Great Zhao. Ah? Feng Jiao was shocked and hurriedly said, the city is about to be completed. If we stop now, won't all our previous efforts be wasted? If His Majesty blames us, this old man will take responsibility. Su Zhan directly interrupted him. Seeing his resolute expression, Feng Jiao did not know what to do. Although he took orders from the imperial court. However, it was clear that the elder of the imperial astronomer had the highest authority here. After hesitating for a long time, Feng Jiao gritted his teeth and nodded fiercely, okay, this official will listen to Elder Su. Immediately. He immediately ordered all the craftsmen to stop building the city. The official who received the order immediately came to inquire. Lord Feng, what happened? Why did you stop the construction for no reason? For these officials, the construction of the city was a top priority. If it failed, at best, they would lose their official rank. At worst, they might be beheaded. This matter concerned their future and lives. Even if Feng Jiao was their superior, they would not easily listen. Feng Jiao also understood their thoughts. Hearing this, after taking a deep breath, he said in a deep voice, this is the elder of the imperial astronomer's order. This official is also following orders. Don't worry, if there is a problem, the imperial astronomer will take responsibility. It won't fall on you. However, if you don't listen to the imperial astronomer's order, even if you have contributed to the construction of the city, you will not be able to bear the consequences if they report you. The imperial astronomer, hearing these 3 words, everyone's expression changed. If there was any organization in the imperial court that could not be offended, the imperial astronomer would definitely be at the top of the list. The imperial astronomer had a respected position and was directly subordinate to the emperor. Moreover, the imperial astronomer was also a gathering of the top experts of the imperial court. No matter who you offend, you can't offend the imperial astronomer. If the people from the imperial astronomer were to kill them, the emperor might not even blame them. Therefore, after Feng Jiao brought out the imperial astronomer's name, the others had nothing to say. On the other side, Su Zhan glanced in the direction of Feng Jiao, but his expression did not change. With his almighty realm, even the slightest movement around him could not be hidden from him. Feng Jiao used his name to give orders to others, but Su Zhan did not bother to pay attention to it. Anyway, in the eyes of many people, the imperial astronomer's reputation was not good. However, the people from the imperial astronomer had no intention of explaining this. They were the true top experts of the human race, and their role was to protect the entire human race. Reputation was not important. After receiving the orders from Feng Jiao and the imperial astronomer, the craftsmen who were building the city immediately stopped. These craftsmen did not understand why they had to stop the construction. Similarly, these craftsmen had no intention of asking. To them, it was fine as long as they followed the orders. The matters of the higher-ups were not something that they could interfere with. As the orders were issued, all the cities stopped work, and large groups of craftsmen were evacuated in an orderly manner. In order to build the 4 cities. This time, the imperial court had mobilized hundreds of thousands of craftsmen in order to complete the construction of all the cities within a year. However, now that Qin Shujian had taken action, these craftsmen were temporarily useless. As for whether the manpower and material resources that had been spent for so long were wasted, no one cared. For such a large imperial court, the consumption of manpower and material resources was not important at all. What was important was the materials consumed in the construction process this time, and whether the 4 cities were worthy of the name of the gateway of the eastern continent. On this day, many craftsmen evacuated. Qin Shujian wandered among the 4 cities alone. There's strength in numbers. It's only been half a year, and such a majestic city has been built to such an extent. It's really unexpected. This is nothing. In ancient times, the imperial city of the human race was tens of thousands of feet high, and it took the efforts of hundreds of millions of people to complete the construction in just a few months. That's true majesty. Even an ordinary human city is more than 1,000 feet high. The city in front of us is far inferior compared to the cities of the ancients. The god-slaying saber bar spirit's attributes exploded as he interrupted. To this, Qin Shujian did not intend to talk back to him. If he argued with a person who was full of arguments, the other party would make him doubt his life. After conversing with Godslayer for so long, Qin Shujian also discovered that this Zhu Bing actually had a strong attribute of a person who was full of arguments. Sometimes he could not help but wonder. Was the Godslayer brought to Heavenly Pattern Island randomly, or was it because the human race experts could not stand this person who was full of arguments, so what the eye did not see, the heart did not grieve over, however. Qin Shujian also understood that if he did not reply, the Godslayer would talk to himself enthusiastically. Therefore, after the other party finished speaking, he still replied, "Senior, you are very knowledgeable. This Qin admires you. It's SOSO. The glory of ancient times is not something you can imagine." "Senior, you are right." Qin Shujian replied indifferently. As for Fang Yilan and Su Zhan, they stayed in the city and did not go with him. Because the reason Qin Shujian gave was he wanted to walk alone to find inspiration for forging and did not want to be disturbed. After walking out of the 4 cities, Qin Shujian did not look back, but continued to walk forward. Soon, the void in front of him was violently distorted, and behind the void, there seemed to be a black river flowing. In addition to that, heaven and earth seemed to have turned into a line here, and the height of the sky and the ground was constantly being pulled closer. Heaven and earth restriction, Qin Shujian came here again. In the sea of consciousness, the Godslayer made a bewildered sound. Qin Shujian asked, "This is the heaven and earth restriction of the eastern continent?" Once this place is broken, it can be connected to the three continents. Senior, do you recognize the heaven and earth restriction? This is the first time I have seen such a heaven and earth restriction. It should be that after the rules were broken, it turned into a chaotic void turbulence, completely blocking this place. The Godslayer thought for a moment and said. Xianxia said strangely, the rules are broken? Could it be that the rules can be broken? Of course. The God-slaying saber used a tone that said, you are very ignorant, and then explained. There is nothing in heaven and earth that is eternal and indestructible. Some unparalleled experts speculated that even heaven and earth will come to an end one day. Heaven and earth are already like this. The rules are derived from heaven and earth, so it is naturally impossible for them to be eternal and indestructible. However, it is not easy to break the rules. Because the prerequisite for breaking the rules is to first master the rules, because only by mastering the rules and understanding the rules can one understand the flaws and weaknesses of the rules. Xianxia listened quietly to the Godslayer's words. This contrarian, no, this ancestral armament, was actually quite knowledgeable. Occasionally listening to a few words from the other party could sometimes be a great gain. After the Godslayer finished speaking, Xianxia said, Senior, do you mean that an immortal here actually broke the rules and formed such a restriction? To break the rules, one had to master the rules. Only immortals could master the rules. The Godslayer said, if you put it that way, there is no problem. However, there are many reasons for the formation of this heaven and earth restriction. One is that an immortal broke the existing ownerless rules of heaven and earth. This ownerless rule of heaven and earth has to withstand the apocalyptic divine thunder. The second is that an immortal fought here and one of them broke the rules. As for the last, an immortal broke his own rules and turned this place into a heaven and earth restriction. No matter which possibility it is, I can tell you clearly that an immortal must have fallen here, or perhaps more than one. Boom, the Godslayer's words made Xianxia's heart tremble violently. An immortal had fallen in the heaven and earth restriction. If the Godslayer had not mentioned this matter, he would never have known. However, if he did not know, then did the human emperor know? In Xianxia's opinion, perhaps the human emperor really did know about it. The Godslayer said, I don't feel any killing intent in these chaotic rules. If I'm not wrong, the last possibility is the most likely. In other words, the heaven and earth restriction here should be a form of protection. If you break the restriction here, you may face unpredictable danger. Protection, a protection formed by an immortal at the cost of his own life. Xianxia's expression changed repeatedly. The Godslayer's words made him realize that things were far more complicated than he had thought. Was the heaven and earth restriction formed to protect the human race, or to protect the eastern continent? What kind of danger could force an immortal to lay down such a heaven and earth restriction at the cost of his own life? Could there really be some terrible threat in the three continents? The human emperor insisted on opening the three continents. He might know the origin of the heaven and earth restriction, but he still insisted on doing so. He should also be confident in dealing with the three continents. But, does the human emperor really know? If the three continents are opened and an undefeatable enemy is attracted, how will the human race deal with it? Xianxia stood there and quietly looked at the heaven and earth restriction, his mind filled with thoughts. He did not expect to learn such important news just by coming over for a walk. Of course. Perhaps the Godslayer's guess was wrong. The first two possibilities might be the cause of the formation of the heaven and earth restriction. However, could the Godslayer be wrong? Xianxia shook his head slightly. The other party might be unreliable sometimes, but as Zhu Bing, he was definitely not short-sighted. Since the Godslayer said so, the truth might not be far from the truth. Thinking of this, Xianxia did not know if he should tell the human emperor. The other party might know that it was unnecessary for him to say it. But what if the other party did not know? After the heaven and earth restriction was broken, the eastern continent aggressively prepared to fight the three continents. In the end, dozens of immortals came and hung the eastern continent up to beat them. When that time came, that would be really awkward. However, Xianxia also knew that the probability of dozens of immortals was too small, but no one could be sure that there would not be more immortals in the other three continents. If there were, it would be a big problem. Qin Shujian suppressed the guess in his heart and looked at the black river behind the distorted void. Senior, is the Black River also part of the heaven and earth restriction? That's what I want to say. What do you mean? If the heaven and earth restriction is a protective mechanism, then the thing that truly protects the eastern continent is not the heaven and earth restriction. The Black River water behind is the key. The Godslayer's tone became more serious when he talked about the Black River. Qin Shujian looked at the Black River and did not feel any terrifying threat. He could not help but ask, what is the Black River? In ancient times, this river was called the Heavy River. Goose feathers couldn't float on the Heavy River, and birds couldn't cross it. Moreover, the river water was extremely poisonous. Even if an immortal entered it, his body would rot and melt completely. The Godslayer said in a low voice. The terror of the Qin River was well known. When the heavenly court was still around, there was a Qin River. It seemed that the Emperor of Heaven had found it from somewhere. Some immortals who had made a big mistake were all thrown into the Qin River to melt. Besides that, when the demon abyss attacked, many evil spirits were also buried in the Qin River. It was just that the heavenly court was destroyed, and the Godslayer did not know where the Qin River went. Now that he saw the Qin River here, he was shocked. Qin Shujian was already standing there in a daze. Goose feathers could not float, birds could not cross it, and it was highly poisonous. How was this a Qin River? It was clearly King Ruo Shui. This thing. Although Qin Shujian had not really seen it, but it was really well known. But he did not know what the Ruo Shui looked like. What Qin Shujian really knew was the characteristics of the Ruo Shui. Originally he thought that this world was different from the world he was familiar with. But now the appearance of the Ruo Shui made him somewhat suspicious. Maybe the Ruo Shui existed in every world, but not necessarily. Qin Shujian pondered in his heart. This was not impossible. Otherwise, why did he know that the name was Ruo Shui, but the Godslayer called it Qin River? But whether it was Ruo Shui or Qin River, this thing was not something that ordinary people could touch. Just as the Godslayer said. Even if an immortal entered the Ruo Shui, they would die. Thinking of the terror of the Ruo Shui, Qin Shujian asked, if the heaven and earth restriction is removed, will the Ruo Shui directly rush over? If it rushed over, he would have to think of a way out. Facing the Ruo Shui. Qin Shujian did not have the confidence to resist. Godslayer said, the Ruo Shui should not rush over. The broken rules formed a disorder in the void. If the heaven and earth restriction here is broken, the void will maintain a temporary collapse. The Qin River will converge into the endless void cracks when the void collapses, and will not affect here. P.S. This one came a little late because I ate crayfish midway. But it should not be a big problem. Anyway, you are all asleep, there is no update in the early morning. Let's talk about the rest of the day. Good night. If the three great continents are so strong, why don't they break the heaven and earth restriction? Qin Shujian asked the question in his heart. Even the human emperor was confident of breaking it. If the three great continents really forced an immortal to lay down the heaven and earth restriction at the cost of his own life. If the human emperor could break it, there was no reason why the three great continents couldn't. Godslayer said, if I'm not wrong, behind the heaven and earth restriction is the Qin River. The Qin River can run through the universe. Perhaps the three great continents you speak of are not facing the broken rules, but the Qin River. Even an immortal could not cross the Qin River. The heaven and earth restriction could not stop the experts of the three great continents, but the Qin River could. Godslayer said, the main purpose of the heaven and earth restriction is to stop the Qin River, and also to give you hope of breaking it. Perhaps that immortal also hoped that one day you could kill your way back. Godslayer's imagination was running wild. He did not know the exact truth, but his guess was right. And the more he guessed, the more Godslayer thought he was right. After all, this was the only way to explain the situation before them. Qin Shujian was silent. He looked gravely at the heaven and earth restriction and the weak water behind it. Perhaps the truth of the matter. It was just as the god-slaying saber had said. In the past, when the three great continents attacked the East Continent, the immortal of the East Continent could not resist. In the end, he paid the price and somehow got the Qin River. Then, he broke the rules and protected the East continent. But, there were some things that did not make sense. That was, how did the demons pass through the heaven and earth restriction and cross the Qin River? Qin Shujian said, what kind of strength is needed to break the heaven and earth restriction? At least nirvana. Godslayer thought for a moment and said, although the rules are broken, their power is not to be underestimated. A nirvana cultivator at his peak is no weaker than an immortal. A cultivator of this realm is at a critical point, and only then can he suppress the broken rules. Then, is it possible to cross the Qin River without breaking the restrictions of heaven and earth? Is there anything that can cross the Qin River? There is. Godslayer paused for a moment and said, the heavenly demon temple you mentioned is fine. Qin Shujian was shocked. The god-slaying saber said, passing through the natural restrictions is very simple. As long as one possesses an ancestral armament, one will be able to directly pass through them. As for crossing the profound river, it is a bit more difficult. Ordinary ancestral armaments will not be able to cross it. Only by using Zhu Bing's unparalleled defense as a ship could they resist the erosion of the sinking river. Otherwise, even if Zhu Bing could cross the river, cultivators might not be able to. Ancestral armaments have always been focused on killing. There are not many ancestral armaments that possess truly unparalleled defense. The Heavenly Monstrous Temple can be considered one of the few ancestral armaments. I truly do not understand what the monstrous beasts are thinking to actually consecrate such an ancestral armament. Zhu Bing should be the one killing the enemy. He made it look like a tortoise shell. What a disgrace. In the end, Godslayer could not help but complain. At this point, Qin Shujian finally understood why the demons were so confident that they could escape. It turned out that the main problem was the heavenly demon temple. He put himself in their shoes and thought about it. If Qin Shujian was a demon, he would definitely not leave after being forced to this extent by the human race. Instead, he would break the heaven and earth restriction spell and perish together with the East continent. However, the demons did not do that. The only reason was, the demons did not have the ability to break the heaven and earth restriction spell. When the demons were at their peak, they should be able to break the heaven and earth restriction spell. However, at that time, the demons did not intend to perish together with the human race. When they wanted to make a move now, they realized that they no longer had the ability to break the heaven and earth restriction spell. Therefore, they could only use the heavenly demon temple to take all the demons away. As for how the heavenly demon temple could carry so many demons, it was not hard to imagine. Even Dao artifacts could grow in size, let alone ancestral artifacts. After taking another look at the heaven and earth restriction spell, Qin Shujian turned around and left. He returned to the city. Qin Shujian found Su Zhan and said, Elder Su, did the human emperor say anything about the heaven and earth restriction spell? In response to his question, Su Zhan revealed a puzzled expression. No, he didn't. Did you discover something, Sect Master Qin? In my opinion, the heaven and earth restriction spell may be a means of self-protection. So that's what you're talking about, Sect Master Qin. His Majesty also mentioned it. Did Sect Master Qin discover it from inside? Su Zhan was suddenly enlightened. The human emperor had once mentioned this matter, but he had just mentioned it casually and no one had paid much attention to it. It didn't matter whether it was a protection mechanism or not. Since the human emperor was confident and dared to break it, there was no problem. They would just fight. After hearing Su Zhan's words, Qin Shujian understood that the human emperor should know the secret of the heaven and earth restriction spell, so he didn't think too much about it. The human emperor knew the function of the heaven and earth restriction spell and still dared to do so. There was nothing to say. If the sky collapsed, there would be someone tall to hold it up. Qin Shujian felt that he wasn't the tallest one and it wasn't up to him to make the decision. In the next 2 days, Qin Shujian also wandered around the various cities. As there were too many materials needed to build a city, even the imperial court couldn't transfer them over immediately. There needed to be a certain amount of time. During this period of time, Qin Shujian also went to the heaven and earth restriction spell many times to observe. Because the formation of the heaven and earth restriction spell was a broken law. After the law was broken, it had already become chaotic. However, if one were to comprehend it seriously, there might be some gains. I'm still at the stage of understanding the law and haven't really touched the law. The last time I summoned the Law River, it allowed me to break through from the 4th level of the Heaven-Human realm to the 5th level of the Heaven-Human realm. If I can summon the Law River again, I might be able to break through to the 6th level of the Heaven-Human realm. Xianxia realized that if he were to rely on himself to comprehend the law, it would be too slow. However, he wasn't in a hurry to deepen his understanding of the law. Because according to Xianxia's estimation, when his life source increased, it should be an overall increase. So, Xianxia's idea of comprehending the laws was just a small part of his plan. His main goal was to see if he could find anything left behind by that immortal. Senior, all cultivators who die by accident will return to heaven and earth. Are you sure that a mortal can leave behind a corpse? Nonsense, returning to heaven and earth is just a law given by heaven and earth. Immortal has already grasped the law, so how can he be assimilated by heaven and earth after death? At most, his power will leak out, but his immortal body will still remain, Godslayer said. When Xianxia heard that, he looked at the heaven and earth restriction spell, wanting to see something. Ever since he knew that a mortal would leave behind a corpse regardless of whether he died by accident or passed away, he paid attention to this matter. Not to mention Immortal's legacy. As long as he could get some of Immortal's blood essence, he would be able to soar after refining it. Such a good thing. Xianxia naturally wouldn't miss out on it. It was just that he didn't know how long the heaven and earth restriction spell had existed for, so he wasn't confident that he could find Immortal's corpse. Godslayer said, after Immortal dies, his power will gradually dissipate. Maybe he was washed away by the Chen River, or maybe he went to other places in the chaotic void. In my opinion, this heaven and earth restriction spell has existed for quite some time. The chances of you finding it are very small. No matter how small it is, it's still possible. How would I know if I don't look for it? Xianxia didn't comment and continued to wander around the heaven and earth restriction spell. Anyway, he had nothing to do now. He took this opportunity to look for it. Even if he couldn't find it, it wouldn't be a loss for him. If he found it, then he would make a fortune. Looking at the void turbulence in front of him, Xianxia suddenly said, Senior, can you protect me inside? I can in the void turbulence, but not in the Chen River. The god-slaying saber replied simply. Xianxia said, there's no need to enter the Chen River. Just walk around in the void turbulence. Then it's not a big problem. After receiving the Godslayer's affirmative answer, Xianxia took out a stone saber from his sea of consciousness. When his vital essence touched the stone saber, he suddenly felt as if there was a gap in his body, and his vital essence was madly flowing away. At the same time, a faint mysterious fluctuation spread out and enveloped Xianxia. For this, Xianxia didn't dare to hesitate and immediately stepped into the heaven and earth restriction spell. It was the first time he really used Zubing. He found that just borrowing a little power had consumed a lot of his vital essence. If he had just broken through to the celestial being level, he would have been sucked dry in less than a quarter of an hour. He entered the heaven and earth restriction spell. The surrounding void turbulence suddenly surged. At every moment, astral winds blew past. Although the astral winds looked gentle, they actually contained a terrifying amount of power. Xianxia saw with his own eyes that wherever the strong wind passed, the space was turned into powder. Such power. Even if a powerful person stepped into it, he would die. Xianxia originally planned to use the 13-grade golden lotus to see if it could resist the void turbulence. But after seeing this scene, he completely gave up the plan in his heart and decided to rely on the Godslayer. When he stepped into the heaven and earth restriction spell, Xianxia found that the Chen River, which originally seemed very close, was actually very far away from him. It was only because he was standing outside the heaven and earth restriction spell that he ignored the existence of space that he felt that the Chen River was very close. But now that he had entered the heaven and earth restriction spell and officially entered the void turbulence, he saw the real face. The god-slaying saber said, "Don't get within 100 miles of the sunken river. Otherwise, you might be swept into the sunken river. If you enter the sunken river, I won't be able to protect you. Don't blame others if you die. I understand. Qin Shujian replied. He was not prepared to die in the Chen River. The name of Ruo Shui was like thunder in his previous life. In this life, no matter whether it was called the Chen River or Ruo Shui, its essence would not change. Stepping on the void turbulence, Qin Shujian slowly moved forward. Although he had the Godslayer to protect him, he still had to pay attention to the occasional void crack that appeared. If he fell in, who knew where he would appear? From the outside, the heaven and earth restriction spell was not big. But when he walked in, Qin Shujian realized that it was actually very vast. However, in the void turbulence, there was nothing but nothingness. Qin Shujian walked for about half an hour, but he did not gain anything. Until now. The vital essence in his body had been consumed by a quarter. Godslayer said, "Kid, if you can't hold on, hurry up and go back. When you don't have enough vital essence, you won't be able to resist the void turbulence." Qin Shujian did not reply. He continued to walk forward, wanting to see something. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Shujian felt that his vital essence seemed to be a little insufficient. He immediately took out a few spirit stones from the storage ring, crushed them, and absorbed all the origin to replenish his consumed vital essence. The most important thing in the spirit stones was the last bit of origin. In terms of preciousness, that little bit of spirit chi origin contained more spirit chi than dozens of spirit stones. In addition to that, Qin Shujian still had more than 20 spirit stones in the storage ring. He had taken these spirit stones from the mystic realm before he left, just in case he needed them. After consuming a few spirit stones, the vital essence consumed by his physical body was completely replenished. Qin Shujian continued to walk forward. After an unknown amount of time had passed, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Looking ahead, it was full of void turbulence. But Qin Shujian could feel that the void turbulence here seemed to have calmed down a lot, and the void was filled with an invisible pressure. This pressure was very weak, but it gave people an extremely strong sense of oppression. Qin Shujian was tired of the uniformity of the void turbulence. At this time, there was such a change. Qin Shujian's expression suddenly brightened. Godslayer also exclaimed softly and said, "The remnant pressure of an immortal. Either an immortal once stayed here, or the immortal's body exists in front of us. I didn't expect you to find it." He never thought that Qin Shujian would be able to find the body of an immortal. But now, Godslayer was not sure. Because in his opinion, this was indeed the pressure of an immortal. Suddenly, Godslayer came up with another thought, a person of great providence. He had always thought that Qin Shujian might be the person favored by the providence of this era. Now it seemed to be the case. Qin Shujian was also excited. He continued to rely on Godslayer and walked forward in the void. His requirements were not high, and he did not want to get any powerful inheritance. Qin Shujian only hoped to get 1 or 2 drops of essence blood and then improve his strength. Even if he could not use it now, there would be a day when he could use it in the future. Star Sage's essence blood was so strong, but it was only at the Nirvana realm. Immortal's essence blood was at the Nirvana realm and reached another level. Godslayer did not say much about this matter. However, Qin Shujian was able to guess something. As he continued to go deeper, the pressure also became stronger and stronger. Originally, because the void turbulence was stable, the consumption was less. But now, facing this pressure, the consumption became even greater. That pressure, it made Qin Shujian's heart tremble. Immortal's pressure. Qin Shujian thought of this and could not help but ask, "Senior, are you sure that Immortal's combat power is at least 100,000, and at his peak, it's only about 500,000? Immortal was already dead. The rules were also broken. In other words, even if there was Immortal's body, it would only have a combat power of 100,000. But looking at this pressure now, Qin Shujian wanted to ask, was this really something that could be achieved with a combat power of 100,000? One had to know. Even though his combat power was close to 20,000, he could still feel the immense pressure coming from Qin Xiaobei's aura. If he really reached 100,000 combat power, was it possible to transform to this extent? Moreover, this was not the face of an immortal, it was just a remnant of the pressure. Godslayer said, of course. Although a mortal's minimum combat power is only 100,000, you have to know that the elites who can become immortal have already undergone a transformation and turned into an immortal body. That is an existence that completely transcends all races, a level of life above you. Immortal's combat power of 100,000 is not something that your celestial's combat power of 100,000 can compare to. When you really reach that level, you will naturally understand. No matter how much you say now, it's useless. After Godslayer said this, he did not say anything else. Immortal was not that simple. Otherwise, there would not only be a few hundred immortals in the ancient times. In Godslayer's opinion, only when Qin Shujian reached Celestial Realm 10 and had Zhu Bing's help would he have a chance to fight immortal. As for killing immortal, it was almost impossible. To be able to fight. And to be able to kill. The two were completely different concepts. Qin Shujian was shocked by immortal's strength, but the more it was so, the more excited he was. The stronger the opponent was. Then, if there was a corpse left, it would be more useful. After an unknown period of time. Along the way, Qin Shujian spent another 10 spirit stones before he finally arrived at a place. There. The void was chaotic, and the pressure had reached an extremely terrifying level. Even with Qin Shujian's strength, holding on for every moment was a great consumption. An hour later. Qin Shujian stopped in his tracks. It was not that he did not want to walk, but he really could not. Every step he took consumed a huge amount of true essence. Qin Shujian made a rough estimation. With his current true essence reserves, he would be exhausted after taking 10 steps at most. Once his true essence was exhausted, he would lose Godslayer's protection and his body would not be able to withstand the erosion of the void turbulence. At the same time, Qin Shujian also looked at the deepest part of the void turbulence. There seemed to be a blurry figure appearing. However, there was an endless void turbulence blocking it, making it difficult to see clearly. However, with just a glance, Qin Shujian felt a boundless pressure coming at him. Godslayer's tone became urgent as he said, "Kid, retreat quickly. There is indeed the corpse of an immortal here, but that immortal's strength is much more powerful than you think. You can't stay here for long. With your strength, even if you manage to reach there, you won't be able to touch this immortal. Retreat now and think of a way to come in the future." It was really an immortal, and it was not an ordinary immortal. That powerful aura made the god-slaying saber feel as if it was one of the top immortals in the heavenly courts in the past. But he was sure. This immortal's aura was extremely unfamiliar. In other words, this immortal was not an immortal of the heavenly courts, but a later expert who became an immortal and grew to an extremely terrifying level. Even if he had already died. However, that remaining stable pressure was still terrifying to the extreme. Without Godslayer saying anything, Qin Shujian had already retreated. If this continued, the true essence in his body would not be able to hold on. As for the spirit stones in the storage ring, he had to leave enough for himself to return the way he came. Qin Shujian was also shocked at this time, and he said involuntarily, "Senior, in your opinion, what is the strength of this immortal?" Strength is hard to say, but combat power is not something you can imagine. Godslayer's voice was extremely solemn as he said, "Immortal is just a general term for a realm. It doesn't mean that after breaking through to immortal, everyone is the same. In fact, there are differences between immortals. Obviously, this immortal has not just entered the immortal realm, but has cultivated to an extremely profound level. This strength is not as strong as the Emperor's, but it is definitely much more terrifying than the average immortal. With your current strength, even if this immortal has fallen, with a drop of blood, he can still suppress you. Before your combat power reaches 100,000, don't even think about coveting this immortal." As Godslayer spoke, Qin Shujian was already retreating. He took a deep look at the depths of the void turbulence, and could no longer see anything. But Qin Shujian understood. There was the corpse of an immortal, an extremely powerful immortal. This matter. Perhaps even the emperors did not know. In other words, the discovery here could very well be his own fortuitous encounter. 100,000 combat power, Qin Shujian silently muttered in his heart. His heart had already become firm. When he reached 100,000 combat power, he must enter here again. At this time, Godslayer said, and even if you reach 100,000 combat power, it is only a possibility. You may not be able to obtain this immortal's corpse. But if you can obtain this immortal's corpse, I can guarantee that the benefits will be beyond your imagination. Senior, what level of physical strength is needed to withstand the void turbulence? Xianxia asked. If his physical body could withstand it, he would not have to go through the trouble of borrowing Zhu Bing's help. Withstanding it with his physical body, it would not consume any ethereal force, and there was no possibility of not being able to withstand it. Godslayer said, when you can use your physical strength to withstand the 9-seal Dao instrument, you will have the capital to cross the void turbulence. Or when you become an immortal and transform into an immortal body, you will be able to do this. An immortal body is invulnerable to all spells. A mere void turbulence can be easily suppressed. Invulnerable to all spells? Qin Shujian thought of his Guiyuan ancestral codex, which had a special property of invulnerability. But obviously, invulnerability was at least one level lower than invulnerability. At the very least, Qin Shujian didn't feel that his current physical body could withstand the turbulence of the void. He silently memorized the location of the immortal's corpse. Qin Shujian immediately rushed back. Originally, he had only planned to go around a few times, but now, he did not know how much time he had spent. If he took too long and stood up the two elders of the imperial astronomer, then it would be difficult to explain. Also, Qin Shujian did not want a second person to know about the secret of the heaven and earth seal. The immortal's corpse. He was not prepared to share it with anyone else. It was his own opportunity. When there were only 3 spiritual stones left in the storage ring, Qin Shujian had returned to the place where he first entered the void turbulence. Immediately, he took a step forward. P.S. Support the original version, Jidian Chinese networks. I am upright. He came out of the void turbulence. Qin Shujian returned to the place where he had entered. Immediately after, he looked at the sky and found that not much time had passed. The Godslayer said, the void turbulence is different from other places. Even time is chaotic there. You seem to have been in there for a long time, but in fact, not much time has passed. After all, with your current realm, even if you walk normally, you can cross thousands of mountains and rivers in 2 hours. The void turbulence may be vast, but it's not truly boundless. The current Godslayer was no different from the roundworm in Qin Shujian's stomach. What was Qin Shujian thinking? He could basically know everything. Qin Shujian said, Senior, how likely do you think it is for others to find that immortal's body? It's unlikely. The Godslayer thought for a moment and said, although immortal's body is there, judging from the current situation of the human clan in the East Continent, no one should be able to cross the void with their physical body. As for using Zhu Bing to enter there, it will consume a lot of vital essence. No one may be willing to explore it. After all, the risk in the void turbulence is too great. Even Nirvana realm experts can't do it? Unless they focus on tempering their physical bodies, they can't. Hearing this, Qin Shujian felt a lot more at ease. If he remembered correctly, Zhu Bing of the Great Zhao dynasty was still suppressing the demon abyss. In fact, the human emperor did not have Zhu Bing with him. Otherwise, he would not have used Marquis Bayun's Zhu Bing to deal with the demon clan. In this way, the possibility of the human emperor entering the depths of the void turbulence was not high. The only person who could enter was Marquis Bayun. And there seemed to be no reason for Marquis Bayun to enter the restriction of heaven and earth to explore. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian thought of another thing and said, if we break the restriction of heaven and earth, will it affect immortal's body and make him appear in advance? Impossible. Godslayer simply denied it. In my opinion, if you want to break the heaven and earth restriction, you just need to open a hole and create a stable passage. If you want to flatten the entire heaven and earth restriction, unless you're an immortal, even a Nirvana cultivator working with Zhu Bing wouldn't be able to do this. Unless, that Nirvana realm expert paid the price of his life to activate Zhu Bing's full power, only then would it be possible to suppress the entire space turbulence. After all, the reason for the formation of the void turbulence is because of the shattering of the natural order. With the shattering of the natural order, even immortals can wipe it out. Hearing this, Qin Shujian was completely relieved. As long as there were no problems, he was not prepared to share this opportunity with others. It would be awkward if other people found out. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian didn't say anything. Not long after, Su Zhan had already flown over and landed beside him. Sect Master Qin, have you gained anything from observing the restrictions of heaven and earth during this period of time? Fragmented laws are too difficult to comprehend. I didn't gain much. Qin Shujian shook his head and sighed. Su Zhan smiled and said, comprehending the natural order requires a gradual cycle. Sect Master Qin has reached the Saint Realm at such a young age. Your achievement is already unprecedented. Throughout the tens of thousands of years, no one can surpass you. In my opinion, Sect Master Qin, you don't have to worry. It won't be long before you can break through to the 7th level of the celestial being. He was really optimistic about Qin Shujian now. With his potential, a mighty figure would definitely not be able to stop him. Moreover, in Su Zhan's opinion, Qin Shujian might be able to reach the limit of the 10th level of the celestial being. Although there were mighty figures in the world. However, no one other than the Renhuang could truly reach this step. Thank you for your kind words. Qin Shujian smiled and cupped his hands. Then he looked at Su Zhan's expression and asked, Pavilion Master Su, are you here because the Imperial Court has sent the materials over? Yes. Well, we've been delayed for so long. Let's hurry up. Qin Shujian nodded. Calculating the time, it was less than 3 months. With his forging skills, he also needed to race against time. Then, the two left the heaven and earth restriction. On the other side, Su Zhan met Qin Shujian and Fang Yilan. When Qin Shujian arrived, Fang Yilan gave him several storage rings. There are things you need inside. In order to collect these things, the Imperial Court has spent a lot of effort. Although I know I shouldn't talk too much, I still hope that Sect Master Qin can do his best. It's best if you don't fail. I'll do my best. This old one thanks you. Fang Yilan bowed slightly to express her gratitude. Qin Shujian did not stop her. He took the storage rings and dispelled the master recognition mark on them with his divine sense. Soon, everything in the 5 storage rings appeared in his perception. They were all level 9 materials. And all of them were mainly ores, which could be regarded as excellent materials for casting a city. In addition to these, there were 100 spirit stones placed there. Qin Shujian consciously transferred the 100 spirit stones into his storage ring. He only brought a few spirit stones with him this time. In the end, he went through the void turbulence and almost used them up. Now he could get a little replenishment. After putting everything away, Qin Shujian said, I will start to cast a city tomorrow. 2 pavilion elders, please protect me and don't let anyone disturb me. Sect Master Qin, do you need my help? Su Zhan asked. He still wanted to be an assistant. Qin Shujian shook his head and said, my forging method is only suitable for one person. Pavilion Elder Su and I have different paths. If we want to work together, the possibility of failure is higher. So Pavilion Elder Su might as well hold the fort. If I can't hold on, Pavilion Elder Su can help. He didn't refuse completely. No one was sure if he would need help when the time comes. If he said too much at this time, it would be awkward when the time comes. Hearing this, Su Zhan was a little disappointed, but he didn't show it on his face. He said, since Sect Master Qin has decided, I have no objection. As for Fang Yilan, she also nodded in agreement. But just as Qin Shujian was about to leave, Fang Yilan took out a jade box from her storage ring. Sect Master Qin said that you need the blood essence of an expert. The jade box contains what you need. This is, Qin Shujian reached out and took the jade box. He could clearly feel that there was a violent force surging in the jade box, as if it wanted to struggle out. But the jade box's grade was not low, and there was a sealing method. So any impact of the force could not do anything to the jade box. Fang Yilan said lightly, in the jade box, there is a drop of Demon Emperor's blood essence. Demon Emperor's blood essence. Qin Shujian's pupils shrank slightly. The Demon Emperor mentioned by Fang Yalan couldn't be the ancient Demon Emperor. In other words, the Demon Emperor's blood essence in the jade box was the Demon Emperor from more than 6,000 years ago. Was the Demon Emperor from more than 6,000 years ago strong? There was no doubt that he must be extremely strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to lead the demon clan to retreat into the endless mountains after being defeated by the human emperor. But at the same time, this Demon Emperor was also very weak. Because compared to the ancient Demon Emperor, this Demon Emperor was at most in the Nirvana realm, or even the 10th level of the celestial being. In Qin Shujian's opinion, the human emperor might have only succeeded in breaking through to the Nirvana realm in the last few thousand years. In this way, to be able to be defeated by the human emperor from more than 6,000 years ago, the Demon Emperor couldn't be a Nirvana realm expert. The biggest possibility was the 10th level of the celestial being realm. Maybe not even the 10th level of the celestial being realm. But no matter what, the blood essence of such an expert was naturally extraordinary. Although it couldn't be compared to the Nirvana realm blood essence of Star Sage, it was still the blood essence of an extremely powerful existence. Then, Fang Yalan took out the same 3 jade boxes. In each jade box, there is a drop of the Demon Emperor's blood essence. In the past, when His Majesty defeated the Demon Emperor, he only obtained a few drops of the other party's blood essence. Qin Shujian finally understood why the Demon Emperor died. Not only did he lose to the human emperor, but even his blood essence was beaten out by him. What was blood essence? That was the origin of a living being's body. Even the most powerful cultivator had a limited amount of blood essence in his body. Once the blood essence was exhausted, he would definitely die. Although it was just a few drops of blood essence. Perhaps more than half of the blood essence in the Demon Emperor's body had been sucked out. In this way, it was difficult for the Demon Emperor to not die. However, whether the Demon Emperor died or not had nothing to do with him. In Qin Shujian's opinion, the other party's blood essence was a good thing. If he could swallow it, it could also increase his strength by a lot. However, Qin Shujian only thought about it and didn't really do it. It wasn't good to take advantage of his own people. To a certain extent, Yuan sect and the imperial court could be considered allies. The next day, the 2 elders left the city and stood guard in the void. Qin Shujian walked in front of a city and used the law embodiment of heaven and earth. It was as if he was rebuilding Cold Mountain City. His vital essence turned into a sea of fire and swallowed the city in front of him. Seeing this scene, the 2 elders didn't speak. They only communicated with each other through divine sense. Sect Master Qin's method of transforming his physical body doesn't seem to be the usual method of a heavenly human cultivator. It's more like an unfathomable martial art. Suzhan, can you see anything? Suzhan looked angry. Then, he suppressed his anger and said through divine sense, "If you call me Suzhan again, I won't let you off." Then, he looked serious again and said, "If I'm not wrong, Sect Master Qin should be using the law embodiment of heaven and earth of the Heavenly Corpse sect. It's an extremely profound martial art. I've talked with Jiang Feng before. The law embodiment of heaven and earth is a martial art passed down from ancient times. If it can be cultivated to the great completion realm, its power will reach an extremely terrifying level." At this point, Suzhan paused and then said, "I've seen Jiang Feng use this martial art before, but it definitely didn't reach Sect Master Qin's level." In his heart, he was also very emotional. It had only been a few years since Qin Shujian destroyed the Heavenly Corpse sect. In just a few years, after the other party obtained the law embodiment of heaven and earth, he had already cultivated it to an extremely profound level. Such a talent. It had to be said that it was extremely shocking. At this time, Qin Shujian was melting the city with all his strength. Compared to Cold Mountain City, the city in front of him was melting more easily. In just 2 or 3 hours, the city had already melted. Qin Shujian methodically threw in the corresponding materials and then used the vital essence sledgehammer to constantly hammer it. With the first experience, the second time, he was more confident. Bang, bang, an earth-shattering sound, as the vital essence sledgehammer fell, resounded in the endless mountain range. At the same time, a vision that covered the sky also appeared. Su Zhan stared at the vision in the sky. After a long time, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seems that his forging technique has really reached an extraordinary level. Every time he forged, a vision of heaven and earth will appear. When ordinary forging masters forged spiritual weapons, there would not be a vision of heaven and earth every time. On the contrary, for a vision of heaven and earth to appear, there were too many factors. For any forging master, as long as a vision of heaven and earth appeared once in a lifetime, it was enough to brag about for a lifetime. Just like Qin Shujian. There was only one explanation for the appearance of two heaven and earth anomalies after 2 rounds of forging. The other party's forging technique had reached an extraordinary level and was already compatible with the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, every time he forged, a vision of heaven and earth would appear to celebrate. When he saw the vision of heaven and earth, Su Zhan heaved a sigh of relief. If there were no accidents, this forging would be a success. Because when a vision of heaven and earth appeared, unless someone interfered or the forging master could not persevere, there was absolutely no possibility of failure. Su Zhan's heart was now very calm. What he had to do was to be vigilant of the surrounding environment to prevent anyone from coming to disturb him. Fan Yilan looked at Qin Shujian with shock in her eyes. She did not know how to forge one. But she could understand what the vision of heaven and earth meant. At this moment, Qin Shujian was completely focused on refining the city. He removed all the impurities from the materials so that it could reach a perfect state. Only the materials were perfect. Only then could there be hope of forging a top spiritual weapon. This was an inevitable process. Time passed by little by little. The forging process was carried out slowly. At this moment, any monster that dared to come within 10,000 miles of Qin Shujian was all killed by the 2 of them. In the endless mountain range, a group of players was hiding. Compared to a few months ago, Wang Renbin now seemed to have adapted to such a life. After staying in the mountains for a few months, he was no different from a savage. During this period of time, in the endless mountain range, there were no imperial court people chasing after them. Instead, there were a large number of monsters for them to hunt. Over and over again. Not only did the level of the players in this team not decrease, but it also increased. Wang Renbin sat on a big rock and looked at the others. According to the news, in 2 or 3 months, the heaven and earth restriction will be opened. The imperial court is now sending people to build a city there. If we want to sneak in, it should be time for the 2 sides to fight. When my cultivation is high in the future, I will definitely make a big fuss. Someone spat on the ground and said hatefully. Hearing that, the others did not say anything. Only a player said, "What's young Master Wang's plan?" The Wang family has already made arrangements. When the time comes, there will be experts to cover us. But before that, our realm can't be too low. The spirit martial realm is the most basic requirement. If we are lower than this realm, the chance of escaping in the chaos is too slim. Wang Renbin said calmly. This time, he left the eastern continent not only to avoid being hunted, but also because the Wang family planned to leave the eastern continent and go to the other 3 continents to take root. According to the Wang family's understanding in the real world, the players in the real world only entered the eastern continent. In other words, there were no players in the other 3 continents. Without players, it meant that the 3 continents were much less competitive. If the Wang family could go there first, they might be able to take advantage of the situation. At that time, the Wang family's power would spread across the 4 continents. In the real world, they would be able to cultivate enough experts. Now that cultivation was popular, only strength had the right to speak. As for the other things, they were all empty. The Wang family was not weak now, but to say that no one could compete with them, they were still far from it. So, after the news of the 3 continents spread out, the Wang family had the intention to enter the other 3 continents. After all, a place without any players had unimaginable resources. Even if they were a few days faster than others, they could leave them behind. So, entering the 3 continents, one was to let Wang Renbin avoid being hunted by the imperial court, and 2 was to take the opportunity to go to the other 3 continents and develop their forces. This plan. The Wang family did not announce it to the public. Wang Renben also understood in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. He looked at his cultivation method experience bar. Wang Renben was a little relieved. Now the cultivation method experience bar of the Jinwu chapter was almost full. If he killed dozens of real martial realm beasts, he should be able to break through to the spiritual martial realm. Once he broke through, he would be on par with the top players at this stage. Because after breaking through to the spiritual martial realm, the required experience had been greatly increased. According to the information provided by the Wan family, the experience from the first level of the spiritual martial realm to the second level of the spiritual martial realm was 3 times more than that from the first level of the real martial realm to the 10th level of the real martial realm. It was because of so many experience points. As a result, the current players were all stuck in the spiritual martial realm. There were very few who really stepped into the 4th level of the spiritual martial realm. Thinking of this, Wang Renben said, "You all report your current level and how much experience you have left to level up." After that, a player looked at his own attributes and said first, 9th level of the real martial realm, 3% to level up. 8th level of the real martial realm, 10% to level up. 10th level of the real martial realm, 7% to level up. 10th level of the real martial realm, 53% to level up. 8th level of the real martial realm, 15% to level up. 9th level of the real martial realm, all the players reported their levels. Hundreds of people, no one was lower than the 8th level of the real martial realm. Wang Renben estimated and said, 10 players of the physical invulnerability realm, as long as they are careful, it should not be a big problem to kill the beasts in the first 3 levels of the spiritual martial realm. After that, he looked at the number of players in his team, which could be divided into 10 teams. Now there is not much time left. Let's take the 10th level of the real martial realm as the team and hunt the beasts in the spiritual martial realm. It's best to focus on the spiritual god. Don't touch the beasts above the flight realm for the time being. Wang Renben said calmly. The lowest level of the flight realm beasts was the 4th level of the celestial being. It would be very awkward if they encountered one that could fly. The spiritual martial realm was divided into 3 stages. Only reaching the flight realm could cause a qualitative change. Before reaching the flight realm, it was not so difficult to attack the beasts in the spiritual god realm. The other players also nodded in agreement. With 100 people fighting the beasts together, the experience gained by splitting up was too little, and the resources could not be maximized. If they split up, the efficiency could be improved a lot. Especially during this period. The imperial court did not send many people into the Xianxia mountains to hunt them down. They did not need to stay in groups anymore. Splitting up would make their growth faster. Boom! At this time, a sound echoed in the world, coming from the depths of the Xianxia mountains. Many people's hearts trembled. A player said, "What is that sound?" "I don't know. It's strange." The other players also looked confused. When Xianxia built Cold Mountain City last time, there were no players to observe. In addition, Wang Renben and the others had been hiding in the Xianxia mountains. Although they knew about the outside world, it was only one-sided and did not go too deep. Now, the sound coming from the depths of the Xianxia mountains was so strange to these people. Could it be that there is an opportunity for the strong in the Xianxia mountains? A player said in surprise and doubt. Wang Renben stood up and looked in the direction of the source of the sound. His face was also very solemn. This sound seemed to echo in the world and directly hit people's minds. Not to mention anything else. Just by hearing this sound, Wang Renben felt that his realm seemed to have loosened a little. When he looked at the progress bar of the cultivation method, he did not know when it had advanced by 1%. It was just that when the cultivation method advanced by 1%, when he listened to this sound again, the effect was much weaker. Suddenly, Wang Renben's face changed and said, "Let's go. Everyone, let's go check out the situation together." He had a hunch. There might be a big opportunity this time. Although he also sensed a trace of danger in the dark. However, danger was also accompanied by opportunity. This sound was far away. Hearing it could improve one's strength. If he could listen to it at a close distance, wouldn't he be able to break through on the spot, not to mention anything else? Just the point of breaking through the realm was enough to make people excited. Not to mention, there might be other opportunities in it. Therefore, Wang Renben already had plans to get this opportunity in his hands. If he really succeeded, then, the pain of hiding in the Xianxia mountains for half a year would be completely compensated. Hearing this, the others did not object because many people also noticed the changes in their bodies. A player licked his mouth and said excitedly, "Listening to the sound can improve one's cultivation. If we listen to it at a close distance for 8 to 10 days, maybe we can all enter the spirit martial realm, and it's not as simple as the first level." That's true, but this sound is so loud that it might attract other people. Don't care, just be careful. The players in the team could not hold back the excitement in their hearts. Suddenly, led by Wang Renben, hundreds of players went in the direction of the sound. Not only Wang Renben. Even the other people who entered the endless mountains were attracted by the sound and then went in the direction of the sound. At this time, Xianxia was still forging. The sky was already covered with thunderclouds, as if something was brewing. Su Zhan and Fang Yilan looked solemn, both paying attention to Xianxia's movements. They were also alert to the changes around them. Although in their opinion, no one dared to disturb Xianxia now. However, there was no guarantee that there would be an unexpected accident. All of a sudden, Su Zhan tilted his head and looked in a certain direction. In his perception, there were many people coming this way. Not long after, in his sight, a group of hundreds of figures appeared. Su Zhan saw them, but they couldn't see Su Zhan. Variant humans? After seeing Wang Renben and the others, Su Zhan raised his eyebrows slightly. The people in this world, as long as they encountered players, would instinctively distinguish them. At first glance, Su Zhan recognized the identity of Wang Renben and the others. When he took a second look, the corners of his mouth curled into an inexplicable smile. TSK, not only are they variant humans, but also wanted criminals. Almost everyone in the Imperial Court knew the list of people who were wanted by the Imperial Court. Although Su Zhan didn't pay attention to this time, he had glanced at it. With the ability of a powerful person to remember everything, this glance was enough to engrave Wang Renben's appearance deeply in his mind. It was fine if he couldn't see it usually. But as long as he saw it, he would be able to recognize the other party. Wang Renben and the others. At this time, they didn't know that they had been discovered by Su Zhan. "Young Master Wang, the surroundings are too quiet." "Yes, we have been walking for so long, but we haven't even seen a single beast. It's a bit unusual," several players whispered. Hearing that, many people's faces showed a dignified look. To be able to wander in the endless mountains for half a year, everyone would have a strong sense of vigilance. Or else, they wouldn't have lived until now, and it was impossible for them to have such a high realm. Wang Renben frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Send a few people to explore the surrounding situation. The others continue to follow me." He also sensed that something was wrong. However, the deeper he went, the clearer the sound became. It even gave Wang Renben the urge to break through on the spot. In the face of such an opportunity, no one could remain calm. For Wang Renben, nothing was more important than one's own realm. Even if it was a little risky, as long as he could obtain this opportunity, he would have the capital to leave other players behind in the future. Then, the players dispersed. The others also calmed down a little. If there were people guarding the surroundings, then if there was a problem, someone would definitely send an alarm. In this way, he could also foresee many troubles ahead of time. Subsequently, the group continued to move forward. The sound of the hammering had already reached a deafening level. Everyone felt the qi and blood in their bodies boiling. Their cultivation techniques seemed to be circulating involuntarily along with the frequency of the hammering. "Oh no, I'm going to break through." A player at the 8th stage of the true martial realm shouted loudly. Then, the others had no choice but to stop. "I'm going to break through too. I'm going to break through too." Then, a few more players yelled. They were all people who had reached the fulfillment of their current realm. Now hearing the hammering sound, unconsciously, their cultivation technique experience bar had been full. On the other side, Wang Renben also found that his experience bar was full. For this, he had to stop for a while and break through his current realm on the spot. His cultivation technique experience bar was full. However, if he wanted to break through his realm, he still needed to run his cultivation technique to succeed. Or else, the subsequent experience points would exceed the full state and continue to stack on his current realm. Boom, a breath that was neither strong nor weak broke out. A player jumped up with a smile on his face. The 9th stage of the true martial realm, just listening to the hammering sound had saved him half a month's time. Such a good thing was hard to come by. After the first player succeeded in breaking through, a few more players broke through one after another. In the end, Wang Renben also stood up from the ground with a faint smile on his face. Spiritual martial realm. Just now, he successfully broke through into the spiritual martial realm. As the first batch of players to enter the game, Wang Renben's level should have been at the top. It was a pity. Since he entered the game and met the master of Liang Mountain Village, he had been killed several times in a row, causing his realm to stagnate. Compared to the others, he had already fallen behind. Now that he had broken through to the spiritual martial realm, he had finally caught up to the first echelon. A player was eager to give it a try and said, "Young Master Wang, should we stay for a while and wait for the other brothers to break through and then go together?" Wang Renben glanced at the others and finally shook his head and said, "No, it's too big now. There might be other people going over. We have to race against time. There will be a chance to break through at any time. Maybe if we get that opportunity, we can all break through to a higher realm." The more he understood the importance of the opportunity, the more he was not prepared to wait. After holding it in for so long, Wang Renben felt that his luck was about to change. Hearing that, the rest of the players did not object. It was also at this time. Suddenly, a player said, "Strange, why is the sky dark?" These words directly woke Wang Renben up. It was unknown when the sun in the sky had disappeared and was replaced by darkness. "Everyone, be alert." Wang Renben did not understand the situation, but instinctively he sensed danger. However, not waiting for him to finish, he felt a terrifying pressure fall, and then, Wang Renben completely lost consciousness. On the other side, Su Zhan slowly withdrew his palm, shook his head and laughed. "You still want to break through? I'm afraid you've lost your mind. It's a pity that the Inhumans are immortal. If we don't kill these traitors, how can we dispel the hatred in our hearts?" As early as when Wang Renben appeared, Su Zhan had already noticed them. The reason why he didn't make a move was because he wanted to see what these Inhumans wanted to do. After hearing the conversation between the Inhumans and seeing several Inhumans break through, Su Zhan understood what these people were thinking. To this, Su Zhan had no intention of listening anymore. No matter how much he broke through, it was the same. In front of the supreme expert, the spiritual martial realm was an ant. With a palm strike, Wang Renben and the others were all killed. There was only a large pit left on the ground, as well as some dropped equipment. Other than that, there was nothing else. After killing the Inhumans, Su Zhan stared at them with his tiger eyes. His spiritual will spread out like a tide, and he said in an intimidating voice, "The Imperial Astronomer is working, no one is allowed to approach, otherwise, kill without mercy." Some people who were originally walking over, after hearing these words, they all stopped in their tracks. Imperial Astronomer, these 3 words had an unparalleled deterrent power. A peak spiritual martial realm cultivator looked in the direction of the voice with a shocked expression. "Imperial Astronomer, why is there someone from the Imperial Astronomer here?" He couldn't afford to offend the Imperial Astronomer, nor could he afford to offend the power behind him. That cultivator struggled for a long time before finally choosing to retreat. It was very obvious. He couldn't afford to offend the Imperial Astronomer. As for whether or not someone was pretending to be the Imperial Astronomer, this cultivator didn't doubt it at all. Because soon, news would spread that there was an expert from the Imperial Astronomer in the Endless Mountain Range. If this news was false, then naturally, someone would come to clean it up. But if the news was true, At this time, whoever went over would be courting death. Su Zhan's words intimidated everyone. In the Great Zhao, the imperial astronomer's name was only slightly inferior to the human emperor's. Other than this, no one else could compare to it. Even if it was the name of Yuanzong, it wasn't as effective as the imperial astronomer. This was because the experts in the imperial astronomer were the top experts of the human race. They even had experts at the almighty level. Yuanzong was powerful, including Qin Shujian. But Qin Shujian was only a sage expert and was much weaker than the almighty. To this world, strength was always the most important thing. The reason why the imperial astronomer was so awesome was that they were stronger than 99.9% of the other powers. On the other side, a white light flashed. Wang Renben and the others were all confused and didn't know what had happened. When they saw the system log, their expressions finally changed. You were killed by Su Zhan. Who was Su Zhan? No one knew. But there was one thing they knew. Just now, hundreds of them had been killed by an expert who hadn't shown himself. Until the moment of death, they didn't seem to realize it. This kind of strength was enough to make people tremble in fear. Su Zhan. Wang Renbin's face was as black as ink. The joy of breaking through to the spiritual martial realm had long flown away. He thought that he had finally broken through, but was directly beaten back to the original level. No. This was worse than being beaten back to the original level. Previously, he was only a few % of experience points away from the spiritual martial realm. Now, after this resurrection, he was directly back to the beginning of the 10th level of the martial realm. In other words, the hard work of leveling up in the first 1 or 2 months was all in vain. He went for wool and came home shorn. This made Wang Renben a little breathless. If he was the only one resurrected, it would be fine. But this time, the whole team was resurrected. In other words, they had been wiped out. After being besieged by the imperial court so many times, they had never been wiped out. But this time, they were defeated by others. A player looked gloomy and said, "What should we do now?" Silence. Dead silence. No one answered this question. The loss of a collective level was really too great. Wang Renben took a deep breath and calmed down his turbulent emotions. He said, "Follow the original plan, but we can't stay in this area. We have to change to another area. I suspect that the person who attacked just now is an expert from the imperial court." He couldn't help but doubt it. If it was not an expert from the imperial court, who would kill all of them directly without even showing his face, such a deep hatred. Unless he dug up the ancestral grave, it would be a great crime of rebellion. In Wang Renbin's view, the so-called opportunity could be abandoned. It might be a trap. It was okay to fall in one place once, but he was determined not to fall for the second time. So, Wang Renben decisively chose to fall in another place. 7 days passed. With Fang Yilan and Su Zhan guarding here, no cultivator could approach here. Occasionally, some cultivators who didn't listen to the advice and wanted to approach without permission were killed by the two of them. As the cabinet elder of the imperial astronomer, how could the two of them be so soft-hearted, in terms of killing decisively? They were no worse than others. Every expert who was able to reach this stage had their hands stained with blood. Killing. That couldn't be more common. Qin Shujian was now wholeheartedly casting spiritual weapons. At this time, the outline of a majestic city had already appeared. Although it hadn't completely taken shape, the aura that suppressed everything had already been emitted from it. In the sky, purple clouds pressed down. The originally black tribulation clouds were directly dyed purple after gathering a large amount of lightning. In 1,000 miles, there was no distinction between day and night. The purple light was like a vision of heaven and earth, illuminating this part of the world. All the monsters who felt the fearful heavenly might were all scared to the ground or hiding in their own caves, not daring to show their heads easily. There were also some braver ones. They simply stayed away from here and didn't dare to come any closer. Qin Shujian held the vital essence hammer in his hand, and the star acupoints in his body were shining brightly. An unknown amount of time passed. The thunder tribulation in the sky was about to fall. Qin Shujian took out the jade box and then crushed it with his bare hands. A drop of golden blood appeared, and in an instant, it erupted with terrifying power. Roar! A huge phantom of a bull demon stood proudly in the sky. The bull demon's body seemed to be made of black iron, and its pair of giant horns seemed to be able to pierce the sky. Its eyes stared in the direction of the central province, and it let out an angry roar. Shi! Ing! Tian! The angry roar was full of unwillingness. Seeing the bull demon appear, Fang Yilan and Su Zhan both looked dignified. Although they knew that this was just a remnant of the Demon Emperor's blood essence, and it wasn't the real Demon Emperor at all. However, that aura of looking down on the world was still intimidating. Noisy! Qin Shujian shouted angrily, and directly punched out, causing the bull demon in the sky to almost collapse. Then he punched out 2 more times, and forcibly suppressed the blood essence. If the Demon Emperor was reborn, Qin Shujian wasn't sure that he could suppress it. But how could a drop of blood essence be able to turn the tables in front of him? Qin Shujian could even refine the blood essence of a star sage. No matter how strong the blood essence of a Demon Emperor was, how could it be stronger than a star sage? But even so, when Qin Shujian suppressed the Demon Emperor's blood essence, he was also a little surprised by the Demon Emperor's strength. After so many years, this drop of blood essence still had such power. If he guessed correctly, the Demon Emperor should be an expert at the limit of the heavenly human realm when he was in his prime. But Qin Shujian didn't think too much about it. It didn't matter if it was or not. For him, it wasn't that important. After suppressing the Demon Emperor's blood essence, Qin Shujian directly integrated the blood essence into the city. Boom! The city integrated with the Demon Emperor's blood essence, and suddenly there was a terrible fluctuation. At the same time, the thunderclouds in the sky that had been brewing for a long time finally showed some movement. Crack, the void collapsed, and the purple thunder turned into a thunder dragon, and pounced on the city with its teeth and claws. Wherever it passed, the space was destroyed inch by inch. It was obviously a spiritual weapon, but the power of the thunder tribulation was much stronger than that of an ordinary Dao weapon. Su Zhan watched the scene in front of him without blinking. Especially when Qin Shujian suppressed the Demon Emperor's blood essence with 3 punches, he was even more shocked. Originally, Su Zhan thought that Qin Shujian's strength was not enough to suppress the Demon Emperor's blood essence, and he was ready to help. In the end, 3 punches. With just 3 punches, Qin Shujian suppressed the Demon Emperor's blood essence, and the remnant thoughts were directly destroyed. The strength that he showed was not as simple as a saint. The others didn't know how strong the Demon Emperor was. As an elder of the Imperial Astronomer, how could he not know? The Demon Emperor's strength in his prime had reached the limit of the heavenly human realm, and even a drop of blood essence could suppress an ordinary almighty. Qin Shujian could suppress the Demon Emperor's blood essence with 3 punches, which indirectly proved that his strength was more terrifying than an ordinary almighty. Before Su Zhan could think too much, the thunder tribulation had already fallen. The spiritual weapon's tribulation was the last step. If it passed, it would be a success. If it was destroyed in the thunder tribulation, it would be a failure. Even in Su Zhan's opinion, Qin Shujian had almost no chance of failure. But when it really came to this step, he couldn't help but be a little worried. Boom! The thunder tribulation fell one after another. Qin Shujian waved the sledgehammer crazily and hit the city, helping the spiritual weapon to absorb the power of the thunder tribulation. The spiritual weapon was powerful. The biggest factor was the last tribulation. The tribulation. In fact, it was a test of heaven and earth for the spiritual weapon. Every time the thunder tribulation struck, it could die the spiritual weapon with a bit of thunder power, and if this power was converted by the spiritual weapon, it could increase the power of the spiritual weapon. A top forger. At this time, the spiritual weapon could absorb the power of the thunder tribulation and maximize it. In this way, even if 2 spiritual weapons were of the same level, there would be a difference in level. At this moment, after integrating the Demon Emperor's blood essence, the city had reached the level of a top spiritual weapon. There were also differences in strength among the top spiritual weapons. What Qin Shujian wanted to do. was to help this spiritual weapon as much as possible to absorb the power of the Thunder Tribulation, so that it could be considered a top spiritual weapon among the top spiritual weapons. Bang! 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 Boom! Every time the Thunder Tribulation fell, Qin Shujian would hammer 3 times. Each hammer could intercept 30% of the power of the Thunder Tribulation. After 3 hammer strikes, it would be 90%. This was the limit of what he could do at this realm. If he wanted to achieve 100%, according to Qin Shujian's estimation, he might have to upgrade the ancestral book of casting again. The Thunder Tribulation bombarded and turned this place into a vast thunder prison. A few days later, the Thunder Tribulation retreated and a city fell, glowing. Qin Shujian didn't cancel the divine power. Instead, he directly took out several spirit stones from the storage ring and crushed them in one fell swoop. A large amount of spirit energy swarmed over, filling up his true essence. Afterward, Qin Shujian rushed to the next city and continued to cast. The first city was cast. Qin Shujian spent a total of about 20 days. If the 4 cities were added together, it would be a total of 80 days. This was completely tailored to the time. Therefore, he didn't want to waste too much time. He didn't know if he had experience. When the next city was cast, Qin Shujian cast it to the point of attracting the Thunder Tribulation, which was 2 or 3 days faster than before. The jade box was shattered and the Demon Emperor's blood essence was released again. It was the same as before. It was roaring as before. This time, Qin Shujian directly stunned the other party when the Demon Emperor's shadow just appeared. Then, before it could react, he directly suppressed it. Boom! The thunder was like a prison, and the divine power was like the sea. The thunder fell again. Qin Shujian waved the sledgehammer. Midway, he took out a few spirit stones and crushed them, transforming the spirit energy into his true essence. The casting time could be shortened. But the time of the tribulation couldn't be shortened. The Thunder Tribulation came from the rules and couldn't be controlled by humans. The 2 elders of the Imperial Astronomer had completely become spectators, paying attention to the surrounding movements while watching Qin Shujian cast. Especially Su Zhan. Now, he was more and more impressed with Qin Shujian in his heart. Because no forging master could guarantee that he could create a top spiritual weapon with a 100% success rate. But Su Zhan saw such confidence in Qin Shujian. That was confidence in his own forging skills. This kind of confidence was something that no other blacksmith had. Perhaps those forging masters who had just stepped into the path of forging would have such inexplicable confidence, but as long as they failed to forge a magic weapon, this inexplicable confidence would disappear. There were very few forging masters who could maintain such confidence like Qin Shujian. Such a person. If he wasn't a newborn calf, then he was a top expert. Without a doubt. Qin Shujian belonged to the latter. Has he never failed since he stepped into the path of forging? Su Zhan couldn't help but have such a thought in his heart. If he had never failed before, then how terrifying would such a person's talent be? But, if he had failed before, how could he maintain such confidence? Su Zhan didn't understand, because he couldn't do it. Soon, the Thunder Tribulation dissipated, and another spiritual weapon had been formed. Qin Shujian took out a few spirit stones to recover and immediately began to forge the next city. A few days later, the Thunder Tribulation brewed, and the essence blood of the Demon Emperor appeared again. This time, the essence blood of the Demon Emperor didn't roar, but looked at Qin Shujian and roared with an angry expression, "Human, who are you?" It seemed that the destruction of the previous 2 drops of essence blood had made this drop of essence blood sense. But at this time, Qin Shujian was completely immersed in the forging and turned a blind eye to the Demon Emperor. When the other party spoke, Qin Shujian suppressed it with 3 punches as usual, and then began the third tribulation. When the Thunder Tribulation dissipated, only 1.5 months had passed. The 2 pavilion elders looked calm, but only they knew the shock in their hearts. 1.5 months, without any rest, to forge 3 top spiritual weapons that were not much weaker than Dao weapons. Such means were beyond their imagination. After the 3rd city was built, Qin Shujian immediately built the 4th city. When the jade box broke again, the shadow of the Demon Emperor appeared. But this time, The bull demon didn't roar in anger, but looked at Qin Shujian inexplicably. There seemed to be something inexplicable in the huge bull's eyes. P.S. That's all. I'll talk about it during the day. Support the original, Jidian Chinese networks. I'm really decent. When the last thunder tribulation dissipated, Qin Shujian withdrew his celestial body and sat cross-legged on a city. Then, he took out the remaining spirit stones from his storage ring to recover his vital essence. But it was different from the previous violent absorption. This time, Qin Shujian only absorbed the spirit chi contained in the spirit stones, but did not harm his origin. Half a day passed. Most of the surrounding spirit stones dimmed. Qin Shujian saw that Su Zhan and Fang Yilan had already appeared in front of him. Immediately, Qin Shujian put away the spirit stones as if nothing had happened. Then, he stood up and said with a faint smile, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. The 4 cities have finally been forged. Although it lacks an innate embryo and can't reach the level of a spirit weapon. But I believe that the 4 cities are not much weaker than a 2-seal Dao weapon." Hearing these words, the two of them looked at him with a strange look in their eyes. It was not much weaker than a 2-seal Dao weapon. When they had successfully forged the city, they had tested it with a Dao weapon. In terms of defensive power, it was not weaker than a 4-seal Dao weapon. A top-tier spirit weapon. Although it had already surpassed the category of a high-grade spirit weapon and reached the level of a Dao weapon. But as the elders of the Imperial Astronomer, how could they not have any knowledge? A normal top-tier spirit weapon. At most, it was comparable to a 2-seal Dao weapon. But Qin Shujian had forged a top-tier spirit weapon that directly reached the level of a 4-seal Dao weapon. It was simply unheard of. It was not that they were short-sighted. It was because in tens of thousands of years, there had never been such a powerful forger in the human race. With the other parties' forging methods. In the eyes of the two, even if Qin Shujian was only a great cultivator of the divine martial arts realm, his status was much higher than ordinary mighty figures. The human emperor would definitely recruit him into the Imperial Astronomer. There was no other reason. Such a forger was even rarer than a mighty figure. If the other party could forge a large number of top-tier spirit weapons similar to the city in front of them, then the overall strength of the Great Zhao would definitely reach a higher level. When that time came, a person at the peak of the spiritual martial arts realm with a spirit weapon could suppress a person at the peak of the divine martial arts realm. A person at the peak of the divine martial arts realm with a spirit weapon had a chance to fight against a celestial being. Even if he had just become a celestial, he was still a celestial. The Great Zhao lacked diviners, but it did not lack strong practitioners at the peak of the divine martial realm. If everyone had a spirit weapon comparable to a 4-seal Dao weapon, it would be equivalent to the Great Zhao having a large amount of diviners. Su Zhan chuckled and said, "Does Sovereign Qin have any plans to enter the imperial court as an official? If you do, His Majesty will treat you as an elder of the Imperial Astronomer." "That's right. As long as Sect Master Qin is willing, this old woman can guarantee that you will become an elder of the Board of Astronomy." Fang Yilan nodded and said. Both of them really wanted to pull Qin Shujian into the Board of Astronomy. They believed it too. If the human emperor were here, he would do the same. Qin Shujian smiled and said, "I'm used to being free. I don't like being tied down." "That's fine too. If Sect Master Qin has any ideas in the future, you can look for this old man at any time." Su Zhan didn't force the issue. Although he hoped that Qin Shujian would join the Imperial Astronomer, he did not expect the other party to really agree. How could it be so easy to rope in an expert, then? Qin Shujian said, "The cities have been built. What happens next is not something I can control. The 4 cities have made the eastern continent's door impregnable. Sect Master Qin has contributed greatly." Fang Yilan praised. Qin Shujian smiled. Then, he looked at the cities and said, "The 4 cities are the corners of each other. If an array grandmaster uses the 4 cities as the foundation of an array formation, he can set up a shocking array formation. Then the power of the 4 cities can be unleashed to the limit. In my opinion, there will be 4 celestial beings in the city at that time. With an army of 1,000,000, supported by the array, even a mighty figure can be killed." The 4 cities were not weaker than a 4-seal Dao weapon. In addition, with the help of the celestial beings and the army of 1,000,000, the power of the array would definitely soar. In Qin Shujian's view as a second-stage array grandmaster, such an array was enough to kill a mighty figure. However, he only gave a few words of advice, but he did not intend to set up an array. With his current means, Qin Shujian was confident that he could be called the best artificer in the world, but when it came to array, he was not so confident. In his opinion, there might even be a third realm formation grandmaster in the imperial astronomer. Of course, these were just Qin Shujian's guesses. He did not have any practical evidence. On the other side, Fang Yilan also silently agreed. She was a second-stage array grandmaster. Fang Yilan was not good at artificing, but she was very confident in array grandmasters. So, Fang Yilan did not ask Qin Shujian to help. When it came to setting up the array, she could do it alone. If Qin Shujian did it all, then the elders of the imperial astronomer would be too useless. The rest of the matter became simple. After the city was successfully built, Qin Shujian left the heaven and earth restriction. On the other side, Su Zhan immediately sent the news to the human emperor. But the next day, the human emperor came in person. "Your Majesty." Both Fang Yilan and Su Zhan bowed. "You may dispense with the formalities." The human emperor smiled, then turned to look at the cities. Qin Shujian's artificing skills are uncanny. His title as the best artificer in the world is undeniable. Artificing a top-level spiritual weapon with his bare hands. It took him a month and a half to build all 4 cities. Even the human emperor was astonished by this. Su Zhan said awkwardly, "Your Majesty, you're so wise. Qin Shujian is indeed the best artificer in the world." The human emperor praised Qin Shujian, and Su Zhan looked a little embarrassed as well. After all, Su Zhan was the one who took the initiative to build the cities. However, in the end, he didn't help at all when the cities were being built. Qin Shujian did it all by himself. It was so embarrassing to say such a thing. The human emperor seemed to have seen through Su Zhan's thoughts, but he didn't press the matter. Crossing his hands behind his back, he said, "Now that the cities have been built, Grand Secretary Feng will be in charge of the array for the time being. As for Grand Secretary Feng, he'll be here in a few days. When the time comes, you two must complete the portal. I want the people from the 3 continents to be unable to come out." "Your Majesty, will powerful cultivators really attack us when the seal is broken?" Su Zhan asked the question that had been bothering him. The human emperor looked at the seal with a brooding look in his eyes and said quietly, "The seal is a form of protection for the East continent. That Chen River is there to stop the powerful cultivators from the 3 continents. Perhaps the people from the 3 great continents were already waiting there. They're waiting for us to break the seal and for the Chen River to disappear." Hearing that, Su Zhan looked at the seal as well. There was clearly nothing there, but in his eyes, it was as if he could see many experts with auras as deep as the abyss, staring at him. "Get ready. This battle has dragged on for too long. It's time for a big fight." A faint smile appeared on the human emperor's face. He said, "If we don't give it our all, we won't have another chance." "What chance?" The human emperor didn't say much. Su Zhan wanted to ask, but before he could, the human emperor had disappeared on the spot. The next day, the imperial court's army passed through the portal and set up camp in the 4 majestic cities. Each city covered an area of thousands of miles, and the city walls were hundreds of feet high. Besides that, the human emperor also appointed 4 saint cultivators as the city lords to guard the 4 cities. At this moment, the originally empty cities were now filled with millions of elite soldiers and 4 saint cultivators. The war hadn't started, but the murderous intent had already soared into the sky. Even if there were no powerful cultivators deliberately intimidating them, those monsters would consciously retreat when they sensed the murderous intent. A storm was coming. The imperial court had already spread the news of the war, and the powerful cultivators of the various sects had all received the order. Facing the 3 continents, the human race in the East continent was no longer divided into the cultivation world and the imperial court. In the eyes of the human emperor, the human race was the human race, and there wasn't much difference. As long as they were in the East Continent, all the humans would listen to his orders, and those who dared to disobey would only have a dead end. To this, no sect or force dared to resist. Sect Master, the Imperial Court has sent a message that when the war starts, we need to send 1 heavenly being, 10 divine martial artists, 100 spiritual martial artists, and 1,000 true martial artists. In the Yuan sect, Zhengfang said in a deep voice. Qin Shujian's expression was normal as he picked up the teacup and took a sip, then put it down. It's about to start. Once the war starts, we can only win, and not lose. This is no longer a matter of the Imperial Court, but of the entire human race in the East Continent. As a human sect in the East Continent, we should do our part. It wasn't that Qin Shujian had a high awareness. It was that he understood that no egg would remain intact when the nest was overturned. Once the Imperial Court was defeated, or the door to the East Continent was broken, the Yuan sect would be one of the first sects to bear the brunt. At that time, it would be a disaster for the entire human race. After understanding the meaning of the restriction of heaven and earth, Qin Shujian no longer hoped that something good would happen when the passage to the 3 continents was opened. Once the restriction of heaven and earth was broken, the weak water would disappear. It would be when the war between the 2 sides began. At the same time, the moment the passage opened was also the most intense moment of the battle. Although Qin Shujian didn't see it with his own eyes, his sixth sense told him that a war was about to break out. Zhengfang said, "The other cultivators are fine, but our sect can't take out 10 great cultivators of the god martial arts realm." This was a very awkward situation. As a top sect, they couldn't even take out 10 great cultivators of the god martial arts realm. If it were other top sects, even the worst one would have the hope of taking out 10 great cultivators of the god martial arts realm. Only the 2 top sects of Baiyun Mansion were facing such an awkward situation. One was the Yuan sect, and the other was the Traceless sect. The Yuan sect had been established too recently, so they didn't have the time to cultivate so many experts. The cultivators below the god martial arts realm were fine, but there were only a few cultivators of the god martial arts realm. Even if the guests were included, the Yuan sect could only take out 5 or 6 cultivators of the god martial arts realm. As for the Traceless sect, that would mean that they were a proper new top sect. It had the name of a top sect, but it didn't have the foundation or influence of a top sect. The Imperial Court's order. It wasn't a problem for other sects, but for the Yuan sect and the Traceless sect, it was very awkward. Qin Shujian said calmly, "It doesn't matter. I'll take Jiang Feng there when the time comes." If they couldn't take out 10 god martial arts realm cultivators, they could take out 2 celestial beings. 1 celestial being was more useful than 10 god martial arts realm cultivators. At the very most, Yuanzong had 3 celestials in his hands. It didn't matter if the god martial arts realm cultivators weren't enough. They could just take out the celestial beings. Hearing this, Zhengfang didn't say anything more. As for what to do, Qin Shujian was the one who made the decision. Then Zhengfang said a few more things, then got up and left. Qin Shujian was still sitting in the courtyard, drinking spiritual tea. At some point, a person suddenly appeared and sat in front of Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian paused for a moment, but soon came back to his senses. He poured a cup of spiritual tea for the other party and said with a smile, "Human Emperor, you've come a long way. I apologize for not going out to meet you. This cup of spiritual tea is my apology." The human emperor picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then praised, "It's worthy of being a spiritual flower nurtured by the celestial Eldar. It's enough to rank in the top 3 among the spiritual teas I've drunk." "Your Majesty, what are the top 3 and the other 2 that you mentioned?" "Let's not talk about those 2. They're extinct now. The spiritual tea in Sect Master Qin's hands is already number 1. The human emperor shook his head and said. At this moment, Qin Shujian's face was calm, but his heart was a little dignified. He didn't expect the human emperor to come here for no reason. In his sea of consciousness, Godslayer's voice also sounded. "Kid, this human emperor of yours is not simple. The pressure I feel from him is as if I'm facing the immortals of the heavenly court in the past. Although he's only in the nirvana realm, in terms of strength, he might be able to kill immortals. When he saw Qin Shujian, Godslayer thought that Qin Shujian was the person with the strongest talent and potential in the human race. He was the son of destiny of this era. But when he saw the human emperor, Godslayer hesitated. Because the human emperor in front of him also gave him great pressure. Killing immortals with a Nirvana realm cultivation. With such strength. It was also the top in ancient times. Godslayer thought that the current human emperor of the human race was just an ordinary Nirvana realm cultivator. Looking at his current posture, he already had the demeanor of the former emperors. Even if it was a little worse. But that was also a matter of strength. For a moment, Godslayer was also a little confused. If Qin Shujian was the son of destiny, then what was Qin Shujian, the son of destiny? Only one would be born every 10,000 years. He was the one who was truly favored by destiny. In Godslayer's eyes. Although the human emperor and Qin Shujian were thousands of years apart, they were actually of the same generation. The human emperor said, "Senior, why don't you show yourself?" Qin Shujian was taken aback by the sudden words. The god-slaying saber said, "He discovered me." What a strong perception. Fine, let me go out and meet this human emperor. Hearing this, Qin Shujian no longer hesitated and took out Godslayer from his sea of consciousness. When the human emperor saw Godslayer, his expression became solemn. He cupped his hands and said, "Zhu Bing greets Zhu Bing. May I ask what your name is?" "Godslayer." Godslayer replied indifferently. He calmly accepted the human emperor's salute. As the human race's Zhu Bing, Godslayer also had the right to accept it. The human emperor's expression changed slightly and he said in a deep voice, "Godslayer, one of the 3 Zhu Bing of the human race in the past." The Godslayer. You've heard of my name? Senior's name resounds like thunder. How could I not have heard of it? The human emperor said with some emotion, "It's just that I didn't expect that one day I would be able to see one of the 3 Zhu Bing of the human race with my own eyes." You're very good. Godslayer replied indifferently and then returned to Qin Shujian's sea of consciousness. The human emperor cupped his hands slightly as a farewell. Then he looked at Qin Shujian and said, "Sect Master Qin, you have a great opportunity to be protected by Godslayer. I'm also very envious. Your Majesty is too kind." Qin Shujian smiled slightly. He really didn't know how to respond to this topic. If he were to humbly say that a mere ancestral armament was not worth mentioning, he might end up angering the god-slaying blade. If he accepted it directly, he would be too arrogant. So, Qin Shujian had to give an ambiguous reply and then asked, "May I know why your Majesty is here this time?" "I'm here to invite Sect Master Qin to join the Imperial Astronomer." "I wonder if Sect Master Qin is willing?" "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I have no intention of joining the court as an official." Qin Shujian shook his head and refused. The human emperor looked regretful and said, "With your casting skills, if you can join the Imperial Astronomer, you will definitely be more useful than a celestial being. If you are willing to join the Imperial Astronomer, I promise you the position of Elder. The Elder of the Imperial Astronomer will listen to orders and have absolute freedom." "Sect Master Qin, you really don't want to consider it. If I have any ideas in the future, I will definitely explain it to you." "Well, to each his own. I won't force you." The human emperor shook his head and stopped trying to persuade him. As the human emperor, he had personally invited someone and this was the second time after being rejected. He had already given Qin Shujian enough face. Since the other party didn't agree, the human emperor wouldn't continue to force him. This was the dignity of a saint emperor. He looked at the human emperor in front of him. Qin Shujian thought of the heaven and earth restriction and couldn't help but say, "Speaking of which, I have some questions that I would like to ask. I wonder if you are willing to answer them?" "What is it?" "If I'm not wrong, the heaven and earth restriction should be a means to protect the eastern continent. If the heaven and earth restriction is broken, does the current eastern continent have the strength to contend with the other 3 continents?" Qin Shujian said in a deep voice. He didn't talk about the broken rules or the fallen immortal. If he said too much about these things, the human emperor would easily guess something. Qin Shujian wasn't going to share the remains of that immortal with others. At the mention of the heaven and earth restriction, the smile on the human emperor's face faded a little, and he said solemnly, Sect Master Qin, do you know why the humans and demons were on good terms in ancient times? Do you know why the other 3 continents attacked the humans? Please tell me, human emperor. Qin Shujian was stunned, then he cupped his hands and said. He had a premonition that he might know some secrets. In his sea of consciousness, the Godslayer's saber shook. He didn't fight with the myriad races to the end. Instead, he left halfway and went to Heavenly Pattern Island. Therefore, he had no idea what happened to the myriad races. The human emperor seemed to be recalling something and said slowly, Senior Godslayer should have told you about the invasion of the demon abyss and the attack of the myriad races. However, from the looks of it, I'm afraid you don't know everything. Simply put, in the face of the attack of the demons, the myriad races were defeated, the immortals died, and the heavenly court collapsed. The Emperor of Heaven sacrificed himself and slashed out with his saber, shattering more than half of the world and breaking the connection with the demon abyss. Only then did he resolve this calamity. But similarly, although the demons retreated, more than half of the world was shattered. Hundreds of millions of living beings and many experts of the myriad races died directly or indirectly at the hands of the Emperor of Heaven. From then on, the myriad races hated the humans because the Emperor of Heaven was from the human race. The human emperor's calmest words made Qin Shujian understand the tragedy of the battle back then. It also made him understand why the human race would turn against the other races. In the face of the demon abyss's calamity, the myriad races were defeated. In order to preserve the last hope, the Emperor of Heaven sacrificed himself and billions of living beings of the myriad races to completely shatter this world and resolve the calamity of the demon abyss. Regarding this, Qin Shujian was silent. The Godslayer was also silent. Such an outcome was something they had not expected. The human emperor said, the world was shattered, and more than half of the myriad races were annihilated. The remaining races thought that the Emperor of Heaven had harmed the myriad races, so they hated the human race very much. Whether that was the case or not, it didn't matter. What the myriad races needed was a target to vent their anger. In ancient times, the human race was the top race and was respected by the other races. However, the Emperor of Heaven's saber cut off the ancient times and also cut off the glory of the human race, causing the human race to fall from its supreme position. But no matter what, the human race's foundation was still strong. However, in the face of the attacks of the myriad races, the human race retreated step by step. After the ancient war, the human race fell into the flames of war that lasted tens of thousands of years. In this war, the experts of the older generation of the human race kept falling, and the new generation of experts kept being born. It was not until the birth of an immortal in the human race that the situation was alleviated. However, the situation did not ease for long. Immortals were also born among the myriad races. In the end, the immortals of the human race and the myriad races led their respective races to erupt in a great war. This war destroyed the last foundation of the human race. The human emperor said slowly. Qin Shujian listened silently. He did not know the history of the human race. The human emperor said, do you know why no immortals have been born in the eastern continent after so many years? Is it related to that war? Qin Shujian understood immediately. The human emperor nodded and said, that's right. It's related to that war. In that war, the immortals of the human race understood that things were hopeless. In the end, they paid the price of their own death to cut off a part of the rules of the world, causing the rules of the world to no longer be perfect. At the same time, they shattered the rules of the world and summoned the water of the heavy river, completely isolating the eastern continent where the human race lives from the other 3 continents. This is the origin of the heaven and earth restriction. Then why does the demon race exist in the eastern continent? The demon race in the eastern continent is just a part of the entire demon race. The true foundation of the demon race has never been in the eastern continent. P.S. Forget it, I won't wait for the day. The third update is here. It's a total of 18,000 words. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian sat opposite the human emperor. From the human emperor's words, Qin Shujian learned many things that he did not know before. The true foundation of the demon race was not in the East continent but in other continents. The demon race in the East continent. It was just a remnant of their power. At that time, the human race had just gone through a great war and did not have the extra strength to clean up the demon race in the East Continent. In the end, the demon race in the East Continent took advantage of the time when the human race was recuperating to attack and give the human race a painful blow. What happened after that was much simpler. In the face of the demon race's attacks, the human race retreated. That was because the human race had already run out of ammunition and food when they started the war with the three continents. However, the human race was a large race after all. During this period, some experts surged out one after another. Although they were defeated by the demon race, they were able to preserve their heritage. In the following tens of thousands of years, the East Continent was the demon race's home ground. The human race was at death's door under the demon race's oppression. Although the situation was difficult, compared to the complete extinction of the human race, they still had a chance of survival. After the human emperor finished speaking, Xianxia said slowly, "Until 6,000 years ago, the human emperor rose and led the human race's experts to counterattack the demon race. In the end, they severely injured the demon emperor and drove all the demon race into the endless mountain range." More or less. The human emperor nodded and said, "The strength of the demon clan is very strong, and their foundation is not much weaker than that of the human clan. After the battle of the three continents, the strength of the human clan is inferior to the remaining demon clan. I have a question that I'd like to know." "What is it?" "The heaven and earth restriction can be opened. With the demon emperor's strength at that time and the heavenly demon temple in his hands, he should be able to open this passage if he doesn't care about the cost. You have to understand that it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix." The human emperor glanced at him and shook his head. The demon race is not united. After so many years, the demon race in the East Continent has nothing to do with the demon race in the other three continents. If the human race is destroyed, the East Continent will be the demon race's world. With the power of a single race, we can occupy the entire continent and recuperate. When we have enough power, we can break through the three great continents and face the experts of the three great continents with a strong stance. Wouldn't that be better? Xianxia could understand the demon race's actions. After all, there were only humans and demons in the Eastern Continent back then. The human race had been crippled in the previous battle. If the demon race could seize the opportunity to occupy a continent, wouldn't it be much better than returning to their own race? He could be a local tyrant in the Eastern Continent. If he returned to his clan, he might not have much say. Moreover, the ruler of the Eastern Continent was not someone a local tyrant could compare to. This place occupied a quarter of the entire heaven and earth. If they could develop safely here, after a period of time, the demon clan of the Eastern Continent might become stronger than the demon clan itself. When the time came, the East Continent's demon monarch would be able to turn the tables and become the host. Furthermore, he would be able to use a huge force. This was the advantage. As long as they weren't stupid, they wouldn't refuse. In Xianxia's opinion, the demon race had always had this wish. Even when the demon monarch was defeated and the demon race retreated to the endless mountain range, they had never thought of opening the restrictions of heaven and earth. Because in the eyes of the demon race, the human race was only strong in the human emperor, but how long could the human emperor be strong for? If the laws of heaven and earth were not complete, he was destined to not be able to become an immortal. A 10th level heaven being only had a lifespan of 7,000 years. Even if he used various secret techniques, he could only live for 10,000 years at most. For cultivators of the same realm, before they broke through to the immortal realm, the lifespan of the demon race was much longer than that of the human race. Under such circumstances, even if they endured, they could still endure until the human emperor died. As long as the human emperor died, what right did the humans of the Eastern Continent have to contend with the demon race? After all, the development of the demon race over the years was no joke. The human race was suppressed and did not have the chance to accumulate a foundation. However, the demon race had bullied the human race for so many years and took the opportunity to accumulate a lot of strength. As long as the human emperor was gone, the human race would definitely not be able to contend against the demon race. In an instant, Xianxia thought of the human emperor's fake death again. The human emperor faked his death. It was to lure out the rebellion of the human race and also to lure out the demon saint of the demon race. The main method was to weaken the power of the demon race so that the demon race would not have the chance to activate the heavenly demon temple with all their might. In other words, they would cut off the possibility of the demon race opening the restrictions of heaven and earth. In that case, even if the demon race was forced into a desperate situation, they would not have the chance to fight to the death. From the human emperor's words, Xianxia imagined many things. Only with such imagination did he truly understand the human emperor's plan. Seeing the enlightened look on Xianxia's face, the human emperor said, "There is no right or wrong in front of the race. There is no way to investigate what happened to the former emperor of heaven. As humans, we have to think from the standpoint of the human race. If the other races want to destroy the human race, then if the human race doesn't want to be destroyed, we have to destroy them first. We can't be careless in this race." The demon race wanted to destroy the human race. The human race also wanted to destroy the demon race. Even if a great battle broke out and countless living beings died, the human emperor would not waver at all. The current battle was for the better survival of the human race in the future. Xianxia thought of something and said, "The human emperor said before that if the immortals of the human race and the immortals of the other 3 continents fight, then the immortals of the human race will die, but the immortals of the other 3 continents will still exist. If we open the restriction of heaven and earth, won't we have the possibility of facing those immortals? Do you know how many years have passed since that battle?" The human emperor looked into the distance and said, "It has been 200,000 years since that battle." Xianxia frowned. What was wrong with 200,000 years? Before the human emperor could explain, Godslayer spoke first. The lifespan of an immortal is determined by the heavens, a total of 129,600 years. This is the lifespan limit of the laws of heaven and earth, and no one can break it. No matter which race or what heaven-defying divine medicine they have swallowed, in short, the lifespan of an immortal is 129,600 years. When the time comes, no matter how powerful you are, you can only turn into ashes. Before becoming an immortal, the lifespan of each race was different. For example, the Eldar of the demon race easily had a lifespan of 10,000 years, and had a great advantage compared to the human race. But once one became an immortal, this advantage would no longer exist. No matter what race. As long as one became an immortal, their lifespan would be fixed at 129,600 years, and there would be no possibility of improvement. This was the limit of the laws of heaven and earth. Unless one could transcend the laws. Otherwise, this was something that would never change. Hearing this, Xianxia also came to a realization. He finally knew where the Renhuang's confidence came from. 200,000 years had passed. Even if there were immortals in the 3 continents, they should have passed away. The remaining experts were at most in the nirvana realm. The laws of heaven and earth were not complete, and no expert could break through to the immortal realm. As a result, the strength of the human race of the East continent did not seem to be that weak. The lifespan of the human race was short, but their cultivation was extremely fast. A few thousand years of recuperation was enough for the human race to produce many experts. This was the confidence of the human emperor, and also the confidence of the human race. Xianxia said, "Human emperor, now the human race of the 4 continents is only left in the East continent. Do the other 3 continents have some forces left, like the demon race?" The demon race could be divided, and there were so many humans. Perhaps the 3 continents still had some foundation of the human race. These were just Xianxia's own guesses. But in his opinion, the human emperor should give an answer. As a human, the human emperor obviously knew a lot of things. According to Xianxia's guess, the human emperor might be the reincarnation of an expert of that era, or he might have obtained the inheritance of the expert of that era, which was why he knew so many things. The human emperor said, "You can say that there are, but you can also say that there aren't." What do you mean? In the past, when faced with the coercion of the 10,000 races, some humans chose to resist, while others chose to betray. Speaking of betrayal, the human emperor's eyes flashed with a cold light. Those humans who were afraid of the 10,000 races betrayed them, so they took the initiative to lead the human race and called themselves the Protoss. In the war between the 10,000 races in the past, these traitors contributed much more than the other races. The human race, the Protoss. Qin Shujian's face was also slightly cold, and he said sarcastically, no matter what, it's the same. They don't dare to attack the outside world, but they kill their own people more ruthlessly than others. Maybe. The human emperor shook his head and didn't want to talk more about the Protoss. At this point, Qin Shujian also understood. There were indeed humans in the other 3 continents. However, those humans had already betrayed them and called themselves the Protoss. In this way, they had nothing to do with the human race. You came out of the sea area, so you should have obtained some opportunities and inheritances. These things are your personal opportunities, and I won't ask you anything. The human emperor paused for a moment before continuing. I only have one question to ask you. Are there any human ancestors in the sea area? Can they still fight for the human race? They can't. Qin Shujian shook his head. In Heavenly Rune Island, the human race did indeed have a lot of power. Not to mention others, there were a few of them every day. However, what kind of change could a few celestials make to the current situation of the human race? If Xiaoqiao could make a move, a 10th level celestial expert would be able to play a lot of role. However, it was obviously impossible for Xiaoqiao to make a move. If the other party wanted to make a move, it would probably be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Moreover, in Heavenly Rune Island, in addition to the human race, there were also the demon race and Eldar. The Eldar might not do anything to the human race, but the demon race might not be the same. If they really wanted to release the power of Heavenly Rune Island. At that time, no one could be sure whether it would help or hinder the Great Zhao. In Qin Shujian's opinion, perhaps the latter was the most likely. The human emperor said regretfully, I thought that with Zhu Bing remaining, the human race should still have a lot of power left. But now, it seems that I was wrong. Just like the Eastern continent, that immortal thought that by sealing off the other 3 continents, he could buy time for the human race. In the end, he was suppressed by the demon race for a full 200,000 years. Qin Shujian replied indifferently. Regarding this, the human emperor could only remain silent. That's right. Even if there were human forces in the sea area, they would probably be struggling at death's door all these years. The human emperor knew best what was in the sea area. The human race hid there probably to preserve their bloodline. Qin Shujian was unwilling to say more, so the human emperor did not ask any more questions. However, if there was a chance in the future, he would personally enter the sea area. Then, the human emperor prepared to leave. He came this time to recruit Qin Shujian into the Imperial Astronomer, and to meet the Godslayer. Now that both matters were over, there was no need for the human emperor to stay. However, when the human emperor was about to leave, Qin Shujian said, the Yuan sect can't send 10 divine martial artists. When the time comes, there will be 2 heavenly beings. I hope you understand. I understand. The human emperor said calmly and then left the place. The next moment, the human emperor stepped into the air and left. Just as he came quietly, he also left quietly at this moment. Except for Qin Shujian, no one in the Yuan sect knew that someone had just come. Pretentious. Looking at the seat where the human emperor was sitting, Qin Shujian spat out 2 words. To be honest, he also wanted to be pretentious like the human emperor. The Yuan sect was so big, but the other party came and went as he pleased, as if there were no guards at all. The arrogance of the human emperor. Even Qin Shujian was a little envious. If he was strong enough, then it would not be the human emperor who came to the Yuan sect for a stroll, but he, sect leader Qin, went to the palace for a stroll. Mu Yang, come out and talk. Qin Shujian put down his teacup and looked at the empty space. Then, a root appeared and transformed into Mu Yang's figure. Sect leader. When the human emperor arrived, did you notice anything? No, I didn't notice it until he appeared. Mu Yang shook his head. He was also very surprised by the strength of the human emperor. As a heavenly being, Eldar, Mu Yang's roots covered the entire Liang mountain. As long as there was any movement, it would not be able to escape his perception. However, the appearance of the human emperor was not noticed by Mu Yang at all. It was only when the other party entered the courtyard and revealed his aura that he truly knew. Qin Shujian murmured, "Is the Nirvana realm really so strong? I failed in my monitoring. Please punish me, sect leader." Mu Yang bowed and accepted his punishment. Qin Shujian waved his hand and said, "It's not your fault. The human emperor is very strong. You just entered the heavenly being realm. How can you be on par with him? It's normal that you can't detect him. During this period of time, how is your refining of the wood spirit heart? How long will it take for you to break through? The wood spirit heart of a half-immortal is very strong. I feel that in another year or so, I can break through to the second layer of the heavenly being realm." Mu Yang estimated for a moment and replied. "However, although the wood spirit heart of a half-immortal is strong, it is not something that belongs to me. I have a premonition that this wood spirit heart will not allow me to truly reach the half-immortal realm." That was what he said. But everyone understood. Even if he could not reach the half-immortal realm, as long as he broke through to the seventh layer of the heavenly being realm, it was already a great fortune. Qin Shujian said, "If you completely refine the wood spirit heart, how long will it take for you to completely refine it?" "It's hard to say, but the stronger I am, the faster I can refine it. I should be able to completely refine it in about 10 years. "Good, refine it as soon as possible." Qin Shujian waved his hand and dismissed him. Then Mu Yang bowed and dispersed his incarnation again. At most, he could refine it in 10 years. In other words, in 10 years, Yuan sect would have another almighty Eldar, and it would definitely not be an ordinary almighty. At least, it would be above the 8th or 9th layer of the heavenly being realm. After all, the power of a half-immortal was not a joke. Even if Mu Yang had only absorbed half of it, it would still be more than that. 10 years was not a long time, but it was not short either. However, it would be good if there was another almighty. Moreover, in Qin Shujian's opinion, although Mu Yang was an Eldar, he had a closer relationship with Yuan sect. After Mu Yang retreated, Qin Shujian's divine sense spread out, only to see the formation patterns appear in the sky above Liang Mountain. Then, Qin Shujian used his hand to tap on the stone table in front of him. An invisible wave spread out and spread to the entire Yuan sect. The formation patterns that appeared in the sky. At this moment, they were all hidden in the void. A large formation was quietly formed. This was the method of a second realm array master. Originally, Qin Shujian did not plan to set up too many formations in the sect, because with Yuan sect's current strength, they did not need too many defensive formations. However, after seeing the human emperor come and go freely, Qin Shujian completely changed his mind. At this time, even if Almighty wanted to break the formation, it would be impossible for there to be no movement at all. If the human emperor wanted to sneak in, it would at least cause some movement. After doing all this, Qin Shujian took out the Godslayer and said, "Senior, can you tell if the human emperor is the reincarnation of an almighty?" "No." The God-slaying saber shook his head and said, "I didn't sense that aura from him, but maybe he has completely refined it. If you want to know the exact answer, it's still the same. Only the mirror of past life can do it. However, even if he is not the reincarnation of an almighty, he must have obtained an ancient inheritance. Kid, don't underestimate him just because he is only in the Nirvana realm. In terms of strength, this human emperor is not weak. If he can become an immortal, he might be able to grow to the level of an emperor." "He's that strong?" Qin Shujian was surprised. It was rare for the God-slaying saber to give such an evaluation to the emperors. The God-slaying saber said, "I originally thought that you were the son of providence of this era. However, after seeing him, I realized that he was also a person with great providence. Perhaps both of them are the sons of providence of this era. Speaking of which, it is strange that there are two sons of fortune in one era." Heir. Qin Shujian did not know how to answer. If one were to put it this way, the human emperor was the real son of fortune, and he was just an accident. After all, he was not originally from this world. He came here by accident and obtained all kinds of opportunities. "Senior, how much combat power does the human emperor have?" "It's hard to say. It's hard to estimate a person's combat power before they fight, but looking at his aura, I'm afraid his combat power is not lower than 100,000. 100,000? Xianxia was a little surprised. If the Nirvana realm had 100,000 combat power, then it would be more than that after breaking through to immortality. He knew that the human emperor was powerful. But he did not know that the human emperor had such a strong foundation. The Godslayer said, maybe 100,000, maybe even stronger. The immortals I told you about are at least 100,000. That's just the weakest immortals. They only broke through because of some lucky chance. A real immortal's strength is not that weak. The minimum combat power he told Xianxia about was the weakest immortal. A truly powerful immortal's combat power was not just 100,000. Originally, the Godslayer thought that Xianxia was still a long way from reaching the immortal realm, so he casually said the weakest immortal. The result shocked him. Now, Xianxia was only a celestial stage 5, but he already had a strong combat power. He was afraid that when he broke through celestial stage 7, he would be able to rival the weakest immortal. When that time came, the Godslayer was also worried that Xianxia would think that he had enough combat power and challenge an immortal. That would be fun. So, at this moment, the Godslayer was also telling Xianxia about the strength of immortals, so that he would not think that the strength of immortals was just that. No one knew what the Godslayer was thinking. Xianxia said, Senior, you said that the lifespan of an immortal is 129,600 years. Is there no one who can truly live forever? Then what will happen if one breaks through the immortal realm and reaches a higher level? If there is really someone who can achieve immortality, why is there no trace of them now? There are many people in the world who pursue immortality, but there is not a single person who can achieve immortality. 129,600 years is actually a different kind of immortality for many people. The Godslayer said calmly. The definition of longevity was very vague. Maybe it was true immortality, or maybe it was just living a little longer. For an ordinary person who had a lifespan of 100 years, being able to live for thousands of years was also a kind of longevity. To be able to live for 129,600 years was an unattainable thing. As for what you said about breaking through to the immortal realm, there might be a realm above the immortal realm, but that is definitely not something you and I can know. Could it be that the emperors and the Emperor of Heaven have not broken through to the immortal realm? There are 9 levels of immortals. Most of the immortals of the heavenly court are in the lower 3 levels, and the powerful immortals are in the middle 3 levels. The emperors and the Emperor of Heaven are in the upper 3 levels. As for breaking through to the 9th level of immortal realm, is there a higher realm? No one knows about this. Perhaps the Emperor of Heaven has reached the 9th level of immortal realm and is already comprehending a higher realm, but those things are only known to the Emperor of Heaven. Now that the Emperor of Heaven has fallen, it is useless for you to ask me. If you really want to pursue it, why don't you break through and see for yourself? The Godslayer said. Immortals were divided into 9 levels. One step at a time. 129,600 years was a long time, but there were still many immortals who stopped at the lower 3 levels. Breaking through to the immortal realm. Every step required a great opportunity and unparalleled talent. Someone as strong as the ancient human emperor. As far as the Godslayer knew, the ancient human emperor had not reached the 9th level of immortal realm. He had once heard the human emperor mention that the ancient human emperor was in the 7th or 8th level. Too much time had passed. The Godslayer did not remember too clearly. There are 9 levels of immortal realm. Xianxia's eyes shone brightly. Then what realm is the immortal in the void turbulence at? Judging from his aura, he is still so strong after falling for 200,000 years. He might have already reached the middle 3 levels. The Godslayer was filled with emotion at the mention of that immortal. Any immortal who could step into the middle 3 grades had terrifying strength. In the primordial era. In the face of such a powerhouse, no one dared to be careless. 9th tier immortal, the weakest among the 1st tier immortals, had a minimum combat power of 100,000. This was not considered the increase of the rules. Xianxia took a deep breath. He realized that he had underestimated immortals. That was true. If the gap between immortals and Empyrean Nirvana was not big, then it did not match the power of immortals. How much combat power does an immortal in the middle three tiers have? It's hard to say. Immortals who can reach the middle three tiers all have powerful trump cards. It's not easy to distinguish. In fact, with your current realm, it's not good to know too much about immortals. Instead, it's easy to create negative karma for cultivation. When you reach the Nirvana realm, it won't be too late to understand. Anyway, you know one thing. With your current strength, if you encounter immortals, run if you can. If you can't run, kneel down and surrender. See if you can find a chance to survive. As for anything else, I won't suggest it. From Godslayer's words, he could tell that he did not think highly of Xianxia. That was true. No matter how strong a fifth-tier Empyrean was, so what, immortals were immortals. Powerhouses who had grasped the laws could never be compared to those who had not grasped the laws. Hearing that, Xianxia did not ask any more. Coming out of the courtyard, he went to the secret realm again. Walking into the main hall of the secret realm, a strong spiritual energy rushed to his face. The elder guarding the main hall had a rosy face and said with a smile, "Sect Master, you're free today." "Well, I'll go in and take a look." "Elder Wang, please open the door of the secret realm." Xianxia did not open the door of the secret realm himself this time. Instead, he let the other party do it. After all, the elder who controlled the secret realm would inevitably embarrass the other party if he came and did it on his own every time. "Oh, okay." Elder Wang nodded and then opened the door of the secret realm. Xianxia stepped inside. Entering the secret realm, another wave of even stronger spiritual energy rushed to his face. If the spiritual energy in the main sect was 1 before, then after Mu Yang appeared, the spiritual energy in the main sect was 3, the spiritual energy in the main hall of the secret realm was 5, and the spiritual energy here was 10. As for the secret cultivation rooms in the past, they were usually around 3 to 5. But there was a difference. Spirit stones were placed in the secret cultivation room, and then the spirit chi of the spirit stones would be confined in a narrow space with an array formation, thus increasing the density of the spirit chi. The God-slaying saber said, "The spirit race is really blessed by the heavens. With such dense spiritual energy, it is not much weaker than a spirit meridian. No wonder no race in the ancient times was willing to be enemies with the spirit race. If a powerful Eldar is able to take root in a clan, there will be many benefits." Xianxia nodded in agreement. He was no longer a novice like he used to be. He had a better understanding of ancient history. Eldar's strength wasn't very strong, but they were able to become one of the top ancient clans. In the end, it was because Eldar had friends all over the world. Many races were willing to openly protect the Eldar in order to have the Eldar as their leader. In this way, Eldar's clan wasn't very strong, but they had many friends. With a wave of their arms, experts from various clans would come to their aid. Under such circumstances, who would dare to provoke the Eldar, walking into the secret realm? Xianxia took out the spirit stones that had exhausted their spirit chi from the storage ring, and then buried them in the secret realm. At this moment, a huge osmanthus tree was rooted in the center of the secret realm. At some point, buds had grown on the tree one after another. Sensing Xianxia's arrival, Mu Yang transformed into an avatar to greet him. "Sect Master." "Yes." Xianxia nodded, then looked at the other party's buds and said, "Eldar can reproduce on their own. Since you are a celestial, can you give birth to an Eldar?" Eldar also paid attention to inheritance. The more powerful an Eldar was, the stronger the Eldar's foundation would be, and the height that it could reach in the future would be higher than that of an ordinary Eldar. For example, the osmanthus tree. If Mu Yang could give birth to a descendant, then these descendants might be born as true martial artists, and then reach spirit martial artists or divine martial artists when they grow up. In the future, there would be a chance for them to break through to celestial being. Ordinary astrals, on the other hand, found it extremely difficult to break through. Speaking of which, it seemed a little unfair. But in fact, for many clans, it was a process of relying on one's ancestors. There was only one reason why it was unfair. The ancestors didn't work hard enough and couldn't leave behind a legacy. If the seniors worked hard, but the juniors behind them had to start like the others, it would be unfair to them. Therefore, if it was an ordinary Eldar, it would be fine. If Mu Yang could give birth to a descendant, it would be a good thing for Yuan Zong. Looking at the childlike Mu Yang in front of him, Qin Shujian felt that the question he asked was a little inappropriate. However, Mu Yang was not surprised. Instead, he thought seriously and then answered, the higher the realm of the Eldar, the less likely it is to give birth to a descendant. But if Sect Master doesn't mind, I can spread some seeds when it blooms in the future. Even if it doesn't work once or twice, after a long time, it should be able to give birth to some Eldar. To be honest, Mu Yang didn't have the idea of giving birth to Eldar. Because he wasn't sure if Qin Shujian was willing to see a chance for Eldar to grow stronger. If he fell out with the other party over this, it was not what Mu Yang wanted. However, Qin Shujian didn't think so much. He had seen the benefits of Eldar. Among the thousands of clans, most of them were enemies with the human clan. On the contrary, Eldar didn't seem to have done anything. It could be seen that Eldar didn't have much ill feelings towards the human clan. In ancient times, the two clans could form an alliance. Then after ancient times, the two clans could also form an alliance. Now, excluding the sea region, Mu Yang should be the strongest Eldar in the eastern continent. From the looks of it, the probability of Mu Yang betraying them was not high. After all, full loyalty was still reliable. In that case, if some powerful Eldar were to be born, Mu Yang would also have the ability to unify and manage them. The Eldar absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and their bodies would nourish it. Over time, the Yuan sect would be rich in spiritual energy and would be able to nurture enough powerhouses. After leaving the mystic realm, Qin Shujian stayed in the sect and lived in seclusion. During this time, he also contacted Si Hanhai, Fang Xinglan, Yin Banqing, and the others. The four-sect alliance could be considered to have an official meeting. Fang Xinglan and Yin Banqing were very surprised. They didn't expect that Qin Shujian had unknowingly hooked up with the Fu Hai sect. Although the Fu Hai sect had kept a low profile for many years, their position as a top sect was unshakable. Now that there was one more top sect in the alliance, it was a good thing for both of them. The stronger the alliance, the higher their safety, the higher their safety. And in this way, the alliance would be more stable. However, apart from the Fu Hai sect, Qin Shujian didn't contact the other sections. Based on the current situation, the four-sect alliance was enough for now. The main reason was that Qin Shujian was not very familiar with the other top sections. No. Qin Shujian was a little familiar with the Nine Palace sect. Unfortunately, when he sent the message, he directly received the news that Qin Yuanbai was cultivating in seclusion. In the end, he could only leave it unsettled. The current eastern continent had fallen into a temporary peace. Whether it was the imperial court, the cultivation world, or the players, there were not many people who caused trouble. Everyone understood. This was the calm before the storm. The current eastern continent was like a barrel of explosives. They were waiting for the three major continents to be connected to blow each other to pieces. At this time, if anyone dared to be the first to ignite this barrel of explosives, they would all be waiting for death. Therefore, all the forces had a tacit understanding to remain calm, and the number of fights had decreased significantly. Buzz, a shocking sword cry rang out, piercing the clouds in an instant. Everyone in the main sect was alarmed. Qin Shujian looked in the direction of the sword cry with a faint smile on his face. Not bad. He re-entered the spiritual martial realm so quickly. In the Yuan sect, who was the strongest in the sword principle, there was no doubt. Test Jianfeng was number one. However, as the Yuan sect became a sixth-grade force, Test Jianfeng destroyed his own cultivation and started cultivating from scratch. Now, after spending almost a year, he re-entered the spiritual martial realm. Although he was only at the first level of the spiritual martial realm. However, when Qin Shujian saw the sword cry and the soaring sword intent, he knew that Test Jianfeng had become stronger. His sword intent is quite pure. I didn't expect that there would be a good genius in the sword principle in your sect. Godslayer's voice rang out, and he praised Test Jianfeng. However, it was just praise. There were many experts and countless geniuses in the ancient human race. The human race was involved in all the chaos in the world. Among them were shocking geniuses in the sword principle. They were much stronger than the sword intent in front of him. Because he was used to seeing geniuses, Godslayer was not too surprised by Test Jianfeng. After saying a simple sentence, Li Yundong said. Godslayer commented again, his sword intent can be considered pure. In the future, as long as he doesn't die prematurely, there's a high chance that he can step into the celestial being realm. However, how far he can go in the future depends on his own fortune. Such a person can barely be considered a genius in the ancient human race. You can train him well. Unlike the ancient times, there aren't many people in the human race who are good. It's not bad to train a few powerful celestial beings. This sword intent. It was ordinary in the ancient times, but it was extraordinary now. Although Godslayer had not seen the cultivators in the world, when Xianxia built the city in the past, the people who came were almost all the top experts in the human race. Those so-called experts. Godslayer felt that it was unbearable to look at. Such cultivators were a dime a dozen back in the ancient times. Those who were really eye-catching were the 2 7th-level celestial being cultivators. There were not many good ones. Even Godslayer did not expect it. In at most 1,000,000 years, the human race had weakened to such an extent. But looking at the current situation, it was not just the human race that had weakened. All the races were probably like this. The spiritual energy had decreased. The laws of heaven and earth were incomplete. All these factors added together caused the human race's experts to become fewer and fewer. The god-slaying saber could understand this as well. After all, more than half of the world had been shattered. How could the spiritual energy be good? The Emperor of Heaven was obviously forced to a dead end. That was why he had to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs to fight for a chance of survival for the myriad races. Perhaps this chance of survival was very slim. But at least there was a chance. If a supreme expert could be born from the myriad races, then there would be hope for them to lead the other races and restore the world to its former glory. Even if it was just in case. It was just in case. But at least it was much better than the myriad races being directly destroyed and the world being devoured by the demon abyss. In the courtyard. The dust on Test Jianfeng's body went in. After cultivating in seclusion for nearly a year, he had successfully stepped into the spirit martial realm. At this moment, Test Jianfeng was standing in the courtyard. The aura on his body was like an unsheathed divine weapon. His eyes were sharp as if the person standing there was not a human but a divine sword that soared into the sky. First level of the spirit martial realm, spirit god realm. Test Jianfeng walked over with his hands behind his back. A pure divine thought came out of his body and turned into a long sword that cut through the sky. The other people's spirit gods were almost all in their original form. But Test Jianfeng was different. His spirit god was not himself, but in the form of a sword. Then, Test Jianfeng waved his hand and opened the door of the courtyard. Outside the door, a few disciples were already waiting there. Seeing the door open, they immediately walked in. The moment they saw Test Jianfeng, they felt a dazzling sharpness sweep past them, forcing them to lower their heads. "Greetings, Master." You may rise." Test Jianfeng's voice was a little cold, but he also looked at his disciples and nodded in his heart. They were all in the spirit martial realm. This proved that these disciples had not neglected their cultivation during this period of time. He was also at the first level of the spirit martial realm. These disciples were also at the first level of the spirit martial realm. However, when these disciples faced Test Jianfeng, it was as if they were facing a terrifying expert. Test Jianfeng said indifferently, "I haven't checked your cultivation progress for a year. Since you're all here, show me what you're capable of." While he was speaking, the other disciples' faces changed slightly, not knowing what to do. Test Jianfeng said, "Fight like me and use all of your strength. Otherwise, if you're seriously injured or unfortunately killed, you can't blame anyone." "Master." The disciples turned pale with fright. He said that he would check their cultivation progress. Why did he say that they would be seriously injured or killed? If it was someone else who said it, they would have thought it was a joke. But Test Jianfeng said it himself, so it could not be fake. Test Jianfeng looked indifferent and said, "Who's first?" They looked at each other. In the end, Xiao Junyi braced himself and stood up. He cupped his hands and said, "Master, please advise me." Go ahead." Test Jianfeng put his hands behind his back and looked at him with praise. "Excuse me." Xiao Junyi said first, and in the next moment, he unsheathed his long sword. The cold sword qi caused the temperature in the courtyard to drop. Test Jianfeng took out a withered branch from somewhere. Looking at the long sword coming at him, he stretched it out like a stroke of genius. Suddenly, the sword qi dispersed. The withered branch seemed to have turned into a peerless weapon. It emitted a terrifying sword qi, which made Xiao Junyi's body tremble. A great fear descended on his heart. At this moment, Xiao Junyi did not dare to hold back. He took a step forward and his body turned into 7 shadows. The sword qi filled the sky and finally gathered into a shocking sword. 7 killing gods and ghosts against the stars, this was Test Jianfeng's move. He did not hold back at all for these disciples. Not bad. Test Jianfeng nodded his head and praised. Then his eyes turned cold. The withered branch emitted a terrifying sword qi, which collided with the long sword like a rainbow. The withered branch broke upon contact. However, at the moment when the branch broke, a terrifying sword qi exploded and sent Xiao Junyi flying. After landing on the ground, Xiao Junyi spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. His face was a little pale. The sight of this caused the remaining disciples to be filled with fear. He spat out blood. Xiao Junyi was very strong, but Test Jianfeng was boundlessly strong. And it seemed that he really did not hold back. Test Jianfeng said, "Your sword attacks are not pure enough, and you are not decisive enough. If you do not have the determination to kill, you will not be able to bring out the true power of the 7 killing stars. If you can improve this, your power will definitely increase." "Thank you for your guidance, Master." Xiao Junyi understood. Just now, when he had tested the sword's edge, it had given him a feeling of death. That feeling was still lingering in his heart. Xiao Junyi had a premonition. If he could digest this feeling, his strength could indeed increase a lot. This increase, it had nothing to do with the breakthrough of the realm. Subsequently, Test Jianfeng tested the rest of the disciples. After teaching them a lesson, he drove them out. Not long after, Qin Shujian had already arrived. "Sect Master." Seeing Qin Shujian, Test Jianfeng's face became much gentler. "A few days ago, when I saw you kill your spirit deity, I thought it would take you a long time to step into the spirit martial realm again. I didn't expect you to succeed in less than a year." Qin Shujian looked at Test Jianfeng in front of him and could not help but have a thought in his mind, showing off. This was the real showing of one's ability. In the past, Test Jianfeng also showed off his ability, but compared to this, it was far inferior. At this time, the other party gave him the feeling that the one standing here was not a person, but more like a sword. In ancient times, there were swordsmen who hid their edge, and there were also swordsmen who showed their edge. These two are completely different, and it's hard to say which is stronger. However, this person in front of me is naturally compatible with the sword principle. If he can break through to the 4th level of the celestial being realm, it will be much easier for him to comprehend the rules of sword principle. In the Sea of Consciousness, Godslayer said faintly. Any Tao would have its own controversies. In ancient times, there were great differences among the sword practitioners. Some sword practitioners thought that swordsmen should hide their edge, and only at the moment of drawing the sword could the edge be fully revealed, and the power to kill immortals and gods would be exerted. Some sword practitioners thought that swordsmen should show their edge, nourish themselves with battles, and become gods in one battle. It was obvious. Test Jianfeng took the latter path. Hearing Godslayer's words in his mind, Qin Shujian did not say anything. Test Jianfeng said, "Fortunately, the spiritual qi in the sect has increased a lot during this period. Otherwise, it would take some time for me to break through to the spirit martial realm." During this period, the main sect had changed. The one who benefited the most was Test Jianfeng. The increase of the spiritual qi in the sect had made his recultivation much smoother. Qin Shujian said, Elder Test, the timing is just right. There will be a big battle soon. At that time, Elder Test will go with me. Okay. Test Jianfeng did not refuse. He was on the path of nourishing himself with battles. The more battles he fought, the faster his strength would improve. Test Jianfeng said, speaking of which, I have something to ask you, Sect Master. What is it? I want to learn forging. I wonder if you can give me some advice, Sect Master, Test Jianfeng said sincerely. Forging? Qin Shujian looked at Test Jianfeng and frowned slightly. He seemed to understand a little. If you want to practice swordsmanship, just practice swordsmanship. Why do you want to learn forging? Isn't this not a proper occupation? It was not easy for the sect to have a seedling with potential, and now you are telling me that you want to change your occupation. Qin Shujian instinctively wanted to refuse. But just as he was about to speak, Godslayer's voice sounded in his mind again. Teach him. Any powerful sword cultivator is a powerful artificer. A sword practitioner's sword has always been forged by himself. Only in this way can he truly reach the realm of telepathy. Even if it's a top-notch forging master, it's difficult for others to reach the realm of telepathy unless it has been nurtured for thousands of years. So, many sword practitioners do it themselves. Only in this way can they forge a suitable weapon for themselves. Godslayer's explanation made Qin Shujian change the words that came to his mouth. Since Elder Test has decided to learn, how can I refuse? Thank you, Sect Master. Test Jianfeng bowed. Seeing this, Qin Shujian did not reach out to stop him. He realized that for so long, it seemed that he had not really guided the sect's disciples in forging. This time, Test Jianfeng spoke. Qin Shujian was also interested and the idea of guiding the disciples in cultivation emerged. In the next half a month, Qin Shujian stayed in the forging hall and explained forging to the few remaining forging masters in the forging hall, as well as Test Jianfeng, the newbie. Compared to the lively scene in the past, the current forging hall was only a few kittens. However, those who could still stay in the main sect were basically geniuses in forging or forging masters who were about to break through to the master realm. Such people would stay in the main sect. Once they had a chance to break through, they would be assigned to various branches. This half a month was also the most exciting half a month for the forging masters in the main sect. Even Xianxia was unable to contain her excitement. Although he had broken through to the master realm, in terms of forging achievements, he was thousands of miles away from Qin Shujian. Everyone had their own pursuits. But before breaking through to the master realm, Xianxia's goal was to become a forging master. But when he became a forging master, he hoped that one day he could reach the master realm. Who else in the world could guide a forging master to the master realm? Then if Qin Shujian claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. The title of the best forging master in the world was not a rumor. In half a month, Qin Shujian ended the lecture. It was not that he had finished. Forging was so vast that it was definitely not something that could be finished in half a month. There were two reasons why he stopped the lecture. One was because with the level of the forging masters in the forging hall, they could only digest so much. There was another reason. It was because the time was up. 1 year, the time to break the restriction of heaven and earth was up. P.S. The author can't eat anymore. Please support the original, I Am Decent on the Qidian Chinese network. Heaven and earth restriction. Four majestic cities tightly surrounded this place. Compared to a few months ago, each city now had over 1 million soldiers. The soldiers here. They were not ordinary soldiers, but the true elites of the Great Zhao. Apart from that, the experts of the imperial court also continuously came and were stationed in the city. In a short period of time, the city was built like an iron bucket. The teleportation gates in the city flashed one after another. One after another, cultivators walked out from the inside. Is this the gate to the eastern continent? It is indeed extremely majestic. Someone looked at the surrounding scene and the aura of iron and blood in shock. Hearing that, a cultivator beside him smiled and said, "You must know that this city was built by Sect Master Qin of the Sky Origin Sect. The title of the #1 blacksmith in the world is not just for show. It is rumored that although this city is a spirit artifact, even a Tao artifact cannot break it. With the existence of these 4 cities and the diviner experts of the imperial court, this place is already impregnable. The 4 cities were open to the outside world for the first time. However, the news of Xianxia's construction had already spread. After all, the construction caused such a huge commotion, and the endless mountain range was not completely airtight. It was not difficult to obtain some information. More importantly, the imperial court was deliberately spreading the news. The title of the #1 blacksmith in the world played a big role. At this moment, the blood of the 4 cities rushed to the sky. Experts of various sects and factions, as well as rogue cultivators from all over, came to support. This time, the imperial court only gave a strong order to the sects, but did not have many requirements for the rogue cultivators. After all, they were rogue cultivators. Without a sect as a foundation, it was useless even if the imperial court wanted to enforce the order. However, after knowing that the imperial court was about to start a war with the 3 continents, some rogue cultivators still came of their own accord. For them, this was both a danger and an opportunity. Is this the heaven and earth restriction? A great cultivator of the divine martial realm looked at the turbulence in the void in front of him and was naturally shocked. A middle-aged cultivator said in a deep voice, "This is the turbulence in the void. Even a diviner might face danger if they enter." He had obtained this information from the ancient records of his sect. However, this cultivator's sect had not produced a diviner for many years, so this information was rather old. There were still 3 days left before the 1-year deadline. However, more than 80% of the powerhouses in the eastern continent were gathered here. These experts referred to cultivators above the true martial realm. As for basic realm cultivators, the imperial court had no indication. Even if a rudimentary realm cultivator came and was discovered by the imperial court, they would immediately be persuaded to return. There was no other way. If he were to participate in such a battle, he would be courting death. Although basic realm cultivators were of no use to humans, they were the foundation of the human race. If all the low-level cultivators died, it would be a huge blow to the human race. The teleportation gate flashed. Xianxia walked out, followed by many experts of the Traceless sect. When the official guarding the portal saw Xianxia appear, he immediately asked in a deep voice, "May I ask which sect you are from?" "Traceless sect." Xianxia replied faintly, then looked at the surrounding environment. Even with his celestial perception, he was actually restricted here, only able to spread it out to a range of 3 zhang. Regarding this, Xianxia was also taken aback. This was no longer just the suppression of the city itself, it also meant that there was an extremely powerful formation here. The strength of the formation. It had reached the point where it could even suppress celestial beings. When he saw the blood chi surging above the city, that was the symbol of a large number of troops gathered. The elite army of the imperial court could form a powerful military formation. If they charged, even celestial beings would have to temporarily avoid them. All these factors combined, Xianxia realized that if he was an enemy, he would not even have a chance to escape after entering the city. The suppression of the city itself, the suppression of the formation, and the encirclement of the army. In the face of such an attack, celestial beings were just a little brother. Of course, this was referring to ordinary celestial beings like Xianxia. If it was a powerful celestial being, it would be a different story. When the official heard this, his face turned serious. The Traceless sect, a top sect, needs to bring 1 celestial being, 10 divine martial artists, 100 spiritual martial artists, and 1,000 true martial artists. After that, he looked behind Xianxia and said in a deep voice, "May I know your name?" Xianxia. Elder Yin, according to the requirements, the Traceless sect needs to bring 10 divine martial artists to assist in the battle. Now, there don't seem to be 10 divine martial artists present. The official's words were more polite, but when he looked at the people behind Xianxia, he frowned. How could an official who could guard here to count the number of people be a simple cultivator? Although the other party looked ordinary, he was actually an expert at the peak of the divine martial arts realm. Xianxia said calmly, "The Traceless sect has just been promoted. Now there are 6 divine martial artists in the sect. I brought 5 divine martial artists with me. The remaining one will ensure the inheritance of the sect. He has already done his best. Hearing this, the official did not say much on this issue. He said solemnly, "Okay." He had heard about the Traceless sect. It was indeed a newly promoted top sect. Whether there were really only 6 divine martial artists in the sect was not mentioned for the time being. But this time, there was a celestial being and 5 divine martial artists. It was indeed a great contribution. For such a force, the imperial court could understand. Subsequently, the official did some registration and then let Xianxia and the others leave. Soon, other sects arrived. In the eastern continent, all sects above the true dominion level had to produce a certain number of cultivators. This was not only to consolidate the strength of the eastern continent, but also to express their attitude. If some sects took action and some sects did not, it would inevitably cause some sects to feel indignant. They would wonder why they were killing enemies on the front line while others were hiding behind and living peacefully. Therefore, all sects had to produce cultivators. If they did not, the imperial court would take action first and exterminate these sects before the 3 major continents arrived. At this moment, the human race was not allowed to have a second voice, nor was it allowed to have any possibility of dividing the human race. As long as there was a sign of this, the imperial court would exterminate it immediately. Come, report your name and origin. 9 Palace Sect, Qin Yuanbai. So it's Sect Master Qin. The official was shocked. He looked at Qin Yuanbai, who was standing in front of him, and then at the 9 Palace Sect experts behind him. Then, he completed the registration. After doing all these things, Qin Yuanbai led his people to find a place to rest in the city. What a big deal. Walking in the city, Qin Yuanbai could feel the invisible pressure and saw the blood qi that had already manifested. He could not help but exclaim. In order to hide from Qin Shujian, he had been in seclusion for a few months before he could barely suppress this inner demon. At this moment, he came out of seclusion and led the 9 Palace Sect people to fight. Qin Yuanbai originally thought that he had brought enough experts with him this time, but when he really arrived here, he realized that the experts in the city could already be said to be as numerous as the clouds. Sect Master Qin. A hearty voice sounded. Qin Yuanbai turned his head and smiled. He cupped his hands and said, "Elder Yin. I didn't expect to meet Sect Master Qin as soon as I arrived here. It's fate." Xianxia smiled and seemed to be in a good mood. He was very familiar with Qin Yuanbai. After all, they were almost the same generation of cultivators. However, Qin Yuanbai was more talented than him and broke through to the diviner realm first. On the contrary, Xianxia waited until his lifespan was almost exhausted before he succeeded. If it was in the past, Xianxia would not take the initiative to greet him. Because when he saw a diviner of the same generation, he would only feel depressed. But now, it was different. Everyone was a diviner, so there was not so much pressure when they met. Qin Yuanbai smiled and said, "Brother Yin has broken through to the diviner realm, but I haven't had the chance to congratulate him. I hope Brother Yin doesn't blame me." "Sect Master Qin, what are you talking about?" Xianxia said with a faint smile. After a brief exchange of greetings, the two of them temporarily gathered together. Originally, Xianxia planned to meet up with Qin Shujian. However, until now, he had not found where Yuan Sect's people were. According to Xianxia's estimation, Yuanzong should be in another city. Therefore, he had to team up with the 9 Palace Sect so that when the war started, there would be no one to take care of him. In the city, a group of people came through the teleportation gate. The official guarding there immediately recognized the identity of the person who came and greeted him warmly. "May I ask if you are Sect Master Qin of Yuan Sect?" "Qin Shujian greets sir." Qin Shujian also cupped his hands politely. The 2 words "sir" were just to give the other party face. The official smiled and said, "Sect Master Qin, you are too kind. My name is Feng Qing. I have long heard of Sect Master Qin's great name." "So it's Lord Feng. You're too polite." Feng Qing was very happy. Then, he looked at the people behind Xianxia and his expression changed slightly. Sect Master Qin, your sect is a top sect. According to the requirements, you need 10 God martial arts realm cultivators to participate in the war. You don't seem to have enough. It was more than not enough. It was more than half of the difference. In Feng Qing's eyes, Yuan sect only had 3 God martial arts realm cultivators. One had to know that the Sky Origin sect had recruited quite a few guests. Even if they couldn't gather 10 God martial realm experts, they definitely wouldn't only have 3. This order was personally given by the human emperor. Therefore, Feng Qing also felt embarrassed for a moment. Qin Shujian said, Lord Feng, you don't misunderstand. Our sect has not been established for long, so we really don't have many God martial arts realm cultivators. However, this time, in order to express our sincerity, our sect has already sent out 2 diviner cultivators. In addition to me, this is Jiang Feng. Lord Feng, you should have heard of his name. Jiang Feng, heavenly zombie Jiang Feng. Feng Qing was shocked. Looking at the black-robed man behind Qin Shujian, his expression became serious. How could he not have heard of Jiang Feng's name? Feng Qing also knew that the Sky Origin sect had a heavenly being-level zombie overseeing it, but he did not expect that Qin Shujian would also bring this one over. Qin Shujian said, in ancient times, zombies were also creatures of all races. Now that our sect has one more diviner, can it match 10 God martial arts realm cultivators? Of course it can. Feng Qing's expression relaxed, then he smiled. It was more than just a match. Seriously speaking, dozens of God martial arts realm cultivators could not compare to a diviner. Unless those God martial arts realm cultivators were all at the peak of their realm. Otherwise, they were not qualified to be compared to a diviner. In order to accommodate the cultivators of the various sects, the city was also divided into several areas. One area was for the army to camp, another was for the public area, where the cultivators in the city could trade and provide simple supplies, and another was for the rest area, where all the cultivators could rest. Now that Qin Shujian had completed the registration, he led the people of Yuan's sect to the rest area. Walking on the street, many people were surprised when they saw Qin Shujian, and they involuntarily retreated to the side, not daring to block his path. Many people knew the strongest cultivator in the cultivation world and the best blacksmith in the world. Especially now. 1/3 of the people who were able to come here were powerful cultivators in the cultivation world. Qin Shujian did not know them, but they knew Qin Shujian. The rest area. It was actually a street full of inns. But the difference was that the inns here were all set up with corresponding protective arrays to prevent the cultivators from being spied on or attacked and causing a certain amount of damage. When Qin Shujian walked into the inn, he realized that this place had also used the method of storing Mount Sumeru in a mustard seed. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary inn, but when he walked in, he realized that it was ridiculously spacious. However, Qin Shujian was not surprised. After all, there would be hundreds or thousands of people from a sect coming to help. Under normal circumstances, more than a dozen inns might not be able to accommodate so many people. On the contrary, if they used this method, they could save a lot of space and some costs. Because the rest area was free of charge. After all, the cultivators came to help in the battle, but they still had to pay to find a place to stay. That would be very unreasonable. Not only was the accommodation free, but the food was also free. Of course, if the food was good, they would have to pay extra. But no matter what, the imperial court was still very polite to those who came to help in the battle. Soon, some cultivators came. May I know which sect's cultivators are here? I'm Qin Shujian of Yuan sect, and I'm here with the cultivators of my sect. Qin Shujian directly reported his name. All of a sudden, the inn, which was originally noisy, immediately fell silent. Yuan sect, Qin Shujian, 5 simple words, but they weighed more than 10,000 pounds. After being stunned for a moment, the cultivator immediately reacted and said respectfully, so it's the people from Yuan sect. Please follow me, sect master Qin and the rest. I'll arrange a room for you. Thank you. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. Then, the cultivator walked in front and led Qin Shujian and the rest upstairs. It was called a staircase. However, it was different from the staircase of an ordinary inn. The staircase was 10 feet wide and made of white stone. It was 20 feet long. When they reached the second floor, Xianxia realized that the space on the second floor was not smaller than the first floor. With his perception, he could also sense that the surrounding space was stable. The biggest problem with this kind of technique was that the space was not stable enough, and it was not easy to cause problems. There was no doubt. The array formation here was extremely stable. According to Xianxia's estimation, one would need to be at least a saint to break the array formation. To be precise, one would need to have the destructive power of a saint. Looking at this place, Xianxia said, "I wonder who created this array formation?" Sect Master Qin, this array formation was created by Fang Yilan of the Imperial Astronomer. The cultivator walking in front paused and turned back to say with a smile. I see. Xianxia suddenly understood. If it was set up by Fang Yilan, it would be different. After all, she was a second realm array grandmaster. Her methods were naturally extraordinary. Of course. Although they were both second realm grandmasters, Xianxia still thought that he was better than Fang Yilan. After all, the increase in one's life source was the peak. Strictly speaking, he was already at the peak of the second realm. After walking some distance on the second floor, the cultivator led the people from Yuan sect up the white stone stairs again. As if he was afraid that Xianxia and the others would misunderstand, he explained as he walked, the inn in the resting area has a total of 5 floors. The top floor is for the top sections. The top floor is for the sects of the major domains, followed by the sects of the spirit dominion and the other major domains. The second floor is for the sects of the true dominion and the spirit dominion. The first floor is a public area where all the cultivators can exchange information. Classes were everywhere. Even the accommodations were clearly divided. However, this was normal. If a top sect stayed next to a true dominion sect, not only would the people of the top sects be unhappy, but the people of the true dominion sect would also tremble. Regarding such a division, Xianxia was very satisfied. After all, he was the one at the top, so there was naturally no reason for him to be dissatisfied. As for whether the sects would be unhappy because of this, it was none of his business. He was satisfied anyway. What was the point of cultivating hard and improving one's strength? One was to increase one's lifespan. The other was for better enjoyment. If fairness was emphasized everywhere, the passion for cultivation would be greatly reduced. Under the guidance of that cultivator, the people of the origin sect stepped directly onto the 5th floor. From the outside, the inn was only 20 to 30 feet high. However, they now realized that the stairs alone were nearly 200 feet high. Such a method, other sects would have been shocked, but the people of the origin sect did not find it too strange. This was because their library also had the same method of storing sumaru in a mustard seed. When they reached the 5th floor, they saw a row of rooms densely packed together. That cultivator stopped in his tracks and said, "Sect Master Qin, your sect can choose any place to rest on the 5th floor. Besides your sect, no other sect's cultivators will set foot on this floor. The 5th floor can only accommodate one sect?" Xianxujian's spiritual force scanned the entire 5th floor with his perception. That cultivator said, "Every inn can only accommodate one top sect. Once your sect stays here, our inn will not accept a second top sect. The same goes for the other inns." "I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. If Sect Master Qin has any instructions, you can send a message at any time. There is a communication jade token in every room." "Thank you." Xianxia nodded his head slightly. That cultivator immediately retreated. "TSK, the treatment is really good." After that cultivator left, Niao Feng looked at the surrounding environment and clicked his tongue in wonder. Su Yuanming said, "The top sects have contributed the most. I'm afraid the fighting will be the most tragic when the time comes. It's just a small profit now." The environment of the 5th floor was indeed good. However, as a member of the origin sect, how could he not have seen the world? Xianxia said, "All disciples can rest here for a while. If you have something to do, you can go out for a walk. However, don't leave the city easily and don't get into any conflicts with others for the time being. If anyone provokes you first, leave behind evidence before killing them. Yes, sect master. The other disciples nodded their heads in acknowledgement. Qin Shujian waved his hand and dismissed the disciples. This time, because of the imperial court's order, not only did Qin Shujian bring the elders of the main sect, but he also transferred over thousands of disciples of the true martial realm from the various branches. These disciples. There were natives as well as players. In this regard, Qin Shujian did not discriminate too much. This was because every branch would hold a small competition regularly. The disciples that he selected were the top 1,000 cultivators of the true martial realm. After entering the room, immediately, a player disciple looked at the surrounding environment and said with a smile, "This environment is really good. I heard from my friend that when their sect came, they didn't have such treatment." Of course. Don't you know who's behind them? Another player sneered. Being able to enter the origin sect was their biggest advantage. At this moment, there was also a player who took a video and posted it on the forum. This matter that shook the entire eastern continent had attracted the attention of all the players. Everyone could understand. For some players, this war might be a great opportunity. On the other side, Qin Shujian did not stay on the 5th floor for long. He turned around and walked down. After exiting the inn, he decided on a direction and walked straight towards it. Not long after, in a room of a restaurant, the two sat opposite each other. "I haven't seen you for a few months. Sect Master Qin's reputation is getting bigger and bigger. It will be difficult to see you in the future." Looking at Qin Shujian in front of him, Xianxia had a faint smile on his face. Compared to the last time, now, the strongest person of the Overlook Sea sect seemed to have a sharper edge. Qin Shujian smiled faintly and said, "Brother Hanhai, you're making things difficult for me. I didn't expect that our two sects would coincidentally be in the same city. It's all fate." Xianxia smiled and said, "I wonder what sect Master Qin thinks about fate." "Let's not talk about such things as fate." Qin Shujian shook his head and said. He had met Xianxia a few times, and the other party always gave him a different feeling. In particular, Godslayer said that the other party had secrets. Qin Shujian was even more curious about this. However, since it was a secret, Xianxia would certainly not say it. In another day or two, the passage to the 3 continents will be opened. Sect Master Qin, what do you think the Eastern continent's chances of winning are? It's meaningless to guess the chances of winning. If the chances of winning are not high, will Brother Hanhai just surrender? Sect Master Qin, you must be joking. Since that's the case, it's useless to know the outcome. When the time comes, we'll just fight. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile. Then, he picked up the cup in front of him and took a sip. Xianxia nodded and said, "Sect Master Qin, you're right." Then, there was an inexplicable expression on his old face. "I can already feel the aura of slaughter." Dong, dong, the war drums were deafening. A war drum had already been placed on top of the city walls of the 4 cities. The city lords of each city personally struck the war drum. Heaven and earth rumbled. A fighting spirit surged from the bottom of everyone's heart. The cultivators who were resting and eating in the inns all changed their expressions and then walked out at the same time. At this moment, the armies of the various cities had already gathered, and their soaring chi and blood shocked the cloudless sky. All heavenly beings immediately head to the heaven and earth restriction. The remaining cultivators will listen to the deployment of the various cities. Those who disobey will be killed. Those who take the opportunity to cause trouble will be killed. Those who disturb the military will be killed. Those who run away will be killed. By the order of the human emperor, if the cultivators of the various sects are not enough, they must kill the enemies of the corresponding realm and behead them for military merit. If they can't fill the gap, they will be severely punished after the war. For cultivators of the imperial court rose into the air. Their auras were vast, and their voices reached everyone's ears. All the cultivators looked solemn when they heard that. Qin Shujian's expression was grave as well. The human emperor's order was already very clear. For example, if the top sects asked for 10 cultivators of the god martial arts realm and only sent 3 of them, then they would have to kill 7 enemies of the god martial arts realm to make up for their mistakes. Or else, then they would be punished. If it were any other day, such a decision would definitely make many people dissatisfied. But at this moment, no one dared to be dissatisfied. Because the war drums had already sounded, the imperial court would definitely not show mercy to those who dared to be dissatisfied. Some cultivators whose emotions had been stirred up could not tolerate them either. Qin Shujian looked at Jingfeng and the others and said, "You guys stay here and wait for the deployment of the city. Don't act rashly. Sect Master, don't worry." Jingfeng nodded slightly. "As the Great Elder, you now have the power to kill. Anyone who disobeys the order will be killed." Qin Shujian glanced at everyone with a cold expression. All of a sudden, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Then, Qin Shujian took Jiang Feng and flew toward the heaven and earth restriction. There was a flight restriction array in the city. However, it had yet to be fully activated. It only restricted cultivators below the Sky Human stage. At that very moment, Sky Human stage cultivators were still capable of flying. The moment Qin Shujian flew into the air, there were also experts from other cities flying in the sky. All the experts looked at each other. When they saw Qin Shujian, their expressions turned serious. Among them, Fan Xinglan and Yin Banqing cupped their hands from afar, and Qin Shujian also cupped his hands in response. The 3 parties were not in the same city. That was why they didn't have the chance to meet until now. As for Qin Yuanbai, when he saw Qin Shujian, he couldn't help but look away, as if he didn't dare to look him in the eye. Such a thing. Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows slightly. Qin Yuanbai must have done something wrong. Last time, he avoided meeting me. This time, he looked away when he saw me. It seems that he is really hiding something from me. In the past, Qin Shujian would definitely stop the other party and interrogate him. However, the current situation wasn't suitable, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. Si Hanhai, who was beside him, sighed and said, "For thousands of years, I have never seen such a grand occasion. All the top experts in the cultivation world have gathered here. It's really unexpected. I'm afraid that the following battle will be even more unexpected." Qin Shujian said with a faint smile. Si Hanhai, this old bastard, always had such a compassionate attitude. He couldn't figure out if the other party was really such a person or if he was so abnormal. Si Hanhai looked at the blood and qi that soared into the sky, shook his head and said, "Sai, once the battle starts, there will be countless deaths and injuries. It's already a great honor to be born in this world. Why do all the clans have to fight each other? Brother Hanhai, you have to ask the other clans." Qin Shujian replied indifferently. The 2 of them communicated with each other through divine thoughts and didn't talk. Not long after, they arrived at the location of the heaven and earth restriction. At this moment, the human emperor was already there. Other than the human emperor, the remaining vassals, as well as the experts of the imperial court, were all gathered here. It was worth mentioning that among the 13 prefectures of the Great Zhao dynasty, the Middle State Prefecture was not controlled by any vassals. The other 12 prefectures all had their own vassals. However, in the previous rebellion, 8 vassals were killed, leaving only 4 vassals. They were Marquis Baiyun, Marquis Yunyang, Marquis Shenfeng, and the traitor Marquis Qianshan. When Qin Shujian looked at Marquis Qianshan, Gu Chongqing, his expression was a little strange. He really didn't expect this. Marquis Qianshan was a traitor. When the other party sent someone to assassinate him, did he really think that he had the confidence to resist, or did he sacrifice him to make others believe that he was a traitor? In Qin Shujian's opinion, the latter was more likely. However, Marquis Qianshan had obviously compensated him previously. At this moment, Qin Shujian couldn't make things difficult for him. However, at this moment, he made a mental note to have a good chat with Marquis Qianshan when he had the chance. When Qin Shujian looked at Gu Chongqing also looked at him and nodded with a smile. That expression, it made Qin Shujian have the urge to punch him. So, Qin Shujian also returned what he thought was a warm smile, which made Gu Chongqing stunned. He ignored Marquis Qianshan. Qin Shujian immediately looked elsewhere. His gaze swept across the room, and he was immediately taken aback. 3 unfamiliar faces. They were all powerful experts. When he saw that the 3 of them were standing with Su Zhan and the others, Qin Shujian immediately understood their identities. The elders of the Imperial Astronomer. Including Su Zhan, there were already 5 Almighty Pavilion elders in the Imperial Astronomer. Qin Shujian wasn't sure if this was all of the powerful figures in the Imperial Astronomer or just a part of it. However, after thinking about it, he still thought that this was all of the powerful figures in the Imperial Astronomer. After all, the Imperial Astronomer hadn't been established for a long time. It was already a shocking thing to have 5 powerful figures. Besides that, the powerful figures on the Imperial Court's side were the Eternal Crown Prince Shiyang, the traitor Marquis Qianshan Gu Chongqing, and the last Marquis Baiyun Xiao Qingfeng. In this way, there were already 8 powerful figures on the Imperial Court's side, and they didn't include the Nirvana Realm expert, the Human Emperor. As for those below the powerful figures, there were also Dan Hao, Marquis Shenfeng, and other experts at the peak of the Saint Realm. Those below the peak of the Saint Realm, Qin Shujian also saw about 5 of them. As for cultivators below the 4th level of the Celestial Realm, there were 10 on the Imperial Court's side. In this way, there were about 30 Celestial Realm cultivators on the Imperial Court's side. Looking at the cultivators sent by the various sects, there were about 13 Celestial Realm cultivators. After all, 1 top sect per prefecture was a basic arrangement. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect was destroyed. The Black Sieve sect was also destroyed by the Imperial Court because they stood on the wrong side. Among the remaining 11 prefectures, the Baiyun Prefecture sent 3 Celestial Realm cultivators to fill the gap. In other words, there were about 40 Celestial Realm cultivators on the Imperial Court's side and the Cultivation World's side. Qin Shujian took a deep breath. This should be the most powerful force that the entire East Continent's human race could bring out. There was a silence. Some people looked at the Human Emperor in front of them, while others looked at the heaven and earth restriction. The void turbulence, it was an existence that could even destroy Celestial Realm cultivators. After the end of the ancient times, the 10,000 races besieged the human race, causing us to suffer heavy losses. Fortunately, the ancestors of the human race rose up and ensured that our race's inheritance was not destroyed. The Human Emperor said calmly, looking at the void turbulence in front of him, with his hands behind his back. For some reason, when the others heard this calm voice, they felt as if they were seeing a scene from the past. No one said anything. What happened hundreds of thousands of years ago had been completely buried by the river of time. But today, the Human Emperor wanted to let the human race know the buried history again. The 10,000 races forced the human race, and the human race's powerhouses kept falling. That was the darkest period of the human race since the ancient times. 200,000 years ago, an immortal of the human race appeared and led the human race to fight against the 10,000 races. More than half of the human race died in that battle, but we still lost. As the Human Emperor spoke, he reached into the void and pulled hard. The void cracked. A vast river appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The river was vast and boundless. Countless images that had been condensed to the extreme floated in the long river. Then, the Human Emperor reached into the river again and pulled it. Finally, he took out a video. It was the scene of the 10,000 races fighting. Even though it was an illusory video, one could feel the shocking slaughter from it. The human race, there were also other races, but from the video, one could see that the human race was in a state of being besieged. One powerhouse after another stood up and fought with the powerhouses of the 10,000 races. Then, one powerhouse after another fell. The river of time. Godslayer's tone was a little emotional. Qin Shujian's expression changed. Looking at the illusory river, his eyes suddenly became much more serious. The river of time that carried the past and the future. In other words, the scene in front of him was a fragment of the past that the Human Emperor had taken out. Qin Shujian was shocked. There were many things that he wanted to ask Godslayer. But the current scene was obviously not suitable. As for the others, they were also extremely shocked when they saw this. They were both shocked by the scene in front of them. They were even more shocked by the human emperor's strength. Not everyone knew about the River of Time, and not everyone had even heard of its existence. However, any powerhouse who knew about the River of Time knew what kind of strength was needed to be able to capture the River of Time. They only saw the images in the river constantly appearing. As the killing continued, the shocking killing intent seemed to be able to break through the river, causing everyone's bodies to feel a chill. The human emperor said, that battle was the most tragic battle of the human race after the ancient times were destroyed. In order to preserve the last foundation of the human race, the immortal who led the human race set up the heaven and earth restriction at the cost of his own life. As he said that, his palm moved. Finally, a terrifying figure appeared in everyone's sight. However, the moment that figure appeared, the River of Time seemed to be swept by a terrifying force. Then, the scene in front of them suddenly collapsed. The heaven and earth restriction is both a seal and a protection. It carries the will of that immortal and many ancestors of the human race. They hoped that one day, the human race could open this seal and restore the glory of the ancient times. 200,000 years have passed. The human race drove away the demon race and fought for a chance to recuperate. Now that the human race is at its peak in the eastern continent, there's no need for the heaven and earth restriction to exist. If the passage is opened today, the 10,000 races of the 3 continents will still not give up on the idea of destroying our race. A bloody battle is inevitable. I hope everyone is prepared. The human emperor stated the facts in a calm tone. Dan Hao said coldly, Your Majesty, the human race is at its peak now. If the 10,000 races dare to attack, just kill them. Kill. Kill. At this moment, war drums rang out. Millions of soldiers' cries shook the heavens and the earth. The Black Sea hung down like a heavenly river. A large number of powerhouses gathered in front of the Black Sea. The Qin River has drifted here for 200,000 years. It's finally time to fade. A God Clan powerhouse looked at the Black Sea in front of him with a fearful expression. The Qin River that even immortals in the ancient times would die if they fell into it. If the Qin River had not stopped them, the various races would have attacked the eastern continent and destroyed the human race in one fell swoop. How could there be any hidden dangers now? As soon as he finished speaking, a demon clan powerhouse sneered and said, The human race has been recuperating in the eastern continent all these years. I heard that many powerhouses have been nurtured there. Even the existence of my race who was close to the Nirvana realm perished there. Speaking of which, it's all because the demons are useless. Another burly powerhouse said disdainfully, Back then, the human race was crippled by our ancestors. I didn't expect the demons of the eastern continent to still be suppressed. How laughable. Some time ago, the demons of the eastern continent escaped from the Qin River with the heavenly demon temple, causing quite a commotion. Back then, the demons had left a backup plan in the eastern continent. The other races also knew what the demons' goal was. They saw that the human race was weak and wanted to leave a portion of their strength to destroy the human race. Then, they would completely occupy the eastern continent and make it another base for the demons. However, what they did not expect was 200,000 years later. The demons escaped in the dark and finally told others that they had been defeated by the human race. This news spread. It could be said that it caused a lot of ridicule. Zhu Yu, are you provoking the demons? The demon clan powerhouse stared coldly at the person who spoke. The rest of the demon race experts were also glaring at him. This news could be said to be a pain for the demons. Even if the demons of the East continent had exterminated the human race, occupied that place, and separated from the demons of the 3 major continents, they would not be so angry. At least, this also proved the strength of the demons. However, the demons were chased out by the human race. That was a huge joke. Zhu Yu's eyes were slightly cold. He took a step forward and said, Tianhong, this is not your western continent. If you want to fight, I, the Blood Eldar, will accompany you at any time. I'm just afraid that the demons won't dare to accept. Then let's try. Tianhong also took a step forward and stared coldly at Zhu Yu. Instantly, the demons and the Blood Eldar powerhouses glared at each other. For a moment, swords were drawn. 200,000 years had passed. The 10,000 races were no longer united. In order to compete for the resources of the three continents, they fought each other continuously and had already broken off. If it were not for the news that the human race was going to leave the eastern continent, they would not have gathered here. The reason for this was that the human race was too intimidating. The supreme powerhouse of the ancient human race established the heavenly court and called himself the Emperor of Heaven, intimidating all races to submit to him. The ancient human emperor's combat power was overwhelming and also made all races fear him. It could be said that the human race of the ancient era was truly powerful. Although some races were on par with the human race, in terms of strength, they did not have the capital to compete with the human race. Even though the ancient times had long passed, the human race had declined to the extreme. But even so, when they heard that the human race was going to leave the eastern continent, they were still afraid. Now that the human race is about to leave the eastern continent, why should the demons and the blood Eldar fight each other at this time? If the human race finds an opportunity, it will not be a joke. The God race powerhouse frowned. As a race that split off from the human race, the God race's fear of the human race was stronger than any other race. If they did not completely destroy the human race, the entire God race would not be able to sleep and eat in peace. Hearing that, only then did Tianhong and Zhu Yu suppress the anger in their hearts. Then, another powerhouse of the other race said, Gu Tua, is the news that the human race is going to leave the eastern continent 100% accurate? Of course. The God race powerhouse, who was also Gu Tua, said in a low voice, my race's high priest personally performed a divination. The Chen River will disappear today. The Chen River is the barrier between us and the eastern continent. Once the Chen River disappears, it means that the barrier between the eastern continent and us is gone. Why didn't your high priest come? The human race is not so easy to divine. The high priest has already suffered a backlash from the human race's destiny in order to divine the news of the human race. He is now recuperating and can't come in person. Gu Tua shook his head and said. He did not hide the news of the high priest's injury because there was no need to. The high priest was never the strongest person in the God race. Therefore, even if the high priest was injured, no one else had the right to behave atrociously in the God race. After that, Gu Tua looked at the Chen River with a grave expression. The Chen River subsided and the human race came into being. The human race was belligerent. In the ancient times, there was endless slaughter. The so-called submission of the 10,000 races was only because the Emperor of Heaven had killed the 10,000 races and had no choice but to submit to the heavenly court. If not for that, how could the 10,000 races find another sky above his head to monitor him? Because of this, when the Emperor of Heaven fell, the 10,000 races would attack the human race. To put it bluntly, the reason for this situation was all because of the Emperor of Heaven. When the Emperor of Heaven rose, he killed the 10,000 races. When he fell, he also killed the 10,000 races. Under such circumstances, how could the 10,000 races not settle the score with the human race? The God race was originally a member of the human race, but an expert saw the end of the human race and led a portion of people to leave the human race. He called himself the God race in order to get rid of the human race and not be affected by the great calamity. Since then, the God race completely broke off with the human race. It was fine if the human race did not rise, but once the human race rose, the God race would definitely be the main target of destruction. Therefore, the God race was more afraid of the rise of the human race than any other race. In Gu Tuo's heart, he did not think that he was a human. Even if he looked like a human, it was the same. The God race is the ruler of the world. What right does the human race have to compete with us? This time, we will kill the human race and plunder the remaining providence of the human race. The 4 continents will be ruled by the God race. A cold light flashed in Gu Tuo's eyes. He was not afraid that the human race would have a chance to turn the tables. According to the high priest's divination and the news from the demon race, the human race only had one Nirvana realm expert at most. There were not many above the 7th level of the celestial being realm. Now, all the races were gathered. There were no less than dozens of experts above the 7th level of the celestial being realm. With so many forces gathered, how could they be afraid of the human race, on the other side? The experts of the Great Zhao dynasty also gathered in front of the heaven and earth restriction. The human emperor took a step forward, and the almost solid river shattered the void. Then, a shocking giant axe condensed in his hand and slashed at the heaven and earth restriction in front of him. The axe fell. Yin and yang separated. The broken laws retreated to the left and right as if they had encountered something terrifying. The axe light tore through the void and shattered the firmament. It swallowed all the turbulence in the void that was blocking its path. In the blink of an eye, the human emperor slashed out 3 times and the giant axe in his hand shattered. The scene of heaven and earth merging into one line suddenly separated at this moment, as if heaven and earth were being split apart. Heaven and earth were shaking. In Xianxia's sight, an even more vast river hung down from the firmament and disappeared into the void. The Rule River. Xianxia took a deep breath and looked at the scene in front of him with shock on his face. The human emperor used his own Rule River just now. That solid Rule River was on a completely different level from the illusory Rule River that he summoned out of luck. The giant axe just now was not formed by vital essence at all, but the incarnation of the Rule River. At this moment, the heaven and earth restriction was shattered. As if something had been released, it directly caused the Rule River in the void to appear in front of everyone. The so-called Rule River. It was the place where all kinds of Rule River were born. When Xianxia first touched and understood the laws, he entered the Rule River. However, he had never seen the Rule River appear in front of people in such a form. That's not right. Not everyone can see the Rule River. Xianxia soon noticed that some people looked at the Rule River in shock, while others simply looked at the place where the heaven and earth restriction was broken. The Godslayer said, "The Rule River exists between reality and illusion. This is different from the Rule River that you summoned. There is only one way to see the Rule River. That is when you can understand the laws, you can see or even enter the Rule River. If you don't reach this realm, even if the Rule River is in front of you, you won't be able to see it. In the past, you could enter the Rule River to comprehend, but in fact, it was just a strand of divine thought that entered. Like now, the entire Rule River appears. This is a unique situation. Take advantage of this opportunity. If you can comprehend something at this time, it will be of great help to you when you step into the 7th level of celestial being in the future." In fact, there was no need for the Godslayer to say anything. Xianxia was also concentrating on the mother stream of the precepts. After the 4th level of celestial being, the main thing was to comprehend the laws. At this moment, all the cultivators above the 4th level of celestial being were staring at the Rule River. No one expected that there would be such benefits when breaking the heaven and earth restriction. As for those cultivators below the 4th level of celestial being, they were at a loss. This was because they realized that everyone seemed to be looking at different places. Some of them were looking at the sky, while others were looking at the heaven and earth restriction. Some of the smarter ones immediately understood that there might be some opportunities that they were unaware of. They also looked at the sky, but in the end, they found nothing. As the restrictions of heaven and earth shattered, a portion of the laws of heaven and earth that had been sealed and cut off in the past was immediately released. The appearance of the mother stream of laws was to celebrate the completeness of the laws of heaven and earth. At the same time, the restrictions of heaven and earth shattered, and the void turbulence inside dissipated inch by inch, separating like the surface of the sea. Then, behind the void turbulence, the connected heaven and earth separated, and earth, water, fire, and wind emerged. The Chen River flowed along the gap between heaven and earth. Soon, the Chen River disappeared bit by bit. After the void turbulence dissipated, a dark brown land appeared. At the first sight of the land, anyone could imagine the scene of the great battle. This was the place where the human race fought the myriad races in the past. The dark brown land was the dried blood of the human race and the myriad races. From the outside, one could only see the Chen River, which was like a heavenly river hanging in the sky, retreating bit by bit, revealing the scene behind it. However, there were still some remaining rules that had not dissipated. Behind the Chen River, there was still a distorted blur. Originally, the demon race and the blood Eldar had some disputes. But not long after, they saw the Qin River distort and the mother stream of laws cross the sky. The mother stream of laws has appeared. I can feel that the rules are being perfected. The originally broken rules are being perfected. Many experts cried out in surprise. They looked at the mother stream of laws with covetous eyes. The appearance of the mother stream of laws was a great opportunity for some people. As for those top experts, at this moment, their minds were also shaken. The appearance of the mother stream of laws, the broken rules were being perfected, and everything was being restored. And when the mother stream of laws appeared, the Qin River was also retreating bit by bit. Seeing that the Qin River was retreating, everyone's expressions became solemn. It's retreating. The Qin River is retreating. The Qin River is retreating. The human race must have opened the seal. The experts of the various races could not help but exclaim. Gu Tuo shouted in a deep voice, God race, listen to my orders. If a human appears, kill without mercy. Demon race, listen to my orders. Kill the human race. Blood Eldar, listen to my orders. Kill the human race. Undead race, listen to my orders. Kill the human race. Gold Eldar, listen to my orders. Kill the human race. One after another, the experts of the myriad races gave the order to kill. It was fine if they did not attack the human race. Once they attacked, they would not give the humans any chance to breathe. If another expert like the Emperor of Heaven or the ancient human emperor appeared in the human race, then the end of the myriad races would come. In ancient times, the Emperor of Heaven had intimidated the myriad races into submitting because the myriad races did not completely target the human race. Instead, the myriad races fought each other. But things were different now. The myriad races collectively targeted the human race with the goal of destroying the human race. Then, once the human race rose, they would definitely not give the myriad races another chance. The two of them had already reached the point where they would not rest until one of them died. The human race wanted to exterminate all races. The myriad races also wanted to destroy the human race. One by one, the hidden experts walked out from the shadows. Their terrifying auras gathered together, causing the void to distort and crack. No one made the first move. Because the Qin River had not completely receded. If they came into contact with the sunken river, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. Eastern Continent, Human Clan. Following the opening of the Heaven and Earth restriction, not long after the mother stream appeared, it disappeared without a trace. Only the space vortex and Qin River had disappeared. The place where the two originally existed was a layer of gray film. The success or failure of the human race depends on this. The Heaven and Earth restriction has been opened. Everyone, follow me to fight. As soon as the human emperor finished speaking, he had already taken a step forward and walked toward the film. The remaining human race experts did not dare to hesitate and followed closely behind the human emperor. At the same time, the war drums of the four cities became more and more intense, and the auras of the soldiers soared into the sky. But no one gave the order for the army to charge in now. Now that the Heaven and Earth restriction had just been opened, although the military formation formed by the army was powerful, the strength of a single soldier was actually not strong. If they rashly entered, they would easily suffer heavy losses. So, now that the human emperor and the others had entered first, it was to lay the foundation for the human race. At this moment, the city lords of the four cities sounded the war drums, waiting for the human emperor's order. On the other side, as the human emperor stepped out, the experts of the myriad races who had been waiting for a long time all attacked. For them, no matter who came out, they were targets to be killed. Only to see the energy shatter the void, and a terrifying killing intent instantly erupted. The human emperor's fist suppressed the void and collided with the incoming attack. Boom, a terrifying gust of wind spread out, and the void was destroyed inch by inch. The human emperor took a step into the air and struck out with his palm. It was as if the world had collapsed, causing the expressions of the experts of the myriad races to change. Not good, the strongest of the human race, quickly asked the emperors of the various races to attack. Zhu Yu's expression changed drastically, and he shouted sternly. They did not expect that as soon as the Qin River subsided, the strongest of the human race would walk out directly. What was the strongest? It was the limit that the world could reach now. Although the heaven and earth precepts had been repaired, immortals would not be born so soon. Therefore, the Nirvana realm could be called the strongest. Just like the ancient emperors, the Emperor of Heaven was the strongest if he did not appear. Now that the immortals did not appear, the Nirvana realm was the strongest. Whoosh, the void shattered, and a burly figure walked out, exuding a terrifying aura. Strongest of the human race, you will definitely die today. The human emperor looked at the person who came and sneered, a mere traitor dares to speak so arrogantly. He could feel that the person in front of him had the blood of the human race flowing in his body. Without a doubt. This was the traitor who had betrayed the human race and called himself the god race. Gutua shouted, the divine emperor has already attacked. God race, follow me to destroy the human race. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already taken out a long sword and slashed at the void, where a human had just walked out. You're courting death. Marquis Bayun had just walked out of the heaven and earth restriction when he saw the sword light slashing down. He immediately grabbed the stone spear and bombarded it, easily shattering the sword light. The terrifying attack was like a wave of death, causing Gutuo's expression to change drastically. Without hesitation, Gutuo immediately retreated frantically, but Marquis Bayun's attack followed him like a shadow, not giving him a chance to retreat at all. It was almost a face-to-face confrontation. Gutuo was in danger. Boom! The Dao artifact exploded, shattering the void. Taking advantage of the power of the explosion to block Marquis Bayun, Gutuo immediately pulled the two of them to a safe distance. At this moment, Gutuo looked at Marquis Bayun with an extremely gloomy face. He was a mighty expert of the god race, but in front of a human, he was forced to use his Dao artifact to self-destruct in order to protect himself. Such a thing made Gutuo feel that he had lost all face. However, no one had time to pay attention to Gutuo. Because more and more human experts walked out, and the experts of the 10,000 clans were also fighting with them. In the sky, the human emperor punched out, and the long river of laws swept out, crushing the space into pieces. The divine emperor's expression did not change. He also punched out, and the grey long river of laws crossed the sky. When the two long rivers of laws collided, the long river of laws of the divine emperor suddenly collapsed. When the long river of laws shattered, the two fists collided. The skin on the divine emperor's arm burst open, and pale golden blood splattered into the sky. It was almost a face-to-face confrontation. The divine emperor was already injured. Impossible. The divine emperor seemed to have gone crazy, and his originally calm expression was no longer there. They were both supreme experts of the same race. He did not believe that the gap between him and the human emperor was so big. The divine emperor had always thought that there were people in the 4 continents who could fight with him, but there was absolutely no one who could defeat him. Even if it was the monster race, which was equivalent to an ancient race, he was not afraid at all. However, reality gave the divine emperor a heavy blow. He was injured in a face-to-face confrontation. Today, I will kill the rebels and wipe out the god race. The human emperor's expression was cold. His fist shook the sky, and directly forced the divine emperor into a disadvantage. At the same time, a person stepped on the blood river and came over. Looking at the divine emperor's miserable appearance, he smiled and said, "Divine emperor, I didn't expect your strength to be so weak. You were beaten to such a state by a human. It seems that I have to reevaluate the strength of the god race." Cut the crap. This person is powerful. Not to mention Ben Huang, even if you, Shui Ling Huang, fought alone, you would not be much better than Ben Huang. The divine emperor was furious. Shui Ling Huang smiled with his hands behind his back. Is that so? Then Ben Huang would like to see what kind of person the human race has produced after 200,000 years. Get down here for me. Looking at the blood river above his head, the human emperor formed a giant hand that tore through the void and grabbed half of the blood river. Then, he exerted force and half of the blood river broke. Shui Ling Huang, who was originally arrogant, fell from the river. The sudden change made Shui Ling Huang's expression change drastically. Before he could react, the human emperor's attack had arrived. The Divine Emperor did not stop it and allowed the other party to attack Xueling Huang. Previously, Xueling Huang's ridicule. It had already made the Divine Emperor furious. Moreover, the two races were not on good terms. He took the opportunity to teach the other party a lesson. Boundless Blood Sea. Xueling Huang was after all a supreme expert of the god race. He quickly reacted. He only saw the blood sea surging and the long river of laws across the sky. The distance that should have been close instantly turned into millions of miles. However, the human emperor took a step and shattered the laws. The distance that should have crossed millions of miles disappeared directly. Xueling Huang was shocked and also punched out. Boom, the two fists collided. Xueling Huang's fist cracked, but it quickly recovered. Divine Emperor, why aren't you attacking? In the face of Xueling Huang's roar, the Divine Emperor did not really stand by and attack instantly. On the other side, when the human race experts stepped into the three continents, they immediately faced the experts of the myriad races. They were all celestial beings. The number of experts on the myriad races side was more than several times that of the human race. The battle had not been going on for long. The weak celestial beings of the human race were beaten until they coughed up blood and fell into serious injuries. Kill. Yin Banqing held the Traceless Sex Dao artifact and was fighting with a demon race celestial being. They were both celestial beings. Yin Banqing had just stepped into the first level of the celestial being realm, while the demon race expert in front of him was at the third level of the celestial being realm. Not long after the battle, he fell into a disadvantage. However, it wouldn't be easy for him to be defeated. The demon race expert was barehanded, while Yin Banqing had the help of a Dao artifact. The power of the three-seal Dao artifact was fully activated. Coupled with the strength of the first level of the celestial being realm, even if he was not at the third level of the celestial being realm, he would not be defeated immediately. Just as the two sides were fighting fiercely, thunderbolts bombarded. Yin Banqing could not dodge in time and was directly struck by the thunderbolts until he coughed up blood. The demon race expert saw the opportunity and also punched out, shattering Yin Banqing's body. The situation was reversed in an instant. The god race expert who attacked secretly joined forces with the demon race and attacked Yin Banqing. In the face of such an attack, Yin Banqing's eyes were also blood red. He wrapped the long sword in his hand with vital essence and threw it out. Explode. Boom, the explosion of the three-seal Dao artifact was earth-shattering. No one expected Yin Banqing to be so decisive and directly explode the three-seal Dao artifact in his hand. The terrifying power erupted. The god race experts and the demon race experts were at the center of the explosion and were immediately covered in bruises. At the same time, Yin Banqing spat out blood again, and his aura was extremely decadent. His divine will was on the Dao artifact. The Dao artifact exploded. Yin Banqing also suffered a powerful backlash. Kill him. The demon race expert was furious. Looking at the seriously injured Yin Banqing, he endured the pain on his body and punched out. His vital essence crushed the void. In the face of this attack, Yin Banqing's heart was dead. With his current strength, there was no chance for him to resist. For this, a tragic smile appeared on Yin Banqing's face. Perhaps, he was the fastest heavenly being to die since the start of the war. He expected the battle to be very fierce. But Yin Banqing absolutely did not expect it to be so fierce. As soon as he came out, he encountered more than one heavenly being who was much stronger than him. With his strength, on the level of heavenly beings, he was indeed not strong enough. But it's not that easy for you to kill me. Looking at the attack falling, Yin Banqing's eyes were filled with madness. He was about to attack. At this moment, a cold saber light shattered the void and directly cut the body of the demon race heavenly being into two. Before Yin Banqing could react, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Elder Yin, leave this to me. Find a weaker opponent and see if he can survive this battle. When the voice dissipated, there was already a pill in his hand. At the same time, the god race expert who was about to attack was stunned by the sudden change. The good situation just now suddenly changed. The demon race heavenly being died. Recalling that cold saber light, the god Rei's heavenly being felt a chill in his heart and retreated without thinking. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Qin Shujian licked his lips. Looking at the escaping god Rei's heavenly being, a violent killing intent was awakening in his heart. The battle in front of him was tragic. However, not only was he not afraid, but he also had a long-lost feeling. Looking at the escaping god Rei's heavenly being, Qin Shujian chased after him in the air, directly shortening the distance between them. 1,000. Mountain blood slashed out, and the saber light shattered the void. Save me! The god Rei's heavenly being roared crazily. Immediately, it attracted the attention of a god Rei's heavenly being. Qin Shujian's expression remained unchanged. Although he was a 5th-level heavenly being, in terms of combat strength, he could easily kill a 7th-level heavenly being. He was invincible among heavenly beings. Kill! 1,000 mountain blood crossed the distance and directly killed the god Rei's heavenly being. After harvesting a wave of life source, the god Rei's heavenly being's attack had also arrived. How dare you kill a god Rei's heavenly being? You're courting death. He could see that Qin Shujian was also at the heavenly being stage. Moreover, from the power of the rules on the other party, he could guess that he had not reached the peak of the heavenly being stage. In this regard, the god Rei's heavenly being was not afraid at all. Because he had been a heavenly being for thousands of years and was only a step away from breaking through to the almighty level. With such strength, he could be called the strongest below the 7th-level heavenly being stage. The god Rei's heavenly being slashed out with his sword. Thousands of sword chi pierced through the void and finally gathered into a sword that slashed down at Qin Shujian. This sword. This was his peak sword. Now that it was a battle between the races, no one would have the thought of holding back. Only by killing the enemy in front of them as quickly as possible could they free up their hands to help the others. This sword has already used the power of the rules. It's at least 7,000 combat strength. In his mind, Godslayer's voice rang out. Hearing that, Qin Shujian suddenly smiled. 7,000 combat strength, and under the circumstances of using the rules, such strength was enough to be tyrannical in front of other cultivators. But in front of him, it was completely not enough. The long saber slashed down. The sword chi shattered. The saber light did not stop as it swept toward the god Rei's heavenly being. Even without using the power of the rules, Qin Shujian's strength had reached 17,000. A mere 7,000 combat strength was like a chicken or a pottery dog. The god Rei's heavenly being was shocked. Without thinking, he turned around and left. The saber light stood where he was and had already shattered the space there. Just as Qin Shujian was about to go after the god Rei's heavenly being, the surrounding space suddenly became stagnant. A terrifying pressure fell from the sky. Qin Shujian looked up and just happened to see a god race elite step through the air, the river of rules faintly visible under his feet. Be careful, this person has already touched the rules. Now you've fallen into his territory. Godslayer was now an old man, reminding Qin Shujian at any time. Territory, almighty, Qin Shujian was not afraid. He had already felt the power of the territory around him, but he did not do anything. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity. The god race almighty appeared in front of Qin Shujian and said in a low voice, "Human, you're very good. If given a chance, you'll definitely be a powerful existence in the future. Unfortunately, you've met me, so you're destined to have no chance. Tell me your name and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. If you want to kill me, then kill me. No need to talk nonsense." Qin Shujian smiled proudly, the long saber in his hand still humming. Even when facing the Almighty, he was calm. When the god race Almighty saw this, a look of admiration flashed across his eyes. To be able to remain so calm in a situation where death was certain, he was indeed a future elite of the human race. Yes, a future elite. In his eyes, Qin Shujian was not a true elite at the moment. Only Almighties could be regarded as experts by Almighties. Remember, the person who's going to kill you is the god race's divine general of the West, Guyu. As soon as he finished speaking, Guyu pressed down with his palm, the phantom of the river of rules appeared, and he directly used all his power. He knew very well that the human race's geniuses had many means. So, even if he was fully confident, Guyu still went all out. Qin Shujian did not move, as if he had been restricted by the territory. To this, Guyu's expression was as usual. He did not care what other trump cards Qin Shujian had, such a human race genius would definitely die. Just as the attack was about to hit him, Qin Shujian suddenly moved, and a terrifying force erupted from his body, instantly tearing apart the territory. Then, he held the long saber with both hands, and the power of the rules crossed the space. In the next moment, the long saber slashed out, the terrifying saber aura destroyed heaven and earth. From the outside, one could see a powerful territory being shattered by the saber aura. A powerful god race almighty could not even react in time and was instantly cut in two. Rumble. The phantom of the river of rules shattered. Blood splattered across the sky. Guyu looked at Qin Shujian, who was holding the saber, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. When the spirit deity was about to disappear, he let out a final scream. At this moment, the world seemed to be silent for a moment. Many elites looked at Guyu's death, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. In less than an hour of the battle, there was finally an almighty who had fallen. And the person who had fallen was not an ordinary person. The god race's divine general of the West, Guyu. After a brief silence, the god race went crazy. How long had it been? The god race had already lost a few heavenly beings, and one of them was a divine general. One had to know that those who could become divine generals were at least at the 8th level of the heavenly being realm. But now, he was killed by a human sage with a single slash. Such strength. It not only shocked the god race, but also made them go crazy. It wasn't just the myriad races that were shocked. Even the human race was shocked when they saw Qin Shujian standing there proudly. Didn't you say that you were just a sage? In the end, you told me that you could actually kill an almighty with a single slash. Qin Yuanbai was originally fighting against an alien race of the same level. At this moment, when he saw Qin Shujian's power, his heart trembled. He knew that Qin Shujian was very strong, but he definitely did not expect him to be so strong. He killed an almighty in an instant. Then, what level had Qin Shujian's strength reached, Qin Yuanbai did not dare to imagine. However, after a short tremble, he quickly came back to his senses. No matter how strong Qin Shujian was, he was still a human. For the current situation, the more powerhouses there were, the better. On the other side, after killing Guyu, Qin Shujian was only slightly out of breath, but he quickly recovered. Obviously, although Guyu was strong, he was not so strong that he could not be defeated. Relying on his own strength to break through the other party's domain, Qin Shujian borrowed the power of the laws and directly slashed out with his strongest slash. 17,000 combat power, plus the power of the laws. The power of that slash had almost reached 30,000 combat power. Guyu was caught off guard and was killed on the spot. At this moment, Qin Shujian's body was also stained with the blood of the god race, but he did not care. He looked at the myriad races around him with an unparalleled aura. Qin Shujian of the human race is here. Who among the myriad races wants to die? Tianyun of the demon race is here to kill you. An ancient cultivator of the god race is here to kill you. Eldar Panshan is here to kill you. In the face of Qin Shujian's provocation, the myriad races did not let him go. They directly sent 3 8th level almighties to kill him. Gu Yu was dead. Whether it was an accident or not, Qin Shujian's strength was not to be underestimated. The myriad races were not fools. They would not send themselves to their deaths one by one. With the current strength of the various races, they had enough spare time to send 3 almighties to kill this human powerhouse. Kid, can you do it? Godslayer was a little worried and said, if you can't do it, just use Zubing. You might be able to solve this crisis with lightning speed. Qin Shujian was unmoved. Looking at the 3 almighties who were besieging him, he licked his dry lips and smiled. 3 almighties, you really think highly of me. Well, I'll kill the 3 of you today. I want to see how many almighties of the myriad races can be killed by me. Boom, Qin Shujian was the first to attack. Under the influence of the laws, the 30,000 combat power slash shattered the vacuum. P.S. I'm sincerely begging for monthly votes. It was fine if he didn't attack. He went all out the moment he attacked. Although Qin Shujian didn't seem to be worried about facing three almighties, only he knew how much pressure he was under. Three almighties besieged him. The best way was to get rid of one of them first. The target of the attack was the almighties of the god tribe. There was no other reason. Qin Shujian simply didn't like the god tribe. Why did they have to be traitors instead of being humans? Compared to the other tribes, traitors were undoubtedly the most hateful. The god tribe almighties saw the blade coming at him, and his expression was very serious. I'm not that trash for you. You're too naive if you want to use the same trick again. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened up his territory, wanting to block Qin Shujian's rules. But the moment he opened up his territory, Qin Shujian's divine telekinesis turned into a blade and slashed out. Divinity Realm Martial Art, Spirit Severing. The Spirit Severing blade caused the god tribe almighties to fall into a momentary daze. By the time he reacted, Xianxia was already in front of him. Swoosh, as expected. The god tribe almighties had just reached out his hand when it was cut in two by the blade. When experts fought, life and death were decided in an instant. After the blood of the two almighties was stained with it, Xianxia cheered, and a blood-colored seal quietly formed on the blade. The fourth Dao artifact appeared. This meant that this Dao artifact had officially become a four-seal Dao artifact. Before Tianyun and Panshan could attack, they saw the god tribe ancient almighties fall. If Guyu's death had been unexpected, then the death of an ancient cultivator had shocked the two of them. Another almighties had been killed. Qin Shujian was covered in blood. Although his divine telekinesis was severely depleted, he didn't show any signs of it. He looked at Panshan and Tianyun. Qin Shujian's killing intent was boiling. So what if you're almighties? You're just chickens and dogs. If I want to kill you, I can crush you to death with my bare hands. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. Lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, his 3,000-foot body stood proudly in the sky. His combat power had already reached 17,000. After using lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, it soared directly to 35,000. However, this was only the power of the main body. This was the terror of the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. The more his body grew, the more his strength would grow. Watch carefully, this is my true strength. Qin Shujian roared. Wielding the saber with both hands and augmenting it with rule-bending power, his combat power soared to nearly 62,000. The next second, 1,000 mountain blood slashed down. With the boost from the four-seal Daoist artifact, his combat power was close to 65,000. Facing this saber, Panshan roared in anger. He could not believe that a mere saint-level human could be so strong. 65,000 combat power. That was the limit of a celestial being. Panshan wanted to retreat, but there was nowhere to go. Tianyun, help me. He only had time to let out a furious roar and immediately retracted the power of his domain to within 10 feet of his body. At the same time, a solid shield condensed in front of him, intending to take the blade head-on. Earth Eldar, its strongest point was its defense. Given Panshan's strength as an 8th-stage celestial being, even if he were to face a 9th-stage celestial being head-on, he would still be able to remain unscathed. Boom, the saber slashed out, tearing the domain apart and slamming heavily into the shield. In an instant, rubble flew everywhere. The shield only lasted for a breath of time before shattering. Panshan was sent flying. The saber wound on his chest was so deep that his bones could be seen. Although he was not killed, he was still heavily injured. Just as Qin Shujian was about to give chase, Tianyun's attack had arrived. There was no need to dodge. He could only brace his energy and take the blow head-on. Bam! His energy shattered. Qin Shujian's body faintly cracked. He staggered 2 steps forward, then turned around and counterattacked with his saber. Tianyun's heart was filled with warnings. Without thinking, he dodged. The situation had changed rapidly. From Qin Shujian's capture to Tianyun's evasion. In just a few breaths of time, one of the 3 almighties had fallen, one was heavily injured, and the last one was on high alert. Qin Shujian took a deep breath. His cracked body recovered in an instant. He looked coldly at Tianyun and said, "Very well. You let him escape. Then you can bring him to his death." The chance to kill an almighty was only for a moment. Now that Pan Shan had fled, Qin Shujian did not have the chance to pursue him. Tianyun had become his only target. At this moment, the battle on the human side was also tragic. The Supreme Sect Master, Su Jing, was coughing up blood from the attacks of 2 Golden Eldar saints. Even if the sect's experts had left behind some methods to deal with saints, they could only deal with one, not 2. There were 2 saints in front of him. One was a 4th-tier celestial being, while the other was a 5th-tier celestial being. Both of them were stronger than Su Jing. It was not easy for Su Jing to hold on until now. He coughed up blood and retreated. Su Jing took the time to look at his surroundings. He found that the humans were all caught in a fierce battle. Although there were experts who were heavily injured, however, the human experts suffered more injuries than the others. Seeing this, Su Jing smiled sadly. Then, looking at the 2 Golden Eldar saints who were attacking him, he gripped the longsword in his hand and charged over. Today, Su Jing of the Supreme Sect has killed the Celestials of the myriad races. The humans are weak. We must protect the Supreme Sect's legacy. A furious roar, accompanied by a shocking wave of energy, spread out. Self-detonation, a 3rd-tier celestial being and a 4-seal Dao artifact had self-detonated. The 2 Golden Eldar saints had not expected Su Jing to be so unyielding. As he self-detonated, the Golden Eldar saints could not dodge in time and took the terrifying attack head-on. Boom, the void shattered. A blood-stained figure fell from the sky. It was the 5th-tier celestial being Golden Eldar saints. As for the 4th-tier celestial being Golden Eldar saints, he had been completely obliterated by the power of the self-detonation. But even so, the Golden Eldar saints were also heavily injured. The waves of self-detonation and Su Jing's words immediately attracted the attention of many people. Seeing the scene of self-detonation, some people felt sympathy for the death of a rabbit. He had fallen. This was once the strongest cultivator in the world of cultivation, but now, he had severely injured a saint and was holding another saint in his arms as he died. "Brother Su, rest in peace. This old man will protect your Supreme Sect." Xianxia's face trembled. Suddenly, he pushed back his opponent with a palm strike. Then, he took a step forward and arrived in front of the heavily injured Golden Eldar saints. With a wave of his hand, a fragment of a Dao artifact appeared in his hand. Sigh. Xianxia lowered his head and looked at the fragment in his hand. He sighed softly, as if recalling something. It was this sigh that seemed to have unraveled a terrifying seal. A terrifying killing intent surged out of the void, and the monstrous killing intent dyed the void red. The Golden Eldar saint felt as if his heart was being squeezed by a large hand, and it became difficult for him to breathe. Xianxia easily crushed the fragment in his hand, then raised his head to look at the Golden Eldar expert. It was unknown when it started. His appearance had changed greatly. His pale silver hair had turned blood red, and his wrinkled face had regained its youthfulness. His pitch-black eyes, however, had turned blood red. If I had another 100 years, I would have succeeded. I didn't expect to break the seal so quickly. Why kill? Isn't peace good? Xianxia revealed an evil smile as he looked at the Golden Eldar saint and said softly, "Tell me, why is there killing? Can't we all coexist peacefully?" Although the Golden Eldar expert was shocked by Xianxia's transformation, he was still an expert who had been famous for many years. In the face of such a question, he immediately responded with a sneer. "As long as you humans are all dead, there will naturally be no more killing." "I see. As long as I kill all my enemies, there will be no more killing. But the problem is, I'm also a human. I can always kill myself. If that's the case, then I can only kill all of you, right?" Xianxia nodded as if he had understood something, then said with a smile. The Golden Eldar expert sneered, "Stop pretending to be mysterious." He no longer intended to listen to Xianxia's nonsense. Although the person in front of him looked strange, he was still a 5th-tier celestial being expert. He had just been severely injured by the explosion, and now, after a short period of time, he had recovered a little. This was also the reason why the Golden Eldar expert was talking nonsense with Xianxia. What he needed was time to recover. At this moment, the Golden Eldar expert did not intend to wait any longer. His true energy erupted, and a terrifying golden light illuminated the sky as it blasted toward Xianxia. Xianxia took a step forward. The crimson in the void suddenly moved, and before the golden light completely arrived, it was swallowed by an unknown force. The next moment, Xianxia had already arrived in front of the Golden Eldar expert. The Golden Eldar expert was shocked. When he wanted to retreat, a white palm had already landed on his shoulder. Suddenly, a terrifying killing intent sealed his body. You said that as long as one side dies, there will be no more killing, right? Xianxia asked as he nonchalantly tore off one of the opponent's arms. The pain of a broken arm. This caused the powerhouse to let out a miserable shriek. Ah. Answer me. Ah. Kill me if you have the guts. Another arm was torn off. Why don't you answer me? Ah. The left leg was torn apart. Xianxia looked at the other party with a furious expression and questioned, why don't you answer me? After that, he tore off the other party's right leg. In a short period of time, the Golden Eldar expert in front of him had all 4 limbs broken. Subsequently, Xianxia continued to ask questions, and his hands did not stop moving, tearing apart the Golden Eldar expert's body bit by bit. Killing, an inhumane killing. The Golden Eldar expert's screams echoed on the battlefield. This scene. Not only did it frighten many experts of the 10,000 races, but it also frightened the experts of the human race. No one would have thought that Xianxia, who had never had much of a presence, would have such terrifying strength that he could easily kill a saint expert. And not only was his strength terrifying, but it was also unimaginably perverse. That's right. He was a pervert. At this moment, Xianxia gave people the feeling that he was a complete pervert. Which normal person would ask questions with a smile while torturing someone to death? The Fu Hai sect was a top sect in the Eastwen Prefecture. The Eastwen Prefecture was the most peaceful place in the Great Zhao. There was almost no killing or fighting. It could be said that it was a sacred place in the hearts of some people. But now, the others were shaken. Was the Eastwen Prefecture really a sacred place? Was there really no killing or fighting in the Eastwen Prefecture? Was it the most peaceful place in the Great Zhao? If anyone said yes now, then they wanted to ask. What kind of peaceful place could give birth to a pervert like Xianxia, at this moment? The Golden Eldar expert only had his head left, but he was still not dead. Xianxia squeezed the other party's head with one hand and shook his head in disappointment and regret. It seems that you don't know the answer. Then please die. Hearing these words, the Golden Eldar expert was not angry. Instead, a trace of relief appeared in his eyes. Then he saw Xianxia squeeze his hand and directly crush the other party's head. The other Golden Eldar experts were completely enraged. Killing someone was just a matter of nodding their head. If they were not as strong as others and were killed by the other party, they would accept it. At this moment, a saint had been killed in public. The Golden Eldar's face was as if it had been rubbed against the ground. Immediately, some of the Metal Spirit Tribe mighty figures immediately abandoned their original opponents and charged towards Xianxia. I'm going to extract your divine soul and light it up in a sky lantern. I'm going to torture you to death. The Metal Spirit Tribe's supreme being was furious. He swore to kill Xianxia and give him a taste of his own medicine. To this, Xianxia looked at the other party with his blood-red eyes and a faint smile appeared on his face. I know how to light up a sky lantern too. Let's play together. The crimson red in the void swept out like a domain and instantly enveloped the mighty figure of the Metal Spirit clan. At the same time, a real domain erupted and collided with it. The battle continued. Compared to the entire battlefield, Xianxia's battle was only a small part of it. Perhaps Su Zhang's self-destruction had opened a door. Seeing that he was no match for him, a celestial from the imperial court immediately roared, "The human race will win." Boom! Another celestial self-destructed. The experts of the myriad races who were fighting were directly swallowed by the power of the self-destruction and died. Even the experts beside them were affected. As the celestial from the imperial court self-destructed. Then, the human race will win. Another 3 earth-shattering explosions sounded. 3 human celestials self-destructed, dragging 5 experts of the myriad races with them. At this moment, there were also experts of the myriad races who were seriously injured. Seeing that they were no match for the human race, they also self-destructed. Boom, a terrifying power exploded. The Divine Wind Marquis coughed up blood and fell. Originally, he was suppressing a Saint Stage 5 expert of the myriad races. In the end, the other party self-destructed and he was caught off guard. The moment the Divine Wind Marquis was heavily injured. Immediately, a group of Saint Realm cultivators rushed over. Boom. Boom, the two of them fought, cracking the void. The person who attacked was also a peak Saint expert. If the Divine Wind Marquis was at his peak, he would naturally not be afraid. But now that he was heavily injured, it was difficult for him to survive alone. However, the Divine Wind Marquis still had the Divine Wind Mansion's Dao artifact. The 6 Seal Dao artifact's power was unparalleled. Even though he was heavily injured, he was not immediately defeated. However, the myriad races saw that the Divine Wind Marquis was weak. Immediately, more saints joined the battle, trying to take the opportunity to kill this human expert. This was a battle between experts below the level of Almighties. The battle between Almighties and above had reached a white-hot stage. How many Almighties did the human race have? Not counting the human emperor, the human race had a total of 8 Almighties. On the other hand, the myriad races had a total of 30 Almighties. The numbers of both sides were not on the same level. Almost every Almighty of the human race was besieged by several Almighties. Fortunately, Xianxia killed 2 Almighties and heavily injured Pan Shan. In the end, he suppressed Tianyun, forcing the myriad races to send out 2 more Almighties to besiege him. Besides that, there was also a variable like Xianxia, who divided the battle strength of an Almighty. As a result, 2 Almighties entered the Saint race and directly divided into 7 Almighties. Although there were still many Almighties left, it was much better than the original situation. 23 Almighties. Marquis Bayun held the Zubing in his hand and directly fought 5 Almighties. Then, it was Shi Yang. This crown prince's strength was also terrifying. Under the circumstances of not showing off his strength, he had reached the 9th level of the heaven-human realm. With his own strength, he forcefully held back 3 Almighties of the same realm. The remaining Marquis Qianshan and the Pavilion Elder of the Imperial Astronomy Board were each besieged by 2 to 3 Almighties. Boom. Boom, at the highest point of the sky, the battle continued. The human emperor's posture was arrogant. He beat Blood Ling Huang and the Divine Emperor until they kept coughing up blood. They were both Almighties. The human emperor's strength was much stronger than the emperors of the 2 races. However, no matter how weak the emperors of the 2 races were, they were still Nirvana realm existences. It was not easy to kill them. Boom, the fist force shattered the sky. The Divine Emperor's body was smashed until it cracked, and he almost fell from the void. The human emperor's spiritual sense swept across, and his face instantly darkened. 40 celestial beings. Less than half a day had passed, and 10 of them had fallen. If things continued to drag on like this, the human race experts would most likely be completely annihilated here. However, as time passed, the battle had gradually left the exit of the passage. The human emperor shouted angrily, "Attack with all your strength and kill the foreign races." After saying that, he had already chased after the Divine Emperor. He could not be bothered with Blood Ling Huang at all. They were both Almighties. The human emperor was determined to kill the traitors. A human powerhouse below immediately crushed a jade talisman. Great Zhao. When the human powerhouse crushed the jade talisman, the 4 city lords immediately received the imperial edict and immediately ordered, "The human emperor's imperial edict has arrived. All armies, follow me to battle." Their voices covered thousands of miles and entered everyone's ears. Immediately after, 2 of the 4 city lords rose into the air and took the lead to step into the passage. Behind them, millions of troops entered in an orderly manner. Then, it was the cultivators of the various sects and the itinerant cultivators who came to participate in the battle. There were still 2 city lords who did not move because their duty was to guard the entrance of the passage and ensure that the powerhouses of the myriad races would not enter the eastern continent. Otherwise, the people would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. On the other side, 2 city lords at the 5th level of the celestial being realm walked out of the passage and immediately attacked the myriad races. Behind the passage, the army stepped out. Black flags, black armor, and cold saber light. Coupled with the indifferent faces of the soldiers, a shocking killing intent shook the void. These were the true elites of the Great Zhao. They were also the elite army that the Great Zhao had spent more than 6,000 years to nurture. An army of 4 million. The weakest was at the 7th level of the true martial realm, the physical invulnerability realm. The Descartes were at the spirit god realm, the Descartes were at the airborne realm, the Centurions were at the vision sage realm, the Kiliarchs were at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm, and the captains were at the 6th level of the divine martial realm. The final leader was at the peak of the divine martial realm. Every 10,000 people could form an army formation that was comparable to the 2nd level of the celestial being realm. Every 100,000 people could form an army formation that was comparable to the 4th level of the celestial being realm. Every 1,000,000 people could form an army formation that was comparable to the 8th level of the celestial being realm. 4,000,000 people could form an army formation that was comparable to the peak of the celestial being realm. As the army stepped out, they immediately saw the 4,000,000 troops forming 40 army formations that were comparable to the Saint realm. They surrounded the powerhouses of the myriad races. Their killing intent was shocking, and their fighting spirit was high. Instantly, the originally disadvantaged situation was instantly reversed with the influx of the army. 4,000,000 troops. It was equivalent to 40 powerhouses at the 4th level of the celestial being realm. The only difference was that the army couldn't fight for a long time. The longer the battle dragged on, the more casualties the soldiers would suffer, and the army formation wouldn't collapse on its own. But this was enough. The myriad races obviously didn't expect that the humans would let ordinary soldiers participate in such a great battle. They also didn't expect that the humans, who could be crushed to death with their bare hands, would be so powerful after forming an army formation. The situation of the battle changed rapidly. After being sent flying by the human emperor again, the divine emperor couldn't hold it in anymore. He roared, "If you don't make a move, I'll immediately lead the god race to retreat. When the humans rise, you won't have an easy time either. Why are you in such a hurry, divine emperor?" The void shattered like a mirror, and a huge dragon head poked out of the void, letting out a calm voice. Then, there was another dense Buddhist light, and a golden lotus bloomed, with a stone man sitting cross-legged on it. "Ba, I'm here." Then, 2 more supreme powerhouses appeared. The scene suddenly became solemn. Looking at the 4 supreme powerhouses surrounding the human emperor in the sky, some human powerhouses were worried. Although they had great confidence in the human emperor. Now that he was facing 4 supreme powerhouses, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any problems. At this moment, more than half of the battle situation fell on the human emperor. If the human emperor won, the humans had a high chance of solving the current predicament. But if the human emperor lost, the humans would lose without a doubt. The human emperor put his hands behind his back. He didn't look at the emperors of the other 3 races, but looked at the stone man on the golden lotus. "Ancient Buddha, are you really going to intervene? The humans have no grudges with the ancient Buddha clan. If the ancient Buddha clan is willing to stop, the humans won't be calculated with you after this. Ba, the humans shouldn't have left the eastern continent. The human emperor has personally sent the humans to eternal damnation. In my opinion, the human emperor should follow me to the ancient Buddha territory to atone for his sins." The ancient Buddha's fingers were like flowers as he spoke gently. "In that case, there's nothing more to say. After today, the humans will destroy the ancient Buddha clan." The human emperor shook his head. The fate of the ancient Buddha clan had been decided. Then, he pulled the void with his palm, and the long river of time suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, when the long river of time devoured the sovereigns of the 4 races, he had already stepped in first. In response, the sovereigns of the 4 races didn't resist and directly entered the long river of time. In an instant, the human emperor and the supreme powerhouses of the 4 races disappeared. Only the long river of time was vast in the sky, and occasionally, there would be slight vibrations as if something was shaking. The war had never stopped for a moment. P.S. Please support the original version, Jidian Chinese networks. I'm really decent. Lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, the saber cut through the void. Qin Shujian was no longer in the mood to care about others. Facing the siege of 3 8th-level celestial beings, he was also in a tough battle. In terms of combat strength, although Qin Shujian was only at the 5th-level celestial being, his true strength was much stronger than an 8th-level celestial being. Coupled with the amplification of the laws, it was enough to defeat an 8th-level celestial being. Unfortunately, his comprehension of the laws had yet to reach a very strong level. Under the weakening of the 3 8th-level celestial beings' domains, Qin Shujian could not borrow much of the power of the laws. Rumble, the blood of 1,000 mountains bloomed with extreme brilliance, dyeing the blood-colored saber aura and directly shattering the void. Even the domain of an 8th-level celestial being could be torn apart. His target was a white jade skeleton. The undead race, compared to the demon race and the celestial race, the undead race was weaker. One had to pick the soft persimmon. To solve the current predicament, one had to kill a mighty to break the current balance. Therefore, the undead race's mighty became Qin Shujian's target. You're courting death. Being targeted by Qin Shujian, the undead race's mighty was also furious. The three of them besieged him, but the other party kept picking him to fight. Even if they were bullying others, they would not go overboard. Why did they not attack the demon race and the celestial race but specifically attack him? Was he really that weak? The undead race's mighty was furious. The white jade palm blasted out, and the illusory river of laws crossed the void, instantly corroding the space. Qin Shujian did not dodge. Relying on his powerful physical body, he faced the river of laws head-on. Dense energy surged out of his body, constantly resisting the scouring of the long river of laws. 9 tribulations immortal body, after breaking through to the 7th tribulation, even staying in the star sulfur lava for more than 10 days was not a problem. One had to know that the star sulfur lava was something plucked by the emperors when they destroyed the stars. Although it was not as powerful as the river of laws, it was not a problem to resist for a while. Qin Shujian withstood the erosion of the river of laws. Before his body decayed, the blood of 1,000 mountains had already slashed down heavily. The long saber tore the river apart. The terrifying blade made the undead clan's mighty figure feel shocked. He took a step back and dodged the blade. Just as he was retreating, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, sped up and approached the undead almighty. Immediately after. Then, he saw him getting closer and closer. The mighty figure of the undead clan was shocked. Just as he was guessing Qin Shujian's purpose, boom, a terrifying force exploded from Qin Shujian's body. The distance between the two sides was less than 20 feet. The power of the explosion shattered Qin Shujian's body, and at the same time, the white jade skeleton's luster dimmed. Die. Qin Shujian's vital essence transformed into a set of clothes that covered his body. Even though his physical body was severely damaged, he did not care about anything else and slashed at the undead clan powerhouse. Boom. The blood-red saber slammed heavily on the white jade skeleton's body. In an instant, the bones shattered. Qin Shujian took a step forward and grabbed the white jade skeleton's broken body with his big hand. The red lotus of purgation burned and swallowed the undead clan's mighty figure. Ah! The red lotus of purgation burned. A terrifying pain rose from his body, causing the undead clan's mighty figure to scream miserably. Everything happened in a flash. No one expected Qin Shujian to be so ruthless as to use his own Dao artifact to self-detonate. Not to mention that the other party's physical body was so strong. The self-detonation did not kill him. Instead, it seriously injured the undead clan's powerhouse. The situation changed in an instant. After Qin Shujian paid the price of the dustless immortal robe, he finally dealt with a mighty figure in the 8th level of the heaven-human realm. If it was in the past, Qin Shujian would use the red lotus of purgation to hide before making a move. However, he did not have such thoughts now. Hide. It was completely unnecessary. His strength no longer allowed him to keep a low profile. In that case, Qin Shujian might as well use it openly. The red lotus of purgation burned. In a few breaths, it was about to refine the white jade skeleton. Tianyun and the God clan's mighty figure were also furious. The three of them attacked together, and one of them was killed instantly. Although they did not know what Qin Shujian was doing, they understood that this was not the time to hesitate. Boom, Tianyun took a step forward. The river of laws beneath his feet pierced through the void, instantly closing the distance between him and Qin Shujian. He was not afraid of Qin Shujian's Dao artifact self-detonating. In terms of physical body, the monster race was never inferior to the human race. If the other party dared to self-detonate, he would definitely suffer the consequences of his own actions. On the other side, the same went for the God clan's mighty figure. The river of law shortened the distance between the two sides. The two joined forces to attack Qin Shujian. Seeing this, Qin Shujian grabbed the white jade skeleton, turned around, and ran. Don't even think about escaping. Tianyun roared as he chased after Lin Fan. Trying to escape? It wasn't that easy. Since the start of the war, a few of the mighty figures of the 10,000 races had fallen in the hands of the other party. And this was just a human of the saint state. If they did not take this opportunity to kill such a powerful being, he would definitely be another terrifying being once he grew up. Any threat had to be nipped in the bud. In Tianyun's opinion, Qin Shujian had already expended a lot of energy to kill the mighty figures earlier on. Otherwise, why would he avoid the battle at this moment? This was an opportunity. Gu Shang, don't hold back anymore. Gu Yu and Gu Shou of your god race have already fallen in the hands of this human. If he were to escape, it would be the end of us when he becomes a mighty figure in the future. Tianyun roared out. The mighty figure of the god race, Gu Shang, replied coldly, he won't be able to escape. After killing two mighty figures of my god race, he will definitely die. Up in the skies, 3 streaks of light smashed through the void and clashed with one another. Qin Shujian was fast. However, Tianyun and Gu Shang were even faster. Wherever their realms reached, the mighty figures could teleport through the void. At this moment, the both of them were stepping on the long river of laws as their realms spread out continuously. With every step they took, the distance between them was shortened by an unknown amount. In just a few breaths of time, Qin Shujian had already been caught up. Boom, Gu Shang punched out as his fist aura shattered the void. Qin Shujian did not turn back as a grade 13 golden lotus bloomed on his body. This was a 7-seal Dao weapon. It was only at this moment that he used it for real. The moment the golden lotus made contact with the fist, it swayed wildly as the lotus leaves were destroyed inch by inch. Against a strike from a heaven state level 8 being, the 7-seal Dao weapon was not made of paper. Just as the illusory golden lotus was about to be destroyed, it managed to defend against the punch. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Shujian pulled a distance away once more. He then channeled his true energy into the golden lotus. The initially dim and shattered illusory golden lotus recovered at this moment. Tianyun slapped out with his palm as his power landed heavily on the golden lotus. The terrifying power tore the illusory golden lotus apart. Qin Shujian did not dare to hesitate as he immediately struck out with his grade 13 golden lotus. A vast golden lotus bloomed on top of his head. As Tianyun's attack fell, the golden lotus trembled slightly but did not collapse. After a short delay, Qin Shujian shattered the void with a step and escaped a distance away. At this moment, the white jade skeleton in his hand had been completely refined by the red lotus of purgation. The white jade skeleton disappeared as Qin Shujian grabbed a red lotus in his hand. The next second, Qin Shujian directly absorbed the red lotus. A terrifying and pure energy poured into the red lotus. Immediately, the Guiyuan ancestral cannon was activated. One star acupoint after another was opened under the impact of this energy. Heaven State Level 8, even if it was the weakest Heaven State Level 8, the power it contained should not be underestimated. The red lotus of purgation refined it. Qin Shujian directly absorbed 1/10 of the white jade skeleton's power. Not only that, after refining the white jade skeleton, his life force had also increased by 7.5 billion points on top of his original foundation. It seemed that after breaking through to the almighty level, the life source provided was also more abundant. In addition, he had killed a few heavenly beings and 2 almighties. Although he did not use the red lotus of purgation to refine them, it provided a lot of life source. At this moment, after devouring the white jade skeleton, Qin Shujian's life source broke through the 15 billion mark. After breaking through the 15 billion mark, Qin Shujian saw that in the omnipotent martial arts column, all of them had a plus sign indicating that they could be upgraded. However, he did not upgrade immediately. Instead, he activated the grade 13 golden lotus to protect himself as he fled in the void. Tianyun and Gushang chased after him crazily. "Human, you're dead. How long can the 7-seal Dao artifact last? When your true essence is exhausted, it will be the time of your death." Gushang threatened as he chased after him. The 7-seal Dao artifact's defense was indeed unparalleled. But he and Tianyun were not ordinary almighties. With their strength, it was enough to break the defense of the Dao artifact. If Qin Shujian did not keep running and did not dare to fight head-on. Hearing that, Qin Shujian sneered and said, "If you have the guts, then catch up. If you can't, then stop talking nonsense." But it's good that the god race left the human race. With such weak strength, otherwise, wouldn't it bring shame to the human race? After drawing a wave of hatred, he continued to flee. Behind him, the exasperated Gushang chased after him. He was not afraid that Qin Shujian could run away. 2 almighties were chasing after him. Whether it was speed or foundation, it was not something a saint cultivator could compare with. Now that the other party had the 7-seal Dao artifact to protect him, he could barely fight back. When he could not continue, Gushang was ready to let Qin Shujian know what the gap was. After a wave of ridicule, Qin Shujian tried his best to escape. Now, half of the white jade skeleton's energy had been digested, and 12,756 star acupoints had been opened. The current him, every time he opened an acupoint, his strength would increase. Now, half of the energy had been digested. Qin Shujian's combat power had reached 19,000. Another quarter of an hour passed. The white jade skeleton's energy had been completely refined, and 13,200 star acupoints had been opened. At the same time, his combat power had broken through the 20,000 mark and reached 21,000. Boom, the Law River came crashing down. The seemingly sturdy 7-seal Dao artifact was broken by this attack, and cracks appeared on the golden lotus. Qin Shujian waved his hand and withdrew the golden lotus, but his footsteps did not stop. "Without the 7-seal Dao artifact, it's time for you to die." Gushang's face was ferocious. He took a step forward, and the Law River swept across the sky. He punched toward Qin Shujian. At the same time, with 12.8 billion life source consumed, the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth broke through from the 7th level to the 8th level. His body grew from 3,000 feet to 7,000 feet tall. Qin Shujian turned around abruptly. The 1,000-mountain blood cleaved down at Gushang with boundless might. This slash, it gathered all the strength in his body. With the enhancement of the 8th level of lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, 21,000 combat power had reached 45,000. The law amplification, his combat power neared 79,000. What did it mean to have a combat power of 79,000? Even an immortal's combat power would only be 100,000. This slash, it cut through the void. From Gushang's point of view, only that cold saber light occupied his entire vision. At this moment, the haze of death shrouded him. Gushang was shocked. He pushed the law power to the extreme, and then blasted out the most dazzling and powerful punch he had ever thrown in his life. The fist and saber collided, and flesh and blood were torn apart. Tianyun, who was chasing after him, saw the saber light encompassing all the light in the world, as if it had split the void into 2. When the saber light disappeared, Gushang's body had been split into 2. Blood splattered in the void, and the Law River collapsed. Tianyun was shocked. Then, he met Qin Shujian's cold eyes. Half a breath later, Tianyun turned around and left. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts of fighting Qin Shujian. What saint cultivator? What heavenly being? In Tianyun's eyes, they were all fake. The other party was definitely an old monster of the human race. He had deliberately hidden his cultivation base to come here and kill the powerful beings of the myriad races. Now, Tianyun's heart was shrouded in a layer of haze. That was the fear he had for Qin Shujian. It's my turn now. Seeing Tianyun escape, Qin Shujian chased after him. No matter what, the god race could barely be considered as a human. He had no thoughts of refining the other party. But Tianyun was different. Qin Shujian did not feel the slightest bit of pressure from refining the demon race. A single white jade skeleton had allowed him to open more than 1,000 star acupoints. If he devoured Tianyun, the benefits would be even greater. If it was in the past, how could there be so many powerful beings for him to kill? At this moment, in Qin Shujian's eyes, the battlefield was his greatest opportunity. The original situation was completely reversed with Gu Shang's death. Tianyun was frantically fleeing in front, while Qin Shujian was relentlessly pursuing him from behind. On the other hand, the god race was going crazy. How long had it been? The Divine Martial Academy had already lost 3 powerful beings, and they were all 8th level heavenly beings. So many powerful beings had fallen. Even if they wiped out the human race in this battle, the god race would suffer a great loss in strength. It might even attract the covetous eyes of the other races. Boom, the void shattered inch by inch. A huge palm reached out and slapped toward Qin Shujian. This palm, it made Qin Shujian's expression change drastically. Without thinking, he slashed out with his saber. When the saber aura shattered, a crack appeared on the palm. A trickle of blood slid down, but it recovered quickly. At an unknown time, an old man with white hair and beard, dressed in a white robe, walked out from inside. As the old man appeared, many powerful beings of the myriad races were shocked. However, some god race powerful beings were overjoyed. The high priest has made his move. On the other side, Tianyun also stopped his urge to flee. Looking at the high priest from afar, he cupped his hands and said, Tianyun of the monster race thanks the high priest of the god race for your help. No worries. The high priest of the god race waved his hand, but his gaze fell on Qin Shujian. In an instant, an invisible pressure came from the void. The rule power that was originally attached to Qin Shujian's body was also completely eliminated at this time. The rule power retreated. The power fell. Qin Shujian's expression was incomparably solemn. He immediately activated his Dharma eye and looked over. Name, Yuan Feng Realm, 10-level heavenly being. After seeing the other party's realm, Qin Shujian was not too shocked. Just from the power of the other party's attack just now, his strength was definitely extraordinary. 10-level heavenly being was within Qin Shujian's expectations. At this moment, in the face of a 10-level heavenly being high priest of the god race, Qin Shujian also felt an immense pressure. 10-level heavenly being. He had already reached the end of the heavenly being realm. Above that was the Nirvana realm powerhouse. Excluding the human sovereign, there was not a single powerhouse of this level in the human race. In the sea of consciousness, the god-slaying saber's voice turned serious as he said, the 10th layer of the sky human stage is already the limit. One more step and you'll be able to reach the Nirvana stage. Cultivators at this level already have an extremely strong control over the laws. Although they can't control the rule power, their understanding and application of the rule power is not something you can compare to. Your current combat strength is very strong, but without the rule power amplification, your combat strength will not exceed 50,000. The weakest 10-level heavenly being has a combat strength of 20,000 to 30,000. Coupled with the amplification of the rule power, their strength is already not something you can contend with. Moreover, the person in front of you may not be an ordinary heavenly being. Kid, if you want to deal with him, you will have to use Zhu Bing to have any hope. Godslayer's words sounded in the sea of consciousness. Qin Shujian stared coldly at Yuan Feng. Even without Godslayer saying it, he also knew the gap between him and this high priest of the god race. If you are willing to abandon your identity as a human and join the god race, I can spare your life. Yuan Feng looked at Qin Shujian with a gentle expression. Originally, he had no intention of making a move. In order to deduce the matter of the human race and Chen He, this high priest of the god race also suffered considerable injuries. But it could not be helped that there were god race powerhouses falling one after another. Yuan Feng also could not do anything without interfering. However, Qin Shujian, who was standing in front of him, made him think differently. Now, the god race had suffered great losses. If he could take in such a powerhouse, it could make up for the losses. Although Qin Shujian killed several god race celestials and was not a small problem, in Yuan Feng's view, dead powerhouses were far less important than living powerhouses. Qin Shujian said, "If you give up your identity as a god race member, I can also accept you back to the human race and give you the position of an elder of the sect." Hearing that, Yuan Feng revealed a look of regret, shook his head and said with a sigh, "It's a pity that you did not cherish the chance to live. I can only send you to the Western Paradise. Otherwise, when someone like you grows up, the threat to the god race will be too great." Just as he finished talking, but Qin Shujian took the initiative to attack. Thousand mountain blood wrapped in vital essence slashed out, the blood-colored saber aura transforming into 100,000 feet in size. Yuan Feng reached out a hand, a terrifying palm aura blasted out. When the saber aura collided with the palm aura, the former instantly crumbled. Subsequently, Yuan Feng took a step forward, a nearly solid long river of laws surging. A palm blasted out, the long river of laws crossed the air and came over. The moment the long river of laws blasted over, Qin Shujian seemed to have seen the past and the future inside, and even the scene of him being killed by Yuan Feng. "See, you are destined to fall in the future, so why struggle?" Yuan Feng's words entered Qin Shujian's ears like a ghost, and a mysterious force was persuading him to give up resisting. Qin Shujian was unmoved, his long saber slashing out, tearing through the void. There is only one past, but there are countless changes in the future. What you see is just one of them. It is foolish to believe that a possibility in the future is the truth. There are indeed countless possibilities in the future, but in my opinion, this is the truth. Yuan Feng stepped on the long river of laws, easily shattering the saber aura like a god descending to the mortal world. In terms of strength, although your combat strength is heaven-defying, your realm is much lower. How can you compete with me like this? Boom, as Yuan Feng spoke, the long river of laws had already blasted over. Qin Shujian could not dodge, and his physical body faced the long river of laws head-on. Under the effect of that terrifying power, his physical body, which had already reached the seventh tribulation, could not withstand it. Instantly, his physical body cracked, and blood flowed wildly. Yuan Feng pressed down with the long river of laws and said, "See, this is not only the difference in realm, but also the difference in strength. However, how can you, who has become a saint, compete with me?" As soon as he finished speaking, his palm fell. Qin Shujian raised his saber and slashed out, but it was directly annihilated in the face of this force. Boom, his 50,000-foot body broke through the void. Yuan Feng's body relied on the long river of laws and seemed to have become infinitely large, easily injuring Qin Shujian. On the other side, the battle between the middle and low-level heavenly beings eased as the army charged in. However, in the battle between the mighty figures, the human race was at a disadvantage. Marquis Bayun was very strong. With the Zubing in his hand, he could contend with several mighty figures of the same level even if he did not activate the Zubing's power. However, he could only contend with the mighty figures. It was not easy to activate the Zubing. With Marquis Bayun's strength, it was not easy to truly activate the power of the stone spear. While Marquis Bayun was entangled, the other mighty figures were not having a good time either. At this moment, Fengbai was being besieged by three mighty figures. As the most senior person in the Imperial Astronomer, his strength was not weak. He had reached the 8th level of the Heaven Being and was close to the 9th level of the Heaven Being. However, even so, he was besieged by two 8th level Heaven Beings and a 7th level Heaven Being. It was difficult for him to hold on. Bang, the void collapsed. When Fengbai injured an 8th level Heaven Being with a spear, he also suffered the attacks of two mighty figures. Half of his shoulder directly exploded, and his flesh and blood scattered. Fengbai's face turned pale, but he did not stop attacking. The long spear swept out, and the long river of laws vaguely appeared. Pavilion Elder Feng. Seeing that Fengbai was seriously injured, Su Zhan and the other Pavilion Elders' expressions changed. However, there was nothing they could do even if they wanted to. Everyone had their own opponents. Fengbai was the strongest among the Pavilion Elders, so he encountered the most powerhouses. Soon, Under the siege of three mighty figures, Feng Bai was seriously injured. At this moment, Xianxia was also fighting with three ninth-level heaven beings. Suddenly, he had a thought. He directly threw out the ancient bronze sword in his hand, and it exploded in the air. Boom. P.S. I was fighting with someone today, so I missed some writing time. I'm writing the rest now. The self-destruction of a six-seal Dao artifact was not much different from the self-destruction of a mighty figure. The faces of the three celestials flickered, and they instinctively retreated. Then, they unleashed a barrage of attacks to neutralize the power. When the ancient greenish bronze sword self-destructed, another earth-shattering sound was heard. The seriously injured Feng Bai suddenly self-destructed. The three celestial being powerhouses who surrounded him were caught off guard and were directly blown up. Instantly, the 7th-level celestial being powerhouse died, and the two 8th-level celestial being powerhouses were seriously injured and on the verge of death. Just as the others were shocked, Xianxia seemed to have expected it. He punched out, and the long river of laws crushed the void. In an instant, he tore apart a heavily injured 8th-level celestial being powerhouse. Then, he punched out, and the other 8th-level celestial being powerhouse was also smashed into pieces. The sudden change. It caught the human race and the myriad races off guard. No one expected it. The reason why Feng Bai had chosen to self-destruct so decisively was because, after all, having cultivated to such a level, he already had the ability to reincarnate and cultivate again. Even if he died at the hands of another, there was still a chance for him to make a comeback. But once he self-destructed, that would be equivalent to sacrificing everything. A cultivator who self-destructed. He did not have the qualifications to reincarnate and cultivate again. Therefore, Feng Bai's decisive self-destruction caught the other celestial being cultivators off guard. In addition, Xianxia suddenly attacked. He had successfully exchanged 1 for 3. Seeing this, the expressions of the powerhouses of the myriad races changed. As for the three mighty figures who were forced to retreat by the power of the ancient greenish bronze sword's self-destruction, causing Xianxia to be free to attack, their faces were frighteningly pale. It was fine if it was 3 against 1. It was understandable that they could not take down the other party in a short period of time. However, during the battle, it was completely unreasonable for the other party to take the time to kill 2 of their powerhouses. Feng Bai. Su Zhan's expression was sorrowful. At this point in the battle, the situation was finally developing in a direction that he did not want. Finally, a mighty figure of the human race had fallen. Compared to the myriad races, the number of mighty figures of the human race was really one less. Fortunately, Feng Bai's death indirectly dragged 3 mighty figures down with him. He had done his best. At this moment, the other powerful beings from the other races were also on high alert. Even if they were to fight against the human race, they did not dare to use their full strength. They were afraid that the other party would be like Feng Bai and give them a vicious blow. After all, unless they were truly forced into a dead end, who would self-destruct, compared to the human race, the experts of the myriad races had a great advantage. As long as they slowly wore down the human race, sooner or later, the human race would be worn down to death. Therefore, there was no need to compete with the humans to see who was more ruthless. On the contrary, humans, however, were different. If they lost this battle, the human clan of the eastern continent could be declared dead. Therefore, the human race could not be defeated. Even if they had to pay the price of losing their experts, they had to do their best to drag the experts of the myriad races down with them. A desolate aura spread out. The stone spear shattered the long river of laws and lashed heavily on the body of one of the 9th-level celestial being. That terrifying power caused the other party's physical body to explode, and he was severely injured in an instant. But at the same time, the other experts also found an opportunity to attack Marquis Bayun. Marquis Bayun coughed up blood and retreated. His sturdy body was like paper. Below, the battle was also continuing. Yin Bancheng, who was seriously injured, was fighting a foreign race expert at the first level of the celestial being realm. Beside him, there were 2 great cultivators at the peak of the divine martial realm assisting him. Those who could reach the peak of the divine martial realm were only 1 step away from the celestial being realm. Although the gap of this step was like the gap between heaven and earth, with Yin Bancheng attracting the main firepower, they could barely deal with the foreign race experts. On the other side, Qin Shujian was also fighting with Yuan Feng. No, he was being beaten up one-sidedly. The high priest of the God clan was really powerful. Without borrowing the power of laws, Qin Shujian had no strength to fight back at all. He could only defend passively. "You're too weak." Yuan Feng shook his head and slapped Qin Shujian to the ground. His body, which had already healed, instantly exploded again. Qin Shujian's expression was solemn. He activated the power of the mountain blood, and the saber energy slashed through the void, trying to kill the high priest of the God clan in front of him. Yuan Feng's finger slammed down, hitting the saber energy. Finger snap, shattering the Milky Way. The saber energy shattered inch by inch. Qin Shujian's hand, which was holding the saber, split open. Blood flowed continuously from the wound. As for Yuan Feng's words, he didn't give any response. Qin Shujian was waiting for a suitable opportunity to attack. Yuan Feng was too strong. If he attacked, he would probably only have one chance. The river of laws washed over him. Yuan Feng was like a god of heaven and earth. His every move could cause the void to crack. No matter how fierce Qin Shujian's attacks were, they were pitifully weak in front of him. At this moment, the river of laws hung like a heavenly river. The river, which was almost solid, seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation. Yuan Feng's palm slammed down, and the terrifying power caused the void to cave in and collapse for thousands of miles. Qin Shujian stepped on the earth and mountains. His body was 50,000 feet tall, and he glared at Yuan Feng. When his opponent's palm slammed down, he slashed out with his saber. At the same time, his divine will slashed out as a saber as well. The spirit-severing slash seemed to cross the river of laws and hit the spirit divinity in Yuan Feng's body. Compared to Yuan Feng's vigorous spirit divinity, an attack from the spirit-severing saber shouldn't have been able to do much, but Yuan Feng was attacking with all his might. His attention was focused on Qin Shujian, and he neglected his own defenses. As the spirit-severing slash fell, Yuan Feng's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered his wits. At the same time, Qin Shujian threw out the 13-grade golden lotus. When Yuan Feng came to his senses, he saw the 7-seal Dao artifact explode in front of him. Boom! The self-destruction of a 7-seal Dao artifact was no less powerful than the self-destruction of an 8th-tier celestial being. The terrifying power shattered the solid long river of laws. The next moment, Qin Shujian shot into the sky. The blood of 1,000 mountains in his hand had been replaced by the Godslayer in his sea of consciousness. Kill! Qin Shujian roared. More than 13,000 stellar acupoints erupted with all their power and poured into the Godslayer. A desolate and ancient aura swept through the world. A stone saber tore through the void and severed the river of laws. Zhu Bing! Yuan Feng was shocked. Without a second thought, he unleashed all his power and slammed it out with a shocking palm strike. When the astral palm met the stone saber, it was instantly torn apart. Blood sprayed through the air as his arm broke. Yuan Feng did not even turn his head back as he shattered the void and left. The place where he was originally at had already turned into a turbulent void. An aged arm directly fell there, and the faint golden blood emitted an extremely powerful aura. Qin Shujian grabbed Yuan Feng's arm, then the Godslayer. Looking around at everyone, he roared, "Qin Shujian of the human race has slain the high priest of the divines here today. Come if you're not afraid of death." His voice was vast and mighty, spreading for 100,000 kilometers. Hearing this voice, the divines were all greatly shocked. When they saw the severed arm in Qin Shujian's hand, their faces changed drastically. As a divine, how could they not recognize who the owner of the severed arm was? That familiar aura, only the divine's high priest could possess it. The high priest was an existence in the divines whose status was second only to the divine emperor. In terms of strength, Yuan Feng was not as good as the divine emperor, but he was absolutely not far off. He was even more powerful than some of the major races' emperors. Of course, everyone knew that Qin Shujian's words about slaying the divine's high priest were just wild boasting. After all, the scene of Yuan Feng breaking through the void to escape was still seen by many people. It was just that. Qin Shujian did not kill the divine's high priest, but he did make the other party flee in defeat. That arm in his hand was proof. The divine's powerhouses were all speechless. The other race's powerhouses also did not dare to rashly step forward for a moment. Especially some knowledgeable people. When they saw the stone saber in Qin Shujian's hand, their eyes had a few more hints of fear. Zhu Bing, who could slaughter immortals in ancient times. Even if they knew that it was not easy to activate Zhu Bing, Qin Shujian's attack might be at the end of his tether. However, no one dared to verify this matter. The humans were determined to die, but the other races did not have such thoughts. After all, there were many races in the 3 continents. If some races suffered heavy losses in this battle, even if the humans were destroyed, they would not be able to live peacefully. Annexation and killing. They had always existed. Although these races had temporarily put aside their prejudices due to the appearance of the human race, it was still impossible for them to go all out and fight with everything they had. Taking 10,000 steps back, if the humans really won, it might not be the end of the road for the other races. After so many years, the humans had long weakened to the extreme. The powerhouses in the 3 continents were not the only ones in front of them. Even if the humans survived this calamity, they did not have the capital to threaten the other races. The reason why many powerhouses did not appear was because they had concerns in their hearts. Because the 10,000 races had never been monolithic. Perhaps when the ancient times had just been destroyed, the 10,000 races were very determined to be destroyed. But after millions of years, how many races still remembered the fear of the human race being dominated by the celestial arch? As for hatred, there was no way to start. Countless years had passed. Those who deserved to die were all dead. Even if there were descendants left behind, they had almost forgotten this hatred. Only the ancestral teachings of the various races did not dissipate. That was why there was a scene of them blocking the humans. However, it was impossible for them to use up all their resources for the sake of an ancestral teachings. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, the various races had held back. The ones who truly wanted to destroy the humans were probably the god race and the demon race. The hatred between the demon race and the humans had been accumulating for a long time. As for the god race, as a traitor, they were also afraid when they saw their old masters. It was inevitable that they would make a move. But the problem was, now that a few mighty figures of the god race had died, even the high priest had been beaten up and fled. It was unknown whether he was dead or not, but he definitely would not have a good time with a broken arm. At this time, no one would dare to provoke Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian grabbed Yuan Feng's broken arm and looked at the powerhouses of the various races clamoring, but no one paid attention to him. The god race wanted to kill Qin Shujian, but they had no choice. Because too many powerhouses had died. As for the demon race, looking at the stone saber in Qin Shujian's hand, they all hesitated. Seeing this, the morale of the humans was instantly boosted. Qin Shujian glanced around at the crowd and said with a sneer, "You cowards dare to besiege the humans. You really don't know what's good for you." These words, the powerhouses of the 10,000 races directly ignored him. Godslayer's words sounded in his mind, "Kid, that's enough. If someone really gets carried away by your provocation, you'll be in big trouble." Others did not know Qin Shujian's real situation, but how could he not know? With the other party's strength, using the power of Zhu Bing, he could seriously injure a 10th-level celestial being who had reached the limit of this realm. Although he was not completely exhausted, he was not far from it. Hearing this, Qin Shujian did not comment. He was sure of these people and did not dare to go forward. However, Qin Shujian did not really continue to clamor. If he continued to clamor, people would think that he was guilty. Therefore, when he saw that no one was paying attention to him, he immediately grabbed Yuan Feng's broken arm and took out the essence blood inside. This arm came from the high priest of the god race. When cutting off the arm, it also cut off part of the power of the high priest of the god race. So, the broken arm still contained essence blood. A drop of pale golden blood appeared, and the severed arm turned into ashes bit by bit, as if it had been blown away. Looking at the essence blood in front of him, Qin Shujian opened his mouth and swallowed it. All of a sudden, a surge of pure energy erupted, and it even transformed into Yuan Feng's figure, wanting to break through Qin Shujian's physical body. However, he even dared to cut off Yuan Feng's body. How could a drop of essence blood be qualified to set off a storm? The dimmed star apertures formed a star river diagram, suppressing the star apertures. The pure energy separated and poured into the various star acupoints, causing the originally dim star acupoints to recover at an extremely fast speed. By the time this energy was completely consumed, it was already too late. Qin Shujian had recovered to his peak state. If it was in normal times, he would not use the essence blood to recover, but slowly cultivate and wait for his state to recover before using this drop of essence blood to break through the new acupoints. But it was different now. The current situation was critical, and every bit of strength he could recover was a bit more. Qin Shujian stood in the void motionless, and the magical power of the law phenomenon had been withdrawn, as if he had been completely petrified. At this time, some powerhouses were also ready to make a move. Killing a human powerhouse was important, but what really tempted them was the Zubing in Qin Shujian's hands. Ever since the ancient times were destroyed, the Zubing had become a rare commodity. Now, except for the heavenly demon temple, which had yet to be refined by the demon clan, there was no Zubing in the other clans. This was because as early as the ancient times, during the Great Demon War, the Zubing of the various clans had been destroyed. At this time, the Zubing in Qin Shujian's hands naturally became a hot commodity in the eyes of others. Of course, it was the same for the stone spear in Marquis Bayun's hand. However, Marquis Bayun was very powerful, and even under the siege of 5 powerhouses who were at a higher realm than him, he still did not show any signs of defeat. And from the beginning to the end, the other party did not unleash the power of the Zubing. In this situation, everyone had to be on guard, for fear that they would follow in Yuan Feng's footsteps. After waiting for half an hour, finally, some powerhouses could not hold back anymore. In the void that had not completely recovered from the collapse, it seemed to have become a little dimmer, and even the shadow under Qin Shujian's feet became blurry at this time. All of a sudden, the shadow suddenly left Qin Shujian's feet, turned into a sharp spike, and pierced toward Qin Shujian's head. "You're really courting death." Qin Shujian suddenly opened his eyes, and his true essence burst out, directly shattering the shadow spike in front of him. Then, the Godslayer slashed out, and a terrifying force spread out, instantly cutting the shadow in half. After the shadow was broken, 2 pieces of flesh immediately appeared and fell into the void. Qin Shujian sneered and said, "Which clan are you from? You don't dare to attack openly, but you use such a sneaky and despicable method." No one answered. They only looked at the 2 pieces of flesh that fell into the void with sadness in their eyes. A major powerhouse of the Shadow Clan had fallen without a sound just like this. They did not know if it was because Zubing's power was really that strong, or because the strength of that human was too strong. But no matter what. After this Shadow Clan powerhouse paid the price of his life to test the waters, the other people's thoughts were finally extinguished. However, the powerhouses of the other clans did not come to find trouble with Qin Shujian, but they did not know if Qin Shujian would find trouble with the others. Before he recovered, he did not make a move. Now, with the help of Yuan Feng's blood essence, he recovered. Qin Shujian also did not intend to watch the battle. But before he made a move, he also swept a glance at the surrounding void, and sneered and said, "If you want to watch the battle, then keep watching the battle. If you want to go down without permission, then you may end up with the extinction of your clan. If anyone thinks they can block my blade, then come and try." After saying that, Qin Shujian did not bother to care so much, and directly walked away. Just watch the battle. At least it proved that not all the clans of the 3 continents had the determination to kill the human clan. There were only a few of them who truly wanted to destroy the human race. In addition, there were some other clans that were tricked over, as well as the subordinate clans of a few big clans. Apart from them, the other clans were still watching the battle. "Pavilion Elder Su, I'll help you." Su Zhan was being besieged by 2 powerhouses, one was the Blood Eldar, and the other was from another clan. This elder from the Imperial Astronomer was now spitting out blood non-stop from the beating. If it were not for the tenacious vitality of the powerhouses, they might have already died. In all the battlefields, only the powerhouse level battles were the most critical. And among the powerhouses, there were two who were in a more dangerous situation. One was Su Zhan, and the other was Xianxia. Originally, Xianxia could barely fight with the three powerhouses of the 9th level of the Celestial Being with the ancient bronze sword. But after exploding the ancient bronze sword, he fought hard to kill the two powerhouses of the 8th level of the Celestial Being, which completely infuriated the other three. Without the Dao artifact in hand, Xianxia's strength suddenly dropped by a level. So, under the siege of the three powerhouses of the 9th level of the Celestial Being, he was already in a dangerous situation. The two could only help one. Qin Shujian naturally chose Su Zhan. To put it bluntly, he was not familiar with Xianxia. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone saber had already shattered the void. The Blood Eldar powerhouse had a terrible warning. Without thinking, he stepped into the air and dodged to the side. Just as he was about to dodge the attack, the stone saber had already appeared. The void was easily torn apart like a piece of paper. Seeing the stone saber, the Blood Eldar powerhouse immediately broke out in a cold sweat. When he looked at Su Zhan again, he found that there was an extra person beside him. Sect Master Qin. Su Zhan looked at Qin Shujian with an inexplicable expression. He was both impressed and emotional. Originally, he thought that Qin Shujian's strength was in his forging skills and that his strength was just average. In the end, only now did Su Zhan realize that he was the only one who was average. Since entering the battlefield, there had been more than 3 or 4 powerhouses who had fallen in the hands of Qin Shujian. Even the high priest of the God clan was forced to flee with serious injuries. It could be said that Qin Shujian had become the biggest variable in the battle of the human clan. If he had not killed so many powerhouses and forced the high priest of the God clan, the situation that the human clan was facing now would definitely be several times more dangerous than it was now. When that time came, Feng Bai would not be the only one who would die. He originally thought that he was just a platinum, but in the end, he found that the other party was the King of Glory. Only Su Zhan himself knew how he felt. With the appearance of Qin Shujian, there was a rare pause in the battle here. Qin Shujian and Su Zhan did not make a move. The Blood Eldar powerhouse and the other powerhouse also did not make a move. They looked at each other, not knowing what to think. There was no other way. In a short time, Qin Shujian had made a great name for himself on the battlefield. It could be said that, with Zhu Bing in his hands, Qin Shujian was no different from the emperor of a clan, and the emperor of a top clan. After all, Yuan Feng's strength was already close to that of a divine emperor. Even though a divine emperor was stronger than the high priest, it was not an easy task to cut off an arm of the other party. However, Qin Shujian did it. Even though there were various factors involved. But no matter what, to a certain extent, Qin Shujian's deterrence to the myriad clans was no less than that of a top emperor. As a result, unless there was an expert comparable to a divine emperor or a demon emperor, even the emperors of some small clans were not confident that they could block Godslayer's peak strike. Therefore, Qin Shujian did not make a move, and the people facing him did not dare to make a move either. If it were not for the order that they were not allowed to escape, the two powerhouses besieging Su Zhan might have already turned around and fled. Looking at the two of them indifferently, Qin Shujian said, "Elder Su, go help the others. Leave this to me." "Thank you." Su Zhan was not pretentious. He knew that his strength was far from Qin Shujian's. At this time, with Qin Shujian's help, he was not too worried. In addition, the other elders were also in a critical situation. Su Zhan did not dare to waste time. Watching Su Zhan leave, the Blood Eldar wanted to stop him. However, when he met Qin Shujian's cold eyes, a great fear surged from the bottom of his heart and forcefully restrained his impulse. Qin Shujian only glanced at him, then his gaze fell on the other person. "And what race do you come from? If you want to attack my human race now, have you already thought it through? Do you think your race has the qualifications to block my saber? In the current situation, my human race is destined to not be destroyed. After this matter is over, it won't be difficult to find out which clan you are from. Previously, I could think that you had no choice, so now I'll give you and your clan a chance to withdraw. If you insist on becoming enemies with the human clan, I can guarantee that after this battle, your clan will be destroyed." His calm words caused the expression of the mighty figure to change. A threat. An undisguised threat. If it was at the beginning of the war, Chongmu would not have hesitated. But now, he hesitated. Chongmu's clan was the Abysswood clan. They were not weak, but they were not very strong either. They were backed by the Blood Eldar. Because of this, when the Blood Eldar was about to deal with the humans, the Abysswood clan would send powerhouses over. But now, the strength of the humans had completely exceeded the expectations of all the clans. No one had expected that. Under the siege of so many powerhouses, the humans could still hold on and not be defeated. Moreover, judging from the current situation, unless the human emperor was defeated, the hope of the various clans to destroy the humans was not high. In this way, if the humans wanted to deal with the Abysswood clan after this, then the Abysswood clan would definitely not have the strength to resist. Not to mention anything else, just Xianxia in front of them was already difficult to resist. However, if they retreated at this time, they would definitely anger the Blood Eldar. If the Blood Eldar wanted to deal with them, the humans would not help. Similarly, if the humans made a move, the Blood Eldar might not necessarily go all out to help. This was the tragedy of a weak clan. If they were not strong, in the end, they would be ruled by others. The Blood Eldar said coldly, "Chongmu, don't listen to his nonsense. Today, the humans will be destroyed." Boom, the stone saber cut through the void and directly caused the Blood Eldar's expression to change drastically. Without thinking, the Blood Eldar took a step back, wanting to avoid the Godslayer's edge. But just as he was about to retreat, his divine consciousness, however, suffered a terrifying attack. Although that attack could not destroy the Blood Eldar's spiritual sense, it could make him stunned for a breath. A battle between powerhouses. A breath of time was enough to change life and death. By the time the Blood Eldar reacted, the stone saber had already slashed over. Not good. Looking at the stone saber, his expression changed drastically. The originally round blade now gave off a sharp feeling that it could cut through everything. The Blood Eldar wanted to retreat. However, he retreated quickly, but the stone saber fell even faster. In an instant, the stone saber slashed down, and the body collapsed. The mighty figure of the Blood Eldar was killed on the spot. With the Godslayer's help and his current strength, Xianxia could now easily kill mighty figures. As long as it was not a powerhouse at the level of the high priest of the god race, he was not worried about anyone else. A cultivator who was only at the 7th stage of the heaven-human realm, from Xianxia's point of view, he was a piece of trash that could be killed with a single slash. Combat strength didn't represent everything, but it could explain many things. With Xianxia's current level of combat strength, Xianxia was able to defeat Xianxia. Even if he didn't use lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, Godslayer's original strength combined with his own strength was enough to kill an ordinary mighty figure. The strong would always be strong. This was the logic behind it. Chongmu looked at the scene in front of him with a dull expression. When Xianxia looked at him, an uncontrollable fear appeared in his eyes. Strong, the feeling that Xianxia gave him was that he was terrifyingly strong. After killing the mighty figure of the Blood Eldar, Xianxia looked at Chongmu and said indifferently, "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to withdraw from the battlefield with your race. Otherwise, after this battle, the human race will destroy your race. Even the Blood Eldar won't be able to protect you. Of course, if you're willing to betray us, the human race can also protect your race in the future. At least, it's impossible for the Blood Eldar to destroy your race." Chongmu looked conflicted. He didn't want to die. If he fought Xianxia with his strength, he would only end up like the mighty figure of the Blood Eldar. Xianxia's words made Chongmu hesitate. Boom, the long river of time shook. The Divine Emperor's body collapsed and fell, and pale golden blood scattered in the void. At the same time, the huge dragon body smashed through the sky, and its scales cracked. The golden lotus dimmed and stone fragments fell. The ancient Buddha was seriously injured, and cracks could be seen on its petrified body. The last was the injured bloodling Huang and the blood-stained human emperor. The 4 emperors of the 4 clans are just SOSO. Today, I'll kill you all. Although the human emperor's body was stained with blood, his aura was terrifying, and it suppressed the emperors of the four clans. The Divine Emperor didn't hesitate to break through the void to escape. While escaping, he let out a furious roar. The God Race, retreat! With one word, the God Race's experts all turned pale. At this moment, the Divine Emperor was scared out of his wits. The human emperor was too strong, and the emperors of the four clans were no match for him at all. After fighting until now. Although the human emperor was injured, they were also seriously injured. If they continued to fight, even if they could kill the human emperor, they would have to pay the price of at least 1 or 2 emperors. To this, who would be willing to be a stepping stone for others? The emperors were the stabilizing force of a race. If the emperors fell, then even if the human race was destroyed, the race they belonged to was destined to be divided by other races. So, the Divine Emperor was afraid. Not only was he afraid of death, but he was also afraid that after he fell, the God race would follow in the footsteps of the human race. After all, the demon race, Blood Eldar, and other top races had long secretly coveted the God race. If the Divine Emperor fell, the God race couldn't support too much with just a high priest. Until now. The Divine Emperor still didn't know that Yuan Feng had been seriously injured by Qin Shujian. But even if he knew, he would only run faster. The Divine Emperor fled. The experts of the God race retreated one after another. The emperor of their own race had fled, so the other God race didn't dare to continue fighting. Just as the God race retreated, Chongmu also made up his mind and said, "The Abysswood clan will withdraw from this battle, and I hope you will keep your promise." After that, he immediately went to find the top experts of the Abysswood clan. Soon, the Abysswood clan's celestials retreated. The God race had already left. From the state of the emperors of the various races, it was obvious that they couldn't do anything to the human emperor. At this time, the Abysswood clan didn't care whether they would offend the Blood Eldar or not, and directly retreated with them. They would die if they stayed, and they would also die if they retreated. But with the foundation of the Abysswood clan, even if the Blood Eldar really wanted to settle the score, he would have a certain degree of fear. "Lend me the Godslayer!" the human emperor suddenly shouted. Qin Shujian stepped into the air, came to the human emperor's side, and borrowed the Godslayer. Then, the human emperor held the Godslayer, and in the next second, a desolate and ancient aura spread out. The stone knife slashed down with the momentum of the sky, instantly shattering the long river of laws, and then heavily bombarding the demon emperor's body. Roar! The demon emperor let out a sorrowful cry, and his dragon tail directly broke. Seeing this, the demon emperor was also shocked. Zhu Bing! The human emperor's strength was already extremely strong, and with Zhu Bing, he had no chance of resisting. Although the monster race now also had the Heavenly Demon Temple. However, when the Heavenly Demon Temple crossed the Chen River, there was a problem, and they had not fully recovered yet, so the Demon Emperor did not bring the Heavenly Demon Temple out. With Zhu Bing in hand, and without Zhu Bing in hand, it was a completely different concept. Even with the strength of the Demon Emperor, he was directly injured in front of the stone knife. All of a sudden, the Demon Emperor ignored the pain of his broken tail and shouted angrily, "All demons, retreat!" As soon as he finished speaking, his dragon body had already smashed through the void and fled into the distance. The Divine Emperor retreated. The Demon Emperor also retreated. The remaining Ancient Buddha and Blood Ling Huang all retreated without hesitation. Similarly, the experts of the two clans also retreated. Seeing this, the human emperor slashed out 2 more times in the air, and the terrifying blade light disappeared into the void. In an instant, the void turned into turbulence, and the figures of Blood Ling Huang and the Ancient Buddha directly appeared in front of everyone. Then, half of Blood Ling Huang's body was broken, and the Ancient Buddha had already lost an arm. At this moment, the void turbulence calmed down. But everyone was speechless. 3 slashes, severely injuring the experts of the 3 clans. Fortunately, the Divine Emperor ran fast enough. Otherwise, he would also have to suffer a slash. However, Qin Shujian did not have time to be shocked. He took a step forward and came to the dragon's tail that was about to fall to the ground. Then, he used a method to seal the dragon's tail and compressed it, and then threw it into the storage ring. After that, he crossed thousands of miles of the void and collected the ancient Buddha's arm, as well as blood Ling Huang's scattered flesh, and threw them all into the storage ring. So many things poured into the storage ring. Just the power that was emitted was about to burst the space inside. Fortunately, Qin Shujian was also a top expert of the array Dao. He set up a restriction in the way of his star river diagram to temporarily stabilize the space inside the storage ring. Then, he returned to the human clan's camp. At this moment, the human emperor was still standing in the void, and did not do anything. Looking at the other party's appearance, Qin Shujian knew that he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Even so, the power that the human emperor had just displayed had already shocked the experts of all the clans. In addition, the God clan, the Demon clan, and other big clans had retreated. The experts of the other clans had also retreated. "Human Emperor, if you don't use the Godslayer, give it back to me," Qin Shujian said. The human emperor shook his head and laughed. "Why? Are you afraid that I'll covet your Zubing?" Even though he said those words, he still returned the ancestral armament. Zubing's power could not be used lightly. Even at his peak, the human emperor could not use Zubing's power many times. Moreover, with the strength of the rulers of the four clans, if they really fought to the death from the beginning, the human emperor was not confident that he could win. On the surface, it did not seem to be a big problem. In fact, only the human emperor himself knew that his injuries were not much worse than the divine emperor and the others. He only showed a tough stance. Moreover, when he was fighting against the emperors, he mainly attacked the divine emperor throughout, scaring the divine emperor out of his wits. Then, he used Zubing to catch the demon emperor off guard and severely injure him. Then, he scared away Blood Ling Huang and the ancient Buddha. It could be said that, step by step, the human emperor was treading on thin ice. Once a ruler of a clan was determined to die, the human clan would lose this time. As for the last two slashes, they were completely unexpected gains. The human emperor himself did not expect that the rulers of the two clans would completely lose their courage. They did not even dare to turn around and resist. They were directly heavily injured by Zubing and fled. Looking at the retreat of the 10,000 clans, the human emperor understood that the human clan had won this battle. However, all generals, listen up. Chase for 100,000 miles and kill the celestial beings of the 10,000 clans. Yes, sir. Of the 4 million troops, less than 3 million were left. The army that was originally 100,000 troops changed their formation at this moment. With 1 million soldiers, their aura soared into the sky as they charged toward a celestial being of the 10,000 clans. At the same time, the remaining powerhouses of the human clan also chased after the 10,000 clans. Now, the human emperor had won. This was the opportunity to beat a drowning dog. As the four clans retreated, the other clans did not have the courage to fight with the human clan anymore. Therefore, facing the pursuit of the human clan powerhouses, no one really dared to stay and fight. On the other side, Qin Shujian held the Godslayer in his hand and took a step forward, chasing after an Earth Eldar powerhouse. Pan Shan was retreating when a warning suddenly rose in his heart. When he turned around, he saw Qin Shujian chasing after him. Just a glance made Pan Shan's soul leave his body. "Elder, save me." As Pan Shan fled, he called for help from the Earth Eldar powerhouses. He did not dare to fight with Qin Shujian. The other party was someone who could severely injure the high priest of the God clan. Not to mention that he was already heavily injured. Even at his peak, Pan Shan did not have the confidence to fight. Hearing Pan Shan's call for help, the Earth Eldar powerhouse's expression changed. Without hesitation, he joined up with Pan Shan and struck out with his palm. True essence shattered the void, trying to force Qin Shujian to stop chasing. Seeing such an attack, Qin Shujian directly slashed out with his blade. The blade light tore through everything. The Earth Eldar powerhouse's expression changed. The river of laws condensed into one, turning into a powerful shield. He roared in a low voice, "My Earth Eldar has already retreated from the battle. Human, do you really want to fight to the death with my Eldar?" While speaking, the blade light had already slashed down, fiercely colliding with the shield. The laws collapsed and scattered. The Earth Eldar powerhouse coughed out blood and retreated. He then fled with Pan Shan. Qin Shujian took a step forward and chased after them. The Earth Eldar dared to attack the human clan. After today, you will be destroyed by the human clan. I will first kill you all as a sacrifice. His speed was very fast. The Earth Eldar's main strength was defense, but speed was their weakness. It didn't take long for Qin Shujian to catch up. Boom! Boom, the void shattered. A great battle broke out, accompanied by the roars of Pan Shan and the Earth Eldar powerhouses. Not long after, Qin Shujian took a step forward, holding 2 broken corpses in his hands. The red lotus of purgation ignited. In less than 15 minutes, it was completely refined by him. Pure energy entered his body. 1 star acupoint after another opened. Qin Shujian split his attention to open his star acupoints. At the same time, he continued to chase after the powerhouses of the other races. This was the best time to harvest the source of life. If he didn't kill more, how could he be worthy of himself? As for whether the red lotus of purgation was exposed or not, it didn't matter at all. As long as he devoured enough powerhouses of the other races, Qin Shujian's strength would become even stronger. At that time, no one in the 4 great continents could threaten him. At that time, naturally, he wouldn't have any worries. Soon, Qin Shujian set his eyes on the powerhouses of another race. They looked a little like demons, but they weren't on the same side as the demons. However, he couldn't be bothered. As long as they weren't humans, he would just kill them. At this moment, the 10,000 races retreated, but the killing did not stop. The human emperor ordered the humans to chase after them for 100,000 kilometers. In a short period of time, heads rolled down. One after another, foreign race powerhouses fell. There were also powerful foreign race powerhouses who wanted to die together with the humans when they saw that they couldn't escape. Because of this, there were also some damages. However, compared to the losses of the various races, the losses of the pursuit were completely bearable. Fighting. How could there be no deaths? As long as they killed more enemies than they killed, it would be the most advantageous. Soon, the humans stopped chasing. At this point, with the entrance of the passage, the area of 100,000 kilometers had fallen into the control of the humans. The human emperor stood in the air and looked at the generals of the imperial court. Pass down my order. The 4 city gates will move away from the eastern continent and occupy the 4 sides of this place. With the city as the boundary, this will be the territory of the humans from now on. Yes. Many powerhouses of the imperial court bowed and accepted the order. Then, the human emperor transformed into his 100,000 feet body again and stood proudly in the sky. Some powerhouses who had already escaped seemed to have sensed something and turned around to see this scene. With the entrance of the passage as the base, the area within 100,000 kilometers is the territory of the humans. If the 10,000 races enter without permission, they will be killed without mercy. His voice was mighty. It even caused the world to rumble. The powerhouses of the 10,000 races fell silent when they heard this. No one refuted the human emperor's words, let alone provoke him. In this battle, the humans suffered heavy losses, and so did the other races. Obviously, the humans were a tough bone that no one else could chew. Even if he tried his best to gnaw on it, it would only end in a lose-lose situation. From the moment they retreated, they had already tacitly agreed to the existence of the humans. It was also at this moment. The humans had completely gained a foothold in the 3 continents. On the other side, the 4 cities left the eastern continent and entered the world behind the passage. 4 cities that were thousands of miles long landed at the 4 corners of the sky and earth. At this moment, Qin Shujian also put the Godslayer into his sea of consciousness and then descended from the void. Until now. Only then did he have time to look at the information in the system. After the battle, many disciples of the Yuan sect had also died. The 10,000 races had all sent out their top powerhouses, but some of the weaker races couldn't send out too many celestial beings, so they sent out cultivators below the celestial being level. These cultivators seemed to be useless, but if they took the opportunity to enter the passage, they could cause a lot of killing. Therefore, The role of the cultivators of the various sects was to fight against the people of these races. Again, how could there be no deaths in a war? Xianxia looked at the system information above. There were already hundreds of messages, including the deaths of 2 guests of the god martial arts realm and several inner sect elders. Fortunately, Zhengfang and the others were still there. These people all had life-saving trump cards that Xianxia had given them. In addition, they were not weak, so there were no problems. On the contrary, the disciples of the true martial arts realm had suffered the most casualties. To this, Xianxia didn't care too much. If the disciples died, then he would recruit more. After enjoying the benefits of the Yuan sect, they had to bear the corresponding responsibilities. He wouldn't support such disciples for nothing and then let them do nothing. That was unrealistic. When Xianxia found Zhengfang and the others, he found that they were not in good condition either. Zhengfang, Su Yuanming, and the others were all covered in blood. Niaofeng's aura was weak and his body was broken. He was breathing in but not out. Xianxia took out a healing elixir and stuffed it into his mouth. Only then did he manage to stabilize his injuries. However, when his gaze fell on Niu Jianfeng, his pupils changed slightly. Now Niu Jianfeng's right arm was broken and the long sword had been transferred from his right hand to his left hand. There were also serious injuries on his body. But the only difference between him and Niu Feng was, even if he was so seriously injured, Niu Jianfeng's aura was not weak at all. On the contrary, the sword intent became more and more fierce, vaguely wanting to pierce the sky. Seeing Xianxia's gaze, Niu Jianfeng smiled and said, "It's just a small injury. I won't die for the time being. Even if my right hand is gone, I can still hold the sword with my left hand." Good. Xianxia also nodded slightly at Niu Jianfeng's carefree attitude. Regenerating a broken limb. That was the privilege of a celestial being. It was impossible for a spirit martial realm cultivator to regenerate a broken limb. In other words, if Niu Jianfeng wanted to restore his arm, he had to wait until he broke through to the celestial being level. As for whether he had the chance to break through to the celestial being level, no one could say for sure. But judging from Niu Jianfeng's attitude, he obviously didn't care about his arm. That confidence made Xianxia a little ashamed. If it happened to him, it would be a little hard to accept. Then, Xianxia looked at Jiangfeng again. This zombie's condition was not very good. The black robe on his body was torn, and his body as hard as iron was also broken a lot. Even his chest was almost pierced through. However, zombies did not feel pain, and their vitality was very tenacious. As a result, Jiangfeng was seriously injured and did not die. At this time, the human emperor said, "Imperial astronomer Fangyilan, listen to my order." "Yes." "Immediately set up a transmission gate and turn this place into the foundation of our human clan." "Yes, Your Majesty." Fangyilan bowed and accepted the order. Then, the human emperor looked at the others and said, "The remaining soldiers are to rest in the 4 cities. In addition, the experts and others who participated in the battle will be given a certain amount of compensation according to their merits and casualties. In addition, anyone who participated in the battle today and killed a true martial realm cultivator of the 10,000 clans will be guaranteed the inheritance for 10 years. Those who killed a spirit martial realm cultivator will be guaranteed the inheritance for 100 years. Those who killed a god martial realm cultivator will be guaranteed the inheritance for 1,000 years. As for those who killed a celestial being, their inheritance will be guaranteed for 10,000 years, and they will be given a divine realm cultivation method. Everyone, now that the human clan can no longer have internal strife, I also hope that the cultivation world will not stir up any more trouble. If you want to fight, then fight the 10,000 clans and kill the experts of the 10,000 clans. Anyone who kills the 10,000 clans will be a meritorious minister of the human clan. Even if they die, they will be remembered for eternity. However, if there is internal strife at this time, I will absolutely not tolerate it. If one person kills one person, one sect destroys one sect, and 10 sects kill 10 sects, no matter what merit you have or what status you have, as long as you dare to stir up internal strife in the human clan at this time, I will kill you without a doubt. In addition, pass down my order. From today onwards, the human clan's monument will be built. Anyone who commits the crime of killing the 10,000 clans can leave their deeds on the monument for the human clan to admire for eternity. At the same time, those who participated in the battle today and died in the hands of the 10,000 clans are all heroes of the human clan. They can also be engraved on the monument and leave their names for eternity. The human emperor's voice was loud and clear as he passed down orders one after another. When everyone heard this, their hearts were filled with excitement. After the human emperor finished speaking, they also bowed slightly and said in unison, "The human emperor is wise." There were at least 2 to 3 million humans who had died in this battle, and it might be more than that. At this moment, the creation of the human race's monument was undoubtedly an exciting matter. If one could not live forever, but at least one's name would be left behind for eternity. The human emperor's actions could be said to have made many people feel gratified and excited. In addition to that, to be able to leave one's name on the monument after killing the experts of the myriad races was undoubtedly another thing that boosted the morale of the people. As for what the human emperor said, in Xianxia's opinion, there was nothing wrong with it. Right now, the human race had suffered too many casualties. Out of the 40 devas alone, more than 20 had fallen, not to mention the cultivators below the devas. It could be said that this battle, it almost broke the human race's foundation. However, although the battle was tragic, the final result did not disappoint. The myriad races retreated. In the future, there would be no more races that would provoke the human race. If that was the case, the human race would also have enough time to recuperate. However, it wouldn't be easy for him to fully recover from his injuries. This was because too many experts had fallen in this battle. 2 pavilion elders from the imperial astronomer had fallen, and only the 4 remaining vassals, the divine wind marquis, had fallen. 2 of the 5 generals had also fallen. Even Dan Hao had been severely injured. In addition to that, there was no need to talk about the other experts. As for the cultivation world, a few devas had also fallen. With the supreme sect master Su Jing as the leader, a total of devas from the 4 top sects had fallen. It could be said that if it wasn't for the human emperor's order, the fall of so many experts was enough to cause the entire cultivation world and even the entire human race to be in turmoil. What happened later? It had nothing to do with the other sections. Under the human emperor's orders, the imperial court continuously sent people from the eastern continent to this place. With the area within a radius of 100,000 miles as the foundation, they continued to build and perfect it. It was foreseeable. In the future, this place would become the headquarters for the human race to gain a foothold in the 3 continents. On the other side, Xianxia had already disappeared without a trace. Qin Shujian had originally planned to have a good chat with the number 1 expert of the Sea Cover sect, but for some reason, after the other party killed a 7th level devas, he completely disappeared without a trace. He seemed to have chased after the myriad races. He was not sure. At this moment, Qin Shujian led the remaining people of Yuan sect back to the eastern continent. Meanwhile, the news that the human clan had broken the heaven and earth restriction, walked out of the eastern continent, and started a war with many other clans had spread throughout the 3 great continents. For the human race, many races were only left with a vague concept. After the destruction of the ancient times, the human race split up. A portion of the human race got rid of their original identity and called themselves the God race. A portion of the human race retreated from the 3 major continents and used the eastern continent as their base to fight against the other races. Therefore, not long after the ancient era was destroyed, the human race had already taken root in the eastern continent. Later on, the immortal of the human race led the experts of the human race to launch the final battle. When he was defeated, he paid the price of his own death to draw the Chen River and set up a heaven and earth restriction, completely sealing off the eastern continent. Ever since then, the human race faded out of the sight of the myriad races. Too many things could be diluted in 200,000 years. Only the monster race, the god race, and a few other races were still determined to kill the human race. The other races did not have much hatred for the human race. The races participating in this battle, There were also many subsidiary forces of these top clans. As for the human race leaving the eastern continent, the other races were also very curious about this. They also wanted to see how powerful the human race was to be able to attract so much attention from these top clans. For this, when the battle began, there were also many experts of the various races who were secretly watching the battle. They had no intention of making a move. Whether the human race won or lost, it did not affect these people at all. However, that battle, it completely shocked these people. The Monster Emperor, the God Emperor, Blood Ling Huang, and the Ancient Buddha were all supreme experts of the three major continents. They were truly existences at the top of this world. Even if the other races had Nirvana realm experts, it would be difficult for them to compete with the four emperors. Under the circumstances where the rules of heaven and earth were incomplete and immortals did not appear, no one could contend against the four emperors. However, such experts were all seriously injured and defeated by the human emperor of the human race and fled in panic. It could be said that the strength of the human emperor made the experts who were watching the battle tremble in fear. In addition, the ruthlessness and decisiveness of the human race also made these cultivators shocked. They self-destructed at the slightest disagreement. Just the self-destruction of many human experts had dragged many experts of the myriad races into the water. In this battle, the human race regained the momentum of the past. With the strength of one race against more than a dozen races and several times their own strength, they finally won the battle. After this battle, the human race suffered heavy losses. Those top races and affiliated races also suffered heavy casualties, especially the God race. Not to mention the fall of several experts above the 8th level of the celestial being realm. Even the high priest and the God emperor were seriously injured. It could be said that after this battle, the God race had been completely damaged. Without hundreds or thousands of years of recuperation, they would not be able to recover much vitality. In addition to the God race, the Blood Eldar of the monster race also suffered heavy casualties. The only one who had suffered the least losses should be the Ancient Buddha race. From the beginning to the end, only the Ancient Buddha Emperor participated in the battle. Although this emperor was also seriously injured by the human emperor, the Ancient Buddha race did not lose much strength. Instead, they became the race that suffered the least losses in this battle. As for the affiliated races, needless to say, it was not easy for these races to produce an expert above the 7th level of the celestial being realm. As long as 3 or 4 celestial beings died, basically, this race was almost crippled. After the battle with the human race, there were also 2 people who were completely remembered by the 3 major continents. One was the human emperor, a supreme expert who had seriously injured the 4 emperors with his own strength. He was worthy of the title of the number 1 person in the 4 major continents. The other was Xianxia. In this battle, 6 or 7 great beings had fallen in his hands. He had also seriously injured the high priest of the divine martial race and forced the other party to flee. In terms of true strength, in the eyes of the experts of the various races, Xianxia was not much worse than the top emperors. After all, the strength of the high priest of the God race, he was not the slightest bit worse than the emperors of the ordinary races. As for the emperors of the weaker races, they were not qualified to compete with Yuan Feng. Xianxia could seriously injure Yuan Feng. His strength was enough to be ranked among the emperors, and not as simple as an ordinary emperor. In other words, in fact, there were 2 rulers overseeing the humans. Such strength, only the top races like the monster race and the God race could probably take it out. However, there was a difference between the emperors. For example, the human emperor, who was known as the number 1 person in the 4 major continents, was enough to contend with several emperors. In this battle with the human race, they had completely displayed their momentum. They had also completely frightened the various races. Therefore, now that the human race had occupied an area with a radius of 100,000 miles, no race dared to say anything, let alone have the courage to provoke the human race. Because the current human race was like a wounded wolf. Whoever dared to provoke the human race would definitely suffer a fatal blow. For this, no race was confident enough to contend with the human race. To put it bluntly, no one could contend with the human emperor. In fact, there were not many experts who had the courage to contend with Qin Shujian. After the battle had calmed down, the 4 major continents had calmed down. The various races had suffered heavy losses. Under such circumstances, no one would easily start any disputes, so they all went back to lick their wounds and wait for time to slowly recover. On the other side, Qin Shujian had already returned to the Yuan sect. In the Chenggu Hall, many elders, including the branch masters of the various branches, were gathered here. Qin Shujian looked at everyone's expressions and said slowly, "I don't need to say much. After the human race opened the heaven and earth restriction and fought with the 10,000 races, they could be considered to have gained a firm foothold. What happens next is not something that 1 or 2 people can control. In this battle, many humans participated in the battle, and many humans died in the battle. Our sect attacked 1,115 people, 672 people died in the battle, and 12 celestial beings were killed. Among them, 7 were above the 7th level of the celestial being realm, 7 were killed by cultivators in the god martial arts realm, 123 were killed by cultivators in the spiritual martial arts realm, and 1,576 were killed by cultivators in the true martial arts realm." In the hall, only Qin Shujian's voice sounded. Everyone was silent. Some people who did not participate in the battle also felt the tragedy of that battle after hearing Qin Shujian's words. Qin Shujian said, "These are the statistics after the battle. There may be some deviation, but it's not too far off. What I want to say is that many people died in this battle. These people are the heroes of the Yuan sect, and also the heroes of the human race. Therefore, I will imitate the human emperor and build a monument to record the people who died in this battle. At the same time, if there are parents or other relatives among the people who died in the battle, our sect will also provide subsidies and help. At the same time, all the people who participated in the battle will be rewarded with 5,000 contribution points for those in the true martial arts realm, 50,000 contribution points for those in the spiritual martial arts realm, and 200,000 contribution points for those in the god martial arts realm. For those in the same realm as you kill, you will be rewarded with 5,000 contribution points. For those in the one realm higher than you will be rewarded with 50,000 contribution points. For those in the 2 realms higher than you will be rewarded with 200,000 contribution points. In addition, the secret realm is officially open. All the people who participated in this battle will have a chance to cultivate in it. There will be 3 batches. The first batch in the true martial arts realm will last for 10 days, the second batch in the spiritual martial arts realm will last for 20 days, and the third batch in the divine martial arts realm will last for 30 days. In addition, in 3 months, the sect competition will be held in advance. The first place of each realm will have a chance to enter the secret realm. The basic realm will last for 3 days, the true martial arts realm will last for 7 days, and the spiritual martial arts realm will last for 15 days. At the same time, in the sect competition, those who challenge those in a higher realm and win will be able to enter the secret realm to cultivate for 3 days. From today onwards, the human race will set up the heaven ranking. Those in the basic realm who are under 20 years old, the true martial realm who are under 30 years old, the spiritual martial realm who are under 50 years old, and the divine martial realm who are under 200 years old can enter the heaven ranking. The heaven ranking has 4 stages, and each stage will only accept the top 100 people. Taking the basic realm as an example, the last 50 people on the heaven ranking will be rewarded with 2 contribution points for every day they stay on the heaven ranking. The first 50 to 30 people will be rewarded with 5 contribution points per day, and the first 20 to 10 people will be rewarded with 10 contribution points per day. As for the top 10 people, starting from the 10th place, they will be rewarded with 15 contribution points per day. The higher the ranking, the more contribution points they will get. In addition, the top 10 people will be rewarded with a chance to enter the secret realm for 3 days if they stay on the secret realm for 3 months. As for the true martial arts realm, their contribution points will be 3 times that of the basic realm, and they will be able to enter the secret realm for 7 days. The spiritual martial arts realm will be 3 times that of the true martial arts realm, and they will be able to enter the secret realm for 15 days. The divine martial arts realm will be 3 times that of the spiritual martial arts realm, and they will be able to enter the secret realm for 30 days. Qin Shujian said in a deep voice. This battle proved the weakness of the human race. If not for the fact that the human emperor was strong enough, even he himself would not have had the chance to turn the tide. Of course. Qin Shujian did not deny his contribution. But no matter what, the Origin sect had suffered a great loss in this battle. The greater the loss, the more it proved that the disciples of the sect were not strong enough. Therefore, Qin Shujian had also become ruthless. If the disciples were not strong enough, then they would improve. As for the resources, they could go to hell. Anyway, the 4 continents were completely connected. The other 3 continents must have a lot of resources that the Eastern continent did not have. If the Origin sect really did not have any resources, then they would fight for them. As for the secret realm, Qin Shujian was not worried at all. The spirit qi in the secret realm was so rich that it was enough for him to cultivate for a period of time, let alone those cultivators who were not even heavenly beings. It would not be difficult for them to provide for them in a short period of time. The reason why so many disciples had died in this battle was because most of the survivors were players. The players could be resurrected. That was why they killed more foreign race cultivators than they did. That is, if the remaining people weren't players. The 1,000 true martial artists of the Origin sect might have died directly. As for the other elders, after Qin Shujian's words, they were all stunned. The secret realm was open, the heaven list was set up, and all kinds of rewards and pensions. These things were not just for show. Each of these things represented the loss of a large amount of resources. Contribution points were now the currency of the Origin sect. As long as there were enough contribution points, they could exchange for the corresponding resources. Zheng Fang frowned deeply and said worriedly, Sect Master, the issue of pensions is reasonable, but the rewards for the disciples who participated in the battle will be too much. If this goes on, I'm afraid the sect will have to give out a lot of resources. Moreover, the rewards for the establishment of the heaven list will be too generous. He was also one of the people who participated in the battle. However, Zheng Fang considered the problem from the perspective of the entire Origin sect. If they were given according to this standard, the Origin sect would have to give out a few million contribution points at once, and this was not including the rewards of the secret realm. As for the heaven list, it would also consume a lot of resources. Although the contribution points given out did not seem to be much, given the number of people on the heaven list, it would be a bottomless pit over time. There was also the secret realm. The secret realm was guarded by Mu Yang, the heavenly Eldar. However, the spirit qi absorbed by the heavenly Eldar was not endless. If this continued, the secret realm would have to consume a lot of resources to maintain the density of spirit qi. However, if they did not maintain it, the secret realm would not live up to its name. Hearing this, many elders were deep in thought. Indeed, they did not think so much at first. However, now that Zheng Fang pointed it out, they realized the drawbacks of Qin Shujian's words. Hearing this, Qin Shujian said in a deep voice, if there are no resources, then fight for them. If there are no resources in the East continent, then go to the West continent, the South continent, and the North continent to fight for them. Our sect has suffered so many casualties in this battle because we are not strong enough. If we were strong enough, how could so many people have died? Although the human clan has gained a foothold in the other 3 continents, those top clans are still unwilling to give up on the human clan. It's just that the clans are licking their wounds now, so they don't do anything to the human clan. If these clans recover, they will definitely start another war. At that time, if we are not strong enough, there will be more casualties. No matter where you are, if you don't make progress, you will always be eliminated. As long as there are enough experts in the Origin sect, there will be a steady supply of resources. As for whether there will be casualties in fighting for resources, I think you should have been prepared for it since the day you set foot on the path of cultivation. It's impossible for cultivators to fight against the heavens and people. Peaceful coexistence is impossible. Speaking of this, Qin Shujian thought of Xianxia for no reason. Then, he shook his head and banished this thought from his mind. Now was not the time to think so much. Zheng Fang sighed, cupped his hands, and said, I'm confused. His philosophy was a little different from Qin Shujian's. Zhongfang was more inclined to the stable development of the origin sect, but Qin Shujian's current approach was obviously pulling up seedlings to help them grow. It was not so easy to judge which of the two was good and which was bad. But Qin Shujian had already made a decision, so Zhongfang could only nod in agreement. In his heart, he was also worried about the 10,000 clans. In this battle, Zhongfang realized how weak the spirit martial realm was in a top battle. That kind of battle. Even the celestial beings died easily. The number of celestial beings that his sect master said was killed, but in fact, more than half of them were killed by the other party. Those who were not celestial beings were simply cannon fodder in the battle. This was also the main reason why Zhongfang did not firmly oppose Qin Shujian. The other elders also cupped their hands and said, "Sect master is wise." The elders who participated in the battle were overjoyed. The spirit martial realm received 50,000 contribution points and the god martial realm received 200,000 contribution points. This was a generous reward. Some elders took the opportunity to kill a few cultivators of the same realm and received more contribution points. As for those elders who did not participate in the battle, they were not jealous. These contribution points were obtained by those who participated in the battle with their lives on the line. Didn't you see that the Chenggu Hall looked much emptier now? Many seats were empty. In the end, those who were lucky could still sit here. If they were unlucky, they would not be able to come back. Then, Qin Shujian said, "In addition, pass down my order. Think of a way to establish the Yuan Pavilion system in the other 3 major continents. Then, the mission hall will issue the corresponding missions and let the dissimulated humans investigate the actual situation of the 3 major continents." "Yes, sect master." Dismissed. After saying this, Qin Shujian was also a little tired, so he waved his hand and said. Hearing this, the elder stood up and said, "We will take our leave." Soon. The Qinggu Hall was empty for a moment. Sitting on the main seat, Qin Shujian rubbed the space between his eyebrows and sighed. This time, he really felt tired. Although the battle only lasted for a day, Qin Shujian felt as if he had not slept for 10 years. Although it was as easy as eating and drinking for him to kill mighty figures. In fact, every time he killed an opponent, he used up a lot of energy. Just the spirit severing alone was used no less. Then several times, his divine will turned into a blade. He slashed the spiritual divinity of others and collided with his own spiritual divinity. It was just that Qin Shujian endured the discomfort of his spiritual divinity and took advantage of the fact that others were in a daze to kill his opponent. Especially against the high priest of the God clan. It also made Qin Shujian seriously exhausted. It could be said that after the battle, even if Qin Shujian's injuries were not serious, he was still very tired. Ever since he broke through to the divinity realm. It seemed that he had never felt tired before. But now, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, had the urge to sleep. If there are a few more battles of this difficulty, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on. My true essence is still okay, but the main thing is that my divine will is too seriously exhausted. Qin Shujian rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He did not really go to sleep. This kind of tiring feeling, sleeping was useless. He could only wait for time to pass and then recover on his own. After a while, Qin Shujian said, "Senior, do you know what's going on with Xianxia?" "I do." Godslayer's voice came out. Qin Shujian was slightly stunned. He really did know. As for Xianxia, he was just asking casually. He did not expect the god-slaying saber to give him an answer. After all, although Zhu Bing was experienced and knowledgeable, he did not know everything. After being stunned, Qin Shujian came back to his senses and asked, "Senior, please tell me. If I'm not wrong, he should have been bedeviled." Bedeviled? Qin Shujian was stunned when he heard this familiar word. How did he suddenly become bedeviled? Godslayer said, "In fact, bedeviled is just a name. To put it simply, it means that a cultivator's mind has deviated and he has become a cruel and bloodthirsty devil. A person who has become bedeviled does everything for the sake of killing. There are no rules to speak of. Such a cultivator was also extremely difficult to deal with in ancient times. There was once a strong cultivator who became bedeviled and slaughtered several races. Hundreds of millions of creatures were destroyed. In the end, the immortals of the heavenly court took action and suppressed and eliminated the devil. Xianxia asked with a serious face, "How can one become bedeviled?" It's hard to say, but Xianxia's situation should be a problem with his cultivation method. Godslayer said faintly. I didn't know his situation at first, but after seeing the scene on the battlefield, I finally understood. Didn't you say that the East Pattern Mansion was quiet and peaceful and there was rarely any killing? You should know that killing is pervasive between heaven and earth. This is the killing tribulation that naturally overflows from heaven and earth. All those who are contaminated by this killing will have a faint impulse to kill in their hearts. It just depends on each person's character, which determines whether a person will really kill and how much he will kill. There is no killing aura in the East Pattern Mansion. The reason is that all the killing aura in the entire East Pattern Mansion was absorbed and suppressed by Xianxia alone. That is to say, he is actually suppressing the killing aura of heaven and earth in his body. This is an extremely terrifying killing aura. It would be fine if it was during normal times, but the killing aura in the battle was too strong, which caused some deviation. In the end, he was suppressed by the killing aura of heaven and earth in his body, so he became like that. Xianxia was shocked. He didn't expect Xianxia to be like this. Godslayer said, speaking of which, to be able to suppress the killing aura of heaven and earth in an entire mansion with the strength of one person, he is also an amazing person. What a pity. His words were full of regret. P.S. Let's talk about the rest of the day. I used to stay up until 3 o'clock in the morning to write, but now I don't dare to because I am afraid that I may suddenly die one day. Support the original version. Jidian Chinese networks. I am decent. No wonder. No wonder when I went to the East Pattern Mansion last time, this ancient mansion was so strange. Xianxia instantly thought of many things, including some things that Xianxia showed when he fought with him for the first time. He suppressed the killing of heaven and earth in a mansion by himself. What kind of cultivation method did Xianxia practice, or did he really want to create a pure land? Xianxia was not sure. If it was the former, it would be fine. But if it was the latter, it would be a bit abnormal. Yes. Abnormal. If he didn't go crazy, he wouldn't survive. If Xianxia could suppress it all the time, it would be fine. But now he was devoured by the killing of heaven and earth, and he went crazy in an instant. The god-slaying saber said, if you meet him again, kill him if possible. Can't a person who has gone crazy turn back? It's difficult. Godslayer said lightly, and then said, in ancient times, there were very few cultivators who went crazy. But every cultivator who went crazy would eventually cause a shocking massacre. Such a cultivator could use the killing of heaven and earth to improve his strength. It's not an exaggeration to say that he was the incarnation of the killing of heaven and earth. Demons exist for killing. From the moment he went crazy, he was no longer a human, nor was he any other race. He could still remember his human nature during the war. But now, I'm afraid he has completely lost himself. Such a cultivator, it's fine if he doesn't grow up. But once he grows up, he will definitely be beyond your imagination. Xianxia was slightly silent. After a while, he said, that is to say, Xianxia is no longer a human. Then, who went crazy in ancient times could finally walk out. To be honest, Xianxia had no intention of killing Xianxia for the time being. After all, it was just a guess. It was not appropriate to kill him. The main reason was that they were still allies, and Xianxia had killed many powerful enemies of various races this time. There are, but very few. Godslayer said, there was once an expert in the ancient Buddha clan who went crazy and finally broke out of the devil and reached the level of divine transcendence. The divine transcendence he mentioned was not the divine transcendence of the celestial being realm. For this, Xianxia also understood. Godslayer said, that person has been infected by the killing power of heaven and earth. It is very difficult for him to turn back. However, if he can really suppress the killing power of heaven and earth, the human race will definitely have one more ancient true immortal. Ancient true immortals? Xianxia looked puzzled and asked, what's the difference between them and immortals? There's no difference. It's just that those who have reached that level of cultivation have already understood themselves. They've gotten rid of the false and retained the true. That's why they're also known as true immortals. Godslayer said calmly. Qin Shujian fell into deep thought. Ancient true immortals? Demonic or not? None of that had much to do with him. He was really tired now. Subsequently, Qin Shujian walked out of the inherited martial hall and arrived at the forbidden area. Compared to the overall spiritual energy of the main sect, the spirit chi in the forbidden area was actually about the same. However, there were only two reasons why Qin Shujian liked to cultivate in forbidden areas. The first reason was that the forbidden grounds were safe and comfortable. Moreover, no matter what kind of commotion one caused while cultivating, one would not have to worry about any negative consequences. The second reason. It was that the forbidden area was very high and he could see the clouds when he looked up. It gave him the illusion that he was as high as heaven and earth. As for this feeling, Qin Shujian liked it very much. Walking into the forbidden area, Qin Shujian threw out the Chankuan bow and the cloud-piercing arrow from another storage ring. Then, he was too lazy to care about them. In that battle, the effect of these two Dao artifacts was zero. There was nothing he could do about it. Because Qin Shujian found that his strength had increased too quickly. It was so fast that many things around him could not keep up with his pace. It was the same for the Dao artifacts. It was the same for the other people in Yuan sect. Even the Dao artifact, Mountain Blood, which had been with him for a long time, was actually not very useful. It was just that it was convenient to use. That was why he had been carrying it. The Four-Seal Dao artifact. In a battle between mighty figures and above, unless self-destruction could have some effect, it was not much different from fighting with bare hands. The only thing that Qin Shujian regretted was that he had blown up the 13-grade Golden Lotus. But if it was not for the self-destruction of the Seven-Seal Dao artifact, it would not have affected the High Priest of the God Clan at all. An expert of that level, only a Seven-Seal Dao artifact could play a sufficient role. Fortunately, Yuan sect's luck had long reached an extremely prosperous level. So even if they lost a Seven-Seal Dao artifact, their level did not drop. At this moment, when he activated his Dharma Eye to look, he saw the luck of the yellow clouds rise and turn into a city, suppressing the world in all directions. It was just that compared to the past, the luck of the yellow clouds now was much thinner. After all, they had lost a Seven-Seal Dao artifact. It was already a good thing that they did not drop in level. Qin Shujian did not care too much about the rest. Seeing this, Qin Shujian said, "In ancient times, was there a way to use luck to fight against the enemy?" Many. Luck is the deepest foundation of a clan. In ancient times, many clans had the means to use luck. Once luck is added to the body, the strength that can be exerted is extremely terrifying. Godslayer thought for a moment and said, "Actually, it is not difficult to use luck to fight against the enemy. Take Yuan sect's luck for example. You are the master of Yuan sect and Yuan sect was founded by yourself, so you are connected to Yuan sect's luck. You can infuse your divine sense into your destiny, and you'll naturally become one with it. In ancient times, it was very common to use luck to fight against the enemy. For many clans, luck was their biggest trump card. Even if they were facing an expert who was much stronger than them, as long as they were fighting on their own territory, they would not be afraid at all." Then, Godslayer said again, "However, if you want to use luck to fight, you need to do one thing, and that is to sense the existence of luck. Only by doing this can you have the opportunity to use luck. But to be honest, there is no specific way to sense the existence of luck. Some people can sense the luck attached to certain important things and then use it as a medium to directly communicate with the main body of luck. In my opinion, the statue in your sect is very good. It has the sect's faith and also the sect's luck attached to it. You must know that the power of faith is the most convenient way to communicate with luck." Sensing luck, communicating with luck, Qin Shujian was deep in thought. Then, his eyes turned into stars and looked at Yuan sect's luck in the sky. He then spread out his divine consciousness according to the method that Godslayer had mentioned. Then, Qin Shujian felt his mind tremble. Then, a warm feeling instantly gushed into his heart. Furthermore, he also realized that his vision had changed abruptly. It was as though he could see through Yuan Zhong's location. Heaven and earth buzzed. The luck in the yellow clouds vibrated and turned from illusion to reality. They could only see a city that covered thousands of miles, like a magnified version of Cold Mountain City. At this moment, everyone in Yuan's sect seemed to have sensed something. When they looked up at the sky, they happened to see the city formed by the yellow clouds. What is that? I don't know, but that city looks a little familiar. Familiar? That is clearly a magnified version of Cold Mountain City. Many Yuan sect disciples were shocked. When the luck appeared, they realized that there was a faint connection between them and the city of luck. In their consciousness, Godslayer fell silent. He originally wanted to tell Qin Shujian that it was very difficult to borrow luck. Until now, Godslayer was glad that he didn't say it out loud so quickly. At the same time, he couldn't help but suspect that Qin Shujian had already known the way to communicate with luck and deliberately came to make fun of him. If that wasn't the case, then it would be a little scary. Innately connecting with luck, this doesn't seem right. Godslayer muttered to himself. He had never seen anyone who could naturally connect with luck. There were many experts in the ancient times. However, there was almost no one who could do that. Just as Godslayer was doubting himself, Qin Shujian had already completely connected with the luck. The person standing in the city of luck also opened his eyes at this moment. Then, Qin Shujian took a step into the air and seemed to have merged with the person of luck. Boom! The luck was vast and mighty, sweeping across the sky. Qin Shujian stood at the top of the Liang Mountain City. A feeling that the world was in his control surged in his heart. At that moment, the Guiyuan ancestral canon in his body circulated uncontrollably. Then, one star acupoint after another opened up. It was almost a breath's time. The number of star acupoints reached 36,500, which was also the level of perfection of the 6th level of the celestial being realm. That feeling, it made Qin Shujian feel that if he were to face the high priest of the God clan, he wouldn't need to detonate his 13th grade golden lotus. He would be able to fight the other party head-on. Such a huge commotion, it directly caused the Liang Mountain spirit domain to shake. When everyone saw the enlarged version of Cold Mountain City, as well as Qin Shujian standing on top of the city walls, they immediately understood what was going on. Obviously, the only person who could cause such a huge commotion was the one in the Origin sect. The number one expert in the cultivation world lives up to his name. Blue Cloud sect. Qingsu's current state wasn't very good. Feeling the power that made people want to submit, he also felt a lot of emotions. The battle to open the restriction of heaven and earth, the Blue Cloud sect also participated. It was during that battle that Qingsu truly felt how small he was. He also understood how terrifying a true top expert was. All along, Qingsu knew that Qin Shujian was very strong. But only in that battle did he understand that the other party's strength was more than just strong. It was already so strong that it made people despair. Countless celestial being experts from various clans died in the hands of Qin Shujian. Those experts who died in the hands of the other party, even the weakest of them could easily crush him to death with a single finger. In this battle, the Blue Cloud sect also suffered a lot of losses. However, Qingsu was relieved in his heart. Although the Blue Cloud sect had suffered a lot of losses, but at least, they had killed many cultivators from various clans. Qingsu estimated for a moment and said to himself, I took advantage of the chaos to kill 2 foreign clans in the spirit martial realm. Then, I also killed many disciples of the sect. At the very most, I have killed at least 20 true martial realm experts. 1. True martial realm expert guaranteed 10 years of peace. More than 20 true martial realm experts meant more than 200 years. In addition, 1 spiritual martial realm expert guaranteed 100 years of inheritance. In this battle, the Blue Cloud sect could directly exchange for more than 400 years, nearly 500 years of recuperation. Although the Blue Cloud sect paid a heavy price for this. But in Qingsu's opinion, it was all worth it. Because this battle was not only for the imperial court, but also for himself as a human. It was already good enough to be protected after the battle. As long as the imperial court was not destroyed, the human emperor would not die. Then, the other party's words would always be effective. 500 years of time, Xianxia estimated that the Blue Cloud sect should be able to cultivate many experts. At least, they would be more powerful than now. By the way, I remember the human emperor said that there would be a reward. It's been so many days, why haven't I seen it yet? Did he forget about the Blue Cloud sect? Xianxia thought for a moment, wondering if he should ask the imperial court. But after some hesitation, he decided to wait. After all, there were too many sects participating in this battle. It would take a lot of time for the imperial court to distribute the resources. On the other side, Qin Shujian also broke away from the luck. When the luck left his body, the originally opened acupoints collapsed and closed, and he was quickly beaten back to his original state. After falling back to the forbidden grounds, Qin Shujian muttered to himself, to be able to raise one's cultivation by one small level by borrowing luck once, this assistance is pretty good. If I were in the Mount Liang spirit domain and had an ancestral armament, I would be able to raise my cultivation by one small level. Then my strength should be almost equivalent to the divine emperor's. Hearing this, the Godslayer said faintly, that's right, with the current weakness of the myriad clans, if you borrow the sect's luck, your strength will already be comparable to the nirvana stage. With the current situation of the laws of heaven and earth, although it has been perfected, it is still not that easy to give birth to an immortal. He could really control luck. When he saw Qin Shujian fuse with his luck, the Godslayer was truly stunned. Controlling luck was not something to be surprised about. But the speed at which the other party controlled it was truly shocking. Moreover, when Qin Shujian was at the 5th level of the Heaven Realm, he could already match the 10th level of the Heaven Realm. Then, with the support of luck, reaching the 6th level of the Heaven Realm and matching the Nirvana stage didn't seem to be a big problem. The 6th level of the Heaven Realm against the Nirvana stage, the Godslayer recalled that when the human race was at its peak, there seemed to be such a person. Although there weren't many. But there were. Moreover, after knowing Qin Shujian's potential, the Godslayer wasn't surprised at all. After he finished speaking, the Godslayer continued, that is to say, your sect's luck isn't strong enough. If your luck is strong enough, the increase would definitely be more than this. If my sect level is raised to the 7th level, can I reach the 7th level of the Heaven Realm? If Yuanzong can reach the 7th level, even if you have just entered the 7th level, with the support of luck, you can reach the 8th or 9th level of the Heaven Realm. Every step forward after the 5th level force is a huge breakthrough. The further you go, the greater the gap between each level. A 7-seal Dao artifact may be able to directly promote a force from the 1st level to the 6th level, but if you want to promote from the 6th level to the 7th level, 3 to 5 7-seal Dao artifacts may not be able to do it. As for the 7th level and above, the promotion requirements are even higher. The Godslayer regained his feeling of being Zhu Bing and taught. Whether it was in the past or now, Yuanzong is actually only at the beginning of the 6th level. However, after detonating the 13th level Golden Lotus, your luck has dropped a lot. Otherwise, on your current foundation, with the support of luck, you can directly reach the 7th level of the Heaven Realm. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. After learning some things from the Godslayer, Qin Shujian was not stingy with saying a few good words. In his eyes, this saber was a veritable big shot. With the Godslayer in hand, he had the capital to rival the emperor of a clan. Or else, Qin Shujian felt that at most, he could fight against a 9th level Heaven Realm expert, and he had to rely on the power of rules. If the rules were weakened, it would be a problem whether he could fight against a 9th level Heaven Realm expert. However, there was nothing unexpected about fighting against an 8th level Heaven Realm expert. Ordinary 8th level Heaven Realm experts, like the God Clan's Gyu ancient cultivators, could basically hang them up and beat them up. Qin Shujian thought of something else and asked, Senior, is there really 10,000 races in the so-called 10,000 races? He had doubts about this when he had connected the 3 continents. Although there were many races participating in the war. However, in Qin Shujian's opinion, there seemed to be only 20 or 30 races at most. In addition, there were those who watched the battle in the dark. Qin Shujian estimated that there were at most 100 races. It was called the 10,000 races, but in the end, there were only about 100 races. It couldn't be that the Emperor of Heaven destroyed 9,900 races with a single slash, right? If that was the case, it wasn't without reason that the Emperor of Heaven was notorious for 10,000 years in the hearts of the 10,000 races. Not to mention anything else. If he was a member of the 10,000 races, he would also destroy a race like the human race. If another Emperor of Heaven was born, what would the remaining races do? The Godslayer said, the 10,000 races is just a general term, but in fact, the 10,000 races far exceed this number. In fact, before the human race, there was once a race that wanted to rule the 10,000 races, and that was the demon race. Compared to the Emperor of Heaven who established the heavenly court and suppressed the 10,000 races, the demon race was even more ambitious. In ancient times, the demon race had a shockingly talented emperor who wanted to gather all the 10,000 races in the world and classify them as the demon race. In other words, that demon emperor wanted to use the demon race to suppress all the 10,000 races, so that only the demon race existed in the world. So arrogant. Aren't you afraid of being beaten up? Xianxia couldn't help but blurt out. When the Emperor of Heaven established the heavenly court, it could be considered that the 10,000 races ruled the world together. It was just that the Emperor of Heaven's position was higher, and no one dared to disobey him. However, this demon emperor's approach was to truly accept the 10,000 races and make the demon race the only existence in the world. Fight, why not? The Godslayer said indifferently, the race that every living being belongs to is their root. Now that they are all under the control of the demon race, they are digging up their roots. Therefore, the 10,000 races in the world rebelled against the demon race. That demon emperor led the demon race that submitted to him to fight against the experts of the 10,000 races. In that battle, countless experts died. It was also that battle that buried the glory of the ancient demon race. Similarly, the 10,000 races were also heavily injured. After countless years, it was the turn of the human race to give birth to the Emperor of Heaven. Considering the lesson of the demon race, the Emperor of Heaven didn't let the 10,000 races belong to the human race. Instead, he used another method to establish the heavenly court and rule the world together with the immortals of the 10,000 races. It was as if he had said too much at once. The Godslayer paused for a moment and said, however, although that demon emperor has fallen, the demon race still exists. All the scaled beasts and birds in the world who submitted to the demon emperor were collectively called the demon race. Those who were unwilling to submit were independent races. Therefore, there was not much difference between the demon race and the non-demon race. Before the demon race was established, there were many more races than now. It was only after the demon race was established that many races abandoned the past and called themselves the demon race. Hearing this, Xianxia finally understood what the so-called 10,000 races were. If the other races that were unwilling to submit to the demon race were counted, then there were indeed a lot of 10,000 races. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the birds alone were divided into hundreds and thousands. If these races were included in the demon race, they would be collectively called the demon race. They could only be considered a race if they were unwilling to submit to the demon race and chose to be independent. Then these birds could be divided into hundreds and thousands of races. After understanding these things, Xianxia was extremely shocked by the courage of the demon emperor in the ancient times. He destroyed all races and only left the demon race. What kind of person would be able to have such an idea? It was only because that demon emperor was not strong enough that he was killed by the 10,000 races. Otherwise, he would probably call himself a demon now. Thinking of this, Xianxia said, what realm was that demon emperor in? I'm not sure. There are rumors that the demon emperor had already surpassed the realm of the ninth heaven immortal. There are also rumors that the demon emperor was as powerful as the Emperor of Heaven. In fact, after so many years, there's no point in searching. Can't we even trace the river of time? Xianxia thought of the scene of the human emperor pulling the river of time. He was really itching for such a method. Godslayer said, no, the battle between experts of that level, even if it is engraved in the river of time, is an extremely dangerous area. However, in fact, that battle has already broken the river of time. Just like the battle between the heavenly court and the demon abyss at the end of the ancient times, that battle will definitely affect the river of time. The so-called break is that even if you walk back from the river of time, you won't be able to see what you want to see. Moreover, it's not so easy to walk the river of time. The longer the time, the more difficult it is. When you have the chance to set foot in the future, you will understand. The ancient fault, how could it be so simple to say that it was a fault? There would always be earth-shattering battles in history, but not every battle could cause a fault. Godslayer's words also made Qin Shujian think deeply. He also understood Zhu Bing's words. Just like the battle 200,000 years ago, that battle was also quite vast. It was the most tragic battle between the human race and the 10,000 races after the Antiquity Age. However, that battle did not cause a gap, nor did it classify the battle 200,000 years ago as the Antiquity Age. To put it bluntly, that battle was not enough to interrupt the river of time. This could be seen from the fact that the human emperor could replay the scene of that battle. According to Qin Shujian's guess. To do that, perhaps it would require an expert at the level of the Emperor of Heaven to fight to the death in order to truly create an era, cut off the river of time, and bury a period of time. P.S. Third update, please subscribe, monthly votes, support the original version, Jidian Chinese networks. I'm really decent after understanding the situation of the myriad races. Qin Shujian also understood a lot. Moreover, he also learned more about the glorious history of the demon race. In his opinion, if it wasn't for that demon emperor's ambition, there might not be anything about the Emperor of Heaven. However, that demon emperor was very strong, but his brain didn't seem to be working. He didn't have the strength to destroy the myriad races, but he had the heart to do so. The consequences of attacking together could be imagined. Therefore, that demon emperor's death was not unjust. Later on, the Emperor of Heaven was much smarter. He didn't let the myriad races of the world belong to the human race. Instead, he used a gentle method and established the heavenly court to rule the myriad races. Unfortunately, later on, the demon abyss came and completely ruined the glory of the heavenly court. Qin Shujian said, "How many years has the Emperor of Heaven ruled the myriad races since he established the heavenly court?" "It has been exactly 90,000 years since the demon abyss arrived," Godslayer said without hesitation. As the Zhu Bing of the human race, the Emperor of Heaven was also an expert of the human race. He firmly remembered the glorious history of the heavenly court. Strictly speaking, in fact, the heavenly court was also a part of the human race. The reason why he didn't use the name of the human race and instead used the name of the heavenly court was to avoid following in the footsteps of that demon emperor. In Godslayer's opinion, if it had been a few hundred years or even a few million years, perhaps the myriad races would gradually disappear, leaving only the heavenly court and the human race. At that time, the myriad races of the world would belong to the human race. Although the two had similar goals. One method was too forceful and reckless, while the other method was much gentler and didn't cause too much backlash. Godslayer sighed and said, "It's a pity that the demon abyss destroyed the heavenly court. Otherwise, even if the myriad races didn't belong to the human race wouldn't be persecuted by the myriad races. The human race has been declining for too long. Now, it's time for an ancient human emperor or even an expert at the level of the Emperor of Heaven to walk out. You and the current human emperor are the most promising people to reach that step," Godslayer said. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's expression didn't change. He chuckled and said, "Senior, do you think I should be the human sovereign or the Emperor of Heaven? Do you want to be the human emperor or the Emperor of Heaven?" The Godslayer threw the question back. Qin Shujian's smile faded a little. He shook his head and said, "It's too early to talk about anything. No one can say for sure what will happen in the future. Speaking of which, I also have something I want to ask. Do you recognize the stone spear in Marquis Bayun's hand? I have some impression of it. It seems to be the weapon of an emperor or an immortal." Godslayer tried to recall and said, "It's been too long. I can't remember it clearly, but the aura that stone spear emitted gave me some impression. I've dealt with him before. Although there were not many ancestral armaments in the ancient era, there were more than 2 or 3 ancestral armaments. Ever since the birth of the world, countless races had been born. Perhaps some of them had given birth to ancestral armaments. But later, when the races were destroyed, the Zhu Bing moved around and finally fell into the hands of an expert. But what I can be sure of is that the Zhu Bing didn't belong to any of the races that survived today. Because if there was a race that survived, the Zhu Bing of that race would never fall into the hands of an outsider, because there's no possibility of the Zhu Bing betraying them. Once they betray their race, it's the same as betraying their beliefs. They will directly fall from the level of the Zhu Bing. Only when the race they belong to is destroyed will the Zhu Bing choose another race to be its user. Godslayer had some impression of the stone spear. At the very least, he was sure that he had met the Zhu Bing before. However, there was one thing that the god-slaying blade was certain of. That ancestral armament was not a human's ancestral armament. The reason for that was because the human race only possessed a total of 3 ancestral armaments. Thus, how could he not recognize them? Therefore, Marquis Bayun's Zhu Bing must be from an alien race. But the same logic applied. The Zhu Bing of an alien race would not fall into the hands of an alien race. Only when the race was destroyed could it choose a master from another race. Godslayer said, I almost forgot about it before you mentioned it. Now that you mention it, I remember something. The Marquis Bayun you mentioned seems to be a person favored by fate. To be able to get the help of the Zhu Bing, he himself is a person with great fate. There seems to be something wrong with this era. A race can't give birth to so many sons of fate in the same era. After all, the fate of heaven and earth is limited, and the share of fate that a race can occupy is also limited. Judging from the current situation of the human race, it's already the limit for 1 son of fate to appear in each era. 2 sons of fate would be a little unusual, but now there are 3. Boy, I can tell you clearly that there is definitely something wrong with this era. It's either a great prosperity or a terrible calamity is coming. But no matter which one it is, it will inevitably be accompanied by war and killing. If you are not careful, you may end up with the extinction of your race. At the mention of the Marquis Bayun, Godslayer was also very surprised. During the war, he didn't have time to care so much. After the war, Xianxia asked a series of questions, which also stunned Godslayer. Until he mentioned the Marquis Bayun. Only then did Godslayer think of this matter again. It was very unusual for 3 sons of fate to appear in one era. Xianxia also felt the seriousness of the other party's words. He couldn't help but frown and ask, Senior, what do you mean? Do you know how to give birth to a son of fate? Senior, please enlighten me. Godslayer said, every once in a while, a son of fate will be born in a race. That person is favored by the fate of heaven and earth, and is also favored by the fate of the race. Whenever a son of fate appears, at least more than half of the fate of the race will gather on that person. It is precisely because of this that a second son of fate is rarely born. Every time a son of fate dies, a new son of fate will be born after 10,000 years. But the current situation is definitely not that simple. Godslayer's tone was very grave. The son of fate was not as simple as a few words. The child of destiny of any race was destined to maintain the glory of that race, or to lead a declining race out of its doldrums. Such a person. It was absolutely impossible to ignore. But now that Godslayer had discovered 3 sons of fate, it was equivalent to saying that the human race might be overloading its foundation. Therefore, when he discovered this problem, Godslayer's first reaction was to wonder if the human race had reached the point of extinction. That was why 3 sons of fate were born in one breath, in a final desperate struggle. Originally, Godslayer had 2 guesses, but after opening up the 3 major continents, the strength of the other races was not enough to destroy the human race. Therefore, he only had one guess. The demon abyss. Boy, the future great tribulation of the demon abyss may be the time when the human race is destroyed. Otherwise, it would not have given birth to so many sons of fate. This is definitely because the fate of the human race itself has felt the threat of extinction. At the end of ancient times, the human race gave birth to 2 sons of fate. One was the Emperor of Heaven, and the other was the human emperor. This time, it is even more exaggerated. 3 were born at once, and it is unknown whether there will be more. The future great tribulation of the demon abyss may completely overturn the human race. The fate of the human race has sensed the danger, so it has done this. Regarding Godslayer's words, Xianxia's expression also eased a little. The great tribulation of the demon abyss, during that long period of time, he didn't feel any urgency. Who cares about the Great Tribulation? As long as I am strong enough, there will be no problem. If I am not strong enough, it will be a waste of time to think about it. Senior, am I right? If you put it that way, there is no problem. Godslayer's tone was much calmer. Indeed. What was the use of thinking so much, whether it was one son of fate or 10 sons of fate? When the time comes, all he had to do was to fight. In short, he just had to do his best. Subsequently, Xianxia did not pay attention to Godslayer. He opened the seal of the storage ring and took out the arm of the ancient Buddha. It was obviously a stone arm, but there was pale golden blood gushing out of the broken part. When the arm left the storage ring, it suddenly erupted with a vast power, as if to suppress Xianxia. Even if it was a broken arm, the power it exerted could easily suppress a mighty figure. In the face of such power, Xianxia did not intend to fight. He directly took out Godslayer and then suppressed the broken arm. Godslayer stood in the air, and the saber energy turned into a cage, imprisoning the broken arm inside. As for Zhu Bing, there was nothing he could do about the broken arm of the ancient Buddha. After all, his arm was cut off by Godslayer himself. Looking at the arm that was still alive, Xianxia clicked his tongue in wonder. Senior, do you know the origin of the ancient Buddha clan? Haven't you already seen that the ancient Buddha clan was actually cultivated from stone statues? Oh, stone people. Xianxia nodded as if he understood something. He really did not expect that stone could become a clan. If that was the case, there would be too many clans. Godslayer said, don't underestimate the ancient Buddha clan. The ancient Buddha clan was also a big clan in ancient times because there were also emperors in the ancient Buddha clan. When they were in the heavenly court, although their strength was not as strong as the human emperor, they were definitely not ordinary. The ancient Buddha emperor of this generation is actually not weak, but the human emperor of the human clan is too strong. If you want to refine the blood essence of the ancient Buddha, you have to be careful because it will be harder to refine than Star Sage's blood essence. There was a hidden meaning. The ancient Buddha emperor was stronger than Star Sage. Hearing that, Xianxia nodded slightly. Star Sage was also in the Nirvana realm, but he actually did not know how strong Star Sage was. However, seeing that the ancient Buddha emperor was hung up and beaten by the human emperor, it seemed that the ancient Buddha emperor's strength was just average. With such a deduction, Star Sage's strength seemed to be just that. As if seeing through Xianxia's inner thoughts, Godslayer said in a deep voice, don't underestimate the ancient Buddha emperor. It's just that the human emperor of the human clan is too strong. I even suspect that at his peak strength, he can already kill immortals. With your current strength, even if you add Zhu Bing, it's impossible to contend against the ancient Buddha emperor. Senior, you're right. Xianxia did not argue with him. Then, he looked at the ancient Buddha's arm in front of him and directly swallowed it with the red lotus of purgation. When the flame spoke, Yizichen was stunned. The stone saber seemed to tremble slightly. Godslayer said involuntarily, boy, what kind of fire is this? During the battle, the god-slaying saber did not have much of a reaction when Xianxia used the red lotus of delusion. This was because he was hiding in the other party's sea of consciousness and did not feel the power of the flames. But now it was different. As soon as the red lotus of purgation appeared, Godslayer felt his divine thoughts tremble. Even Zhu Bing's body felt a great threat. Such a flame. Even with his knowledge and experience, he had never seen or heard of such a thing. Xianxia said with a faint smile, it's just a little trick. Senior, you don't have to worry about it. He did not tell Godslayer too much. Although the red lotus of purgation had been used now, Xianxia still did not want too many people to know too much about the red lotus of purgation. There were some things. It was fine to see it, but it was not necessary to say it out loud. For this, Godslayer did not ask any more questions. He could see that Xianxia did not intend to tell him about this. Looking at the flame that swallowed the ancient Buddha's arm, Godslayer's heart was filled with great fear. He was sure Xianxia definitely had a big secret. After only a few minutes, the ancient Buddha's arm was refined, leaving only a red lotus lying there quietly. At the same time, in the western continent, at the top of the mountains, there stood a huge palace. The ancient Buddha emperor was sitting in the golden lotus. The broken arm in his left hand had not fully recovered. Zhu Bing's saber energy lingered around the broken arm. Just as Qin Shujian was about to refine his arm, the ancient Buddha emperor felt something. He opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the eastern continent. The human clan. The ancient Buddha emperor's petrified face did not show any specific changes in expression. This time, all the clans had fallen in the hands of the human clan. He was the same. The human emperor's strength was simply terrifying. If it were not for the fact that the rules of heaven and earth had just been perfected and could not give birth to an immortal, the ancient Buddha emperor would have thought that the human emperor was not a supreme expert of the nirvana realm, but a true immortal. With his own strength, he fought against 4 emperors. The human emperor's strength was something the ancient Buddha emperor had never seen in his life. The human clan is blessed by the heavens. After the decline of the ancient times, their luck has continued to this day. Just the eastern continent alone can give birth to such a powerhouse. It really surprised me. Thinking of the human emperor, the ancient Buddha emperor sighed. He really did not expect the human emperor to be so strong. When he returned here, the ancient Buddha emperor also figured out some things. At that time, the human emperor was definitely an arrow at the end of its flight. Or else, it would not be as simple as just one slash. Obviously. At that time, the human emperor was already holding on, so he did not chase after them. After just one slash, he let them escape. But even if he figured out this matter, the ancient Buddha emperor did not plan to go back and fight the human emperor again. The human emperor was an arrow at the end of its flight. He was also seriously injured. And the ancient Buddha emperor was not sure. Was the human emperor really at his limit, or was it a trick to deceive them? But one thing was certain. Before his injuries were healed, the ancient Buddha emperor had no intention of fighting the human emperor head-on. As for whether the human clan would attack the ancient Buddha clan, he was not worried. In the ancient times, the ancient Buddha clan was a big clan. Now that all clans had declined, the ancient Buddha clan was still powerful. In this battle, except for him who was seriously injured, the rest of the ancient Buddha clan experts were unscathed. Moreover, this was the territory of the ancient Buddha clan. If the human emperor really attacked, the ancient Buddha emperor was confident that he could fight the human emperor head-on with the luck of the ancient Buddha clan. Soon, the ancient Buddha emperor thought of the Godslayer in the human emperor's hands and said to himself, weren't Zhu Bing destroyed in the ancient times? How could there still be Zhu Bing left? Could it be that the human clan left a backup plan in the ancient times? He was not sure. Because of the great calamity of the ancient demon abyss, thousands of clans fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. Even with Zhu Bing, after killing a large number of demons, they were also destroyed in the calamity. Therefore, there were almost no Zhu Bing that could really survive. If there was one, it would be the heavenly demon temple of the demon clan. Unfortunately, when the restriction of heaven and earth in the eastern continent was activated, the only heavenly demon temple was abandoned in the eastern continent, causing Zhu Bing to completely disappear in the 3 major continents. Now, the human clan had taken out 2 Zhu Bing at once. The ancient Buddha emperor was also very afraid of this. The human emperor was strong enough. If he were to possess an ancestral armament, who would be able to contend against him immediately after? The ancient Buddha emperor condensed the appearance of Qin Shujian and Marquis Baiyun, and then spread the news throughout the ancient Buddha clan. Suddenly, in the territory of the ancient Buddha clan, the sleeping stone statues woke up one after another. Pay close attention to the situation in the 3 major continents. These 2 humans have Zhu Bing in their hands. Find a way to seize it. Yes, my emperor. Many ancient Buddha clan powerhouses bowed and accepted the order. The ancient Buddha emperor thought for a moment, and then said, Qin Shujian of the human clan is very powerful, not much weaker than the emperors of the various clans. If it's not necessary, don't conflict with him for the time being. Pay attention to the other human clan. Yes. The ancient Buddha clan powerhouses accepted the order. After doing all this, the ancient Buddha emperor did not say anything else. The principle of picking the soft persimmon to pinch was that there was no distinction between races. Between Qin Shujian and Marquis Baiyun, it was obvious that Marquis Baiyun was easier to bully. Even though Marquis Baiyun had fought against 5 experts at the 8th or 9th level of the Celestial Realm and remained undefeated, in terms of Qin Shujian's ability to severely injure the High Priest of the Celestial Realm, Marquis Baiyun was still far inferior. Meanwhile, the Demon Clan, the Celestial Race, the Blood Eldar, and other clans all issued the same order. The Human Clan had 2 Zhu Bing in their hands, and even the Demon Clan felt uneasy. Because even if the Heavenly Demon Temple recovered, the Demon Clan only had 1 Zhu Bing, and they could not compete with it at all. Moreover, it was the same order as the ancient Buddha Emperor. The target of these clans was only Marquis Baiyun. There was no other way. Qin Shujian was too powerful, and they did not want to act rashly. Not to mention how difficult it was to kill a human with the strength of a ruler. The price they would have to pay was not something that the various clans could bear at the moment. Therefore, Marquis Baiyun was the best target. After all, in terms of strength, Marquis Baiyun's battle record was obviously not as brilliant as Qin Shujian's, and he was not as intimidating. However, the orders of the various clans were only spread in the 3 continents. The humans were now in control of the passageway. The various clans could not infiltrate the eastern continent at all. If they forced their way through the passageway, it would be equivalent to starting a war with the humans again. The current situation, the various clans did not want to fight anymore. Especially the God clan. The Divine Emperor was severely injured, and the High Priest was severely injured. Half of the celestial beings had fallen, and they almost fell from the top level. If it were not for the fact that the Divine Emperor was still alive, there would be clans attacking the God clan now. Therefore, the God clan did not dare to openly confront the humans anymore. If they really fought, even if the humans suffered heavy losses, the God clan would definitely be finished. Just like that. Without knowing it, Marquis Baiyun had inexplicably become the softest persimmon in the eyes of the various clans. Eastern Continent, Mount Liang's spiritual domain. In front of Godslayer's perception, the ancient Buddha's broken arm was directly refined by the red lotus of purgation. The body of a Nirvana realm powerhouse could not hold on for long in front of flames. Such a scene also made Godslayer extremely fearful. Subsequently, in front of Godslayer, Qin Shujian directly held the red lotus of purgation and absorbed the energy contained in it. Instantly, a terrifying wave of energy crazily surged into his body. Just as Godslayer had said, the ancient Buddha Emperor's strength was even more terrifying than the Star Saint's, and a drop of the Star Saint's blood essence could open up thousands or hundreds of star acupoints in the past. Now, the ancient Buddha Emperor's arm contained at least 2 or 3 drops of blood essence. Under such circumstances, the energy contained in the red lotus exceeded Qin Shujian's imagination. When this vast amount of energy converged into his body, Qin Shujian originally wanted to open up the star acupoints directly. With the strength of this energy, he might be able to break through to the 5th level of the celestial being realm. However, thinking of his original plan, he suppressed this impulse. He stood there motionlessly, controlling the pure energy to gather in the stellar acupoint that he had already opened. Rumble. The star acupoints that had been successfully opened were now expanding little by little under the bombardment of energy. That's right. Qin Shujian was now improving his foundation. Because according to his guess, no matter how strong his foundation was, consuming the same amount of life force would definitely be able to improve his realm. Since that was the case, in that case, he might as well strengthen his foundation before accumulating enough life force to strengthen his foundation. At that time, he would use the life force to break through in one fell swoop. Qin Shujian had a hunch that his increased strength would definitely be much stronger than his current breakthrough. So, Qin Shujian was too lazy to open up new acupoints, so he might as well strengthen his foundation directly. Anyway, when his foundation became stronger, his strength would also increase accordingly. At most, the extent of the increase would not be as much as opening up the star acupoints directly. 2 hours passed. Qin Shujian had just completely digested this energy. He saw that the 13,200 star acupoints in his body had expanded by 1/5 from their original size. This expansion, it was a transformation of the whole body. With the expansion of the star acupoints, Qin Shujian felt that his strength had also improved a lot. Although he did not break through his realm and did not open up new acupoints, the expansion of the acupoints was already a disguised improvement. Xianxia made an estimation in his mind. Before refining the ancient Buddha Emperor's broken arm, his combat strength was 21,000. Now, his combat strength had reached 23 or 4,000. Xianxia was satisfied with such an increase in combat strength. Next, he turned his attention to the storage ring again. There was still the monster emperor's broken body and blood Ling Huang's flesh. In terms of strength, the demon emperor and blood Ling Huang were not much worse than the ancient Buddha emperor. Soon, Xianxia refined both of them. Compared to the ancient Buddha emperor's arm, the demon emperor's body and the broken half of blood Ling Huang's body contained more essence blood. After refining both of them, although no new acupoints were opened, the original acupoints had expanded a lot. Xianxia's body, which had been standing still for a long time, trembled slightly. The space immediately buzzed, as if some ancient fierce beast was awakening. He raised his hand. He flicked his finger. The strong wind shattered the void, and heaven and earth exploded in an instant. Xianxia smiled and said, "Senior, what do you think of my current strength?" "Not bad." Godslayer was a little jealous. When he said not bad, he looked at it from the perspective of an ancient true immortal. In fact, to be able to be called not bad in the eyes of an ancient true immortal, that was really amazing. However, Godslayer also reminded, with your current foundation, if you break through to the immortal realm, you will also have the strength of an ancient true immortal, and much stronger than an ordinary ancient true immortal. I suggest you don't accumulate to strengthen your foundation, otherwise it will be many times more difficult for you to break through in the future. Even if you have the means to extend your life, it will only be 10,000 years. Don't think that a few thousand years is a long time. In fact, for ordinary cultivators, a few thousand years is not enough for them to cultivate. When your foundation is too strong and you can't break through in 1,000 years, I'm afraid there will be problems with your state of mind. In his opinion, he really didn't recommend Xianxia to accumulate too strong a foundation. For cultivators, combat strength was one aspect, but the most important thing was still the realm. This was because only when one's cultivation level increased would one be able to live longer and have more opportunities. Purely indulging in the improvement of combat strength was actually going astray. So what if one's combat strength was heaven-defying? Even if a first-level celestial being could kill immortals, it was useless. Other immortals didn't even need to fight with you. When you came out of seclusion, you were almost turned to ashes. Cultivation. For the sake of longevity. From Godslayer's point of view, Xianxia was currently too engrossed in improving his combat prowess and had neglected his own realm. Furthermore, even if your strength increases further, it will be very difficult to cause any major changes if your realm can't keep up. Celestial beings slaying immortals refers to the possibility of celestial beings slaying immortals. The strength of an ancient true immortal who had transformed into an immortal body is not something that cultivators below the true immortal realm can compare with. The god-slaying saber advised. Xianxia was a good seedling. It would be too embarrassing if he died from a few thousand years of lifespan. Xianxia didn't care. He said, "Senior, don't worry. I have my own plans." Then, he asked again, "I wonder how much lifespan a heavenly being can gain after breaking through to the nirvana stage." "It won't increase my lifespan," Godslayer replied. "Not increasing my lifespan?" Xianxia was astonished and said, "Could it be that after breaking through the nirvana realm, the limit of one's lifespan is the same as that of a celestial being?" F***ck, he thought that the nirvana stage would increase one's lifespan. If that was the case, the human emperor didn't have many years left to live. The human emperor's lifespan was nearing its end. Later on, he faked his death and killed a lot of people. Then, he opened the heaven and earth restriction and let the human race step into the 3 continents. If the nirvana stage didn't increase one's lifespan, then the human emperor basically didn't have many years left to live. The other party opened the heaven and earth restriction not only for the human race, but also to perfect the heaven and earth law and take the opportunity to become an immortal. The god-slaying saber said, "Actually, many people have a misunderstanding. They think that after breaking through a realm, one's lifespan will definitely increase. This saying is actually correct, but what you have to know is that nirvana is actually not a separate realm. Cultivators in the nirvana stage are the transition from a celestial being to an immortal. Strictly speaking, they are still in the celestial being category, but they have just stepped out of the celestial being's shackles. This step can transform one's strength, but there won't be any changes to one's lifespan before they truly transform into an immortal body. Xianxia nodded slightly. He finally understood that the nirvana stage didn't increase one's lifespan. There was a good reason why the human emperor was in such a hurry to open the heaven and earth restriction. No wonder, Xianxia thought of the human emperor's absolute strength. The other party indeed had the capital to open the heaven and earth restriction. After all, he had beaten up the emperors of the 4 races alone. This kind of strength could be said to be shocking. In the end, although they used the Godslayer to severely injure their opponents, even without the Godslayer, the emperors didn't have an easy time. After walking out of the forbidden grounds, Xianxia stayed in his small courtyard. Although the spiritual flower tea produced by Mu Yang couldn't increase one's strength, it could nourish one's spirit. He was sleepy during this period of time, so he could drink tea and live a leisurely life. While Xianxia was resting, the Great Zhao also caused a great commotion. First of all, many powerhouses in the cultivation world had fallen, and the strength of many sects could no longer support their original status. Just like the Supreme Sect, Suzheng had fallen, and many elders in the God martial arts realm had died in battle. The Supreme Sect's strength had fallen from a top sect to a level that was even inferior to a large sect in a large region. Under such circumstances, it was inevitable that some people were ready to make a move. However, with the imperial court's order, no one dared to make a move on the surface. In fact, there were still undercurrents surging. At the same time, the 3 continents also aroused the curiosity of the human race. After all, the Eastern continent was only one of the 4 continents. The other 3 continents had many races, so it was inevitable that there would be many resources. Regarding this, some humans wanted to leave the Eastern continent, but they were afraid of the existence of the other races, so they didn't make a move. During this period of time, the Yuan sect was also shocked. The reason for the shock was very simple. This time, many disciples of the Yuan sect went out to fight, and half of them died. The people and things that were involved in this matter weren't small either. In addition to that, this was the latest rule of the Yuan sect. The subsidies and benefits for the participants, as well as all kinds of pensions, were actually only secondary. This was because out of more than 200,000 disciples, only a small number of them participated in the battle. What they really cared about was the establishment of the Heaven List. Moreover, the generous rewards on the Heaven List were the source of all the Yuan sect disciples' interest. To be able to enter the list, this proved that there was an endless stream of contribution points every day. Although the contribution points given every day were not many, over the years, it was extremely generous. Not to mention, the top 10 had the opportunity to enter the secret land to cultivate, which was even more tempting. The secret land, ever since Xianxia opened this place, it had already attracted the curiosity of many Yuan sect disciples. Although no one had entered the secret land, everyone could guess how great the benefits of the secret land were. Therefore, after the Heaven List was established, there were already many disciples who were eager to give it a try. However, the challenge of the Heaven List had not officially started, so these disciples could only watch. 7 days later, all the real martial realm disciples who participated in the battle had already arrived at the main sect. There were a total of more than 500 people. Hiss, such rich spiritual energy. Damn, when did the spiritual energy in the main sect become so rich? Stepping into the main sect, all the disciples were envious. Isn't the spiritual energy too rich? Many disciples used to stay in the main sect, so they had a certain understanding of the main sect. However, although the spiritual energy in the main sect was rich at that time, it was definitely not rich to this extent. The surging spiritual energy made people feel as if they were in a secret cultivation room. Lu Dazhong was instantly envious and said, "Damn, the spiritual energy in the main sect is so rich to this extent. Cultivating here is equivalent to soaking in a secret cultivation room every day. I hate that I went to the sky vein now. If I could still stay here, wouldn't my strength increase by leaps and bounds? He was really jealous of her. There was no other way. The spiritual energy in the main sect was so rich that it could not be compared to the past, let alone the current branch. It was the same cultivation. It was not an exaggeration to say that. The amount of spiritual energy absorbed by the main sect in one day was comparable to that absorbed by the branch in 5 days. Although it was said that the amount of spiritual energy absorbed did not mean that the breakthrough would be accelerated by how many times. But at least, cultivating in a place with rich spiritual energy could indeed shorten the time needed to break through. Ahem. Xinghong, who was walking in front, had a dark face. The Sky Vein branch master was still here. What was the meaning of this? Xinghong felt that he had to do something. Suddenly, Lu Dazhong felt a chill in his body. When he heard Xinghong's cough, he immediately shut his mouth. He had almost forgotten. The one who led the team this time was the Sky Vein branch master. To put it bluntly, the Sky Vein branch was Xinghong's territory. So, when Xinghong coughed, Lu Dazhong immediately shut up. Xinghong said lightly, "Keep quiet in the main sect. Don't talk so much." After saying that, many disciples who were still whispering also shut their mouths at this time. Not long after, the branch masters of each branch brought people to the main hall of the secret realm. Seeing this, the elders guarding the main hall also opened the door of the secret realm and let people in. This matter, Qin Shujian had already told them. So after verifying their identities, they directly let them in. It was only when they walked into the secret realm that they were truly shocked. A cool feeling hit them in the face, and their clothes became slightly moist. That was not mist. It was the spiritual energy that was so rich that it reached the shape of mist. As the spiritual energy flowed in, someone suddenly shouted, "Damn, I feel that I'm going to break through." He was originally stuck at the peak of a small realm. At this moment, stimulated by the spiritual energy, he suddenly touched the bottleneck. A few breaths passed. A slightly powerful aura came out. The disciple immediately came to his senses and said with a smile, "I finally broke through the 8th level of the martial realm." Hearing that, the others were instantly envious. The 8th level of the martial realm. He broke through from the 7th level of the martial realm to the 8th level of the martial realm. Looking at the misty spiritual energy around, the other disciples were going crazy. No one needed to say anything. All the disciples spread out like a swarm of bees, found a suitable place in the secret realm, and then immediately sat down cross-legged to cultivate. The local disciples were fine. For the players, at this moment, when they absorbed the spiritual energy, they could clearly see that the experience bar of the cultivation method was constantly jumping. Lu Dazhong sat cross-legged. When he just ran the cultivation method, he saw that the experience bar at 76% jumped to 77% in a short time. Seeing this, his excitement could be imagined. "I'm now at the 9th level of the martial realm. According to this progress, it won't be long before I can break through to the spiritual martial realm." Thinking of the spiritual martial realm, Lu Dazhong took a deep breath. Calm down, he must calm down. He was originally a cultivator of the spiritual martial realm. It was only because he died a few times that his realm dropped. Now, even if he returned to the spiritual martial realm, he would only recover his previous strength. However, Lu Dazhong forced himself to be shocked, but he couldn't be shocked at all. This was not as simple as recovering to the spiritual martial realm. If he really progressed at this speed, he would break through to the 2nd level of the spiritual martial realm after coming out of the secret realm. Thinking of this, Lu Dazhong found that he would only be in there for a few days, and he felt a burst of anxiety. A few days was really too short. At this time, all the disciples were sitting cross-legged to cultivate. The secret realm was so big, and the spiritual energy was full here. The concentration of spiritual energy in each area was actually about the same. At most, the spiritual energy near Muyang would be a bit richer. But in fact, the difference in the concentration of spiritual energy was basically not too much to care about. Because even if one cultivated in the shallowest area, one's cultivation could be said to be advancing by leaps and bounds. In the middle of the secret realm, a huge osmanthus tree with branches and leaves swaying gently. When the gate of the secret realm opened, it should be said that when these disciples stepped into the main sect, Mu Yang had already noticed. Although he was rooted in the secret realm, his roots went deep into Liang Mountain. Every move of the main sect could not be hidden from Eldar's perception. To this, Mu Yang did not pay attention to it. He was only silently cultivating. As long as these people did not disturb him, there would be no problem. As an Eldar, he was the most sensitive to certain things. After breaking through to the celestial realm, Mu Yang had a faint sense of crisis in his heart. This sense of crisis even made his mind tremble. So, Mu Yang only wanted to improve his strength as much as possible. If something really happened, he would have enough strength to face it. 10 years. Refining the wood spirit heart. Normally speaking, this speed was already very fast. But in Mu Yang's view, this speed was still a lot slower. This unseen sense of crisis made him feel even more urgent. If I refine the wood spirit heart, I can at least break through to the 7th or 8th level of the celestial realm. If I refine enough, even reaching the 10th level of the celestial realm is not impossible. Mu Yang estimated the energy of the wood spirit heart and had a rough idea in his heart. Half immortal was not a joke. Only that was an existence that was closer to immortality than Nirvana realm cultivators. If Nirvana realm was said to be taking a step forward, then half immortal was not only taking a step forward, but also raising the other foot. An expert of this level. Although he was not an ancient true immortal, the strength he possessed was extremely terrifying. The energy accumulated from the wood spirit heart that a half-immortal nurtured from his own body might not be able to directly create a new half-immortal, but it was not too far off. Mu Yang silently cultivated, with the current situation of heaven and earth, Nirvana realm is the strongest. If I can reach the 10th level of the celestial realm, I can also deal with many things. However, the laws of heaven and earth have already been perfected. Although Nirvana realm is the strongest, I can't guarantee when an immortal will be born. Thinking about this is still too far away. If I want to become a true immortal, I have to at least reach the 10th level of the celestial realm. On the other side, Xianxia also knew that the various branches had sent their disciples into the secret realm, but he did not pay attention to it. After a period of recuperation, he could be considered to have officially recovered. After recovering, Xianxia prepared to refine the heaven list. Yes, the heaven list. The heaven list he set up this time was not just a verbal list, but also to forge a sufficiently powerful spiritual artifact. If possible, Xianxia hoped that in the future, the heaven list could be similar to the immortal list of myriad races of the heavenly court. This was also what he had been thinking all along. Thinking of the heaven list, Xianxia said, "Senior, is it convenient for you to tell me more about the immortal list of myriad races? Of course, it would be best if there is a refining method." "You want to refine the immortal list of myriad races?" Godslayer was surprised, but thinking of the other party's forging method that could be called a grandmaster in ancient times, he did not say much. It was good for such a person to have ideas. Thinking for a moment, Godslayer said, "Speaking of which, I do know a little about the refining method of the immortal list of myriad races. If you ask other Zubing, no one should know, but if you ask me, you've asked the right person." As one of the 3 great Zubing of the human race, he had a good relationship with many powerhouses of the human race. The ancient human emperor was like this. The emperor of heaven was the same. Godslayer paused and said, "I remember hearing from the emperor of heaven that there is a complete rule in the immortal list of myriad races. That is to say, with a rule, the immortal list of myriad races has the function of monitoring the myriad races in the world." Xianxia was stunned. The rule, there was a rule in a Dao artifact. One had to know. Other cultivators could become immortals on the spot if they mastered a rule. In that case, the immortal list of myriad races was equivalent to an immortal in disguise. This was no wonder. This Dao artifact could monitor the myriad races. Because the rule existed in heaven and earth, it was equivalent to a part of heaven and earth. The immortal list of myriad races merged with the rule, so it naturally had this function. But soon, Xianxia's face darkened. It was very simple. Where was he going to find a rule, if he had not mastered the rule himself? How could he use the rule to refine artifacts? So, the plan to imitate the immortal list of myriad races had undoubtedly failed. In that case, if you haven't reached the level of an ancient true immortal, you can forget about refining the immortal list of myriad races. If you want to monitor the myriad races in the world, that is indeed the case. Godslayer said. Hearing this, Xianxia heard a different meaning from the other party's words. What if I don't need to monitor the myriad races, but only use it in the sect to count the strength of the sect's disciples? That's simple. Just let Yuanzong's luck be integrated into the immortal list of myriad races that you refine. Godslayer said indifferently, the reason why the immortal list of myriad races of the heavenly court needs to use the rule is to monitor heaven and earth, and the living beings of the myriad races are also born in heaven and earth. Only by using the rules of heaven and earth can you achieve this step. To put it bluntly, the list needs a medium to connect with living beings. If you only use it for a sect, then you can directly refine it. The disciples of the sect, even if you don't use the rules, are closely related to the sect's luck. After you succeed in refining it, just integrate Yuanzong's luck into it. Xianxia suddenly understood. If Godslayer hadn't mentioned it, he really wouldn't have known about this method. Immediately after, Xianxia asked again, are there any drawbacks to doing this? Yes. The God-slaying saber replied directly. Xianxia's face darkened immediately. Whatever this saber said, it would only say half of the words. If he didn't ask carefully, he might be tricked to death. It seemed to have sensed Xianxia's unfriendliness. Godslayer coughed softly and said, because the luck is integrated into the list, unless the list is broken, the luck can't be separated. In other words, if you really do this, the list will become the carrier of the luck. At that time, you will lose the means to use the luck to fight against the enemy. However, correspondingly, the list will also have all kinds of magic after integrating the luck. At that time, the list will also be a very powerful magic weapon. This kind of magic weapon also has a special name, the Treasure of Luck. The Treasure of Luck, this was the first time Xianxia had heard of this name. The God-slaying saber said, treasures of fate do not belong to spiritual artifacts, Tao artifacts, or ancestral armaments. They are a fourth item that is independent of the three. Treasures of fate also have different strengths and weaknesses. The strong ones are comparable to Zhu Bing's, while the weak ones may only be comparable to spiritual weapons. The strength of the Treasure of Luck depends on the strength of the carrier and the strength of the luck it carries, but similarly, once the Treasure of Luck is broken, it will also cause a great loss to the luck inside. It's also because of this that very few races in ancient times would refine treasures of providence to prevent any damage to their race's providence. However, in terms of the strength of treasures of providence, it's actually more powerful if you have a carrier. For example, the top races like the human race, who have Zhu Bing as their leader, don't need the Treasure of Luck, so they don't want to refine it. However, for some of the weaker races that were unable to consecrate ancestral armaments, they would refine fortune treasures. After obtaining the Treasure of Luck, the strength of these races will increase a lot. As for the consequences, to put it bluntly, if the Treasure of Luck is broken, it will be a matter of life and death for those weak races. Xianxia fell into deep thought. Refining the Treasure of Luck was equivalent to giving the heaven list the effect of the list of immortals of the myriad races. At the same time, it would also give Yuanzong a powerful treasure. But at the same time, fate had transformed from formless to tangible. Once the Treasure of Fate was successfully refined, if it was damaged, it would also harm Yuanzong's own fate. Moreover, by doing so, he would lose the way to use his luck to fight against the enemy. After thinking about it, Xianxia still felt that he should refine the heaven list. Since the Godslayer said that the Treasure of Luck would be stronger than purely using luck to fight against the enemy, then he had no reason to refuse. As for whether the carrier would break or not, it was just as the Godslayer said. If the Treasure of Luck was broken, Yuanzong would probably die. At that time, there would be nothing to worry about. The current Yuanzong didn't have the capital to compete with the ancient races, nor did he have so many ways to retreat. If he really wanted to talk about it, he was just like those weak races. After making the decision, Qin Shujian immediately took out the materials and prepared to refine the heaven list. Yuan sect was in the eastern continent. If he wanted to use his luck against the enemy, he had to be in the eastern continent. If there was a day when he really needed to use his luck against the enemy, the myriad races would have already broken through the eastern continent's human clan's door. Even the imperial court could not stop them. With just Yuan sect, how many ways could he retreat? So, after figuring out the crux of the matter, Qin Shujian was already prepared to refine the heaven board. Just as the Godslayer had said. Refining the heaven board was to create a carrier for the sect's luck. The stronger the carrier, the stronger the treasure of luck would be after the fusion. If there was an innate embryo, Qin Shujian was more willing to forge the carrier into a Dao artifact level. But there was no innate embryo now. He could only take a step back and forge it into a top-notch spiritual artifact, just like the eastern continent's door. To forge a top-notch spiritual artifact, the materials were indispensable. If possible, it would be best to fuse with the blood essence of an expert. I've used all the blood essence of an expert. Looking at the empty storage ring, Qin Shujian's face darkened. He had swallowed so happily that he had forgotten to leave some behind. Although with his methods, even if he did not fuse with the blood essence of an expert, he could still forge a top-notch spiritual artifact. However, as top-notch spiritual artifacts, there would definitely be a difference in strength. Therefore, if he wanted to forge, he had to forge the best. Qin Shujian thought to himself, if I want to use the blood essence of an expert, I have to be at least at the 10th level of the heaven-human realm. In other words, I have to use the blood essence of the eastern continent's demon emperor. If I can use the blood essence of a Nirvana realm expert, that would be even better. Cold Mountain City was already a top-notch spiritual artifact before fusing with the innate embryo. If it did not fuse with the innate embryo but directly fused with the Star Saint's blood essence, it would not enter the category of a Dao artifact. However, it was also a top-notch spiritual artifact. If Cold Mountain City was only a top-notch spiritual artifact in the past, it would definitely be stronger than the eastern continent's door. Because the Star Saint's blood essence that was fused in the end, it was a Nirvana realm expert. And the Demon Emperor's blood essence that was fused with the eastern continent's door was only at the 10th level of the heaven-human realm. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian pondered for a moment. Right now, I don't know how many Nirvana stage experts there are in the 3 great continents. If it's a Nirvana stage expert at his peak, I shouldn't be a match for him. If that's the case, I can only find a heavily injured Nirvana stage expert. There were a few severely injured Nirvana realm martial artists. As far as he knew, there were only 4 of them. The Divine Emperor of the God Clan, the Demon Emperor of the Monster Clan, the Blood Spirit Emperor of the Blood Spirit Clan, and the Ancient Buddha Emperor of the Ancient Buddha Clan. Senior, with my current strength and Zhu Bing's help, is it possible for us to fight against a heavily injured emperor, such as the original Demon Emperor or the Ancient Buddha Emperor? Why are you asking this out of the blue? Godslayer's words were filled with doubt. What's the matter? You want to stab him when you see that he's seriously injured? Based on his understanding of Qin Shujian, this was indeed a possibility. After thinking for a while, the God-slaying saber decided to tell the truth. A Nirvana realm elite is not only powerful, but they also have an absolute understanding of the rules. Once they reach that level, they will be able to do anything. To be honest, they can almost control the rules. Even if the other party is heavily injured, they can use their own control of the rules to get rid of the power of the rules that you borrowed. In other words, if you don't have a certain level of understanding of the rules, you have to rely on your own strength to fight against a Nirvana stage expert. Based on the situation of their fight, the combat power of the 4 emperors is at least around 50,000 to 100,000. After using the power of the rules, it will be around 200,000 to 400,000. Now that they're heavily injured, their overall combat power will be at least 100,000. At this point, Godslayer said in a pessimistic tone, with your current strength, you'll probably die if you fight against such an expert. A heavily injured Nirvana stage expert. The overall combat power that he could unleash would be around 100,000. Qin Shujian estimated his own combat power. After refining the remnants of the Demon Emperor and Bloodling Huang, his realm did not increase, but his combat power should have reached 28,000. Combined with lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, he could more than double his original foundation. In other words, after using lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, he could unleash a combat power of more than 50,000 and less than 55,000. Even if he took the value of 55,000, it was still a far cry from a combat power of 100,000. In that case, together with the god-slaying saber, he should be able to injure a ruler. But what about after he was injured? His vital essence would be exhausted, and then he would be attacked by a group of experts from the same race. Xianxia was a little tired. He thought that he was strong enough, but now that he thought about it, he realized that he was still far from it. The emperors of some weak races should not have the strength of a Nirvana stage expert. In other words, the strength of the other party was probably around Celestial being level 10. And even if they reached the Nirvana stage, their strength would not be as strong as the 4 emperors. After all, the gap between the Nirvana stage experts was quite big. Like the human emperor, he could hang up and beat up 4 of them. An expert of this level, even if he was seriously injured, could still crush those ordinary Nirvana stage experts. To be able to become the top race of the 3 continents, in addition to the heritage left behind from ancient times. The real reason? It was because of the number of top experts each race had. Speaking of which, when the war started, how many races participated in the war? Xianxia thought about it. He was not too sure. Because the war was too chaotic. In addition, most of the experts of the various races appeared in human form in front of others. It was impossible to distinguish them from the surface. They could only be distinguished from each other's aura. Here came the problem. The war was chaotic, and the aura was turbid. Xianxia could not perceive too much. Let's go and see the situation first. Xianxia did not think about this for the time being. He was ready to leave the Forbidden Grounds and go down. Before he left, he also took a look at his life source. It was not much, less than 10 billion. Such a life source. To be honest, the martial arts that could be improved were useless. None of the truly useful martial arts could be improved. Therefore, Xianxia just glanced at it and ignored it. He arrived at the mountain gate. Xianxia saw Jiang Feng sitting there cross-legged. At this moment, Jiang Feng had already put on his black robe again, and nothing could be seen from his appearance. However, he knew that this zombie was seriously injured. He did not know if it was because zombies were blessed by the heavens that they had a strong physical body that far exceeded that of other creatures. Such a physical body was not easy to be damaged. But at the same time, once the physical body was damaged, it would be very troublesome to recover. Xianxia said, "Is there any faster way to recover the zombie?" Other than Jiang Feng, he was the only one at the mountain gate. Therefore, the person he was talking to was the Godslayer in his sea of consciousness. As expected. When Xianxia finished speaking, the Godslayer naturally said, "Zombies are a strange race. They are most dependent on the flesh and blood of living creatures and the power of extreme yin. If you want to recover quickly, you can either place him in a place of extreme yin or let him devour enough flesh and blood of living creatures. The former requires a little more time, while the latter will be much more convenient. Moreover, the stronger the flesh and blood of living creatures, the faster the zombie can recover. At the same time, it can also improve its own strength." The Godslayer said, "If I'm not wrong, your zombie is only at the first level of the celestial being realm. Its strength is a little weak. If you can let him devour enough flesh and blood of experts, his strength will definitely increase very quickly. The zombie race has a great talent, which is that there is no bottleneck in their improvement. As long as they devour enough energy, they can naturally break through to a higher level. Moreover, this race does not need to comprehend any rules. As long as their strength reaches a certain level, the rules will naturally descend." Xianxia looked surprised. When their strength reached a certain level, the rules would automatically descend. Didn't this mean that it would be very convenient for the zombie race to increase their strength? If that's the case, the zombie race should have been a top race in ancient times. It's not that easy. Zombies don't need to comprehend rules, but they also have a flaw, which is that they need to devour a lot of energy. There was once a zombie emperor who devoured an immortal with his own strength. but he still failed to successfully enter the level of a true immortal. It can be said that the price of the birth of every zombie powerhouse is far beyond your imagination. The Godslayer said indifferently. Heaven and earth were fair. When you were given an advantage, you would be deprived of another advantage. This was the case for the zombie race. They did not need to comprehend rules. When their strength reached a certain level, the rules would naturally descend. However, at the same time, the powerhouses of this race needed an extremely long time to increase their strength. If they wanted to shorten the time, they had to devour enough energy. Even so, the amount of energy they devoured was not something that other living creatures could compare to. If an ordinary living creature needed 1 point of energy to break through from the first level of the celestial being realm to the second level, then the zombie race needed at least 5 points, or even 10 to 20 points. Such a gap made it difficult for the zombie race to produce a top powerhouse. It was just like how a zombie wanted to become an immortal. It needed to devour 100 or 80 celestial beings or Nirvana realm powerhouses, or it needed to devour a few immortals. No matter which method it was, it made the zombie race hated by other races. Besides that, even if there were really powerhouses of the zombie race who were lucky enough to kill an immortal, they might not have the chance to kill a second or third immortal. In the end, they would definitely attract powerful existences. Therefore, the reason why the zombie race had so few powerhouses was mostly because they were killed by others. Xianxia nodded slightly. In the hidden secret art that he had obtained, there was no detailed explanation of these things. It only gave some methods to refine corpses. Now, from the Godslayer, he understood how the zombie race increased their strength. Subsequently, Xianxia said, "Follow me." This time, the person who spoke was Jiang Feng. Although Jiang Feng's intelligence was lacking, he could still understand some basic instructions. Therefore, when Xianxia finished speaking, he also got up from the ground and silently stood behind Xianxia. At the entrance of the passage, the original heaven and earth restriction was opened, and the 4 city gates had been moved to the other 3 continents. However, to be safe, the imperial court had also sent an army to the entrance of the eastern continent. After all, there might be powerhouses from other races sneaking in, so they had to be prepared. The eastern continent was the current headquarters of the human race. The imperial court did not want other races to interfere. As long as they controlled the resources of a continent, the human race would be in an invincible position. If other races swarmed into the eastern continent, then the human race's strength would be much weaker. At this moment, there was an army of 1 million stationed at the entrance of the passage, and a large number of craftsmen were building a new city for the army to rest. When Xianxia arrived here, in addition to the imperial court guards, there were also some cultivators who were walking out from the eastern continent. The 3 continents were connected. For many cultivators, this was a rare opportunity. Everyone wanted to try their luck. Among them, the number of players was the largest. The players were not afraid of death. Compared to the 3 continents that had not been developed yet, the players wanted to go in and expand their territory. If they were successful, it wouldn't be a big problem even if he was completely cleared of all the benefits he had gained from it. However, even if they wanted to leave the eastern continent, it would not be easy. In front of each passage, there was a mirror erected. Wait. Mirror. Xianxia saw that everyone had to look in front of the mirror to pass through the passage. No matter how he looked at it, he found it strange. Could this be the legendary demon-revealing mirror? Xianxia could not help but complain. As soon as he finished speaking, the Godslayer in his sea of consciousness said in surprise, "Why, you've heard of the demon-revealing mirror too?" In his opinion, Xianxia knew nothing about the ancient times. How would he know about such a high-end thing like the demon-revealing mirror? The Godslayer found it strange. Xianxia also looked surprised. Is that really the demon-revealing mirror? What he said about the demon-revealing mirror was just a passing remark. But from what the Godslayer said, it seemed that there really was a demon-revealing mirror. The Godslayer said, "Actually, the demon-revealing mirror is just a saying. If I'm not mistaken, that mirror's real name should be the heavenly mirror." In the past, in order to observe all races in the world, the Emperor of Heaven made the heavenly mirror. This mirror can observe the world and see the true forms of all races. It's a powerful treasure, comparable to the immortal rankings of all races. But unfortunately, the heavenly mirror was broken during the invasion of the demon abyss. If I'm not wrong, that bronze mirror is a fragment of the heavenly mirror. That familiar aura is not so easy to forget. But now that the heavenly mirror is broken, it should not be able to monitor the world anymore. It seems that it can only identify races at most. The heavenly mirror, the demon-revealing mirror, Xianxia looked at the bronze mirror with a fire in his heart. If it was a complete heavenly mirror, it would be awesome. However, even if it was a broken heavenly mirror, it was still a treasure. And when it was complete, it was a 9-seal Dao weapon. Now that it was broken, it was probably at the level of 4 or 5 seals. The Godslayer said, "At first, I was a little doubtful whether the current human emperor of the human race had really obtained the legacy of the heavenly court, but now it seems that I'm 100% sure. The fragment of the heavenly mirror is not so easy to get. Only from the heavenly court can we get this treasure." Xianxia understood. It was not surprising that the human emperor had obtained the legacy of the heavenly court. It was said that he was the son of fate. If he did not have some opportunities, how could he be called the son of fate? Besides, since the human emperor could hang the 4 emperors and beat them, where did his foundation come from? It was almost impossible to cultivate to this level step by step. Xianxia was very clear about this. He could have his current foundation because of the cheat, the source of life. The human emperor had great strength, so he must have some cheat codes. But now, the human emperor's cheat code should be the heavenly court. Then, Xianxia asked again, "The immortal leaderboard of 10,000 clans has a complete law. Does that mean the heavenly mirror also has a complete law?" "That's right." The God-slaying saber said, 9-sealed Dao artifacts differ in strength. A truly top-notch 9-sealed Dao artifact is one that has fused with a complete set of laws. In terms of power, they are actually not at all inferior to ancestral armaments. Anything integrated with laws would not be simple. Xianxia said, "If that's the case, why not integrate more laws and directly create a supreme treasure?" This question had just appeared in his mind. Since it could capture laws, the more laws it contained, the more powerful it would be. If he had the ability, Xianxia would definitely fuse 180 to 180 rules into it. Then, he would be able to kill an ancient true immortal with one slash. The Godslayer said faintly, "Do you really think it's that easy to capture laws? Capturing laws will lead to the counterattack of the mother stream of laws. Every time you capture a law, it's equivalent to crossing a calamity. And the more laws you capture, the stronger the calamity. In the face of such calamity, even an ancient true immortal would die if he was not careful. Besides, no matter how strong a 9-seal Dao artifact is, it still has its limits. It's already not easy to accommodate one law. If you want to arbitrarily accommodate more laws, I'm afraid that the Dao artifact will explode before the law punishment arrives." Xianxujian's face darkened when he heard the Godslayer's tone of speaking as if he was talking about an idiot. However, he also understood how wrong his original idea was. It was not easy to capture laws. There was also a limit to the capacity of a Dao weapon. Xianxujian looked at the heavenly mirror at the entrance of the passage, then walked over. At this moment, one of the experts guarding the entrance of the passageway suddenly opened his eyes and looked in Xianxujian's direction. His face was immediately filled with shock, and he immediately walked forward. "Duansun greets sect leader Qin. General Duan, you're too polite," Xianxujian said with a smile. How could he not know the general who pacifies the East, Duansun, among the 5 generals of the imperial court? Dan Hao was the leader, and Duansun was one of them. During the Battle of the Imperial City, Duansun also participated in the battle of the various races not long ago. Xianxujian still had some impression of this general who pacifies the East. Besides, he was also an expert at the peak of the Saint Realm, and his strength was very strong. Duansun said politely, "Sect leader Qin, are you going to the 3 continents?" Standing in front of Xianxujian, he did not have the arrogance of the general who pacifies the East at all. Because Duansun knew very well what kind of person Xianxujian was in front of him. During the battle of the past, the other party had shown absolute strength and killed mighty figures like slaughtering dogs. He also admired this very much. If Qin Shujian had not killed so many powerful enemies, even if the human race won this time, the casualties would have been extremely heavy. Even Duan Sun. He might not be able to survive to the end. In fact, now, among the various races of the 3 continents, Qin Shujian was the second strongest person of the human race. That's right. The second strongest person of the human race. The first was the human emperor. The second was Qin Shujian in front of him. Therefore, at this moment, Duan Sun saw Qin Shujian and didn't dare to be rude. Hearing the inquiry, Qin Shujian nodded and said, I have something to do in the 3 continents and need to borrow the passage. Okay. Duan Sun nodded. Then, he led Qin Shujian to the entrance of the passage. When they walked into the entrance of the passage, the sky-reaching mirror was already standing there. Seeing Qin Shujian staring at the sky-reaching mirror, Duan Sun said with a faint smile, this is a supreme treasure given by His Majesty, called the sky-reaching mirror. It can reflect the race of living beings and also distinguish the identity of the human race. It was set up to prevent all races from sneaking into the East continent. According to the rules, sect leader Qin has to stay in front of the sky-reaching mirror for a while. He was also afraid that Qin Shujian would misunderstand. After all, it would be bad if there was any misunderstanding between such an expert. Okay. Qin Shujian didn't refuse. He also wanted to see how mysterious the sky-reaching mirror was. At this moment, coincidentally, the human in front had already left the sky-reaching mirror and entered the passage. Next, it was Qin Shujian's turn. Standing in front of the sky-reaching mirror, he saw the bronze mirror emitting a faint light. At that moment, Qin Shujian felt as if something was scanning his body. In an instant, he was seen through. Then, a series of words appeared on the sky-reaching mirror. Name, Qin Shujian race, human realm, level 5 of the heavenly human realm combat strength, 28,500. The information on it only appeared for a moment before it disappeared. But looking at the scene just now, Qin Shujian couldn't help but complain in his heart. Godslayer didn't tell him that the sky-reaching mirror could see so clearly. Except for the cultivation method column and the source of life, everything else was seen. The sky-reaching mirror, at this moment, Qin Shujian had a better understanding of the word sky-reaching. If the sky-reaching mirror was really so powerful, then it could indeed be said that it was all-seeing. Not only was his cultivation level revealed, but even his combat strength couldn't be hidden. Qin Shujian estimated that his combat strength was about 28,000, but looking at the value given by the sky-reaching mirror, he was even more prepared. 28,500. For a moment, Qin Shujian wanted to take the sky-reaching mirror back. Such a supreme treasure. It was really awesome. As for Duan Sun, he also fell into a daze. It wasn't that Qin Shujian's cultivation level was too high, but that it was too low. 5th-tier celestial being? Duan Sun turned his head to look at Qin Shujian. He never thought that this existence who could kill mighty figures and be called the second strongest person of the human race was only a 5th-tier celestial being. Saint Cultivator. Was a 5th-tier celestial being very strong? It was indeed very strong. However, compared to Qin Shujian's battle record, a 5th-tier celestial being was a little too weak. However, the cultivation level was secondary. What really shocked Duan Sun was that Qin Shujian's combat strength was as high as 28,500. One should know that the combat strength reflected by the sky-reaching mirror was only the most basic combat strength. It couldn't be seen at a deeper level. Then, he thought about the combat strength he reflected. Duan Sun fell into self-doubt. When Qin Shujian and Jiang Feng stepped into the entrance of the passageway, Duan Sun walked up to the sky-reach mirror. Name, Duan Sun race, human realm, level 6 celestial being combat strength. 200. An ordinary level 4 celestial being had a combat strength of 500, level 5 celestial being had a combat strength of 1000, and level 6 celestial being had a combat strength of 1500 to 2000. One could have a combat strength of 3200. Duan Sun could be considered powerful among level 6 celestial beings. There's no problem. Duan Sun was puzzled when he saw the combat strength displayed. The sky-reach mirror recorded the information of all humans in the eastern continent. As long as a human from the eastern continent passed through, the Xianxia mirror would be able to identify them. If it could not identify them, there was no doubt that the person did not belong to the eastern continent. As for combat strength, he had only learned about it not long ago. Duan Sun had some understanding of this division. After all, there were strong and weak experts in each realm. If it was just based on realm alone, it was difficult to guess the depth. If it was based on combat strength, it would be much clearer. Of course, the Xianxia mirror only saw the combat strength on the surface. Ordinary cultivators would have many tricks up their sleeves. When it came to a real battle, combat strength was not absolute. However, Duan Sun looked at his 3,200 combat strength and thought of Qin Shujian's 28,500. He suddenly felt a little breathless. Such combat strength, if it was said that Qin Shujian was a level 10 celestial being expert, there would probably be people who would believe it. However, the other party was a level 5 celestial being. This fact was even more shocking than a level 10 celestial being. A level 5 celestial being already had such powerful combat strength. If he were to reach level 6 celestial being, level 7 celestial being, or even level 10 celestial being, how powerful would he be? Duan Sun did not dare to imagine. Therefore, after the shock, he did not hesitate to send the news back. Middle State Prefecture. Imperial City. The human emperor withdrew from his cultivation, then took out the communication jade talisman and read the information inside. After a while, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He's really a level 5 celestial being? As for Qin Shujian's strength, the human emperor had some guesses. Although the rule-bending power on the other party's body seemed to indicate that the other party was indeed at the saint stage, he didn't think so after the other party had severely injured the high priest of the Protoss. According to the human emperor's guess, Qin Shujian must have some kind of treasure on him that could conceal his aura. That was why people couldn't detect his true cultivation level. However, Duan Sun's message made the human ruler suspicious. If he said that his perception was wrong, in that case, the heaven-piercing mirror would definitely not be wrong. 5th-tier celestial being with a combat power of 28,500? It seems that we have underestimated you. The human emperor smiled faintly. He had already overestimated Qin Shujian. But now, it seemed that he had still underestimated the other party. But this is good as well. The stronger you are, the better it will be for the human race. The human emperor suddenly sighed. Subsequently, he began to cultivate again. In the previous battle, the sovereigns of the 4 races were severely injured, but the Renhuang was also severely injured. The current situation. The human race could not afford to be without a supreme master. Otherwise, the situation that the human race had created with great difficulty would completely collapse. Therefore, the recovery of his injuries was imperative. On the other side, Qin Shujian also stepped into the passage. Not long after, the darkness in the passage disappeared. Just like the entrance, there were also powerhouses from the imperial court guarding the exit. Seeing Qin Shujian and a black-robed man coming out, the powerhouse guarding the exit was also stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and went forward to greet him enthusiastically. Greetings, sect leader Qin. You're welcome. Qin Shujian nodded in response and then left. He was familiar with Duan Sun, but he did not have much of an impression of this person. To this, the powerhouse guarding the passage did not say anything. If it were anyone else who left so simply, it would be too arrogant. But if Qin Shujian did so, there was no problem. With the passage as the foundation, the territory of the human race was within a radius of 100,000 miles. Actually, that was not right. Because behind the passage was the eastern continent. Right now, the eastern continent was covered with a huge eggshell, and there was a crack in the middle of this eggshell. Therefore, it became the connection point between the eastern continent and the 3 major continents. And this eggshell was the void turbulence. Therefore, seriously speaking, behind the passage was the eastern continent, and in front of it were the 3 major continents. It was not correct to say that it was a radius of 100,000 miles. Strictly speaking, it should be a radius of 100,000 miles with the passage as the foundation. 4 majestic cities, each occupying one side. they firmly guarded the entrance of the passage. Besides that, there were also many forces in the cultivation world that had entered here, and they each built their own forces foundations in this 100,000-mile area. It could be said that the current 100,000-mile area was actually the headquarters of the human race in the three major continents. In layman's terms, it was a supply point and a safe area. If someone went deep into the three major continents and encountered trouble, they could directly hide here. With the current power of the human race, no powerhouse would really dare to go deep into the three major continents to pursue. At the same time, if they lacked anything, they could also buy it here. Even Yuan sect. They all sent people to build a Yuan pavilion branch here. The four sides of the city were named after the four sides. Xianxia was going to the eastern city at this moment. A Saint Realm powerhouse could travel thousands of miles in one step. It did not take much time. Xianxia saw a majestic city appear in his sight. A city. There were four entrances. Xianxia randomly chose an entrance and went straight in. Stepping into the city, there was a surging tide of people inside. Now that they had entered the three major continents, it was an irresistible temptation for many people. The eastern city was one of the four cities. Naturally, it had also become one of the headquarters of the human race. Xianxia seemed to have sensed something. He took another step and appeared in front of a tall building. On the plaque, the words Yuan Pavilion were written. This was the branch set up by Yuan sect in the 100,000-mile area. In the four cities, Yuan Pavilion only set up a branch in the eastern city. Walking inside, there were also many people in Yuan Pavilion. After all, with the development of Yuan Pavilion, coupled with Xianxia's reputation, Yuan Pavilion's name was also getting bigger and bigger. Many sects wanted to imitate Yuan Pavilion. But in the end, no one was able to shake Yuan Pavilion's position. Walking into Yuan Pavilion, immediately, someone recognized Xianxia's identity. Sect Master Qin, who had never concealed his identity, was easily recognized wherever he went. Suddenly, a deacon of Yuan Pavilion came up and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Sect Master." Please follow me, Sect Master." The deacon respectfully led Xianxia in. It was only after Xianxia had completely left the hall that there was quite a bit of movement in the quiet hall. "That's the Sect Master of Yuan sect, Xianxia. He's completely different from what I imagined. The #1 powerhouse in the cultivation world, he lives up to his name. That aura seems to make one tremble with fear just by looking at him." "Hey, what #1 powerhouse in the cultivation world?" Sect Master Qin is now the #2 powerhouse of the human race, a supreme powerhouse only below the human emperor. If you say that he's the #1 in the cultivation world, you're belittling him. Hearing these words, the others all fell silent. That's right. The so-called #1 powerhouse in the cultivation world was already a thing of the past. In the past, other cultivators still didn't know how big the gap between the cultivation world and the imperial court was. But in the battle of the past, it really made people understand that the strength of the cultivation world was not qualified to be compared with the imperial court. He was said to be the #1 powerhouse in the cultivation world. But even Su Jun, who could be said to be the #1 in the past, also fell in the battle. Transcendent, Saint, Almighty, the three realms of celestial and human were now no secret. If divided by the three realms, the powerhouses in the cultivation world in the past were all in the first realm. Such a gap, it was impossible to make up for it. Fortunately, there was now a Xianxia in the cultivation world. One had to know, the #2 powerhouse of the human race didn't just refer to the cultivation world, nor did it refer to the imperial court. It included all the humans in the entire eastern continent. This #2. It was very important. And because of this, the cultivators in the cultivation world could hold their heads high in front of the imperial court. After all, in the cultivation world, there was a supreme powerhouse second only to the human emperor. Such an existence, it was not comparable to the #1 powerhouse in the cultivation world in the past. A cultivator sighed with emotion. The cultivation world has produced Sect Master Qin, which can be considered as winning glory for us. At least we also have a supreme powerhouse. Speaking of Sect Master Qin, Xianxia of the Sea Covering sect also hid his strength. It's a pity that he was able to kill the Almighty. Some people also mentioned Xianxia. Hearing this, many people nodded in agreement. Xianxia's strength was unquestionable. Being able to kill a almighty meant that he was definitely a almighty. But what was regrettable was that, after Xianxia killed the foreign tribe's almighty, he had completely disappeared. The overturned Xi sect had also sent experts to search for this elder. Unfortunately, there was no news of him so far. Many people were secretly guessing whether something had happened to Xianxia, which led to this. However, although the sea-covering sect was now without Xianxia, no one dared to act rashly. First, there were orders from the imperial court. Second, although Xianxia was missing, he didn't really die. If they attacked the sea-covering sect, when Xianxia returned, they would have to bear the anger of Almighty. Judging from the current situation of the cultivation world, apart from Yuanzong who had the confidence to face Almighty, who else had the confidence to face Almighty? For a moment, the topic also shifted from Qin Shujian to the sea-covering sect. On the other side, under the guidance of the deacon, Qin Shujian had already walked to the second floor above. As for Jiang Feng, he was wearing a black robe and silently followed behind like a wooden man. A spacious hall appeared in their line of sight. "Sect Master, please take a seat." I'll inform the pavilion master right away. After the deacon said that, he respectfully retreated. Qin Shujian sat down in his seat with Jiang Feng standing behind him. Soon, a middle-aged man hurried in. When he saw Qin Shujian, he immediately bowed and saluted. Subordinate Luo Xing greets the sect master. Rise. Thank you, sect master. Luo Xing straightened up, then stood in front of Qin Shujian and respectfully asked, Sect master, what instructions do you have for coming to the Eastern City's Yuan Pavilion branch today? From the beginning to the end, he had used the title of subordinate. Because after the separation from Yuanzong, the pavilion master of Yuan Pavilion was not considered a disciple of Yuanzong. Seriously speaking, this was the first time he had seen such a thing. Yuan Pavilion and Yuanzong were more like subordinates. So, Luo Xing would call himself a subordinate. Sit down and talk. Qin Shujian said lightly. The pavilion master of the Yuan Pavilion branch was not appointed by him as the sect master, but by the great elder Jingfang. To be able to be the pavilion master, strength and loyalty must be top-notch. When Luo Xing sat down, Qin Shujian also used his Dharma eyes to look at him. Loyalty level, 93. Realm reached the 8th level of the spiritual martial realm. To be honest, such strength was still a little lacking to be the pavilion master of Yuan Pavilion. Because Yuan Pavilion came from a top sect. But one thing to know, now, Yuanzong was short of manpower and did not have a single divine martial realm expert. Under such circumstances, the strength of the 8th level of the spiritual martial realm was already very strong. During this period of time, has Yuan Pavilion collected any information about the 3 continents? Qin Shujian said. The purpose of his visit this time was to get some information about the 3 continents through Yuan Pavilion. Some people did not use it. If he had to inquire about them one by one, it would be equivalent to wasting time. Hearing that, Luo Xing said in a deep voice, Now many people have entered the 3 continents, but because there is not much time left to break through the restriction of heaven and earth, and the 3 continents are vast and boundless, not much information has been sent back in a short period of time. I don't know what kind of information the sect master wants to know. If there is an accurate target, it will be easier for me to answer. I want to know the complete information about the Earth Eldar. Qin Shujian thought for a while and said. Apart from the 4 big clans, the one that left the deepest impression on him was the Earth Eldar. There was no other way. Qin Shujian could not forget the phrase the Earth Eldar pan the mountain. He had decided. First, he would understand the situation of the Earth Eldar. If the Earth Eldar was not strong, then the essence blood would fall on the other party's head. After all, the Earth Eldar had also attacked the human clan. Now that he had fought back, the other clans had nothing to say. But if he attacked the clans that did not besiege the human clan, then he needed to seriously consider it. After so many years, many clans did not have the determination to kill the human clan. The reason was because the human clan did not show any intention to attack the other clans. Moreover, the human clan was too strong. If there was no need, no clans would want to be the human clan's enemy. As a result, if the human clan rashly attacked the non-hostile clans, it would easily arouse the fear of the other neutral clans. When that time came, maybe it would be the scene from 200,000 years ago. So, before the human clan's strength truly reached the level where it could suppress the other clans, they had to restrain themselves. There were not many targets that Xianxia could attack. On the other side, Luoxing pondered for a moment and then said, reporting to the sect master, the Earth Eldar is one of the 5 elements Eldar. It is a subordinate of the demon clan. Its strength can only be said to be medium, not very strong or very weak. The Earthling Huang is an expert at the 10th level of the celestial being realm. But in recent years, he has been in seclusion. It seems that he wants to break through to the Nirvana realm. In addition, the Earth Eldar has a total of 5 powerful experts, but 3 of them fell in the war. Now there are only 2 powerful experts on the surface. One is the Great Elder of the Earth Eldar, who is said to be at the 9th level of the celestial being realm. The other is the Divine Guardian General of the Earth Eldar, whose strength is between the 8th and 9th level of the celestial being realm. In addition to the 2 powerful experts, the Earth Eldar has 6 celestial beings, 2 saints, and 4 transcendents. Luoxing gave some basic information about the Earth Eldar one by one. He did not say how many experts there were below the celestial being realm. First, it was not easy to calculate this number. Second, Luoxing knew that Xianxia would not need this kind of information. As the pavilion master of a branch of the Yuan Pavilion, he still had some basic eyesight. After hearing Luoxing's words, Xianxia sat still in his seat and fell into silence. Compared to the other races, the Earth Eldar's strength was not considered strong. But strictly speaking, they were not weak at all. At least, in front of powerful experts, the Earth Eldar was not much different from the human race. The human race had 8 powerful experts. He was not considered a powerful expert, and he was not sure whether Xianxia was a powerful expert. So strictly speaking, the human race had 8 powerful experts in the imperial court. The number of powerful experts in a single Earth Eldar was more than half of the human race's total. There was no need to say much about the other races. As for the possibility of winning this war, Xianxia also felt very fortunate right now. The strength of each race alone might not be as strong as the human race, but if they really worked together, they could definitely destroy the human race. Unfortunately, each race is selfish. No one will really fight to the death for the sake of destroying the human race. Even the God race and the demon race have some reservations. Otherwise, the Divine Emperor and the Demon Emperor would not have run away so quickly. Compared to destroying the human race, the foundation of the 2 races is more important. Xianxia thought to himself. Then, he also analyzed the strength of the Earth Eldar. An Earthling Huang who may or may not have stepped into the Nirvana realm. And 1, let's say 2 experts at the 9th level of the celestial being realm. In Xianxia's view, such strength could only be considered average. At least, if he broke into the Earth Eldar was not confident that they could keep him here. However, the information that the Yuan Pavilion had now should not be all that the Earth Eldar had. No race would expose all their trump cards. That meant that the Earth Eldar might still be hiding a few powerful people. Thinking of this, Xianxia sighed. The foundation of the human race is still too shallow. The war 200,000 years ago consumed too much. Until now, they have not recovered. In his view, the human race should not have opened the heaven and earth restrictions so quickly. Now that the demon race had been expelled, and after a few thousand years of recuperation, many celestial beings would be born. But the facts did not allow it. The demon abyss was a problem. The human emperor was also a problem. If the heaven and earth restriction was not opened, the rules were not complete. Then the road to immortality was considered broken. Therefore, if the human emperor did not want to die, he must open the heaven and earth restriction. Now, the human race was fighting with their backs to the river. It was worth rejoicing. From the current results, the human race had won. Not a complete victory, but a temporary victory. Luoxing did not dare to interrupt Xianxia's soliloquy. then. Xianxia recovered from his contemplation and said faintly, "Is there any news from the divine race?" "There is not much news from the divine race. They only have one Nirvana realm expert, the Divine Emperor, and a 10th level celestial being expert, the High Priest of the divine race who was seriously injured by the sect leader. But there are many celestial beings on the divine race's side. Now that many powerful people have fallen, there are still no less than 10 powerful people guarding the divine race. But because the divine race controls the news more strictly, Yuan Pavilion did not get much news in a short time." Luoxing answered all the questions. He had long been aware of this information. After all, Yuan Pavilion sometimes sold information in addition to issuing tasks. In general. That is, they would develop in all aspects, making Yuan Pavilion's business more comprehensive. Hearing this, Qin Shujian also had a certain understanding of the strength of the divine race. It was obvious. As a trader, the divine race had developed better than the human race. After all, the human race had been in an abyss of suffering in the eastern continent these years. It was only in the last few thousand years that they slowly improved. But compared to the accumulation of the divine race over the years, it was still far behind. However, there were some things that could not be taken lightly. Although the powerful people of the human race were not as strong as the divine race, a human emperor was enough to fight against dozens of powerful people. At this time, the effect of the strength of the strongest people of a race was revealed. Then, Luoxing paused for a moment and said, "Recently, Yuan Pavilion also received another piece of news, but it is not sure if it is true or not." "What news?" "There are also mutants in the 3 major continents." "Are you sure?" Qin Shujian's expression changed slightly. This news was really beyond his expectations. There were also players in the 3 major continents. This was not a small piece of news. Judging from the situation of the players in the eastern continent, no one should know about the existence of the 3 major continents. There was no impenetrable wall in the world. If there were players in the other 3 major continents, then there would be news in the eastern continent. But since there was no news, then there was only one explanation. No players appeared in the 3 major continents. Or rather, in the real world where the players were, no one came to the 3 major continents. Qin Shujian's expression kept changing. If that was the case, the players in the 3 major continents and the players in the eastern continent might not be in the same world. There is more than one real world. Is it a parallel world or something else? How long have the players in the 3 major continents been here? Did they come in earlier or later than the players in the eastern continent? Or did they come in at the same time? If the players exist in multiple worlds, then are there also multiple worlds beyond this world? For a moment, many thoughts emerged in Qin Shujian's mind. Luoxing's news had truly shocked him. If there were other players in the 3 major continents, this was not a small piece of news. If all the players came in at the same time, it would be fine. But if the players in the 3 major continents came in first, then with the development potential of the players, they would have accumulated a deep foundation by now. Once the players became a force. No one knew the horror of this race better than Qin Shujian. Do you know when the mutants in the 3 major continents appeared? There is no news for now. Investigate with all your might. Find out when the mutants in the 3 major continents arrived. It would be best if you could find out where these mutants came from. Yes, sir. P.S. Update first, the others are being written. Coming out of Yuan cabinet. Qin Shujian could not calm down for a long time. He thought that the players from the eastern continent were the only ones. Because the players from the eastern continent had been left far behind by him and did not pose any threat at all. Qin Shujian was not too worried. But now that new players had emerged from the 3 continents, it was worth paying attention to. He was not afraid of anything. Just in case. If the new players had entered the game at the same time as the players from the eastern continent, it would be fine. But if these players had developed for hundreds or thousands of years, Qin Shujian felt a chill in his heart. However, after the shock, he gradually calmed down. From the situation of the previous war, not a single player from the 3 continents participated. With the nature of the players, it is impossible for them not to participate in such a war. In other words, the players from the 3 continents are not qualified to participate in the war. In such a war at the celestial level, players at least in the god martial arts realm can barely be cannon fodder. In this case, the players from the 3 continents should not have developed for too long. Xianxia recalled. During the war, no players intervened in the battle at the celestial level. He understood the character of the players. If a large number of players had broken through to the god martial arts realm, these players would definitely dare to form a team to hunt the Celestials. But no. In other words, the players from the 3 continents had not reached the point where they could pose a threat to the Celestials. With this deduction, the players from the 3 continents should be similar to the players from the Eastern continent. As for whether there were players among the low-level cultivators who participated in the war, Xianxia really did not pay attention. This matter. Xianxia did not pay too much attention to it for the time being. He just asked Yuan Cabinet to collect information on the players. As for now, he had obtained the location of the Eldar and was ready to go to this race. On the other side, a group of players was fleeing in the wilderness. Behind them, many players were chasing after them. After an unknown period of time, the group of fleeing players gradually got rid of the pursuit. In a dense forest, Wang Renbin's face was dark. While his eyes were gloomy, they were also filled with disbelief and shock. As a wanted criminal of the imperial court, Wang Renbin had been waiting for an opportunity to leave the eastern continent. It was not until all the cultivators entered the passage to participate in the war that he led the players and took the opportunity to sneak in. After entering the battlefield, Wang Renbin led his men and fled. No one paid too much attention to a group of true martial realm cultivators. Occasionally, the shockwaves from the fights between experts would spread out and kill quite a number of players. After many of them dropped a level, the Wang clan finally escaped from the battlefield and officially entered the 3 great continents. Just as Wang Renbin was preparing to lead these 100 people to show their prowess in the 3 continents and develop the Wang family's influence, reality gave him a heavy blow. So, there were already other players in the 3 continents. Regarding this news, Wang Renbin was extremely shocked. He was sure that no one in the world he was in had entered the 3 continents. Therefore, after learning the news, Wang Renbin immediately had the same idea as Xianxia. The players of the 3 continents came from other worlds. In other words, the real world wasn't the only world. Wang Renbin's shock was needless to say. In the end, before he could figure out the situation, he was immediately chased by players from the 3 continents. Those players were about the same strength as them, but there were too many of them. Wang Renbin didn't want to fight a hopeless battle, so he could only temporarily retreat with his men. Until now, they had finally gotten rid of the pursuit. Young Master Wang, is there really a second world in the real world? A player panted, looking extremely shocked. If this news were to spread, it would be enough to shock the entire world. No. This news might have already spread out by now. It was just that they didn't go offline, so they weren't sure. Wang Renbin's gloomy face became solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "If nothing unexpected happens, that is indeed the case. But from the current situation, I'm afraid it's not as simple as having one more world." The world they were in had descended on the East continent. Then, another world had directly descended on the 3 great continents. This was somewhat unreasonable. The most likely reason was, a world descending on a continent. Therefore, in Wang Renbin's opinion, perhaps there wasn't just one more world, but 3 more people from the world. However, he couldn't verify these guesses for the time being. But there was one thing that Wang Renbin was sure of. That was, the Wang family's idea of entering the 3 great continents first and then occupying a place was completely ruined. Not only were there players in the East continent, but there were also many other players. In terms of strength, they were not inferior to the East continent at all. As for how much these players had grown, Wang Renbin wasn't sure. Everyone, bind to the new resurrection point and go offline together. I need to report this back to the family. Wang Renbin gave a simple explanation and then disappeared from where he stood. The others looked at each other and went offline one after another. At this moment, the players' forum had completely exploded. The news of the new world had already spread when Wang Renbin went offline. In the real world, the Blade Master was originally walking in the city like an ordinary person, but his footsteps suddenly paused, and he heard many voices. Have you heard? There are players from other worlds in the 3 great continents. This news has already spread, who doesn't know? I really didn't expect there to be other worlds outside our world. Didn't someone explore before, and there were no signs of life beyond the sky? Who knows, maybe there are places where life exists, and they are very far away from us. I heard that there isn't just one world in the 3 great continents, but there are players from all 3 worlds at the same time. The Blade Master was slightly stunned. Other worlds, 3 worlds, this news came as a surprise to him. After pausing for a while, the Blade Master had already figured out the ins and outs of everything. TSK, you're really not afraid that you can't handle it? He looked up at the sky, which seemed to be densely covered by laws. The Blade Master shook his head, and fortunately, he didn't care about this matter anymore. It wasn't that he didn't want to care, but he really couldn't care so much. The sensation in the real world. For Qin Shujian, it didn't affect him much. After all, although the world he was in was somewhat related to the real world, they were 2 completely different worlds. At this moment, Qin Shujian was also on his way to Eldar. The 3 great continents were very big. Moreover, the teleportation gates built in each city were incomplete. This was because this place wasn't completely unified by the Great Zhao dynasty like the East continent, but was ruled by all races. Although there were many races that would build cities in various places. These cities, other than building teleportation portals to their own cities, would not be connected to the cities of other races. The cities of Eldar. They were all near the Eldar. In this situation, there was no difference whether they took the teleportation portals or not. Every step Qin Shujian took was enough to cross thousands of rivers and mountains. The Eldar. In other words, the foundations of the races in the 3 great continents were not directly exposed to the outside world, but existed in secret realms one after another. These secret realms, they were all created by the powerhouses of the various races in the past. After countless years of development, they had reached a point where they could be used as the foundation of the races. These secret realms each had a roughly fixed area. As one of the ancient races, the Eldar's secret realms were no secret. At this moment, inside the Eldar secret realms, there were countless mountains. Inside an incomparably huge palace. An old man opened his eyes from cultivation, and a puzzled expression flashed across his eyes. What's going on? Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Is something about to happen? He was the great elder of the Eldar, Pan Huang. Excluding the Eldar Ling Huang, who was in seclusion, this Eldar great elder was the strongest. This time, many powerhouses of the Eldar had left the Earth Spirit secret realm to besiege the human race. Pan Huang was still guarding this place and did not make any rash moves. This was to ensure the safety of the secret realm. At his level of cultivation, he would not have a sudden impulse for no reason. Once he had a sudden impulse, it meant that things were definitely not simple. Thinking of this, Pan Huang's expression turned gloomy, and his mind was filled with thoughts. This time, 3 powerhouses of my race died in battle. Could it be that some race thinks that our Eldar is weak and wants to take this opportunity to attack our Earth Spirit secret realm? Could it be the other 5 elements Eldar, the Golden Horned Beast race, or the Heaven-Devouring Python race? Pan Huang kept making guesses. There were only so many races that the Eldar had a death feud with. No matter what, the Eldar was not a weak race. Although it was not as strong as the top races like the Monster race and the God race or the Ancient Buddha race, it was not a race that anyone could provoke. A race that had a feud with the Eldar and was not destroyed by the Eldar. In fact, only races of the same level could do that. Pan Huang was not sure which race was going to attack the Eldar. Thinking of this, Pan Huang immediately sent a message. Soon, 2 people walked in from outside. One was a burly middle-aged man with a resolute expression, and the other was an old man about the same age as Pan Huang. Divine Guardian Pan Yu, greets the Great Elder. Please take a seat. Seeing the arrival of the 2, Pan Huang's expression eased a little. The outside world only thought that the Eldar had 5 celestial beings, but that was not the case. Among them, he and the current divine guardian Pan Wu were the strongest. That was not the case. The Earth Spirit race also had another almighty expert, and that was the previous Divine Spirit Protector General, Pan Yu. Different from Pan Wu. Pan Yu was stronger and had reached the 9th level of the Celestial Being realm. However, the Eldar announced that Pan Yu had died of exhaustion and completely hid this top expert. There was only one reason for doing so. That was to increase the foundation of the Eldar, and at the same time, to catch the races that were plotting against the Eldar off guard. Great Elder summoned us. What happened? Before Pan Wu could speak, the previous divine guardian Pan Yu had already asked. He had entered seclusion. He was looking for an opportunity to break through to the 10th level of the Celestial Being realm. Pan Huang would not look for him if it was not necessary. Hearing that, Pan Huang's expression was solemn as he said, I feel uneasy. If I'm not wrong, there should be other races that want to harm our Eldar. Which race? Pan Yu's expression was also solemn. He did not question Pan Huang's words. It was normal for cultivators at their level to feel something. Especially Pan Huang, as the great elder of the Eldar, was connected to the Eldar's luck. He was more sensitive to many things. Pan Huang shook his head and said, I'm not sure yet. I feel something too. Pan Yu also sensed something and asked curiously, what's going on? Why did Pan Shan and the others' auras disappear? Pan Shan and the others have died. What? Pan Yu was shocked. He had been cultivating in seclusion and did not pay any attention to what happened to the Eldar. This time, after receiving Pan Huang's message, he came out of seclusion. As for Pan Shan's matter, Pan Yu did not know anything. Pan Huang did not speak. Pan Wu said in a deep voice, the human race opened the heaven and earth restriction of the eastern continent. Gods, demons, blood spirits, ancient Buddhas, and more than 10 other races besieged the human race. Unfortunately, they suffered a great defeat. Because of this, our race lost 3 mighty figures. Now, the only mighty figures left in the Eldar are you, me, and the Great Elder. His words. Pan Yu was shocked. Didn't the human race decline in the war 200,000 years ago? Why is the human race still so powerful now? The news of the human race's reappearance was shocking. However, what really shocked Pan Yu was the strength of the human race. So many races besieged the human race, but they still lost. Not only did they lose, but the Eldar also lost 3 mighty figures. When did this happen? A human trapped in the eastern continent had already possessed such strength. Pan Huang said, the human race is not strong. The real strong ones are the current emperor of the human race and another human. The emperor of the human race is very strong? Very strong. Pan Huang nodded and said with a sigh, the emperor fought against the immortal emperor, the demon emperor, the bloodling Huang, and the ancient Buddha emperor. In the end, the 4 emperors were severely injured and fled. It was because of this that the attack on the human race failed. Moreover, in the human race, other than the emperor, there is also a terrifying expert who severely injured the high priest of the god race. In addition, the human race has at least 2 Zhu Bing. Although the human race does not have many experts, with such a foundation, the other races have no way to fight against them. Pan Yu fell into a daze. Fighting against 4 emperors alone, 2 Zhu Bing, this news was simply too shocking. In comparison, it was easier to accept that the human race had an expert who could severely injure the high priest of the god race. In other words, the human race now has 2 supreme experts and 2 Zhu Bing. Pan Yu, who understood, took a deep breath. If that was the case, the defeat of the other races was pardonable. With such strength, unless the other races really did not care about the cost of casualties, it would not be easy to destroy the human race. Pan Huang said, we can put the matter of the human race aside for now. I can feel that the Earth Eldar's fate is turbulent. There must be other experts who want to take advantage of the fact that our Eldar is weak to attack us. Now that the Emperor is in seclusion, with the 3 of us guarding the Earth Spirit's secret realm and the help of our race's fate, even if the supreme experts of the other races come, we are confident that we can fight them. Pan Wu said in a deep voice, if the other races want to attack our Eldar, they have to consider whether they can bear the price. In response to Pan Huang's words, He was not too worried. The Earth Spirit secret realm was the base of the Earth Eldar. For hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years, the Earth Eldar had given birth to many experts. At its peak, there were even true immortals among the Eldar. The secret realm they were in now. It had been nurtured by generations of experts. To put it bluntly, the current Earth Spirit secret realm was no different from a small world. Here, the Earth Eldar was the strongest. It was not easy to forcefully enter the Earth Spirit secret realm from the outside world. Even if the supreme experts of the other races wanted to break through, it was impossible. Because of a secret realm. It was the foundation of a race. The most powerful means of a race was the secret realm of their race. Pan Huang said, "It's better to be careful. It is not a problem for us to guard the Earth Spirit secret realm, but I am afraid that the other party will use some means to divide our strength. So from now on, no one is allowed to leave the Earth Spirit secret realm. All the people in the outside world should return to the secret realm. Without my order, anyone who dares to leave will be punished as traitors." No problem. At this time, we should be more cautious. Pan Wu and Pan Yu did not object. Then, Pan Huang gave the order as the great elder of the Earth Eldar. Soon, the order was sent out of the secret realm. All the Earth Eldar that existed in various places rushed back without hesitation after receiving the order. What's wrong with the Earth Eldar? Why did they all retreat? I'm not sure. Could it be that other races are attacking the Earth Spirit secret realm? It's possible. When the players from the 3 continents saw this scene, they started to think about what to do next. If there was really a race war, then it would be a powerful battle. In the face of such a war, there would definitely be many missions. If they could participate, there would be many benefits. A player laughed and said, "In the last race war, we were too weak to accept missions. We can't miss it this time. I heard that many experts died in that battle. The Earth Spirit clan even lost a few almighties." Judging from the situation, could it be that the other clans saw through the Earth Spirit clan's weakness and wanted to take advantage of it to attack? There were also players who voiced their guesses. Hearing this, immediately, someone replied, "Who cares if they're taking advantage of the situation? Anyway, let's go to the Earth Spirit secret realm and take a look. But we have to be careful not to let the bastards from the Red Jade Great World and the 9 Moons Great World interfere. This is our Western continent's business. If those bastards from the 2 Great Worlds dare to come in, they'll have to drop at least 1 level before they can leave." That's true, but we still have to keep the news a secret. Those 2 Great Worlds have noses as sharp as dogs. If there's news, they won't let go of this opportunity. *CK them. If I have the chance, I'll definitely teach those players from the 2 Great Worlds a lesson. At the mention of the Red Jade Great World and the 9 Moons Great World, many players looked angry. It was different from the Eastern continent. The 3 continents had always been connected. Therefore, the players from the 3 continents had always been in conflict. There had even been a few battles between the players. However, the players were immortal and there were too many players in each continent. Every time a war broke out, it would end without a conclusion. Just as the Earth Eldar had all retreated back into the Earth Spirit realm, Xianxia had finally arrived at the Earth Eldar's territory. Looking at the Earth Eldar city in front of him, he simply glanced at it and did not pay any attention to it. In the city, although there were remnants of the Earth Eldar's aura, there was not a single Earth Eldar's clansman. If he guessed correctly, the Earth Eldar must have sensed something and made such a move. Regarding this, Xianxia was not surprised. Because the 6th sense of a powerhouse was particularly strong. If someone wanted to harm him or Yuanzong at this time, Xianxia would be able to sense it immediately. The same logic. If he wanted to harm the Earth Eldar's powerhouses would definitely sense it. "Senior, can you sense where the Earth Spirit realm is located?" Xianxia stood where he was and spread out his divine thought, covering the entire space within 10,000 miles. But after a few breaths, there was nothing. According to the information from Yuanzong, the location of the Earth Eldar's secret realm was definitely within 10,000 miles of here. In the Sea of Consciousness. The Godslayer trembled and wisps of sword chi overflowed. After a while, a low voice sounded, 3,000 miles to your left is the Earth Eldar's secret realm. Hearing this, Xianxia followed the Godslayer's instructions and walked 3,000 miles forward. Looking at the surrounding mountains, his divine thought carried out a carpet search. After a while, Xianxia gave up the idea of searching. Senior, are you sure that the Earth Eldar's secret realm exists here? Yes, these ancient races' secret realms were all created by the ancient true immortals in the past. Although they exist by relying on the surrounding space, they are also integrated with this space. If there is no specific way to open the entrance of the secret realm, unless your perception has reached an extremely strong level, you won't be able to sense anything. The Godslayer explained. How could a space created by an ancient true immortal be simple? Xianxia was silent for a moment and said, then with Zhu Bing's sharpness, can he forcefully break open the secret realm? Of course. At the mention of Zhu Bing, the Godslayer's tone became arrogant. Zhu Bing is the most powerful divine weapon in the world. He can even kill an ancient true immortal, let alone a space created by an ancient true immortal. In that case, there is no need to waste any time. Xianxia smiled. It was good that Zhu Bing could break open it. Since he knew that the secret realm existed here, there was no need to waste time looking for it bit by bit. Sometimes, breaking through with brute force was the most effective. Immediately, a stone saber appeared in Xianxia's hand. In the Earth Spirit secret realm. Ever since Pan Huang called back all the Eldar, the Earthly Spirit secret realm had gathered all the power of the Earthly Spirit clan. At the same time, the atmosphere in the Earth Spirit secret realm was heavy. Inside the palace, Pan Huang suddenly opened his eyes as if he had found something. Pan Wu and Pan Yu also looked towards the sky at the same time. Over there, they saw a stone knife tearing the Earth Spirit secret realm apart. At this moment, all the Eldar raised their heads and looked at the sky. There should have been nothing there but a stone knife was tearing the Earth Spirit secret realm apart. Then, two huge hands reached in from the outside and violently tore the crack into a huge hole. Rumble, as the sky was torn apart. The Earth Spirit secret realm seemed to be stimulated. The entire Earth Spirit secret realm started to boil. The mountains were shaking. The mountains seemed to come alive one after another. They stood up from the ground and roared at the hands that were tearing the sky apart. How dare you trespass into my Earth Spirit secret realm? Pan Huang roared and took a step forward. His body turned into a flowing light and disappeared. At the same time, a mountain that was 10,000 feet tall was completely revived. It turned into a huge stone man and roared angrily. The face of the stone man. It looked exactly like Pan Huang. This was the original form of the Eldar. Any Eldar was actually the form of mountains and earth veins. At this moment, Pan Wu and Pan Yu also called out their original forms. Then, the three stone men stood in the sky and coldly stared at the hands that were tearing the sky apart. As the three stone men appeared, the Earthly Spirit clan members, who had been in a panic, calmed down at this moment. Xianxia of the human race is here to collect the debt. A deep voice rang out, and a huge palm came crashing down from the hole. Pan Huang was shocked. He also countered with a palm strike. Boom, the two palms collided. The terrifying power reverberated in the Earth Spirit secret realm as if it was going to tear the secret realm apart. To this, Pan Huang took a step forward and rushed out of the Earth Spirit secret realm. At the same time, Pan Wu and Pan Yu did the same. Xianxia of the human race, this title. To the Earth and Eldar, it could be said to be like thunder in their ears. After all, two of the three fallen Eldar Almighties were killed by the other party. In addition to the other party's battle record. When it came to reputation, Xianxia was already not much worse than the rulers of some races. Outside, Xianxia violently tore apart the Earth Spirit secret realm and launched an attack inside. He did not go in without permission. After all, no matter what, it was still the enemy's headquarters. Under such circumstances, all he had to do was to attack them from the outside and force them out. As for not coming out, Xianxia was not worried at all. Anyway, with the Godslayer in his hands, tearing a secret realm apart was as easy as eating and drinking. If he didn't come out, he would just squat outside the Earth Spirit secret realm and stab his opponent from time to time. Even if he couldn't tear the Earth Spirit secret realm apart, it was enough to disgust his opponent. As expected. After being attacked, the experts from the Earth Spirit secret realm did not dare to start a fight in the secret realm, so they walked out directly. Outside, 3 giants stood proudly between heaven and earth. Qin Shujian did not use his celestial body. Instead, he flew to the same height as all the stone men and looked at them. Looking at the human in front of them, none of the 3 Eldar Almighties dared to underestimate him. Looking at Qin Shujian, Pan Huang said coldly, "Sir, you came to my Earth Spirit secret realm to cause trouble. Do you want to start a war with my Eldar?" As for Qin Shujian, Pan Huang was extremely fearful. Such a powerhouse. If it wasn't necessary, he really didn't want to be enemies with him. Hearing that, Qin Shujian sneered and said, "So what if we start a war?" "I'm here to start a war. Your Eldar dared to besiege the human race some time ago. Now, I'm here to collect the debt. The human race is very strong, but my Eldar is not weak either. If you start a war with my Eldar, it won't be a good thing for the human race," Pan Huang warned. Qin Shujian said, "It's none of your business. Today, I'm here to collect the debt from the Eldar. If you give me 2 drops of Ling Huang's blood essence, I'll turn around and leave without another word." Ling Huang's blood essence, the faces of the 3 immediately darkened. The emperor was the dignity of a race. At this moment, if they really gave Ling Huang's blood essence, the Eldar would lose face. Pan Huang said gloomily, "Don't be too presumptuous. My emperor is a Nirvana realm powerhouse. Although you're very strong, you might not be a match for him. Since you don't want to give it to me, I'll take it myself. I also want to see how strong Ling Huang is." Qin Shujian couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. Celestial body, a body that was tens of thousands of feet tall appeared. Although it wasn't as tall as the Eldar's body, it wasn't too far off. In the next moment, Qin Shujian slashed out with his saber. The saber was the blood of 1,000 mountains. It was better to leave something like the Godslayer to deal with Ling Huang. The saber tore through the void, causing the expressions of Pan Huang and the others to change. Kill. There was no hesitation. The 3 Earthly Spirit Clan experts attacked at the same time. Boom, the long river of laws appeared vaguely, and the terrifying power shattered the void. Qin Shujian fought against the 3 of them alone. His saber slashed down from the sky, annihilating all the power that came at him. Boom. Boom, the 4 of them fought, and the power was earth-shattering. Only 4 terrifying giants could be seen fighting crazily. The aftermath of the battle. It flattened all the mountains within tens of thousands of miles. With the Earth Spirit Realm as the foundation, the land within millions of miles was the territory of the Earth Eldar. Moreover, there were no other races in the Earth Spirit Clan's territory. Therefore, although the fluctuations here were strong, it didn't attract the attention of the other powerhouses. 2 9th-level celestial being powerhouses, 1 8th-level celestial being powerhouse. When Qin Shujian saw Pan Huang and the others, he knew that the Earth Eldar had indeed hidden his strength. However, this was also within his expectations. 1 more 9th-level celestial being, 1 less 9th-level celestial being, for Qin Shujian, was within the range that he could bear. But judging from the current situation, Ling Huang was indeed in seclusion. After I kill you, let's see if Ling Huang really won't come out. Qin Shujian laughed. The blood of 1,000 mountains erupted with a terrifying cold light, directly tearing apart the long river of laws. At the same time, a terrifying power spread from his body, bursting the surrounding territory. Boom, the power of laws descended. In an instant, Qin Shujian's strength soared. The saber energy was so condensed that it was solid. The destructive power lingered around the saber, and everywhere it passed, the void was shattered. 28,500 combat power. After using lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, it had soared to the 60,000 mark. Coupled with the increase of the power of laws, at this time, Qin Shujian, his combat power had officially broken through the 100,000 mark. 100,000 combat power. this was the foundation of an immortal. In other words, the current Qin Shujian was not much weaker than an ancient true immortal who did not use the power of laws. The saber energy slashed down. The guardian divine general Pan Wu seemed to feel the aura of destruction. When his expression changed drastically, he also shrank the power of the territory to his body and then turned it into a huge defensive barrier. At the same time, Pan Huang and Pan Yu's attacks also erupted, wanting to resolve the crisis of Pan Wu. Boom, the saber slashed down on the barrier. The terrifying power instantly tore the barrier apart. As Pan Wu roared, the blood of 1,000 mountains slashed heavily on the other party's body. Swoosh, the terrifying saber light split a 10,000 feet tall stone man into two. Just as Pan Wu fell, the two's attacks also bombarded Qin Shujian's body. The effect of the 9 tribulations' immortal body was shown at this time. The power that was enough to destroy the world was bombarded. It only cracked Qin Shujian's body, but it quickly recovered. Go, devour the power of his flesh and blood. Qin Shujian asked Jiang Feng, who was like an invisible person, to devour the flesh and blood of the fallen Pan Wu. Although the other party was a mountain in human form, but in fact, at this point, he had already broken free from the shackles of his essence and had the flesh and blood power of a living creature. At this moment, 2 9th-level celestial beings were in front of him. Qin Shujian did not have the time to refine Pan Wu. Besides, the energy that refining an 8th-level celestial being could give him could only be said to not be of much use to him now. Hearing that, Jiang Feng suddenly moved. Black blood mist surged and instantly enveloped the 10,000-foot-tall corpse. Everything happened in an instant. Not long after the battle began, the guardian divine general of the Earth Eldar had already fallen. Pan Huang and Pan Yu were both angry and frightened. This was the suppression of strength. The strength that was comparable to that of an emperor was not something that a few mighty figures could contend against. To be able to deal with an emperor, only an emperor could do it. After killing Pan Wu with one slash and harvesting a wave of life force, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on the remaining two. If I kill all of you, even if the Earth Eldar still has an Earthling Huang, he won't be able to hold on for long. A race. An emperor was a stabilizing force. However, a celestial being was also indispensable. If all the mighty figures of a race died and only one emperor was left, then the race would not be far from destruction. As soon as he finished speaking, Pan Huang and Pan Yu's expressions changed drastically. Then, Pan Huang roared, I am the great elder of the Earth Eldar, Pan Huang. Now that a powerful enemy has invaded the Earth Eldar, please help me kill the enemy. Rumble, a vast aura of providence rose into the air. The Earth Eldar and the Earth Spirit secret realm all shouted in unison, help the great elder kill the enemy. Help the great elder kill the enemy. Help the great elder kill the enemy. His mind soared into the sky and directly broke through the Earth Spirit secret realm. At this moment, Qin Shujian felt as if the surrounding world was rejecting him. That was the disgust of the Earth Eldar's luck. Right now, I really look like a big villain. He could now see the angry Earth Eldar through the Earth Spirit secret realm, and he could also feel the fighting intent of the Eldar's luck. The current him, he was like a villain who forced the Eldar, and the Eldar wanted to work together to destroy him, the enemy. Seeing this, Qin Shujian shook his head and put away the mountain blood. Then, he took out the Godslayer. However, I think I am a decent person. He was a human. The Earth Eldar was an enemy race. If he killed the Earth Eldar now, in the eyes of the human race, Qin Shujian would be a hero. Now, the Earth Eldar's luck was vast. A large amount of luck poured into Pan Huang's body, causing his aura to soar. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the limit of the 9th level of the celestial being and reached the 10th level of the celestial being. His aura swept across the world. The skyrocketing power filled Pan Huang's heart with endless confidence. Qin Shujian, how dare you kill my Earth Spirit clan's divine guardian? Today, I'll kill you right here and now so that the human race will lose a sovereign. Boom, the fist shattered the vacuum. The long river of laws turned into a terrifying domain and descended. Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows and looked at the terrifying attack. The god-slaying saber emitted an endless amount of sharpness and suddenly charged towards Pan Huang. The other party had reached the 10th level of the celestial being with the help of luck. However, such a 10th level celestial being did not have the same improvement in his comprehension of laws. Strictly speaking, he could only be considered a fake 10th level celestial being because his comprehension of laws was still at the 9th level of the celestial being. But even so, Pan Huang's strength also soared. Facing such an expert, Qin Shujian also had to be careful. On the other side, Pan Yu also unleashed all his power and attacked Qin Shujian. Strictly speaking, the current divine guardian was his personal disciple. Pan Wu died. It was also a huge blow to Pan Yu. Apart from that, in Pan Yu's opinion, Qin Shujian's threat was too great. If such an expert was not killed, the Earth Eldar would never have a day of peace. Just as the battle broke out, in the distance, a group of hundreds of players was hiding in a sunken ground. They looked up at the three giants who were fighting and the terrifying power they emitted. It made them tremble in fear. F*CK, they're so F*King strong. The second strongest human expert in the Eastern continent is indeed extremely powerful. The one who died just now was the Earth Eldar's divine guardian, right? I heard that his strength was at the 8th or 9th level of the celestial being, but he was killed with a single slash. The battle in front of them made these players curse in a low voice, but they did not dare to show their faces easily. They originally thought that it was a war between two races and wanted to take this opportunity to get some missions and gain some benefits. In the end, a war was a war. But it was not a war between races as they thought. Instead, it was a human expert challenging an Eldar expert. To be honest, this kind of strength was really fascinating. A player said enviously, to be able to kill an 8th or 9th level celestial being expert with a single slash, this human expert's strength is really terrifying. If he can walk out of the real world, he's probably comparable to the strongest experts in our desolate great world. Probably. The person next to him replied with uncertainty. The 3 continents had a total of players from 3 worlds. The desolate great world, the red jade great world, and the 9 moons great world. The players in the western continent came from the desolate great world. Someone shook his head and said, "What are you thinking? Although the experts in this world are powerful, it's actually just an illusory game world. How can there be a chance to walk out? I just don't know who created this game to be so realistic. I'm guessing that it must be a powerful existence who created this world with his own hands." A player casually replied. The origin of the game world was an extremely mysterious existence to the 3 great worlds. There were experts in each great world who were exploring the origin of this game and the meaning of its existence. However, those things were handled by the top experts in each world. They, who entered the world to find opportunities to improve their cultivation, were not qualified to care so much. What should we do? Are we just going to watch? What can we do if we don't watch? Can't you see that these big bosses are ridiculously strong? With just the few of us, the aftershock from the battle will be enough to wipe us out. It's not a bad idea to watch. Perhaps watching such experts fight will be of some help to our cultivation in the future. That being said, however, some players were still a little jealous when they saw Pan Wu fall. Usually, against such a powerhouse, there was no way they could defeat him. Now that Pan Wu had fallen, there might be some treasures left behind. If they could loot the corpse, even if these players died once, they would still go over to loot the corpse. However, Pan Wu was surrounded by a black and red blood mist. No one dared to enter. Any normal person could see that. There must be a big problem with that black and red blood mist. At this moment, the battle was still ongoing. With the help of Eldar's luck, Pan Huang's strength had also increased greatly. But even so, facing Qin Shujian's attacks, he was still retreating. Fake Celestial being level 10. His control of the rules was not enough, and there was no way to eliminate the rule power on Qin Shujian's body. If that was the case, with the increase of the rule power, Qin Shujian could even wrestle with a Nirvana realm expert. In addition to the power of the Godslayer, although he could not fully unleash it. However, he only activated a little bit. It also had the power to destroy the world. So, although Pan Huang's attacks were heavy, Qin Shujian's attacks were even more fierce. As for Pan Yu, he had been completely reduced to a support. Boom. Kill. Qin Shujian's left hand turned into a fist and collided with Pan Yu's fist. under the impact of the terrifying power. The stone-like arm cracked, and blood seeped out from it. At the same time, the Godslayer slashed out, but its target was Pan Huang. Pan Huang roared angrily. His fist drew the long river of laws and smashed down. The terrifying power turned the space within 10,000 miles into turbulence. The next second, Xianxia took a step forward, suppressing the void. He held the Godslayer with both hands and slashed out fiercely. The saber light tore through the sky. Facing such an attack, Pan Huang was shocked. He did not dare to face Zhu Bing directly and immediately retreated. At this moment, the Godslayer changed the direction of its attack and locked onto Pan Yu. Just as Pan Yu was about to dodge, spirit severing, his divine will turned into a saber and slashed out, violently bombarding Pan Yu's body. His divine will suffered a terrifying attack. It made Pan Yu fall into a short daze. Xianxia endured the discomfort in his mind and slashed down with the Godslayer. Help! The threat of death woke Pan Yu up instantly. However, it was already too late. The Godslayer slashed down and completely swallowed Pan Yu. Then, Xianxia grabbed Pan Yu's body. The red lotus of purgation burned and completely swallowed Pan Yu's body. He was too lazy to swallow Pan Wu before, nor did he have the time to do so. He could not waste Pan Yu now. No matter what, he was still a 9th level heaven being expert. More importantly, after killing Pan Yu, Pan Huang, the great elder of the Eldar, was also stunned. Looking at Pan Yu's body being refined by the red lotus of purgation, as well as Xianxia, who was holding Zhu Bing in one hand and Pan Yu's corpse in the other, there was uncontrollable fear in his eyes. He was scared. At this moment, he was really scared. Even with the blessing of the Eldar's luck, Pan Huang did not have any confidence. The strength that Xianxia displayed, it gave him the illusion that he was facing the emperor of a large clan. That kind of power, it was not something that a 10th level heaven being like him could deal with. Other than worrying about his own safety, Pan Huang was even more worried about the safety of the entire Eldar. At this moment, Pan Wu and Pan Yu had died. If even he died, then other than Ling Huang, there was no other Eldar who could control the situation. I'll say it again. Hand over 2 drops of Ling Huang's blood essence, and I can let your Eldar go. Otherwise, your Eldar can wait to be exterminated. Xianxia sneered and threatened. He was still a little afraid of Ling Huang. After all, Pan Huang had the blessing of the Eldar's luck and had reached such a level. If Ling Huang attacked with all his strength, the other party's strength might not be much weaker than the Demon Emperor and the Divine Emperor. After all, this was the Eldar's territory. However, Xianxia was not too afraid. At this moment, he had killed 2 Eldar Almighties and could leave at any time. Even if Ling Huang attacked, he could not keep him. Hearing this, Pan Huang did not reply. Instead, he shook the Eldar's luck and turned it into a thought that reverberated in the Eldar. The Eldar has encountered a strong enemy. My Emperor, please make a move. Then, a terrifying force awakened in the Earth Spirit secret realm. A powerful aura. Even the Earth Spirit secret realm could not hide it and directly rushed outside. At that moment, the emperors of all the races were alarmed and looked in the direction of the Eldar. Just now, they sensed the aura of Ling Huang. The emperor of a race. No matter how weak the emperor was, he was still worthy of the attention of all the races. So, the moment Ling Huang's aura appeared, all the races received the news. When Ling Huang's aura recovered, Xianxujian's expression also became solemn. In his hand, Pan Yu's corpse was still being refined. In the Earth Spirit secret realm, a stone man that was tens of thousands of feet tall woke up from his deep sleep, and his vast divine consciousness swept out. When the stone man awoke, Yizichen was stunned. In the Earth Spirit secret realm, many Eldar prostrated themselves. Greetings, my Emperor. Who dares to invade my Eldar? Ling Huang ignored the Eldar. Instead, he raised his head to look at the sky of the secret realm that had recovered. Then, he tore the secret realm with both hands and stepped out. In the outside world, with the appearance of Ling Huang, the Eldar's luck that gathered on Pan Huang's body suddenly dissipated, causing his realm to fall back. However, Pan Huang did not panic at all. Instead, he bowed to Ling Huang. Greetings, my Emperor. What happened? Where are the others? Ling Huang did not seem to be completely awake as he looked at Pan Huang and asked. Pan Huang replied respectfully, my emperor, Pan Shan and the others have fallen in the hands of the humans. Pan Wu and Pan Yu were also killed by the humans in front of me. I am no match for them, so I have no choice but to ask for your help. What? The Earth Spirit Emperor came to his senses completely and was enraged. Ling Huang, Eldar's ultimate powerhouse. When he saw the other party appear, Qin Shujian's mind was already solemn. Before the other party could make a move, he had already turned his divine will into a blade and slashed out. At the same time, the Godslayer erupted with shocking power. In an instant, it shattered the void and charged towards Ling Huang. This slash. It was Qin Shujian's peak slash with the help of the rule power that he could still use. That flash of blade light. It was as if it could split heaven and earth. Ling Huang was shocked. He couldn't care less about his anger and immediately responded. He only saw the long river of rule power surging. A mountain peak that was almost solid appeared. That was another form of the domain. Facing such an attack, Ling Huang didn't even think of opening the domain and then devouring Qin Shujian. Because in his opinion, a powerhouse who could unleash such an attack must have extremely powerful control of the rule power. Even if he opened the domain himself, it wouldn't have any effect on it. Fighting against a powerhouse of the same level. It was never one's domain that devoured another's domain. Instead, it was borrowing the power of the rule power to unleash one's strongest power. As for using the domain to weaken it, that was just a way for a powerhouse of a higher realm to crush a cultivator of a lower realm. It was also because of this. After breaking through to the 7th level of the celestial being, Almighties were rarely afraid of being besieged. The reason was, it was because of the existence of the domain. But just as the long river of rule power turned into a mountain peak, Ling Huang felt that the spirit god had suffered an impact, causing him to be stunned for a moment. Soon, Ling Huang woke up. At this moment, that flash of blade light was about to touch his face. There was no hesitation. The long river of rule power surged. The mountain peak shattered the void and collided with the Godslayer. Boom! Zhu Bing's edge was unstoppable. The mountain peak condensed by the long river of rule power was directly torn apart. The stone blade's momentum didn't stop and slashed heavily on Ling Huang's body. Bang! Ling Huang was sent flying, smashing through countless voids. His tens of thousands of feet tall body was almost split into two by the stone saber. Blood splattered everywhere. The scene suddenly fell into a terrifying silence. On the other side, after severely injuring Ling Huang with one slash, Qin Shujian grabbed the red lotus that was refining Pan Yu and shouted, "Let's go!" After saying this, he had already broken through the void and left. Jiang Feng, who was devouring Pan Wu, received the order and immediately fled behind Qin Shujian. At this moment, Jiang Feng, although he didn't completely devour much of Pan Wu's power. However, the other party was a powerhouse at the 8th level of the celestial being realm. The energy contained in his body was not something a first-level celestial being could compare to. Even if he had absorbed quite a lot of it. The injuries on Jiang Feng's body had also completely recovered. Not only that, his strength had even broken through to the 2nd level of the sky-human realm. When Qin Shujian and Jiang Feng left, Pan Huang didn't even try to stop him. "It's not that I don't want to." He didn't react at all. He never expected that the moment Ling Huang appeared, he would be severely injured by Qin Shujian. The strength that the other party displayed. It made Pan Huang terrified. Obviously, Qin Shujian hid his strength very well. When he fought with them, he didn't show his true strength at all. Until Ling Huang appeared. Only then did he erupt. That slash. Pan Huang felt the aura of death and destruction. Without a doubt. With his strength, if he encountered a slash that could severely injure Ling Huang, he would definitely die. Now Qin Shujian had escaped. In Pan Huang's opinion, the other party might be an arrow at the end of its flight. But even so, he didn't dare to chase after him. Afraid, Pan Huang was afraid of death, In addition, now that Di Ling Huang was severely injured for no reason, he knew that he couldn't die. Once he died. If Di Ling Huang was seriously injured again, then even with the Earth Spirit Realm, he might not be able to block the attacks of other races. That was Di Ling Huang? The players, who had been reduced to spectators, were all stunned. Di Ling Huang, without a doubt, that was indeed Di Ling Huang. With a body of tens of thousands of feet, Pan Huang, the great Eldar elder, was like a younger brother in front of the other party. And the powerful aura that he emitted. It was already enough to make people's hearts tremble. That terrifying aura. It had already exceeded their imagination. It was as if the supreme experts of the desolate great world were inferior. However, such an expert was severely injured by Qin Shujian with a single slash. These players didn't know Qin Shujian's strength, but the other party had severely injured Ling Huang with a single slash and left. Obviously, he had consumed a lot of energy. However, no matter how much energy he had consumed, to be able to severely injure an expert of this level with a single slash was also a shocking thing. The surrounding players. Now, they were also in a daze. After hearing this, they said hesitantly, it should be Di Ling Huang. Hearing this, the hearts of all the players were beating violently. There was no other reason. It was purely because of nervousness. They didn't expect that they would encounter such a shocking battle when they just wanted to come over to freeload a few missions. Some players looked at the severely injured Di Ling Huang. That slash had almost split the Emperor in half, and blood was still flowing non-stop. Blood fell to the ground. Like rolling magma, it corroded the ground. The blood of a clan's emperor could easily suppress an ordinary celestial cultivator. Such blood dripped to the ground. One could imagine the destruction it caused. Do you think we have a chance to kill this boss? At the moment, Di Ling Huang looked as if he would die at any moment. A heavily injured and dying boss was an irresistible temptation. If they could kill Di Ling Huang, the experience points they would obtain would probably allow them to break through to the celestial realm. However, after hearing this player's words, the others looked at him as if they were looking at a fool. It was true that Di Ling Huang was heavily injured, but even if he was heavily injured, he was still the strongest of a clan. An existence of this level. Not to mention alive. Even if he was dead, the aura on his body could suppress them. If they really attacked, then it wouldn't be Di Ling Huang being killed. It would be sending him to his death. The gaze of his teammate. It made that player's face a little hot, and then he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Yes, that's right. He was tempted by Di Ling Huang. But he made a slip of the tongue. There was no need to do this. On the other side, Qin Shujian had already left Eldar's territory while devouring the Red Lotus. Running away after one slash was his current strategy. There was no other way. Using an ancestral armament consumed an enormous amount of energy. With his current strength, he was only able to use an ancestral armament once. Furthermore, he would not be able to unleash all of the ancestral armament's might. According to what the God-slaying saber said, that was, with his current strength, he could at most unleash 30% of Zhu Bing's power. However, even 30% of its power was enough to destroy heaven and earth. After all, Godslayer at its peak was an existence that could even kill an ancient true immortal. 30% of its power could severely injure Di Ling Huang. It was a piece of cake. It's just that, Di Ling Huang seems to be a little retarded. Qin Shujian sighed. Really? He had never felt so good about slashing. Di Ling Huang was like a hothead. He didn't use his domain to weaken his rules. Instead, he relied on his own strength to withstand that peak slash. Qin Shujian estimated. With all his various buffs, his combat strength had already exceeded the 100,000 mark. Coupled with the 30% of Godslayer's power. The power that he could unleash. It was at least 3 to 500,000. When Di Ling Huang first appeared, Qin Shujian used his Dharma Eye to see that the other party was still at the 10th level of the Celestial Being realm. He hadn't really broken through to the Nirvana realm. But to be able to become the emperor of a clan, it wasn't something that could be measured simply by realm. with Di Ling Huang's strength. He could also defeat an ordinary Nirvana realm expert in one battle. It was a pity. Di Ling Huang misjudged Qin Shujian's realm and the sharpness of Godslayer. In the end, he was severely injured by the slash. However, Di Ling Huang's strength is really strong. I thought that the slash could kill him, but in the end, he was only seriously injured. Qin Shujian felt a little regretful. If he could kill Di Ling Huang, perhaps this time he could destroy the entire Eldar by himself. But it was a pity. He failed. In the end, it was because he wasn't strong enough to kill Di Ling Huang. Thinking of Di Ling Huang's strength, Qin Shujian silently absorbed the power of the Red Lotus to recover his own consumption. If I can break through to the 6th level of the Celestial Being realm and activate Zhu Bing in my peak state, I should be able to kill Di Ling Huang. The premise is that the other party stands there and slashes at me. Yes. Slashes at each other, just like just now. Di Ling Huang was like a hothead. He directly used his own strength to block Godslayer's attack. Or else, it was still a little difficult. In terms of his own strength, Qin Shujian was actually not much different from the emperors of various clans. There was really a gap. It was in the use of the rules. The difference between the increase of the rules and the increase of the rules was very big. If it weren't for this problem, Qin Shujian would have rolled up his sleeves and gone against Di Ling Huang. Unfortunately, he couldn't. This gap was the reason why he couldn't really fight against the emperor. Although he had the deterrent power of the emperor. But he didn't have the endurance of the emperor. Back and forth, it was just that slash. After it was done, it was gone. Qin Shujian sighed and said, "When can I last a little longer?" "Not too long, but at least a few more slashes." In that case, he wouldn't be as embarrassed as he was now. Di Ling Huang was seriously injured, and he couldn't even deal the final blow. If he could deal the final blow, not to mention 2 drops of Di Ling Huang's blood essence, even if it was all of the blood essence, he could get it. If you want to activate Zhu Bing, you either have to consume vital essence or infuse the power of the rules. Godslayer suddenly replied and said, "When you break through to the 7th level of the Celestial Being realm in the future, you should be able to last a little longer." 7th level of the Celestial Being realm, Qin Shujian looked at the source of life and then at the Guiyuan ancestral canon. This request was a little difficult. The source of life had not exceeded 10 billion. The road to improvement was still far away. After silently absorbing the Red Lotus, Qin Shujian replenished all the energy he had consumed. "Go, let's go to the Eldar again." Looking at Jiang Feng, who was standing there motionless, he said lightly. His strength had been restored. He would definitely come back again. On the other side, there was dead silence in the Earth Spirit secret realm. Just now, 2 celestial beings had died in battle, and Di Ling Huang was seriously injured. Such an unforeseen event. It made the entire Eldar fall into panic. Pan Huang didn't care about these trivial matters at this time. In the main hall, the Earth Spirit Emperor transformed into a middle-aged man and sat on the main seat. Pan Huang sat on the seat below him. "Tell me, what happened?" Di Ling Huang was completely awake now. He was seriously injured by a slash. He had to wake up even if he wasn't. He had been in seclusion for so long. Just as he was about to break through to the Nirvana realm, he was summoned by Pan Huang. So what if he came out? It wasn't a big problem. As soon as he came out, he was seriously injured. He was about to break through to the Nirvana realm, but because of this problem, it had to be delayed for a long time. However, what really made Di Ling Huang angry was that, not only was he seriously injured, but the Eldar's almighty experts had almost died. He went into seclusion once. The Earth Spirit clan's top-notch experts were almost wiped out. Although the Eldar were all mountain spirits, Di Ling Huang was still so angry that his liver hurt. Pan Huang didn't hide anything and told him everything that had happened recently. Di Ling Huang's expression was gloomy as he said, "We should have wiped out the human race 200,000 years ago." The hateful demon race left the heavenly demon temple in the East Continent, which led to the revival of the human race. After learning about these things, not only was he angry at the human race, but he was also dissatisfied with the demon race. If the demon race hadn't left the heavenly demon temple in the East Continent, with the power of the heavenly demon temple, they could have crossed the heavy river. How could the heaven-earth restriction of the East Continent stop the myriad races? However, Di Ling Huang was just saying that. Now that the Eldar had suffered heavy losses, it couldn't be separated from the demon race, so it was normal for him to be dissatisfied. As for the heavenly demon temple, Di Ling Huang knew a little about it. It was accidentally left in the East Continent during the war in the past. The demon race didn't do it on purpose. Pan Huang said solemnly, "Your Majesty, now that our race has suffered heavy losses and you've been seriously injured by Qin Shujian, if the other races take this opportunity to attack our Eldar, I'm afraid it will be difficult for our race to survive this crisis. Ask the demon race for help." The Earth Spirit Emperor took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Then, he opened them again and said calmly, "Ask for help? No matter what, our Eldar is a subordinate race of the demon race. In order to deal with the human race, we have to put in a lot of effort and even lost several almighty figures. Now, there are human powerhouses attacking us. Logically speaking, the demon race has to take action. Otherwise, what's the point of our Eldar relying on the demon race? If that's the case, why don't our Eldar join the human race?" Di Ling Huang said coldly. Of course. Joining the human race was just his angry words. The human race had killed the Eldar so miserably, and the two sides were already mortal enemies. It was almost impossible for them to join the human race at this time. Di Ling Huang was not afraid that the demon race wouldn't care. After all, the Eldar's sacrifice was obvious to all. This time, they had provoked Qin Shujian. It could also be blamed on the Eldar fighting for the demon race. At this time, the demon race had to set an example. Otherwise, which other race would be willing to work for the demon race? Also, Di Ling Huang's expression softened a little, and he said calmly, "Even if the news of my serious injuries spreads, the other races won't act rashly." Among the Eldar, he had absolute confidence. So what if he was seriously injured? With the blessing of the Eldar's luck, his strength would reach an unimaginable level. This was also why there would often be battles in the three continents, but there would rarely be a reason for the destruction of a race. In the end, it was because the foundation of every race could borrow luck to fight against the enemy. At that time, the 10th level of the Heaven Realm was comparable to the Nirvana Realm. The strength of a Nirvana Realm expert was even close to that of a half-immortal or even an ancient perfected immortal. If that was the case, unless it was an absolute suppression. Otherwise, it was not that easy to destroy a race. Pan Huang was worried and said, "But now that more and more experts of our race have died, the luck of our race has also been lost a lot. If this continues, it will be a big problem. Seal the mystic realm. There shouldn't be any more twists and turns in the next 1,000 years." Di Ling Huang also sighed and said, "It's a pity that the heavens and earth are now born in the East Continent. The heavens and earth of our three continents are no longer born, and there are no extra connate spiritual objects born. Over the years, the various races have lost a lot of Dao artifacts, and they have already announced that they are out. There had to be a Dao artifact to suppress the luck. There was no need for the Earth Eldar to worry about the loss of luck. But after so many years, the Dao artifacts of the three continents had been severely depleted. Apart from the few large clans who had Dao artifacts, the rest of the clans did not have many Dao artifacts. It was also because of this, the various races had to rely on experts to suppress the luck of a race. Expand the territory. Giving birth to enough clansmen could increase the luck. However, in order to prevent the loss of luck, there had to be enough experts to suppress the luck. The stronger the experts who suppressed the luck, the better. In the past, the Earth Eldar had Di Ling Huang and several mighty figures. The luck could be said to be impregnable, and there was no need to worry about the problem of loss. But now, even without Pan Huang saying it, Di Ling Huang could feel that the luck of the Earth Eldar was slowly decreasing. The luck of the Earth Eldar was too vast. With the current strength of the Earth Eldar, he could not bear such a powerful luck. So, the excess luck gradually disappeared. At this moment, the sky of the Earth Spirit Mystic Realm collapsed, and a hearty voice came from outside, "Di Ling Huang, come out and take a beating." "How dare you?" Di Ling Huang was furious. In the next moment, he had already disappeared from the palace. Pan Huang's face was also as gloomy as water as he followed closely behind Di Ling Huang. In the outside world, Qin Shujian raised his stone saber and looked at Di Ling Huang and Pan Huang in front of him with a faint smile on his face. It was different from the last time he took out his true body. This time, the two of them transformed into their human forms to meet each other. Di Ling Huang stared coldly at Qin Shujian and shouted, "Human, don't go too far. Ben Huang really can't do anything to you." As for Qin Shujian's return, Di Ling Huang was really angry. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. The other party had returned at this time. It was obvious that he wanted to rub the dignity of the Eldar on the ground. If it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't confident in instantly killing Qin Shujian, Di Ling Huang would have already made his move. Di Ling Huang was furious. Qin Shujian didn't care at all, and said with a faint smile, "When your Eldar besieged my human race in the past, did you ever think that today would happen? I can't be bothered to talk so much nonsense with you. With my current strength, it's true that I can't kill the Eldar. However, your Earth Spirit Mystic Realm can't stop me either, unless your Di Ling Huang doesn't sleep or rest day and night, watching the changes in the Earth Spirit Mystic Realm. Otherwise, I'd like to see how many people your Eldar has for me to kill." Hearing this, Di Ling Huang's eyes burned with anger as he said with killing intent, "You really want to fight to the death with my Eldar? I already said that your Eldar besieged my human race. Didn't our races already fight to the death? Why do you have to repeat such nonsense?" Qin Shujian waved his hand, then looked at Ling Huang who was about to explode and said with a faint smile, "I won't talk nonsense with you. Hand over 2 drops of Ling Huang's essence blood. No matter if it's yours or the past Ling Huang's, as long as you give me 2 drops of essence blood, then I'll leave without saying anything else. I can also promise that I won't use the same method to harass your Eldar. How about it, Di Ling Huang, have you thought it through?" His goal this time. He wanted to get a drop of the Emperor's essence blood to create the Heaven List. As for the 2 drops that he wanted, it was just for his own cultivation. Di Ling Huang's anger subsided, but the aura on his body became colder and colder. "You're threatening Ben Huang? My Eldar has existed since the beginning of heaven and earth. In the ancient times, we were a large race. Don't mention the past. To be able to survive until now, which race hasn't existed since the beginning of heaven and earth? Your Eldar is a large ancient race, my human race is a peak ancient race. Even the Emperor of Heaven was a human. Did I tell you that?" Qin Shujian looked at Ling Huang like he was looking at an idiot. "In terms of foundation, which race in the 4 great continents can compare to my human race? There's no point in talking about the past. If we really return to the ancient times, if your Eldar dared to attack my human race, you would have been destroyed by the experts of my human race. You wouldn't even have the chance to talk nonsense here. One sentence, are you giving me the 2 drops of essence blood or not? If not, I'll come to your Earth Spirit secret realm when I have time. Your Ling Huang's strength is indeed strong, but he definitely won't be able to keep me here." Qin Shujian was speaking openly. Either give him the essence blood, or continue to harass the Eldar. From his point of view, unless Ling Huang wanted to die together with him, the probability of him refusing was not high. As expected, the Earth Spirit King stared at him for a long time, then slowly said, "I can give you the essence blood, but as I said before, you can't have it. Don't think that my indulgence will give you the right to do whatever you want. If you really push Ben Huang too far, even if I can't take you down, but other people of the human race won't be able to do the same. At that time, my Eldar will fight it out with your human race. Let's see who can last until the end." At this time, he did not want to fight with Qin Shujian. In Ling Huang's heart, the Eldar was still the most important. But an emperor also had dignity. If Qin Shujian kept on doing this, then Ling Huang would personally go to the human race's territory and let them know that an emperor was not to be trifled with. To this, Qin Shujian did not care and said, "I'm a man of my word. Don't worry, Ling Huang." He was not afraid that Ling Huang would go to the human race's territory. The human emperor was not dead yet. With Ling Huang's strength, going there would be suicide. Qin Shujian could not wait for him to do so. However, He didn't say these words out loud. If he really angered the Earth Spirit Emperor and made him want to kill him, it wouldn't be in his interest. In the end, Ling Huang still gave in. For the sake of the Earth Eldar, this emperor endured humiliation and forced out 2 drops of blood essence for Qin Shujian. Yes. Ling Huang used his own blood essence. The previous Earthling Huang had been dead for countless years. Even if there was blood essence left, it would have been refined by him. Qin Shujian wanted Ling Huang's blood essence. There was no other way but to obtain the materials on the spot. Looking at the 2 drops of pale golden blood in front of him that were emitting a terrifying pressure, Qin Shujian put them away. Then, he looked at Ling Huang, whose aura was a little dispirited, and said with a faint smile, "I came a little early and disturbed Ling Huang's breakthrough. It would be even better if these 2 drops of blood essence were of the Nirvana realm." "Human, you're going too far." Ling Huang resisted the urge to kill. Seeing this, Qin Shujian did not continue to provoke Ling Huang. If he provoked this emperor and really fought with him, he might not have an easy time. Then, Qin Shujian cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for Ling Huang's blood essence this time. If there's a chance in the future, I'll come and have a chat with you again. Goodbye." After saying that, he turned around and left. "Emperor." Pan Huang looked aggrieved. The dignified Ling Huang was forced to lose 2 drops of blood essence. This matter was a disgrace to the entire Eldar. Pan Huang had never expected Qin Shujian to be so powerful. Ling Huang's turbulent aura calmed down and he said indifferently, "From today onwards, seal the Earth Spirit secret realm. The Eldar will not participate in anything for 1,000 years. "Yes." Pan Huang respectfully accepted the order. The current Eldar could no longer withstand any torment. If this continued, his race would be wiped out. When Qin Shujian left, the Earth Eldar then sent out a message, "Seal the Earth Spirit secret realm from today onwards, and will not participate in any battles for the next 1,000 years, when the news spread. This caused many forces to be astonished. The tremors in front of the Eldar had already made people wonder if there was a strong enemy attacking the Eldar. At this time, after hearing the news from Eldar, immediately, many races and forces had sent experts to Eldar's territory to investigate the situation. Since the Earth Eldar had sealed the Earth Spirit secret realm, that would be equivalent to the Eldar giving up his territory in the outside world. In this way, the various races would be able to step into it as they wished without being seen as a provocation. The Fiend Race Mystic Realm, the original main hall, had been replaced by the Heavenly Demon Temple. The Demon Emperor lived in the Heavenly Demon Temple. Below him were many experts of the demon race. Not long ago, Ling Huang's aura was revealed, and now he announced that the Earth Spirit secret realm is sealed. "Do you know which force attacked the Eldar and forced Ling Huang to seal the Earth Spirit secret realm?" The Demon Emperor looked at the many demon saints below and said calmly. "Just like the Eastern continent. Only those who had broken through to the 7th level of the celestial being could be called demon saints." At this moment, there were more than 20 demon saints sitting here, showing the powerful strength of the demon race. Some time ago, when they besieged the human race, the demon race did not use all their strength. They still left many demon saints to guard the demon race secret realm. 4. To prevent other races from taking the opportunity to sneak attack the demon race's base camp. Hearing this, Demon Saint Tianhong shook his head and said, "I've already sent people to inquire about the news, but there's no movement for the time being. I believe there will be news soon." The Demon Emperor nodded slightly, then said, "Is there any movement from the human race?" The human race now occupies an area of 100,000 miles, and there are no signs of advancing for the time being. However, there are many human cultivators active in our western continent. Tianhong replied without hesitation. At the mention of the human race, the atmosphere in the Heavenly Demon Temple became much gloomier. The demon race had dominated the western continent for hundreds of thousands of years. When had they ever encountered such a failure? In that battle, not only was the Demon Emperor injured, but even a few demon saints had died. The Demon Emperor said, "Pass down Benhuang's order to kill all the humans who enter the western continent. At the same time, let the other forces take action. Other than our subordinate races, the other races might not listen to our orders. It doesn't matter whether they listen to the order or not. Anyway, just spread the news. In addition, there's an additional reward. Anyone who kills a human can come to the demon race to receive the reward. Ben Huang wants to see how many humans there are to kill. It's not the ancient times anymore. The human race has been silent for so many years. They should be fending for themselves in the eastern continent. If they dare to come out now, they're courting death. The demon emperor said coldly with a gloomy expression. The human race could forget about taking root in the 3 continents. At least. In the western continent, he wanted to make it difficult for the human race to move. The human emperor was indeed strong, but as the emperor of the human race, how could he dare to leave the territory of the human race so easily? If the various races were determined to attack him, no matter how strong the human emperor was, he would still be at risk of dying under the encirclement of many emperors. Therefore, in the demon emperor's opinion, the human emperor did not dare to leave the territory of the human race. However, the human emperor was indeed strong. At least, the demon emperor was not confident that he could defeat the other party. Now that the restrictions of heaven and earth have been opened and the rules of heaven and earth have been perfected, the path above the heavens and earth has been completely opened. Ben Huang will enter seclusion in the next few days. If there's nothing major, don't disturb him. Is His Majesty about to break through? A demon saint asked excitedly. With the demon emperor's current strength, there was only one reason for seclusion, and that was to break through to a higher level. Hearing this, the other demon saints were also excited. The demon emperor was already in the nirvana realm. If he broke through again, he would be in the realm of an ancient true immortal. Now, in the 4 continents, the strongest existence was only in the nirvana realm. If at this time, the demon clan could produce an expert of the ancient immortal level, then which force in the 4 great continents would be able to stop the demon clan, at that time? The demon race would be the only top race in the 4 continents. The demon emperor smiled and said, "It's still too early to say if I can break through. However, the rules of heaven and earth have been perfected, and the emperors of the other races should be preparing to break through. We demons can't fall behind. Now is not the past. Although the nirvana realm seems to be the top, sooner or later, an ancient true immortal will be born. When that time comes, only a true immortal will have the absolute right to speak." "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Tian Hong was the first to congratulate him, as if the demon emperor had already broken through to the true immortal. The rest were the same. The demon emperor smiled faintly, obviously very pleased. Breaking through to the true immortal realm, it was also his obsession. The demon race had a very long lifespan, but so what if it was long? The heavenly human demon race could live for at most 20,000 years. And breaking through to the true immortal realm, their lifespan could reach 129,600 years. For this realm, the demon emperor had a desire in his heart. At this moment, Tian Hong's expression suddenly froze. He looked at the demon emperor and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, the Earth Eldar has sent news back." "Speak." Seeing Tian Hong's stiff expression, the demon emperor was not too concerned. As for the other demon saints, they all turned their attention to Tian Hong. They also wanted to know what happened to the Earth Eldar. Everything was fine. Why did the Earth Eldar seal the Earth Spirit Mystic Realm? Tian Hong coughed softly and said, "The Earth Eldar sent news that it was Xianxia of the human race who attacked the Earth Eldar and killed the current Divine Guardian General Pan Wu and the previous Divine Guardian General Pan Yu. In the end, he forced the Earthling Huang to come out of seclusion. In the end, he severely injured the Earthling Huang and forced him to seal the Earth Spirit Mystic Realm." Boom! As soon as Tian Hong finished speaking, there was a huge commotion in the main hall. No one expected this. This was the reason the Earth Eldar sealed the Earth Spirit Mystic Realm. Even the faint smile on the demon emperor's face disappeared at this moment. The human race, Qin Shujian. He would never forget this name. Severely injuring the God Race High Priest was one of the main culprits behind the failure of the various races to besiege the human race. All the forces. They were all familiar with this name. But the biggest reason why the demon emperor remembered Qin Shujian was because the godslayer who severely injured him came from Qin Shujian. In other words, to a certain extent, the demon emperor could be considered to have been indirectly injured by Qin Shujian. The other demon saints also had a drastic change of expression at this moment. If I remember correctly, the Earthling Huang was about to break through to the Nirvana realm, but he was seriously injured by Qin Shujian. This news was truly beyond their expectations. One had to know. Qin Shujian had severely injured the high priest of the god race because he had exploded a 7-seal Dao artifact. That was how he had found the right opportunity to attack. Moreover, at that time, the high priest of the god race was also injured because of the backlash from the divination. It could be said that Qin Shujian had an unfair advantage. The other forces did not know the situation, but how could the demon race not know the reason? So, although many demon saints were wary of the second strongest human, they did not think that the other party really had the strength to rival the emperor. But now, the Earthling Huang was seriously injured by the other party. One had to know that the Earthling Huang was not injured at all, and in terms of strength, he was not weaker than the god race high priest. He was a veritable emperor. In this situation, the Earthling Huang was seriously injured, and the Earth Eldar had lost another 2 mighty figures because of this. These demon saints also understood why the Earth Spirit secret realm was sealed. The demon emperor's expression was indifferent as he said, "Tell me the details of the situation?" The Earth Eldar did not say too much in detail, and now that the Earth Spirit secret realm is sealed, we have no way to take the initiative to send in the news. Tianhong shook his head helplessly. Speaking of which, he was also a little speechless about the Eldar. He did not speak in detail, but gave a general idea. In that case, it was better not to give any information at all. Trash. The demon emperor cursed angrily. He did not know if he was cursing Tianhong or the Earthling Huang. Perhaps it was both. To this, Tianhong pretended not to hear it at all. Then, the demon emperor said, "Pay close attention to Qin Shujian's movements. In addition, the other human who is Zhu Bing needs to be watched closely. As long as he dares to leave the human territory, he must be killed." Yes. In addition, find a way to spread this bounty to the human race. Whoever can hand over the Zhu Bing to the demon race will be guaranteed to become an immortal. In the end, the demon emperor added one more sentence. He did not expect that the human race would hand over the Zhu Bing to the demon race. However, this did not stop him from disgusting the human race. It would be good if he could take the opportunity to divide the human race. If not, then forget it. Anyway, the demon race did not lose anything. P.S. I'll give you a small chapter. We'll talk about the rest during the day. In addition, because some trainee accounts have been deliberately stirring up trouble recently, they have set up a rule that only 500 fans can comment. I believe that there should be 500 fans here. After all, a full subscription has 7,000 to 10,000 fans. If not, there's nothing we can do about it. Before Qin Shujian returned to the human race. A piece of news. It had already exploded in the 3 continents. Qin Shujian of the human race attacked the Eldar, killed 2 mighty figures of the Eldar, and severely injured Ling Huang, who had broken out of seclusion. In the end, he forced the Eldar to seal the secret realm and not dare to appear for 1,000 years. When this news spread out, immediately, the momentum of the human race increased by a lot. With the strength of a single person, he was able to force the clan to seal the secret realm. With such strength, he was considered the top in the 3 continents. Ling Huang did not say too many details, nor did he say that he was forced to hand over 2 drops of essence blood. This matter was too embarrassing. If word got out, it would only discredit the Eldar. So, in this way, it created an illusion that Qin Shujian's strength was really terrifying. To be able to be in the Eldar's territory. To force the Eldar to seal the secret realm. Only those emperors of the big clans could do this. After all, no matter what, the Eldar was also a medium-sized force. Ling Huang was half a step into the Nirvana realm, and with the help of the Eldar's luck, in the Eldar's territory, the other party was a supreme expert of the Nirvana realm. But even so, Ling Huang was still defeated. If there were still people who doubted Qin Shujian's strength before and whether he could compare to the emperor of a clan, then at this moment, there was no doubt. Well done. Haha, I didn't expect Sect Master Qin to leave the eastern continent to fight the Earth Spirit clan. If I had known earlier, I would have asked him to invite us. Who knows, we might have been able to take advantage of the opportunity to destroy the Earth Spirit clan. In the East City, after Dan Hao received the news, he first laughed heartily, then shook his head regretfully. At the moment, the four cities were suppressing the entire human race's passage. Apart from the original four city lords, many experts of the imperial court were also guarding here. The main purpose. This was to prevent any sneak attacks from the various races. After all, the four Saint Realm Masters, combined with the four cities and the spirit arrays that covered the surrounding 100,000 kilometers, were more than enough to kill an ordinary Almighty Master. However, if they were to encounter a Supreme Master from an entire clan, they would still fall short. As such, Dan Hao and the rest were overseeing this place precisely in order to prevent such a situation from happening. Inside the formation, with each additional celestial, their battle prowess would increase by a bit. With the four cities as the foundation, it was enough to make this place impregnable. However, a few days ago, Dan Hao had been recuperating in seclusion. As for the news of Qin Shujian's arrival in Eastern City, he did not receive it in advance. After the other party left, only then did he know that Sovereign Qin had come to the East City. Hearing this, the East City Lord shook his head and laughed. The Earth Eldar is not weak. If he brings you along, Sect Master Qin may not be able to beat the Earth Eldar into the sealed secret realm. What do you mean by that? Am I really that weak? Dan Hao's face turned red. What was the meaning of this? Is the great Ding Yuan general so weak, although he had not broken through to the Almighty Realm? But the previous battle had already made Dan Hao understand something in his heart. He was confident. In the next few years, he would definitely be able to step into the Almighty Realm. Once he broke through to the Almighty Realm, in the entire human race, they would be ranked among the top powerhouses. However, even now, Dan Hao was confident that he was one of the few powerhouses of the human race. A half-step Almighty was not a joke. The East City Lord did not argue with the other party and said with a faint smile, this time, Sovereign Qin killed 2 Almighties of the Earth Eldar. I heard that they were the former Divine Guardian General and the current Divine Guardian General. These 2 Earth Eldar powerhouses were at least at the 8th level of the Celestial Being Realm. Needless to say, Ling Huang was at the 10th level of the Celestial Being Realm. In the Earth Eldar's territory, he was comparable to the Nirvana Realm. So what if he was at the 8th level of the Celestial Being Realm? During the battle, I also killed an Almighty. Dan Hao's eyes widened in anger. So what if he was Almighty? Was he that great? It was as if no one had killed an Almighty before. The East City Lord said, General Dan is amazing. He was too lazy to argue with the other party. Everyone knew that the Almighty that Dan Hao killed was at the 7th level of the Celestial Being Realm. But there was something to be said. The other party had indeed killed an Almighty powerhouse. After all, a seriously injured Almighty was still an Almighty. Seeing the East City Lord's indifferent expression, Dan Hao was furious and wanted to drag the other party out to compete. To this, the East City Lord waved his hand and said, General Dan, now that the Earth Eldar has sealed the secret realm, Sovereign Qin's actions will probably cause other forces to be wary. There may be powerhouses coming to attack. Humph, let's fight. Who's afraid of who? We can take this opportunity to train our troops. The human race has been peaceful for thousands of years. It should have been like this long ago. Dan Hao was not afraid at all. So what if there was a great battle? The accumulation of the human race for thousands of years was not so fragile. If there was really a great battle, maybe they could take this opportunity to give birth to some powerhouses. Not to mention anything else. Just in the previous battle alone, many of the surviving cultivators had already broken through their original shackles. It was common for the genuine martial realm to break through the spirit martial realm and the spirit martial realm to break through the divine martial realm. Even some of the powerhouses at the peak of the divine martial realm were already preparing to break through to the celestial being realm. It could be said that although the human race had suffered heavy losses in this battle, but at the same time, it was also giving birth to many new powerhouses. In Dan Hao's opinion, the human race had been silent for too long. A few thousand years might not be a long time for the various races, but for the human race's 100 years of lifespan, a few thousand years, it was already a long time. Now that the human race had been silent for too long, it was time for them to fight. Originally, Dan Hao thought, when they attacked the demon race, it would be a war to baptize the entire human race. In the end, however, the demon race fled first. Until now. Only then did the real battle break out. There were heavy casualties in this battle, but the harvest was also huge. If the human race doesn't fight, how can they give birth to enough powerhouses? In thousands of years, the number of celestial beings born in the East continent can be counted on one hand. Is this because the human race is not talented enough? No, it's because they slacked off. They forgot the crisis of the human race, causing their cultivation to stagnate. Look at how many cultivators at the peak of the divine martial realm are in seclusion now. How many celestial beings can be born in the future? If we don't fight, how can we be reborn? Dan Hao's expression was resolute as he said sternly. More than 6,000 years ago, why was the human race able to drive the demon race out, other than having a supreme powerhouse like the human emperor? It was because at that time, the human race was not afraid of death or war. The new generation of powerhouses was endless. At that time. However, the number of celestial beings who died in battle was more than the number of celestial beings left in this era. In terms of environmental conditions, how could the human race thousands of years ago or even tens of thousands of years ago compare to the human race now? But now, the number of powerhouses born in the human race was not as many as when they were struggling to survive under the demon race. So much so that the demon race could still have 12 demon saints after being defeated. The human race only had 7 or 8 mighty figures at most. In this situation, to put it bluntly, the human race had slacked off. They had forgotten the hatred of the past and the omnipresent crisis. Now that the 3 continents were connected, the tragic battle ahead was enough to wake the entire human race up. Dan Hao could foresee. It wouldn't be long before many powerhouses of the human race appeared out of nowhere. The East City Lord also felt something in his heart. He nodded and said, the human race has indeed slacked off. However, he looked at Dan Hao and said with a laugh, you, Dan Hao, are not much better. You haven't broken through to become a mighty figure for thousands of years. If you hadn't cultivated a life-prolonging cultivation method, you would have turned into a skeleton long ago. You say others are slacking off. Aren't you the same? Hearing that, Dan Hao's face suddenly darkened. However, he did not refute the East City Lord's words. That's right. The human race had slacked off. He had also slacked off. If he hadn't cultivated a life-prolonging cultivation method and obtained a lot of life-prolonging spiritual herbs, with the lifespan of a celestial being powerhouse of thousands of years, he would have turned into a skeleton long ago. The limit of a celestial being was 7,000 years. That was for ordinary cultivators. For the powerhouses of the imperial court, they had a lot of life-prolonging spiritual herbs. It was not a big problem to push their lifespan to the limit of 10,000 years. After provoking Dan Hao with a simple sentence, the East City Lord stopped talking. During this period of time, the other party had been in charge of the East City. He had almost forgotten who the City Lord was. He always pressed on his head and made decisions on his own. To this, although the East City Lord was not angry, he still had to discuss Dan Hao. Otherwise, others would think the City Lord of the East City was Dan Hao, not him. Immediately, the East City Lord smiled again and said, speaking of which, during this period of time, many people have gone deep into the 3 continents. I don't know what they can get. It's hard to say. Dan Hao shook his head and said, but there are a lot of foreign races who want to sneak into the East continent. Unfortunately, it's just wishful thinking to avoid the detection of the sky-reaching mirror. In front of the sky-reaching mirror, there was nowhere for any race to hide. It was impossible to walk through the passage. At this point, Dan Hao said, there are a lot of foreign races in the four cities now. What do you think? What can I think? Let's just wait and see. The East City Lord said slowly with an indifferent expression. The current situation is much better than we expected. At least not all the races and forces want to be enemies with the human clan. Most of the forces are in a wait-and-see attitude. The only ones who are really enemies with us are the Demon Clan, the God Clan and a few other races. In my opinion, these neutral forces can be roped in. After all, it's hard to stand alone. The human clan is still far from being enemies with all the other races. It was not 200,000 years ago now. 200,000 years ago. The human clan was the enemy of the whole world. The races in the 3 continents had all participated in the war against the human clan. But 200,000 years had passed. Sometimes, a choice had to be made. Hatred was hatred. However, judging from the current situation of the human race, it was obviously impossible to destroy all the races. The only way to do this was to rope in some races and suppress others. Dan Hao glanced at him and said indifferently, those neutral races are also people who do not rise early without benefits. It's not that easy to rope them in. Do you have the capital to move them? In Brother Dan's opinion, what about the East Continent? Boom, a shocking aura exploded. Dan Hao stared coldly at the East City Lord and said word by word. Absolutely impossible. The East Continent was the human clan's bottom line. If they let go of the East Continent, the last trump card of the human clan would be gone. Dan Hao said coldly, Huazhan, I'm warning you. Don't have such thoughts again. The East Continent is the foundation of the human clan. We can't let the foreign races touch it. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it will be a situation of misery and suffering. It's fine if you say this in front of me. If you really dare to make a decision on your own, I'll be the first to kill you. The killing intent was so condensed that it was almost tangible. It caused the City Lord's mansion to be covered by this terrifying intent. The East City Lord, Huazhan, lowered his eyes and said calmly, Brother Dan, there's no need to be angry. I just said it casually. Moreover, for so many years, we've excavated everything that can be excavated in the East Continent. What's left is just some territory. It's not a bad choice to give some to the other races in exchange for a group of allies. At this point, the East City Lord looked up at Dan Hao. The other party's killing intent did not affect him at all. The West Continent, the South Continent, and the North Continent are also full of different races. It's normal for the human clan to be dissatisfied with the East Continent. Even if you're dissatisfied, hold it in. The role of the city lords of the 4 cities is to ensure that the East Continent will not be touched by the foreign races. Dan Hao's voice was cold and irresistible. Huazhan, if you think that you can't be the city lord of the East City, then I'll report to His Majesty and change the city lord of the East City. That way, you won't betray the human clan and collude with the foreign races one day. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Brother Dan, you're exaggerating. I'm just casually mentioning it. The Hua family has fought for the human clan for generations. Thousands of years ago, the Hua family also lost 2 heavenly beings in the battle against the demon clan. In terms of contributions, to put it bluntly, you can't compare to the Hua family. The East City Lord said mercilessly. Dan Hao suppressed the anger in his heart. The killing intent that covered the City Lord's mansion disappeared, but his words were still cold. I won't deny the Hua family's contributions, but who knows if the Hua family's thousands of years of reputation will raise an ingrate. Huazhan, you have to be careful. I'll keep an eye on you in the East City in the future. If you do anything wrong, don't blame me for being merciless. After that, Dan Hao did not pay any attention to the East City Lord. He swung his arm and left. Looking at Dan Hao's back view, the East City Lord could only smile bitterly. Sigh, a boorish man is a boorish man. There's no way to communicate at all. For this. After the East City Lord smiled bitterly, he could only shake his head helplessly. However, from Dan Hao's matter, he also understood one thing. For many people in the East Continent, it was the foundation and lifeline of the human clan. No matter what, the East Continent could not let the foreign races interfere. The human clan can control the East continent, but I'm afraid that the human clan doesn't have the strength to dominate the East continent. The East City Lord sighed. The human clan defeated the joint forces of the various races. Was it very strong? To a certain extent, the human clan was indeed very strong. However, one had to know that when the various races joined forces, they did not use their true foundation at all. From the information he obtained, the demon clan alone had 20 to 30 mighty figures. Looking at the human clan, how many mighty figures could there be now? The human clan was strong, it was stronger than the human emperor, the powerful peak combat strength. However, could a human emperor support the human clan, but could he support the entire East continent, now, even if there was one more Xianxia? He might not be able to support it. In the East City Lord's opinion, if the human clan wanted to stabilize, they had to make concessions. At least when they were not strong enough, they had to make the corresponding concessions and rope in a group of foreign races to fight against the demon clan and other forces. Or else, as time passed, there would always be races that would be dissatisfied with the human clan occupying a continent alone. At that time, another great battle would erupt. At that time, even if the human clan could temper experts in war, the speed at which experts were born, could it compare to the speed at which experts fell? This was still an unknown. Thinking of this, the East City Lord simply stopped thinking about it. Let's take it one step at a time. Perhaps the situation of the human clan is not as serious as I thought. On the other side, Xianxia also rushed back from the Earth Eldar. When he entered the 100,000 kilometers territory of the human clan, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The Earth Eldar had caused such a big commotion. Xianxia was also a little worried, afraid that the powerhouses of the various races would send people to kill him. It would be fine if there were 1 or 2 emperors. If there were really 8 or 10 emperors, even with the Godslayer, Xianxia would have to kneel. The difference in strength was too great. There was no way to resist at all. Only after returning to the human clan's territory did Xianxia feel relieved. The feeling of returning home. It was always different. Although the defense of the 100,000 kilometers territory was only ordinary, this was the territory of the human clan. It was enough to make people feel at ease. After robbing the Earth Eldar this time, some other races should be on guard. Maybe even the demons of the Western Prefecture will take some measures. In the future, I still can't be too reckless. Xianxia thought to himself. Robbing was fun for a while, and robbing was fun for a while. But if the boat capsized, that feeling would be too good. According to Xianxia's estimation, if he wanted to wander around in the Western Prefecture and the other continents, he would have to at least break through to the 6th level of the Celestial Realm. When that time came, only then would he truly have the strength to rival a ruler. As for now, he was still a little short. When he reached the passage, the person guarding the door had already changed. As for this person, although Xianxia did not know him, from the other party's appearance and aura, he could vaguely guess his identity. Xiaohong, he thought of this name. Xianxia looked at the middle-aged man in front of him again. No matter how he looked at him, it was difficult to associate him with the old butler of the Bayun Marquis mansion. Sect leader Qin. Steward Xiao. Xianxia's tone was also a little stuttering. It was really Xiaohong. Xianxia did not have the strength to complain in his heart. He did not understand why these people always liked to become younger after breaking through to the celestial realm. But fortunately, compared to Feng Xinglan, Xiaohong was still a small fry in the presence of a great one. When Xiaohong saw Xianxia, he was in a good mood. He laughed and said, "It's all thanks to sect leader Qin's creation pill that allowed me to break through to the celestial realm and extend my lifespan by thousands of years." Steward Xiao, you're too polite. Xianxia forced a smile on his face. He could be considered to have seen it clearly. Whether it was young or not, it was all a personal hobby. There was nothing much to say. Xiaohong in front of him had broken through to the celestial realm. It was also a matter worth celebrating. Looking at Xianxia in front of him, Xiaohong sighed. Xiaohong, on the other hand, was filled with mixed emotions. He sighed and said, "It hasn't even been a year, but Sect Master Qin has already reached such a level. He killed many alien race almighties and even forced the Earth Spirit clan to seal the secret realm. I thought that after breaking through to the celestial realm, I could look up to sect leader Qin. I didn't expect that after breaking through, the distance between us would be even greater. It was hard for him to imagine. The person in front of him was just a small real martial realm cultivator a few years ago. Xiaohong thought of when he met him in the past. He was still not sure if the other party had the possibility of breaking through to the celestial realm. But it was only a few years. Qin Shujian had grown to the point where even he was not qualified to look up to him. For this, Xiaohong also felt something in his heart. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, "Steward Xiao, you're being too serious. This time, you've broken through to the celestial realm and can guard the passage here. The Imperial Court also thinks highly of you. There's hope for you to go further in the future. It's all thanks to sect leader Qin." Xiaohong laughed, and his mood was much better. Breaking through to the celestial realm. Not to mention anything else, just being able to live for thousands of years was a great thing. As for guarding the passage, to be honest, it was also because too many celestial realm cultivators had died in the Imperial Court, coupled with the fact that he was a member of the Bayun Marquis Mansion, that he was able to get this job. If he were to say that he was satisfied, that was for sure. Qin Shujian cupped his hands and said, "I have other things to do this time, so I need to return to the eastern continent. After Steward Xiao finishes guarding the passage, you can come to the Yuan sect and have a good chat with me. It's a deal. Sect leader Qin, please walk in front of the heavenly mirror. After all, this is the rule." "I understand." Qin Shujian nodded slightly and then walked in front of the heavenly mirror. The feeling of being spied on still came. Qin Shujian wanted to try to resist, but he found that he could not do it at all. Because that was the probing of the rule power. In his opinion, in order to resist the prying of the heavenly mirror, his understanding of the rule power had to reach an extremely deep level. The reason why he had this idea. Qin Shujian was not against the heavenly mirror. It was just to prevent some secrets from being discovered by others in the future. Soon, Qin Shujian's information appeared on the mirror. Name, Qin Shujian race, human realm, heaven human level 5 combat strength, 28,700 compared to the last time, his combat strength had increased by 200. Qin Shujian estimated that it should be because he had devoured Panyu. Although that energy was all used to recover his body, there was still some that overflowed and expanded his acupoints. Seeing this, Xiaohong on the side. He was completely dumbfounded. There was no problem with a combat strength of 28,700. It was normal for someone who could defeat Ling Huang to have a high combat strength. However, coupled with that dazzling level 5 of heaven human, everything became abnormal. All along, Xiaohong thought that Qin Shujian had reached heaven human level 10, but he never expected that the other party was only at heaven human level 5. The information appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. After Qin Shujian, it was Jiang Feng. Name race, zombie realm, heaven human level 2 combat strength, 200. Jiang Feng did not belong to the human race, so there was no complete information left in the heavenly mirror. To this, Xiaohong did not care because he knew Jiang Feng too. Originally, he thought that there was a problem with the heavenly mirror. But after seeing Jiang Feng's attributes, he doubted himself again. "Steward Xiao, I'll take my leave first." Qin Shujian did not care too much. After cupping his hands slightly, he brought Jiang Feng into the passage. On the spot, only Xiaohong was left in a mess in the wind. End of chapter 586. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.